You merely granted a bullet to the celestial dragon that brought you to your knees, and in return, you acquired the formidable powers of the Tremor Fruit. Not only did he repel the naval admiral and cinematic luminary Huang, who came to apprehend you, also due to the slaying of celestial dragon individuals. Success has evaded the clutches of the illustrious Nine Snake, captivating the Empress Boa Hancock. At this moment, the Admiral Kizaru at the naval headquarters is feeling discontent due to your actions as a marine, which reflect the behavior of the celestial dragons. Oh, how astonishing! Is it true that someone has dared to slay a celestial dragon? Surely, I must not be mistaken. To think they are still a naval officer is truly a disgrace to the Navy. Sakasaki, allow me to take the lead this time. It has been quite a while since I last engaged in such activities. Kizaru, this time do not falter as you did during the capture of the Straw Hat Kid, otherwise, it may not bode well with the celestial dragons. Rest assured. After speaking, the yellow ape lazily rose from the sofa. Moments later, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the island of Sabaody. That is the great General Kizaru. Run swiftly. The eyes of all are filled with terror. Indeed, is this old man truly so fearsome? The yellow ape leisurely approached a man and slowly inquired, "Where has the young Navy officer, who just eliminated the celestial dragon, gone?" He ran this way, his voice trembling, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his eyes brimming with terror. In the next moment, the yellow ape had vanished. At this moment, you have arrived at the shore, intending to embark on a pirate ship. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared before me, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant yellow glow. Indeed, he has arrived. The Admiral, Kizaru, stands before you. His countenance betraying an air of vigilance, as if poised to unleash a sudden assault at any moment. You are indeed the young Navy who has slain the celestial dragons. Truly, you are formidable. How terrifying, dear sibling. You, who can effortlessly kick a supernova, dare to label me as frightening. I sincerely apologize. If I do not bring you back, the warring states and the celestial dragons will once again seek trouble with me. I am truly sorry. As soon as the words fell, the yellow ape transformed into a brilliant beam of golden light, delivering a powerful kick toward you. Navy 6th style. Iron block. Armament Haki. Activation. Despite your utmost efforts to fortify your defenses, you were still sent flying by the yellow monkey's powerful kick. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous row of houses is pierced through by your body. In an instant, a desolate ruin emerges. Indeed, a true commander you are, you exclaim, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of your mouth. Then, with measured grace, you rise to your feet, realizing that it seems you must resort to that particular technique. Oh. Are you still alive? The yellow ape appeared before Long Zahai, slowly lifting his foot. Yet at this very moment, your breath undergoes a sudden transformation. Using the Whitebeard experience card, a formidable and unparalleled strength surged into my body in an instant. Whether it pertains to the comprehension of the three-color Haki or the profound experiences of battle, they are indelibly etched in your mind. Simultaneously, you have also acquired the formidable powers of the Tremor Fruit. In the next moment, just as the yellow ape was about to bring his foot down upon Long Zahai, a sudden muffled sound echoed through the air. The Tremor Fruit envelopes your fist in a transparent barrier as you strike the abdomen of Kizaru with a powerful punch. In an instant, the body of the yellow ape and the surrounding atmosphere appeared to dissolve into fragments. This is the Tremor Fruit. No, it is inconceivable that this young man possesses strength comparable to that of the venerable master himself. Am I seeing things? The general has sustained grave injuries. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion, their gazes fixed intently upon the scene before them. Meanwhile, at a tavern on the island of Sabaody, an elderly man with a head of white hair revealed a glimmer of insight in his gaze. How could the Whitebeard figure appear? Has he perhaps arrived on the island of Sabaody? This individual is none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the yellow ape slowly rises from the ground, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. Who are you, and how is it that you possess the powers of the Tremor Fruit? Even the usually nonchalant yellow ape, who leisurely punches the clock at work, is now filled with an undeniable shock. The sudden emergence of such a formidable foe is certainly not a favorable development for the Navy, especially considering that this adversary wields the same devil fruit powers as Whitebeard himself. With a slight furrow of his brow, a hint of coldness glimmers in his eyes. My experience card grants me a mere 10 minutes, which means I must evade the Navy within this brief span, or I shall find myself in dire straits. Words are futile. As soon as the sound faded, your figure flickered, and a powerful punch was unleashed. This time, however, the yellow ape transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring towards the heavens and successfully evading that formidable strike. However, the island of Chambord behind me experienced a violent tremor. 8-foot-long jade hook. In an instant, countless dazzling lights shoot towards you like arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Your body swiftly evades, dodging all of your opponent's attacks. In the next moment, you abruptly appeared before the yellow ape, who unleashed a powerful punch, striking down with tremendous force. The fist struck the body of Kizaru, unleashing the Conqueror's Haki and activating the Tremor Fruit. With a sudden gasp, Kizaru expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. However, his body exhibited not the slightest pause, as the sword of the celestial cloud descended upon you with a swift and decisive strike. You had no time to evade, bracing yourself to endure the blow. Yet, the mastery of your Haki effectively mitigated the assault. The two individuals promptly parted ways. And within your gaze, a hint of pride was revealed. Indeed, the prowess of the four emperors is sufficient to contend with the situation, which I have now entirely dominated. However, in the next moment, the area was already surrounded by the Navy. You furrowed your brow. He understood that prolonging the situation would undoubtedly yield no benefits for himself. A solitary yellow monkey can manage on its own. However, should Akainu and Akiji also arrive, it would pose a significant dilemma. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this form can only ensure. Without the slightest hesitation, you unleash the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, striking with a mighty punch towards Sabaody Archipelago. Industry. In an instant, the earthquakes and mountains crumble. All the naval forces stood their ground, while the yellow monkey refrained from advancing further due to sustaining severe damage. You departed directly from Xiangbody, making your way to the nearest naval vessel. What are your intentions? The admiral, at the forefront of the navy, was taken aback when he suddenly beheld your presence, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. If you wish to evade death, then set sail and depart. Where to go? You hesitated for a moment. Currently, it is impossible for you to traverse the territory of the fishmen to reach the New World. Yet, you must find a location that is not under the jurisdiction of the Navy. After a moment of contemplation, you spoke, "Let us journey to Nine Serpent Island. That is the domain of the Empress Hancock of the Seven Warlords." Why waste words? Indeed, the general promptly commanded his subordinates to advance towards Nine Snake Island. At this moment, the tremors of Sabaody Island have ceased, and the yellow monkey slowly rises from the ground. Zhan Taowan and the other peacekeepers appeared behind me. I shall proceed to apprehend him immediately. Forget it, forget it. The yellow ape slowly rose from the ground and said, "It would be futile to pursue any further. It would be wiser to return and report this matter." The old gentleman, however, "Let us depart." The yellow ape promptly turned and left. Sabaody Archipelago. Battleship Peach and the others had no choice but to leave as well. Seated upon a gentle slope, the enigmatic Rayleigh savored a sip of wine, musing to himself with a sense of intrigue. The tremor fruit, is it? How fascinating indeed. It appears that tranquility is not in the cards. Naval Headquarters. A young naval officer has slain the possessor of the tremor fruit. Yellow ape. Are you certain that you are not mistaken? The venerable figure of the Warring States period has caught the attention of the entire Sabaody Island. What are your thoughts on this? The countenance of the Warring States was ashen, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence at this critical juncture. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Summon the messenger to issue a bounty notice. Notify the world government, urging their intelligence agencies to thoroughly investigate this matter, ensuring that it does not adversely affect ACE's situation. Meanwhile, at this moment, you have accompanied the naval warship to the doldrums." After sailing for a full 3 days, fortunately, during this time, the Navy did not catch up. According to the navigation schedule, we should arrive at Nine Snake Island in 2 days. The reason I chose to come here first is that this area falls under the jurisdiction of the Seven Warlords, where the Navy is unlikely to appear. Another significant reason is that Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, is present. The significance of the protagonist's halo is something I comprehend well. Even if I cannot board Luffy's ship, fostering a good relationship with him would be of no detriment to myself. At that moment, a blondie-haired woman in navy attire suddenly approached you. You furrow your brow, acutely aware that you have now lost the prowess of the white-haired sage, and thus, it is only prudent to exercise greater caution. After spending the past few days together, he has come to know that the other person's name is Ellie and that she holds the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Is there something on your mind? Ellie appeared unperturbed by your efforts. After casting a brief glance at him, she slowly began to speak. I have heard that you were once a sailor. What of it? I am unaware if you have heard of Zifa. Upon hearing that name, you were momentarily taken aback. As an experienced sea enthusiast, he was undoubtedly familiar with Zifa. Admiral Zephyr, the former Grand Admiral, is the esteemed mentor of many formidable figures currently within the Navy, including the present 3 admirals. This clearly illustrates Zephyr's significant standing within the naval hierarchy. However, after his family was slain by the Seven Warlords, Zephyr was profoundly disillusioned by the Navy's inaction. Consequently, he betrayed the Navy, establishing a new marine force with a solemn vow to eradicate all pirates, as well as the Navy itself. At this moment, you remain silent, awaiting the other party to continue speaking. Ellie hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice to say, Teacher Zephyr is inquiring whether you are currently disillusioned with the Navy. In an instant, you grasped the truth. Having showcased formidable strength on the island of Chambord, and being of maritime origin myself, I aspire to attract others to my cause. However, he is intrigued by how Zephyr became aware of this elusive notion. Gazing up at the figure of Ellie before me, your eyes suddenly ignited, unleashing a fierce aura. The essence of a conqueror awakened. A sudden jolt left Ellie feeling dizzy and disoriented. In the next moment, you abruptly rise to your feet and grasp her neck with a firm grip. Ellie's body was lifted high, suspended above the ground. Her eyes were instantly veiled with bloodshot veins, and her gaze was suffused with terror. You spoke slowly. I wish for you to understand that my decision to keep you aboard this vessel is rooted in my benevolence. Should I discover that you dare to betray my trust, I will undoubtedly consign you to the depths of the ocean. I comprehend your request. Ellie relentlessly clicked, her eyes brimming with terror. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in your gaze, and then you released the other party. I never anticipated that my casual act of seizing a naval warship would result in the presence of Zephyr individuals aboard. It seems that the actions of the Navy over the years have incited considerable discontent among many. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ellie wore a look of sheer terror. She had initially believed you would graciously accept her invitation. But she never anticipated such an intense reaction from you. Long Zafa spoke slowly. Since Zafa has prepared the Beojing and is ready to betray the Navy, I wish you success. Although I have distanced myself from the sea, it does not signify my allegiance to you. Upon hearing these words, Ellie's expression shifted dramatically, revealing an even greater fear than before. Initially, she was merely astonished by your true inadequacies, yet she never anticipated that he would so accurately articulate his intentions. Moreover, how could he so nonchalantly utter words of betrayal against the Navy? The individual before me is undoubtedly exceptional. After a moment of hesitation, Ellie slowly spoke, Teacher Zephyr is merely cautious about certain actions in the present. If you are interested, you may also join us. After all, having slain a celestial dragon, you have irrevocably become an arch-nemesis of both the Navy and the world government. I have expressed my disinterest. There is no need to exert any further effort. You outright rejected the other party. He is aware of the ultimate fate that awaits Zifa. Joining them is akin to courting death. Moreover, I do not personally concur with Zafa's perspective. Although I have now acquired the mastery of the 3-colored Haki and the Navy's 6 styles, my proficiency remains rather low. Relying solely on my current skills in the New World is akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice. He has just offended the world of politics. Now, he should devise a strategy to enhance his strength by gaining recognition everywhere. 2 days hence. In the doldrums. The Daughter Kingdom, ruled by the Empress Han, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. is situated in this expanse. The naval vessel you are aboard has recently approached within a few distances of Nine Snake Island. This pertains to the Navy and the Seven Warlords, who possess the ability to halt naval vessels beyond the jurisdictional confines of their dominion. You would not wish to engage in a dispute with the Empress, nor would you desire to confront any contentious matters. He has come seeking refuge, as well as to fulfill his obligations. However, the arrival of the naval warships immediately stirred the atmosphere of Nine Serpent Island. However, the Empress Hancock displayed no reaction whatsoever, not even making an appearance. The corners of your lips rise ever so slightly, truly befitting one of the Seven Warlords of the sea. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have successfully checked in at the windless zone. Ding. The proficiency of the Navy's Type 6 has increased to 60%. Congratulations, esteemed host. The mastery of observation Haki has been elevated to 10%. The prowess of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki has been significantly enhanced. Has there been another enhancement? Although I have yet to attain the evil scheme fruit. I believe that with my proficiency in the 6 powers of the Navy and the mastery of the 3 types of Haki, I should possess strength equivalent to that of a warlord of the sea. At last, I can no longer remain in the calm belt. Are you planning to set foot on Amazon Lily? However, at that moment, a uniquely designed pirate ship appeared in the distance, sailing toward him. Before the pirate ship lies a colossal serpent. The Empress has arrived at Nine Snake Island. Her ship has finally made its appearance, signifying the imminent arrival of one of the Seven Warlords, the Empress herself. Soon, this oddly shaped vessel came to a halt before Longzifa. The 2 vessels are in close proximity, allowing for a clear view of each other. Both ships are manned entirely by women, though many of them possess rather ordinary appearances. In the next moment, a wave of terror descended with overwhelming force. In the midst of terrifying pressure, the sudden sound of footsteps emerged. Upon hearing that sound, everyone, except for you, was on high alert, for they were about to confront one of the Seven Warlords of the sea. In the next moment, a tall and elegant figure emerged before the crowd. All who beheld the visage of the Empress were rendered speechless. So exquisite. Truly deserving of the title Empress. The pirate world's most beautiful. The Empress Hancock of the Seven Warlords. Even though the Navy was trembling with fear just a moment ago, at this moment, upon witnessing the emergence of Hancock, they were utterly entranced. Only you shook your head. Hancock's visage and physique are nothing short of exquisite. Yet he is acutely aware of the potential threat posed by the other. The next moment, all the naval warm chambers erupted. All the Navy, except for you, has transformed into stone statues. You turned your head. The ally you had previously invited still managed to remain alert. Yet you could see a dagger embedded in her hand. She is a woman as well, yet she must rely on pain to thwart the onslaught of her adversary. The Seven Warlords of the sea, indeed, live up to their illustrious reputation. To my astonishment, there exist 2 individuals capable of withstanding my onslaught. The Enchantress Empress's voice, imbued with irresistible allure, wafted softly into the ears of the 2. Who are you? Hancock fixed his gaze intently upon you, his eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. Navy. Not anymore. You said slowly. My name is Longzifeng. Upon hearing these words, an expression of incredulity graced the exquisite visage of the Empress. Yesterday, she learned of thieves a man named Longzifeng, a descendant of the celestial dragons, had vanquished the formidable Admiral Kizaru and made a swift escape. What is most significant is that, according to intelligence, he possesses the Tremor fruit, endowing him with strength comparable to that of Whitebeard. Although you previously wielded no malice nor possessed any personal influence, the very first bounty placed upon your head was a staggering 1 billion. This is a level that even the Seven Warlords find difficult to reach. However, the shock of the Empress lasted no more than a few dozen seconds. In the next moment, she chuckled, yet, no matter how formidable one may be, it is impossible to withstand the allure of my beauty. Kiss the gun. Before me, Hancock manifested a pink heart-shaped energy, which shot forth towards you. Bang. However, before this force could strike, in the next moment, it detonated directly in midair. The imposing aura of the Conqueror's Haki surged forth. Hancock's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes brimming with astonishment. A formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki bore down upon her, instilling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She felt as though she was on the brink of being vanquished by this man. Hancock trembled momentarily. Though she still had the capacity to resist, she feared that her adversary's tremor fruit would ultimately obliterate Amazon Lily. Navy Type 6. Pointing gun. Bang. If it were an ordinary naval fleet, Cook would undoubtedly exert no significant influence. However, an attack infused with the might of Conqueror's Haki is an entirely different matter. A single strike rendered Hancock unconscious. At this moment, Ellie, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. This was one of the Seven Warlords, yet before Longza, she found herself unable to even withstand a single blow. However, only you understand why you are capable of defeating Han with a single strike. In truth, the Empress's Devil Fruit possesses immense power. However, as long as one's character is sufficiently robust, it can be withstood. To a certain extent, the threat posed by the Empress even surpasses that of the other Seven Warlords. However, her defenses remain her Achilles' heel. Your strength is indeed comparable to that of the Empress. However, when he unleashed his full power, the overwhelming might of his Conqueror's Haki rendered her momentarily stunned, leaving her unable to respond. At this moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Elder sister. Hancock's two younger sisters were the first to react, swiftly leaping onto the deck of the naval vessel with the intent of rescuing their Empress. However, the Empress is not yours. What can they stir up with their literary prowess? If you wish to evade death, I advise you to refrain from impulsive actions. As the two were poised to engage, a voice resounded, commanding them to cease. They were instructed to comply with his words. It is precisely at this moment, after being struck down by you, that she curls her body, her hands pressing against the grievous wounds upon her abdomen. A hint of terror flickers within her gaze. Previously, she exuded an air of aloofness, perched high above the rest. However, now she appears utterly pitiable, a vision of delicate beauty that is truly captivating. Confronted with such a paragon, she stands as an undeniable temptation to any man. It is no wonder that these sailors are utterly enchanted by her. However, you swiftly cast aside the insidious thoughts that cloud your mind. Whoever dares to act recklessly again, I shall take her life. Upon hearing these words, all members of the Nine Serpent pirate crew found themselves compelled to make a choice out of necessity. What exactly are your intentions? The Empress gazed warily at the figure before her. It is nothing, merely a thought of visiting you at Nine Snake Island. You revealed a smile, yet at that moment, in the eyes of the crowd, it resembled that of a devil. If you dare to harm the people of Nine Serpent Island, I shall undoubtedly take your life. The proud Empress Hanku, her gaze frigid, found herself abruptly lifted by you as soon as her words fell. In the next moment, she was forcefully cast down onto the deck. Since you have heard of me, you must also be aware of my capabilities. Upon my arrival at Snake Island, I possess my own strengths. As long as you all cooperate earnestly, I assure you that I will not inflict harm lightly. However, I must say that I have an aversion to threats. Upon hearing the final words, the Empress momentarily froze, a chill suddenly enveloping her. She understood that she had no room for choice. I promise you. After a moment of hesitation, the Empress chose to concede. Because she is aware that her fate, along with that of the inhabitants of the Nine Serpent Island, is entirely in the hands of this man. Very well, a hint of satisfaction gleamed in your eyes. Then, you turned to Ellie and said, "You may return now. By the way, please convey a message to Cap. I hope he does not regret the decisions he has made." Upon hearing your words, the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment. Admiral Kapu, what is the situation? Does Long Zifeng have an acquaintance with Admiral Kapu? However, after uttering these words, Long Hei's turned and returned to the vessel of Empress Hancock. Moments later, you followed the crowd to the 9th check-in at the Serpent Island. Congratulations, host, you have attained a female affection reward of 10%. Ah, the allure of femininity. What does it signify? Your gaze reveals a silken enchantment. The affinity of women can enhance the host's appeal to them. If my likability were to reach 100%, would it not enable me to command the obedience of women? Ding. Please take heed, host. This pertains to affection levels, not mental manipulation. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of intrigue glimmers in your gaze. Is it merely a matter of fondness? It seems to hold little relevance to actual combat. However, he soon sensed a shift in the attitudes of those around him. Previously filled with hostility towards myself, now, I gaze upon my own reflection with a hint of warmth in my eyes. What is happening? Could it be that one has transformed into a woman? Anji AI. However, in the next moment, the Empress approached him. Anqing expressed his willingness to apologize to the esteemed one for the matters that had transpired earlier. I hope that the esteemed one can find it in their heart to forgive me. As soon as the words fell, the gazes of all present were filled with astonishment. Standing opposite Hancock, I observe her with her head bowed, a hint of shyness gracing her features. You too feel a sense of restraint. Although he possesses immense mental strength, he is still a man, not a fool like Luffy. At this moment, he naturally reacts. The temptation is overwhelming. I understand. Please, you may take your leave first. Although it is evident that Hancock's flower is a result of female admiration, at this moment he is reluctant to pluck this rose, laden with thorns. Taking leave to settle down. By the way, wait a moment. You suddenly called out to Hancock, expressing your desire to meet someone. Who? The Straw Hat Kid. Luffy. Upon hearing this name, everyone was momentarily taken aback. However, in the next moment, the Empress immediately nodded and said, I shall take you there. Moments later, you followed the Empress deep into the forest of Snake Island. Gazing upon the figure of Monkey D. Luffy before me, a peculiar sensation envelopes me. I never fathomed that I would truly encounter my most beloved anime character. Are you the one who has slain the celestial dragons, Long Zifeng? Luffy gazed curiously at what lay before him. You may not be acquainted with me, yet I am quite familiar with you. I have come here today to convey a matter of utmost significance. It concerns your brother Ace. Upon hearing the name Ace, Luffy's expression instantly transformed. What is it? He was apprehended by the Navy and will face execution in just a few days. A profound astonishment erupted in Luffy's eyes. How could it be? Ace, with his extraordinary prowess, how could he possibly be captured by the Navy? This matter is rather intricate, however. If you wish to rescue Ace, you must undoubtedly heed my commands. Luffy hesitated for a moment before proclaiming, I know what to do. The Empress immediately concurred, inquiring if there was anything she could assist with. You nodded and said, indeed, there is. Only by relying on the Empress can one and Luffy infiltrate the Advance, and then proceed to Marineford. I have now become a wanted fugitive of the Navy.
Desiring to venture into Impel Down and Marineford, this might be their only opportunity. Moments later, Long Zifeng disclosed his plan to the two. Luffy, being rather straightforward, and Hancock, who was utterly obedient to Long Zifeng, naturally had no dissenting opinions. A few days later, personnel from the Navy arrived at Amazon Lily. As the war atop the summit was about to commence, Hancock, as one of the Seven Warlords, was obliged to assist the world government. Initially reluctant to agree, she found herself compelled to aid in the execution of Long Zifeng's plan. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the Navy's request, but on the condition that she be permitted to visit Impel Down to see Ace. Although the Navy was somewhat perplexed, they consented due to Hancock's formidable combat prowess. Long Zifeng and Luffy naturally embraced Hancock as they entered Impel Down together. Meanwhile, news of Ace's impending execution spread across the globe. In the New World, Whitebeard pirates. Old man, Ace is to be executed. We must prepare to rescue him. Marco, gather the crew for Ace's rescue. Yes, old man red-haired pirates. Captain, Ace is to be executed. Ace, you say? We shall also go. However, if we leave, what of Kaido? Fear not. Marineford. Kapu, are you prepared for this situation? Sengoku, just proceed with your plan. Do not concern yourself with me. Very well, then be ready. I am aware. Simultaneously, at Impel Down, Long Zifeng and Luffy had successfully infiltrated the fortress under the cover of the Empress, who had since departed. What is our next move? Luffy inquired of Long Zifeng. Ace is on the 6th level. We must fight our way down, one layer at a time. All right, I am ready. At that moment, a notification chimed in Long Zifeng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the 1st level of Impel Down. Proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles has increased by 10%. Please proceed to the next level. Impel Down. 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 and the mastery of Haki has risen by 5%. The check-in task has been updated. Location, Impel Down. 6th level. Long Zifeng furrowed his brow, but dismissed the thought, accepting the challenge of the 6th level. Now that his mastery of Haki had reached this level, he felt confident even against Magellan and believed that checking in at the 6th level would yield significant rewards. A slight smile graced his lips. If they were to act, they would do so grandly. After all, he had already become a sworn enemy of the Navy, so breaching Impel Down was of little concern. At that moment, within the control room of Impel Down, red alarm lights flashed incessantly, and the monitoring snail emitted a cacophony of distress signals. Warden, we have a grave situation. Someone has breached the prison. What? Someone has infiltrated the prison? Indeed, and they have already reached the 2nd level. I understand. I shall head there immediately. Magellan, who was seated on the toilet, bore a grim expression, outraged that someone dared to breach his prison. His authority as warden was being challenged. He swiftly exited the restroom and rallied all mid-level officials of Impel Down, racing towards the 2nd level. He was indeed eager to discover who possessed the audacity to create chaos right beneath his very eyes. However, upon reaching the 2nd level, he was greeted only by a desolate ruin. Hundreds of armed prison guards stood vigil at the corridor's entrance, uniformly raising their firearms, prepare to transform anyone who dared to emerge into a sieve without a moment's hesitation. Magellan immediately pursued towards the corridor, only to find a figure standing before him, seemingly awaiting his arrival. It was none other than Long Zifeng. No matter who you are, daring to intrude upon Impel Down is tantamount to courting death. A chilling glint flashed in Magellan's eyes as the powers of the venom fruit surged within him, enveloping his form in a violet haze, ready to impart the terrifying taste of his poison to Long Zifeng. Yet, the figure before him remained unfazed, activating his armament Haki, shrouding his body in a layer of darkness. Come forth. The provocation in Long Zifeng's gaze intensified Magellan's murderous intent. Why the hesitation? Everyone fire at will. At that moment, upon hearing Magellan's command, all the prison guards pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Long Zifeng. Instantly, a storm of projectiles filled the air. However, Long Zifeng slowly closed his eyes. Navy 6th form, iron block. Bang, bang, bang. Countless attacks failed to breach Long Zifeng's defense. What is happening? He actually knows the Navy's 6th form. Could he be a member of the Navy? No. How could a Navy officer dare to invade Impel Down? The guards were left dumbfounded, and Magellan's expression shifted drastically. Did you think the Navy could freely enter Impel Down? That's suicidal. Everyone fall back. All the guards, possessing a keen sense of self-preservation, swiftly moved aside. Poison pufferfish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Magellan unleashed his skill, sending countless streams of venomous liquid piercing towards Long Zifeng. Yet, just as these attacks were about to strike him, a formidable pressure instantaneously repelled all the toxins. Is this Conqueror's Haki? A flicker of panic crossed Magellan's eyes. What a joke. The rare Conqueror's Haki? How could he not recognize this young Navy officer? In that moment, fear crept into Magellan's gaze as he suddenly recalled a news report he had seen days prior. Chapter 6. Defeating Magellan. The young man before him was likely capable of wielding the powers of the Tremor fruit, a man who had recently made headlines and whose bounty had soared to a staggering 1 billion. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Long Zifeng compelled Magellan to involuntarily take a step back, sapping his resolve to continue the fight. Yet, the thought of being the overall commander of Impel Down stifled his fear. If he were to retreat, wouldn't the prisoners within this fortress rise in rebellion and escape? Contemplating this, Magellan once again positioned himself before Long Zifeng. Through Magellan's gaze, Long Zifeng could discern that Magellan must now be aware of his true identity. However, the determination of a naval officer and the person in charge of Impel Down to remain here suggested that Magellan possessed a degree of resolve. Now that he was aware of Long Zifeng's true identity, it was reasonable to assume that he would harbor some trepidation. Long Zifeng took 2 steps forward, and instead of retreating, Magellan let out a cold laugh, pointing a finger at him, his face contorted with resentment. You have betrayed the Navy. You are a disgrace. Allow me, Magellan, to deal with you and send you to hell." Unexpectedly, Magellan proved to be no match for him. Yet he had the audacity to confront Long Zuffing directly. This indicated a certain courage on Magellan's part, since he was willing to engage in battle. Long Zuffing naturally granted him that opportunity. As Magellan unleashed his toxic assault, Long Zuffing activated his moonwalk, bouncing effortlessly through the air. With his moonwalk now unlocked to 60%, countering the toxic attacks became second nature. Long Zuffing. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "Luffy." Instinctively, Long Zuffing turned to see that Luffy had somehow mingled with Buggy the Clown and 3. Witnessing this, Long Zuffing felt a sense of exasperation. Why did these bumbling allies have to appear right when he was battling Magellan? Aren't you supposed to be rushing to the 6th level to rescue Fire Fist Ace? I'm holding him off here, so hurry. After all, Luffy and Ace shared a brotherly bond, and entrusting this task to Luffy would likely bring it to a satisfactory conclusion. However, upon seeing Luffy and the others arrive, Magellan was unlikely to let this opportunity slip away. He immediately launched his independent dragon, targeting Luffy and his companions. As Magellan shifted his focus towards Luffy, Long Zuffing swiftly activated his moonwalk, positioning himself once more in front of Luffy. Simultaneously, as the toxic liquid enveloped him, a powerful Haki emanated from Long Zuffing, instantly repelling the toxins. "Magellan, your actions are rather underhanded. Unable to defeat me, you resort to attacking my comrades. In that case, I see no reason to grant you any mercy. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Long Zuffing's contemplative remark, Magellan began to retreat. It was at that moment that Long Zuffing's Conqueror's Haki fully manifested, creating an overwhelming presence that even Luffy felt, while Buggy the Clown and 3 collapsed to their knees. The Conqueror's Haki compelled them to submit. What kind of person is this? Buggy's face reflected sheer terror as he regarded Long Zuffing with awe. Among the individuals he encountered throughout his life, even some of the 7 warlords fell short of mastering Conqueror's Haki. Yet, in the presence of this man, the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki unfolded effortlessly. In an instant, Magellan found himself captivated by the formidable aura emanating from Long Zuffing. However, Long Zuffing did not merely intend to intimidate him with his Haki. Instead, he clenched his fist, rendering it as solid as iron, its surface glimmering faintly. Enveloped in a dark hue, Long Zuffing propelled his fist towards Magellan, striking directly at his heart. With a resounding thud, Magellan's body was pierced by Long Zuffing's blow. Originally composed of venom, Magellan had now assumed a human form, and as a result of the impact, he coughed up blood. "You traitor!" Magellan exclaimed with wide eyes, extending a finger towards Long Zuffing, managing to utter only those words before his body slumped backward, lifeless. Long Zuffing retracted his hand, brushing off his arm, sensing that the crisis had been averted. "Not good. Luffy has been poisoned." At that moment, the clown Buggy shouted this alarming news. Upon hearing Buggy's words, Long Zuffing turned to see Luffy's body now tinged with a deep purple hue. It became evident that he had not fully shielded Luffy from Magellan's venom, which was highly toxic. Luffy had succumbed to the poison. "Follow me." According to the original narrative, Long Zuffing was meant to lead Luffy to Ivankov. Ivankov resided on the 5th level of Impel Down, and locating him would provide a remedy for the poison afflicting Luffy. Realizing this, Long Zuffing wasted no time and immediately set off towards Ivankov's location. Buggy and the others, filled with concern, trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the Revolutionary Army's stronghold in Impel Down, Long Zuffing found Ivankov and presented his request. Initially reluctant to assist Luffy, Ivankov was taken aback by Luffy's resilience despite the severe poisoning he had endured. Even Ivankov was momentarily struck by the boy's formidable vitality, prompting a surge of reflection. However, he remarked, "I do not offer aid lightly. Since you have come here, you must pass my test. After all, he is merely a brat and not of much consequence to me." Hearing these words from Ivankov, Long Zuffing frowned, pondering whether he would need to offer a bounty. "Speak. How much do you require?" Chapter 7. The battle. This is not a matter that can be quantified with money. I have many lives to save, yet I do not extend my hand easily. The king of transgenders uttered these words, igniting a flicker of anger within Long Zefeng, who then shifted his gaze towards him. A slight smile graced his lips. Since the king was unwilling to lend a hand, it seemed that force would be the only recourse. The poison coursing through Luffy's veins could not be allowed to fester any longer, for he had traversed into the world of pirates. Yet, Luffy was the protagonist of this realm. Should he perish, it might have profound repercussions on the world of children. With this thought, Long Zefeng clenched his fists, and the king discerned his intentions. However, having lingered in this fortress for an extended period, the king had not engaged in combat for quite some time. "Are you eager for a duel with me?" he inquired. "Very well. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall tend to his ailment. It is a pact." Ignoring the protests of those around them, the two distanced themselves, preparing for battle. Previously, after vanquishing Magellan, Long Zefeng had felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. As the king lunged at him, his razor-sharp claws poised to strike, Long Zefeng effortlessly executed the moonwalk, gliding through the air. This display ignited a surge of anger within the king. The Navy? Although the king typically had no ties to the Navy, being a member of the Revolutionary Army, he found himself incensed as the Navy had become mere lapdogs for the Celestial Dragons, serving their interests. With this thought, he launched another fierce attack at Long Zefeng, his fingers elongating, clearly intent on injecting him with a lethal toxin, for the king possessed the hormone fruit, allowing him to alter his form at will and inject his abilities into others. "I am no longer a member of the Navy. Even if I once served them, I have since severed those ties." Long Zefeng responded with ease to the king's onslaught. To him, the king's attacks seemed to unfold in slow motion, allowing him to evade with effortless grace. "If you have truly distanced yourself from the Navy, why employ their techniques?" he challenged. The king found himself puzzled. Yet he suspected Long Zefeng was being deceitful. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew, being pirates, had come to impel down to liberate their fellow captives, signifying a potential complete severance from the Navy. Taking advantage of the king's momentary distraction, Long Zefeng shaped his finger into the form of a gun and instantly appeared before the king. In the instant the king's pupils dilated, Long Zefeng pressed his finger against his shoulder. Bang! The king was propelled several meters away by Long Zefeng's strike, and in that fleeting moment, he felt the formidable power emanating from him. At the very moment of their confrontation, Long Zefeng unleashed the formidable power of his conqueror's Haki, enveloping himself in an overwhelming aura. Those surrounding him felt an unprecedented pressure. Even the king of the demons struggled to withstand it. How could Long Zefeng possess such a power? What manner of person was he? And why had he never been mentioned before? The outcome of their duel seemed predetermined. And with Luffy in urgent need of assistance, it was imperative to act swiftly. Their exchanges were merely superficial, as Long Zefeng refrained from delivering lethal blows. At the instant his conqueror's Haki unfurled, the king of the demons surely realized the extent of his own limitations, comprehending that he was no match for Long Zefeng. Acknowledging this, the king nodded, reigning in his own aggressive aura, and approached Luffy, who had succumbed to poison, deeply unconscious. This clearly illustrated the potency of Magellan's venom. After conducting a brief examination, the king transported Luffy to a secluded chamber, instructing everyone else to remain outside, allowing only Long Zefeng to enter. Observing Luffy, the king remarked on his resilience, noting that enduring such venom for this long demonstrated a remarkable will to survive. Upon hearing this, Long Zefeng nodded in agreement and elaborated. "I must mention, Luffy is a revolutionary, the son of Dragon." Dragon? Upon hearing this name, the king of the demons was taken aback. Had he known earlier that Luffy was the son of Dragon, their earlier conflict would have been unnecessary, for Dragon is the spiritual leader of their revolutionary army. Realizing this, the king felt compelled to act without delay, concentrating all his pheromones into his hands. After the king's intervention, Luffy emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Long Zefeng turned his gaze toward the king, anticipating his next words. When the king looked back at Luffy, he couldn't help but sigh. Whether Luffy could overcome Magellan's poison depended on his own abilities and fortune. All he could do was to exert his utmost efforts and leave the rest to fate. With that, the king turned and departed. After the king left, Long Zefeng remained silently by Luffy's side. Time passed, and just as Long Zifeng began to despair that Luffy might not survive, he noticed the toxins gradually dissipating from Luffy's body. Luffy was indeed recovering. We must ascend to the 6th level to rescue Ace, Long Zifeng said once Luffy regained consciousness. The first thought that crossed Luffy's mind upon his recovery was the need to save Ace. He promptly stood and followed Long Zifeng out of the small room. Upon seeing Luffy safe and sound, their waiting companions erupted in joyous cheers. Are you suggesting that Ace is to face execution soon? If that is the case, we need not linger and impel down any longer. Marineford, here I come. After lying in wait for so long, the King of the Demons has grown weary of remaining in this prison. Now, he yearns to depart alongside Long Zifeng and his companions. Since Ace is in dire need of rescue, they must lead the charge. Chapter 8. The Gates of Battle. Upon reaching the 6th level, they discovered that only Jinbei was trapped here. The others had vanished without a trace, and even Ace's whereabouts remained a mystery. Witnessing this scene, Long Zifeng's heart raced with urgency. He immediately extended his hand to the door, utilizing his finger gun technique to shatter it. Though this was the underwater prison of Impel Down, the door was not easily breached. However, with Long Zifeng's prowess, he created a substantial hole, leaving everyone astounded at his formidable strength. Yet, this was not the time for astonishment. After rescuing Jinbei from within, Long Zifeng hurriedly inquired about Ace's location. Damn it, he had already been taken by the Marines. If they did not pursue Marineford promptly, they would likely miss their chance. They had departed an hour ago. Just 2 hours prior, Luffy had been poisoned. With this thought, Luffy couldn't help but strike the ground in frustration. However, Long Zifeng maintained his composure, placing a reassuring hand on Luffy's shoulder. Do not worry. If we commandeer a Marine ship immediately, we may still catch up. Additionally, there is still some time before Ace's public execution. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's encouraging words, Luffy nodded. Just then, Buggy the Clown doused Luffy with cold water. Even if we seize a ship right now, what difference would it make? We cannot breach the gates of justice outside. At Buggy's words, a hush fell over the group. Nevertheless, there was no time for sorrow. They needed to leave Impel Down and head to Marineford. Perhaps there still lay a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, Long Zifeng turned his gaze toward Luffy, urging him onward. Enough with the melancholy. We must depart swiftly. Time waits for no one. Meanwhile, alongside Jinbei, in captivity, was Crocodile, the very individual whom Luffy had defeated in the Desert Kingdom as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now, in a bid to escape Impel Down, he had allied himself with Luffy's crew. Although Long Zifeng held little regard for him, Luffy seemed to welcome this new companion. Thus, Long Zifeng and the others set forth on their journey. With each obstacle they overcame, the Marines posed little challenge to them. With a stroke of fortune, Long Zifeng led them swiftly away, boarding a naval vessel. Behind them loomed a multitude of warships, hunting down Magellan, who had thought himself doomed. Now gravely wounded, he gazed at their departing figures and could not help but erupt into a hearty laugh, unabashedly taunting them from a distance. You cannot possibly believe you can breach the gates of justice. Do not indulge in such fanciful delusions. The gates of justice will never open for pirates. You are but fish in a barrel, so why not surrender your weapons? Upon hearing Magellan's mocking words, Luffy clenched his fists, just as a notification chimed from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the escape from the gates of justice mission. Task reward: acquire the power of the magma fruit. The prospect of obtaining the magma fruit's power was astonishing. Wasn't this ability exclusive to the Marine Admiral Akainu? Moreover, this was a tangible reward. Elated, Long Zifeng inquired of the system whether he might receive a modicum of assistance before making his escape, granting the magma fruit for a 10-minute trial. The unexpected boon of a 10-minute experience with the magma fruit was indeed sufficient. Utilizing its powers, they could shatter the gates of justice, creating several significant openings through which their vessel could navigate. This thought filled Long Zifeng with a sense of joy. However, it soon dawned upon him that a grave issue loomed. Where was Tu? Tu was the swan dancer possessing the ability to mimic human appearances, the very individual in question. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's concern, those around him began to scan their surroundings, yet they found no trace of her. Anxiously, Long Zifeng's gaze shifted toward Impel Down, where he spotted Xiao Feng standing on a balcony of a castle, waving to them, an observation easily missed at first glance. Time was of the essence. They needed to rescue Xiao Feng without delay. Long Zifeng swiftly turned his attention to Luffy. Feng Klai is still here. Luffy, we cannot possibly leave him in this prison. With this thought, Long Zifeng conveyed his urgency to Luffy, but Jinbei intervened, halting him. Long Zifeng was acutely aware of Jinbei's intentions. Though Jinbei did not wish to lose such a good brother, their only chance of escape lay in having him imitate Magellan's appearance. Resolute, Long Zifeng broke free from Jinbei's grip, attempting to reach Luffy once more, only to be obstructed again by Jinbei, who stood firmly between them. You must understand that once he boards our vessel, we shall be forever bound to the gates of justice, which will remain eternally closed to us. This proposition originates from him, a final vestige of a man's dignity. It will be prudent for us to acquiesce. Jinbei articulated this sentiment with resolute conviction, yet Long Zifeng felt a surge of urgency within. This decision must have been reached after much contemplation, but it is unnecessary to sacrifice a good friend at this juncture. With this thought, Long Zifeng once again addressed him, expressing his own perspective. There is no need for us to sacrifice Feng Qilai. Trust me, we have arrived at the gates of justice, and I shall find a way for us all to escape. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, an eerie silence enveloped the group, for they were all aware that Feng Qilai was a true man. However, without Feng Qilai's disguise, they would undoubtedly be unable to exit the gates of justice, which would never open for pirates such as themselves. They found themselves at an impasse. Chapter 9. Feng Qilai, can you truly stand idly by while our companion remains trapped in this underwater prison? We could all depart together, and I have assured you that I possess a solution. The ship will navigate its way when the time comes. With Long Zifeng's declaration, the others exchanged glances, hesitating to speak further. Jinbei refrained from hindering Luffy, who, utilizing the powers of the banana fruit, seized Feng Qilai. Amid Feng Qilai's cries, he was forcefully brought aboard the ship. At that moment, Magellan was infuriated, pacing in place, yet rendered powerless. Straw Hat, why have you brought me back? Were you aware that I was prepared to sacrifice myself for you? If I had not stayed behind to mimic Magellan, would you have been able to escape from here? Feng Qilai, feeling a mix of frustration and urgency, expressed his discontent. Hearing this, Long Zifeng approached him, gesturing for him to cease worrying about such matters. At that moment, the Navy continued their relentless bombardment of their ship, which teetered precariously amidst the tumult, while the formidable gates of justice loomed before them, firmly shut. Jinbei turned his gaze towards Long Zifeng, as everyone awaited his guidance on how to breach the impenetrable gates of justice. This is disastrous. We are now entirely ensnared here. If sacrificing myself could ensure the safety of all, then perhaps it would not be in vain. Luffy, why did you rescue me? Feng Qilai lamented, feeling a profound sorrow for the predicament he had inadvertently placed everyone in. Yet, as the ship found itself before the gates of justice, they remained steadfastly closed. Long Zifeng concentrated, channeling the power of the magma fruit, and in an instant, magma began to surge from his hand. Subsequently, as he pressed his hand against the gates of justice, a massive hole was swiftly corroded into its surface. The abilities of the magma fruit. How could this be possible? The magma fruit belongs to the Marine Admiral Akainu. How could such power be in your possession? Witnessing this scene, not only Luffy but also Jinbei and Crocodile were utterly astonished, as they had never anticipated that Long Zifeng could wield the powers of the magma fruit, a fact they had never heard mentioned before. I will explain this later, but for now, this is the only way to lead everyone out of this hell on earth. Leave this matter to me. After uttering these words, Long Zifeng placed his hand upon the gate of justice. With the eruption of magma, a tremendous opening was forcefully blasted into the gate of justice. The gate of justice has been breached. Upon witnessing the colossal fissure that had been created, they were overcome with joy and tears. Magellan, standing nearby, was equally astonished to see that the gate of justice had not been opened traditionally, but had instead been eroded by the magma powers. Why did Long Zuffing possess the abilities of the magma fruit, which was originally Akainu's? Magellan, in utter disbelief, pointed towards their escape route, struggling to articulate a single word. Simultaneously, the Marines within the Great Prison were similarly taken aback. They promptly reported the incident to headquarters, stating that the pirates had successfully escaped, and one of them possessed the abilities of the magma fruit. This information was swiftly relayed from Impelled Down to Marineford. The trial of Ace was still underway at Marineford when Sengoku received this startling news. Upon hearing the report from Impelled Down and Magellan's account, an expression of incredulity washed over Sengoku's face as he turned his gaze toward Akainu, scrutinizing him closely. Akainu felt uncomfortable under Sengoku's unexpected scrutiny. How could this be? Admiral Akainu here is in no immediate danger, and he is right here in Marineford. The magma fruit remains with him. Sengoku's assertion left Akainu perplexed, questioning what nonsense Sengoku was spouting. I have been here all along, and the magma fruit has always been with me. Could someone have possibly stolen my powers? To be honest, Akainu initially dismissed Sengoku's claims, suspecting he was jesting. However, as Sengoku spoke, Akainu found no humor in the situation. Sengoku ended the call and turned to Akainu with a grave demeanor. Just now, a pirate was reported to be using your magma fruit abilities and has blasted open the gate of justice. It is likely that this individual is Long Zuffing. Upon hearing this statement, the yellow monkey and the blue pheasant turned their gazes towards Sengoku, utterly incredulous that in this unparalleled pirate world, a devil fruit could somehow be replicated. How could this be possible? Typically, a devil fruit only reemerges in the world once its host perishes. However, if the owner of the devil fruit remains alive, it is absolutely impossible for a second, identical devil fruit to exist. Thus, when Sengoku uttered such words, the yellow monkey could not help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking Sengoku was merely jesting with them. What does this mean? Are you implying that Akainu is now dead? Then who is this person sitting before us? I suspect it is merely a group of fools from Impelled Down, fabricating false reports. How could there possibly be a magma fruit? Upon hearing this jest, Akainu felt a twinge of irritation, and his expression reflected his displeasure, clearly indicating that this news was not amusing to him. Yet, Sengoku listened intently, recognizing that Magellan's tone on the other end of the line was fraught with alarm. Do you all recall that young man who wielded the power of the tremor fruit during the battle with the yellow monkey? That tremor fruit belonged to Whitebeard. Why would it be in the possession of this young man? Once this statement was made, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, as the shadow cast by Dragon Zephyr lingered in their hearts, unyielding and unresolved. Chapter 10. Identical powers. Let us cease this jesting. Rather than fretting over these matters, we should be concerned for Ace. As we prepare for Ace's public execution in Marineford, I fear that Whitebeard and his crew will not remain idle. Akainu clearly found this joke distasteful, and upon hearing his words, Sengoku felt a twinge of concern, though he maintained a composed exterior. After all, Magellan's information might not be entirely accurate. While it is true that during the battle with the yellow monkey, there was indeed a young man who could wield the power of the tremor fruit, it is possible that this is an undeveloped devil fruit, and not necessarily the tremor fruit itself. With this thought, each person harbored their own suspicions. At this moment on the execution platform, although the sea appeared tranquil, beneath the surface, tumultuous waves churned. No one could predict what calamities lay ahead. From this point on, everyone must remain vigilant. Whitebeard will undoubtedly make his appearance here. Our purpose in summoning the 7 Warlords of the Sea is to stand against Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. As Sengoku directed his gaze towards everyone, he shared this sentiment, fully aware of the impending storm of bloodshed that awaited them, bolstered by Jinbei's assistance. With Crocodile and others lending their support, Luffy and his companions hastened their journey to Marineford. With no obstacles on land, they reached Marineford just as Whitebeard's ship arrived. Is that not Jinbei's vessel? Look at the individuals aboard. Father, do take a look. At that moment, one of Whitebeard's subordinates suddenly pointed at Jinbei's ship and shouted loudly to Whitebeard. Upon hearing the urgency in his subordinate's voice and demeanor, Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Jinbei's vessel and took the telescope. Little did he know, upon looking through it, he discovered that standing atop Jinbei's ship was none other than Long Zifeng. At this very moment, Long Zifeng's eyes were filled with seriousness, perhaps because no one truly understood the thoughts swirling in his mind. Following the battle atop Marineford, Ace was destined to perish, and Long Zifeng, having arrived in the world of pirates, had just received a mission from the system to rescue Ace. The system issued a new task to save Fire Fist Ace, with rewards including the mastery of the Marine 6 styles and a significant increase in Hancock's favorability. Previously, during his visit to Hancock's nation, he had already garnered some favor from her, but it seemed that if he could shine brilliantly in the Battle of Marineford and rescue Fire Fist Ace, his favorability would undoubtedly soar. However, for Long Zifeng, Hancock's favor was secondary. What truly excited him was the prospect of acquiring the full mastery of the Marine 6 styles. With this thought, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. Soon, Luffy's ship sailed alongside Whitebeard's towards Marineford. "Ah, isn't that the Straw Hat Kid? I've heard tales of your reputation along the Grand Line. And who might this be by your side?" Whitebeard inquired, deliberately directing his question towards Luffy, referring to Long Zifeng. Upon hearing Whitebeard's question, Long Zifeng couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Hadn't his previous exploits along the Grand Line been astonishing enough? Standing alone against the Marines, facing off against the formidable Admiral Kizaru, and forcing him to retreat, yet Whitebeard pretended not to recognize him. It seemed this old man was intentionally feigning ignorance. "My name is Long Zifeng, and you need only know this. In the upcoming battle at Marineford, I will save Ace." It's as simple as that. Long Zifeng felt no need for introductions from Luffy or Whitebeard. He proclaimed his name himself. Hearing such a bold declaration, Whitebeard, standing nearby, was taken aback. He then let out a hearty laugh, joined by those who had always stood by his side, clearly amused by Long Zifeng's words. Youthful ambition is commendable, but do you realize where you are? This is the headquarters of the Marines in the Grand Line, and overseeing this shocking event are none other than Sengoku and several formidable Marines. As Whitebeard spoke, he turned his gaze back to Long Zifeng. Although they perceived his words as mere boasting, Whitebeard's expression betrayed no disdain. Rather, he seemed to hold Long Zifeng in high regard, even placing a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement, a clear indication of his admiration. "Young one, your aspirations are commendable. However, confronted by such a multitude of naval commanders, I fear that relying solely on your efforts may not suffice to rescue Ace. We are already heartened by your intentions." It appears that Whitebeard truly underestimates his own significance. Nevertheless, in response to Whitebeard's remarks, Long Zifeng merely smiled. Although he currently stands alongside Luffy, rescuing the Fire Fist Ace is but one of his many missions. Yet, being regarded by Whitebeard as a mere child who speaks without thought is a source of mild vexation for Long Zifeng. However, this annoyance is fleeting. After all, his true strength will be unveiled during the forthcoming war at Marineford, rendering unnecessary any extensive discourse with others. Alas, the Whitebeard crew has indeed arrived. I have spotted their pirate ship, and Luffy and his companions are hastening towards us. At that moment, a naval officer hurriedly reported the situation to Sengoku. It was evident that Sengoku and his team had been waiting for some time, with reporters from around the globe converging on Marineford to document this monumental event. For years, battles between the Navy and pirates have been mere skirmishes, but Whitebeard's declaration of war against the world government and the Navy headquarters marks a historic first, signifying a complete enmity between Whitebeard and the Navy. The impending confrontation promises to be a spectacle, observing the tightly secured state of the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard could not help but stroke his beard and utter a remark. Meanwhile, Long Zifeng paid little heed to such matters, directing his gaze towards the Navy headquarters, regarding their so-called impenetrable defenses as nothing more than a jest. Without further ado, let's press onward. Chapter 11. The war at Marineford. These foolish men are truly exasperating. Yet among all these men, only one stands as the singular individual I hold in high regard. At this moment, the 7 warlords of the sea have gathered, and upon witnessing the murderous expressions on the faces of these men, Hancock felt a profound sense of disdain. Yet, the mere thought of Long Zifeng's presence brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, on Whitebeard's side, all of his most formidable forces have assembled, with the entire Whitebeard pirates participating in this grand conflict, which is being broadcasted worldwide through telephone den mushies. Particularly, the inhabitants near the Sabaody Archipelago, upon witnessing the events unfolding at Marineford, are left in sheer astonishment. In their eyes, Marineford is no longer the Navy headquarters, but a veritable hell on Earth. Where's Ace? Upon their arrival, Long Zufeng and his companions discovered that the naval defenses in this location were exceedingly formidable. Without hesitation, Long Zufeng proceeded to conduct an inspection. As anticipated, not far ahead, atop a substantial platform, Ace was found with his hands bound behind him by cuffs made of sea stone, kneeling on the ground. At this moment, despair was etched in Ace's eyes. It was evident that he no longer wished to resist. Nevertheless, both Long Zufeng and Luffy were resolute in their determination not to abandon him. Exchanging a glance with Ace, Luffy felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his brother. Yet his gaze also fell upon the enigmatic figure of Long Zufeng, whose identity and motives for participating in this rescue remained unclear. It appeared that an unwelcome element had infiltrated the situation. Was this not the man who had previously battled him, using the powers of the Quake Fruit? Long Zufeng's presence here added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding conflict. At that moment, Kizaru's heart swelled with indignation upon spotting Long Zufeng. Truth be told, there were few individuals capable of inciting such fury within him. Yet, the sight of Long Zufeng stirred an unusual disquiet, as he recognized him as the man who had bested him in their last encounter. What could his intentions be in coming here to rescue Ace? The nature of their connection remained a mystery. I remain unaware of the full extent of this man's abilities. Previously, he had wielded the devastating power of the Quake Fruit, possessing an awe-inspiring strength akin to that of Whitebeard. What schemes did he harbor upon arriving at the Marine headquarters in Marineford? Meanwhile, Garp was taken aback by Long Zufeng's sudden appearance. He finally here. How impressive! On the battlefield, Hancock, engaged in combat against pirates and Marines alike, caught sight of Long Zufeng and immediately displayed an expression of admiration. However, Long Zufeng was preoccupied with his mission. As he sprinted toward Ace, Hancock swiftly employed her powers to clear the path of any naval obstacles. Upon witnessing Hancock's assistance, Long Zufeng turned his gaze toward her and exchanged a brief wink, an action so subtle yet profound. In that moment, joy radiated from Hancock, enveloping her in a bubble of happiness. He actually winked at me. I am truly blessed. While Hancock reveled in the fleeting connection, Long Zufeng soon found himself confronted by Kizaru at the base of the platform. A smirk graced Long Zufeng's lips as he met Kizaru's gaze, his words dripping with audacity. Ah, if it isn't my former adversary, Kizaru, are you truly participating in this grand war? Do you believe your strength qualifies you to stand before me? Have you forgotten how I defeated you last time, leaving you in utter disarray? Upon hearing these words from Long Zufeng, Huang Yuan's countenance immediately darkened with rage. He merely let out a cold snicker, shifting his gaze toward Long Zufeng, his tone dripping with disdain. Do you genuinely think that your abilities can surpass mine? Last time, I merely showed you leniency. Moreover, we have yet to determine a victor. Although Long Zufeng had gained considerable fame for his victory over Huang Yuan, many pirates remained unaware of his reputation. After all, Long Zufeng had only just embarked upon this grand line, and while his stature was rapidly ascending, most had yet to witness his true visage. Even Huang Yuan had only seen him once, which meant that while people could utter Long Zufeng's name, they were oblivious to his actual appearance. However, following Long Zufeng's involvement in this battle, a live broadcast was shared worldwide. Now, everyone knew what Long Zufeng looked like, and with the renewed encounter between Huang Yuan and Long Zufeng, it became a globally significant confrontation. All eyes were drawn to the clash between these two formidable figures, eager to witness the sparks that would fly from their encounter. Are you attempting to impede my progress? Even though I wish to battle you, the time is not right. I have more pressing matters at hand. Fire Fist Ace is awaiting my rescue. A slight smile graced Long Zufeng's lips, for he knew that Huang Yuan had no intention of letting him go. Yet, how could Luffy stand idly by? Luffy stepped boldly in front of Long Zufeng, and upon seeing this, Long Zifeng was taken aback. So, you are the legendary Marine Admiral Huang Yuan? It is said that your powers are immensely formidable. I would indeed like to engage in a spar with you. Luffy's actions were clearly aimed at forging a path for himself to save Ace. Witnessing Luffy's determination, Long Zifeng felt an indescribable surge of emotion rise within him. I entrust the task of rescuing my brother to you. I am aware that your abilities surpass mine, and with your help, my brother will stand a greater chance. Chapter 12. Fire Fist. Ace. Long Zifeng was astonished by Luffy's profound resolve, which revealed Luffy's deep admiration for him. Upon hearing Luffy's words, a smile once again graced Long Zifeng's face. Given Luffy's conviction, it would be unacceptable for him not to rescue Fire Fist Ace, even as he longed to battle Long Zifeng, only to be obstructed by Luffy. In my heart, I held a profound disdain for the radiant figure of Luffy, who was now exuding a bright crimson glow. Luffy had already entered his second gear, clearly intent on confronting Kizaru to the very end. You insolent brat, do not dare to stir trouble here. You are merely a rookie, foolishly hoping to gain some glory in this war. Given this, I see no reason to show you any courtesy. With a commanding shout, Kizaru unleashed his attack, enveloped in countless pale yellow rays of light that surged toward Luffy with blinding speed. Go save Ace. Leave this place to me, Luffy shouted to Ryu's Feng as he braced himself against Kizaru's onslaught. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Ryu's Feng nodded, realizing there was no point in lingering here any longer. He then concentrated the powers of the magma fruit in his hands, and with his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, he propelled himself skyward with several swift steps. The Navy soldiers, who had initially aimed to attack him, were taken aback by this display. What manner of person was he, wielding the 6 styles of the Navy? Furthermore, he possessed the abilities of the magma fruit. Meanwhile, on the platform, Akainu remained seated, alive, and undeniably in command of the magma fruit's powers. How could this be? Great Tengu. This was a newly named technique by Ryu's Feng, as he refused to replicate Akainu's moves. Upon invoking this technique, a dark red, flaming Tengu erupted from his fist, roaring swiftly towards a group of Navy soldiers below. In an instant, they were engulfed in molten lava, their very bones reduced to nothingness. What is this? The ability of the magma fruit? It seems Magellan's intelligence was indeed accurate. This brat, who previously wielded the tremor fruit's power, now possesses the abilities of the magma fruit as well. How many devil fruits has he consumed? Sengoku was left stunned at this scene. Not only Sengoku, but all present were left agape, exclaiming in astonishment. In this brief skirmish, 2 users of the magma fruit had appeared in such a small arena, heralding a sensational news event that would reverberate throughout the world. The existence of 2 individuals wielding identical devil fruit powers was unprecedented. As news of the ongoing events in the Marineford War spread like wildfire through telecommunication, people across the nation were left in sheer disbelief. This extraordinary sight sparked a profound astonishment within the hearts of all, raising questions about the hidden, monumental secrets that this man might harbor. What's happening? This man possesses the powers of the lava fruit, which is the ability of Admiral Akainu. How is it that such a power is manifested in him? Look, isn't this the man who previously battled against Kizaru and triumphed? His name is Long Zifeng. I remember him well. It turns out that this individual is indeed Long Zifeng. However, I have heard that during his confrontation with Kaido, he wielded the tremor fruit. Although the Navy headquarters suppressed this information, it still managed to leak out. Why is he now exhibiting the powers of the lava fruit? In an instant, as news of this development spread worldwide, discussions erupted. Yet, Long Zifeng had no time to dwell on their chatter. Harnessing the power of the Daitenga technique, he spun gracefully in midair. With the force of the flowing magma, he propelled himself onto the platform before Ace with remarkable agility, standing firmly in a stance alongside Garp, Ace, and Sengoku, creating a formidable tableau. This scene left even Sengoku in shock, momentarily speechless. As Long Zifeng landed confidently on the platform, Sengoku regained his composure. Long Zifeng, before such a vast audience, and with a live broadcast, he effortlessly breached multiple layers of defense to reach the execution platform of Ace. How could this not ignite Sengoku's fury? With a fierce grip, Sengoku clenched his fist, transforming his body into a golden Buddha, a manifestation of his devil fruit ability. Old man Sengoku, I advise you to conserve your strength. You have held the position of the Navy's highest authority for long enough. It is time to pass the torch to someone else. Today, I will undoubtedly rescue Ace, and not even the King of Heaven can stop me. Long Zhe Feng, undeterred by Sengoku's animosity, approached to free Ace from the sea stone handcuffs. Though he did not possess a devil fruit, he wielded its powers. He had anticipated that touching the sea stone handcuffs would render him powerless. Yet to his surprise, he felt no weakness upon contact. Upon further inspection, he realized that unlocking the sea stone cuffs indeed posed a challenge. Only the key held the power to release them. I say, Sengoku, if you are wise, hand over the handcuffs to me. If you do, I might consider sparing the lives of all the Navy present. But if you refuse to give me the key, what do you think the outcome will be? I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Long Zhe Feng declared with audacious bravado, igniting Sengoku's fury to an unparalleled degree. He raised his fist, preparing to strike Long Zhe Feng with unrestrained ferocity. Not a chance. Chapter 13. Resurgence. As the Supreme Commander of the Navy, one would expect a demeanor of utmost respect toward Sengoku. However, before him stood Long Zhe Feng, mocking him unabashedly. A golden glow radiated from a palm that brushed past Long Zhe Feng, who clutched his chest as if just recovering from the impact. Yet, he displayed no sign of panic, instead smiling as he taunted, "Is this truly your capability? Such feeble strength, and you dare to compare yourself to me?" This spectacle was broadcast globally, with everyone witnessing the confrontation, including Long Zhe Feng's derision toward Sengoku. Truly, one would be hard-pressed to find another as audacious in this world. The Navy treated Sengoku with the utmost reverence, yet this individual dared to exhibit such arrogance. What extraordinary abilities did he possess? Long Zhe Feng extended his hand, emanating an ominous black light, presenting an eerie sight. Do you wish to experience the force of my punch? All eyes were fixated on his fist, which bore the corrosive power that, if not mistaken, surpassed their expectations. Moreover, it was indeed the power of the magma fruit. Has this world turned fantastical, with the abilities of devil fruits manifesting in two individuals? It seemed Long Zhe Feng possessed not merely one devil fruit. What manner of person is he to wield such grotesque powers? I have stated it before. You stand no chance against me. If you are wise, you will release Fire Fist Ace at once. This was a declaration of war from the Navy to the pirates. If he simply ordered Ace's release, what would remain of the Navy's dignity? As members of the Navy, they had little authority over pirate affairs. Fire Fist Ace was their beacon. To relinquish such a vital figure so casually would render them fools. Such insignificant pests, daring to provoke us. Sengoku could not contain himself. His muscles enveloped in a golden aura, exuding an imposing presence. Yet even in this state, he seemed to lack the gravitas before Long Zhe Feng. I'm no mere pest. Sengoku, I advise you, if you cannot defeat me alone, then bring your 3 comrades to face me. This was tantamount to an affront. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes, shaking their heads in disbelief. Goodness, this situation is utterly exhilarating. I've never witnessed anything like this before. All of this chaos stemmed from Long Zhe Feng's audacity. Fire Fist Ace glanced at his brother, Luffy, who nodded in affirmation before directing his gaze towards Long Zhe Feng, displaying unwavering trust. In an instant, Ace comprehended his brother's intent, keeping a vigilant eye on Long Zhe Feng. It appeared that today, he would indeed be saved. Aside from Sengoku, the remaining 2 individuals were far from ordinary. Each held significant status. Yet, regardless of their prominence, they needed to confront Long Zhe Feng in this decisive moment. Navy 6 Styles. This is a formidable martial art that only the most capable Navy personnel can master. It appears that Long Zhe Feng has practiced this technique for an extended period. Otherwise, he cannot wield it with such finesse. Nevertheless, the Navy personnel gazing at Long Zhe Feng are still perplexed. Has someone like him truly emerged among them? The remaining two individuals have also unleashed the powers of their respective devil fruits. Yet none of those abilities can rival the might of the magma fruit, which is precisely why Long Zifeng remains unperturbed in combat against them. The Black Dog possesses such formidable abilities and has held the rank of general for quite some time. Yet he has not utilized his powers effectively. With such catastrophic capabilities at his disposal, would it not be prudent to seek out others to challenge in order to demonstrate his strength? However, Long Zifeng's prowess is not solely derived from the powers of these devil fruits. All those powers have been replicated by the system. His true strength lies within his robust physique, which undoubtedly surpasses that of most individuals. Having subdued Sengoku, Long Zifeng accomplished feats that many have yearned to achieve but could not. He glanced at the camera, unable to suppress a smile. Now the global audience knows that I have defeated the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. If you do not grant me this key, you shall suffer even greater humiliation here. How imposing. When Long Zifeng stood upon the platform, he never entertained the notion of defeat in a clash with others. Observing their disarray, he could not help but chuckle. I know many of you are eager to witness my downfall. However, I must reiterate, you will not see my misfortune, for no one can best me. Regardless, he must possess at least the fundamental ability to escape. Sengoku rose from the ground, and the remaining two wore expressions of fury. Even in this moment, they obstinately refused to relinquish the key to Long Zifeng. The very thing he desired was the very thing they were determined not to give him. At this moment, Fire Fist Ace had long abandoned his previous despair, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. Perhaps this is the joy of being forgotten. This group was embroiled in chaos all for his sake. Yet amidst the fervor, he felt utterly sidelined. Long Zifeng flaunted his abilities before everyone. Are you certain you wish to remain obstinate? If you are not weary, I am nearly at my wit's end. Even Fire Fist himself found the situation somewhat absurd. The global audience was watching them, and even if they did not willingly present the key, their reluctance was already a source of embarrassment. The three of them are incapable of defeating him. The mere fact that so many are witnessing this is humiliating enough. They might as well fulfill his desire to escape from prison. The despair that once engulfed them has been swept away, and Fire Fist Ace now felt elated. Even contemplating a song, your brother is indeed reliable. He has brought forth a formidable ally to rescue me from these twisted Navy personnel with such ease. Indeed, surrounded by a naval force that yearned to engage yet dared not act. It was not only the sight of the three individuals reduced to such a state that instilled fear. They were also apprehensive that their involvement might tarnish the Navy's esteemed reputation. If they failed to secure the accolades, they would be met with a cascade of reprimands. Very well, if you will not grant me this, I shall seize it for myself. With that declaration, Long Zifeng moved with remarkable swiftness, becoming but a fleeting shadow to those who beheld him. Chapter 14. Combat with the Seven Seas, not a chance. Sengoku's colossal fist struck Long Zifeng, nearly sending him tumbling from the execution platform. It was only with great effort that Long Zifeng regained his footing, determined to remain by Ace's side. Upon spotting Long Zifeng, Ace's eyes welled with tears, and he urged Long Zifeng to abandon him and flee the perilous scene. You might not realize, but my primary mission is to rescue you, not solely for your sake, but for my own as well. You must survive. Long Zifeng responded with a broad smile. Yet at that moment, Sengoku's fury escalated. He had not anticipated that this mere youth would dare to confront them. With the world watching through a live broadcast, Long Zifeng had audaciously ascended the execution platform, a blatant affront to the Navy's dignity. Just as he contemplated whether he could shatter the stone handcuffs, a sharp gust of wind caught his attention. To dare provoke in Marineford, you truly must be courting death. Sengoku, now utterly enraged, recognized that Long Zifeng was the first to audaciously challenge the world government in such a manner. However, Sengoku's assault did not best Long Zifeng in evading the attack. Long Zifeng leapt several meters away, causing him to descend from the elevated platform. At that moment, the height of the platform was daunting, and the yellow ape instantaneously materialized before him, delivering a powerful kick to Long Zifeng's abdomen, propelling him 100 meters away. Yet, Long Zifeng did not crash to the ground. Rather, he was securely caught by Whitebeard. This spectacle tightened Ace's heart, and everyone present felt a surge of indignation. Not only the Navy, but also the pirates perceived that the Navy had descended to an irredeemable state. Their imminent assault on Longsifeng, who was striving to rescue Ace, was utterly unforgivable. Brothers, Longsifeng is on the verge of rescuing Ace, but he has been thwarted by that old wretch Sengoku. We must avenge Longsifeng and free Ace. At that moment, the pirates' faces were etched with fury, and as Longsifeng faced the three admirals, a glimmer of disdain flickered in his eyes. Though he possessed the power of a magma fruit, he was prepared to rely solely on his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. If one wishes to engage in battle with the three admirals while wielding the powers of the lava fruit, there lingers a sense of inadequacy. With this thought, Longsifeng silently calls upon the system, wondering why it chooses to remain unresponsive at such a critical moment. The last encounter ended in a stalemate, yet this time, I shall show no mercy. The dignity of our Navy is at stake, and I shall not allow you to prevail again. Upon hearing Longsifeng's thoughts, Kizaru, with a smile still gracing his face, spoke to him. However, unbeknownst to Longsifeng, Kizaru's heart brimmed with fury. Observing Kizaru's demeanor, Longsifeng again summoned the system within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden quest. Defeat the three admirals. Quest reward: the ability to replicate powers for 15 minutes. Replication of abilities? Is this not a fruit? In that moment, Longsifeng felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his veins. As Kizaru launched his attack, Longsifeng was able to memorize not only the technique, but also the essence of Kizaru's abilities. Are you all right, kid? Whitebeard, still robust and vigorous, placed Longsifeng on the ground and inquired. How could Longsifeng not be fine? He had merely endured a singular blow from Kizaru, although a slight ache remained. The powers of the fruit and the system's enhancements allowed him to recover swiftly. After stretching his limbs, Longsifeng realized that possessing the ability to replicate meant he could emulate the powers of everyone present. Rest assured, he felt the might of the Gura Nomi surging within him, triggered by the system's hidden quest. I will certainly rescue Ace. You can count on me. How about a race to see who reaches the execution platform first? A slight smirk danced on his lips as he made the suggestion. Upon hearing Longsifeng's words, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter, surprised by the wager proposed by Longsifeng. Agreeing with great enthusiasm, Longsifeng swiftly activated his teleportation ability, appearing before Kizaru in an instant. Kizaru, caught off guard, couldn't fathom that Longsifeng could wield his own powers, leaving everyone astonished. In that fleeting moment of Kizaru's surprise, Longsifeng seized the opportunity, channeling his Haki into a fist, which he then drove forcefully into Kizaru's face, sending him sprawling dozens of meters away. You were quite arrogant just a moment ago. Yet I have no time to linger over such trivial matters. I have my own mission. Indeed, the replication ability proved formidable, Longsifeng thought to himself. At that instant, chaos erupted among both pirates and marines, as they grappled with the astonishing revelation that Longsifeng could utilize Kizaru's powers. This revelation left everyone utterly astonished, especially considering Longsifeng's previous possession of the Tremor fruit. What manner of individual is this man? And how is it possible for him to wield the powers of 3 devil fruits simultaneously? The scene was not only shocking for Kizaru, but also for Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu, who were equally taken aback. This seemingly youthful pirate, Longsifeng, astonishingly possessed the abilities of 3 formidable devil fruits. What could possibly be the nature of this man's powers? However, Longsifeng had no time to ponder such matters and surged directly towards Xingtai. Kizaru found himself unable to intercept Longsifeng, still reeling from the shock, while Akainu and Akiji swiftly advanced towards him, positioning themselves directly in his path. Ice Age, Great Tengu. They launched their formidable attacks almost simultaneously, ice and fire hurtling towards Longsifeng. Too slow, Longsifeng declared audibly, effortlessly evading the 2 admirals' assaults and appearing atop the execution platform. In the world of pirates, light speed represented the pinnacle of velocity. a speed that neither Admiral Akainu nor Admiral Akiji could surpass. Furthermore, with the application of Haki, Long Zefeng was impervious to their attacks, which could inflict no substantial harm upon him. Sengoku, we meet again. Long Zefeng extended his hand in a casual gesture towards Sengoku, now transformed into a resplendent golden Buddha, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear. Yet, in that moment, Sengoku was consumed by an overwhelming fury ignited by Long Zefeng's audacity. How infuriating! The rage etched on Sengoku's face was palpable, and Long Zefeng, undeterred by the intensity of the moment, boldly employed his finger gun technique to effortlessly shatter the Sea Prism Stone binding ace. In an instant, as Sengoku launched his attack, a fiery fist streaked past Ace and Long Zefeng, allowing both to safely descend from the execution platform to the ground below. This display of extraordinary power left the surrounding Navy forces in stunned silence, as Long Zefeng's remarkable strength dramatically shifted the tide of battle at Marineford. At that moment, Whitebeard observed Long Zefeng's prowess with great satisfaction, recognizing that this young man was indeed capable of bearing the future of the New World, a thought that resonated within Whitebeard's mind. Yet, Long Zefeng was not preoccupied with such considerations. His gaze was firmly fixed on the three admirals, whose anger simmered beneath the surface, though they dared not act recklessly. After all, Long Zefeng's capabilities were undeniably formidable, and he showed no signs of relinquishing his intent. Having completed the task at hand, Ace, you may now rejoin the others. I have a minor matter to attend to. It is perplexing that one who possesses the power of a devil fruit also wields the Marine's 6 powers. The enigma of Long Zefeng remains a mystery to all. He possesses the abilities granted by the devil fruit, yet shows no fear of Sea Prism Stone, a fact that astonishes everyone present. At this moment, Long Zefeng's appearance and abilities have already been disseminated worldwide via the transponder snail. Now that we have rescued Ace, let us depart, Whitebeard commanded, inciting jubilant cheers from the Whitebeard pirates. They had emerged victorious from this fierce battle and one by one returned to their ship. Although the Whitebeard ship had been sunk, they had another vessel that would allow for a swift escape from the Marines. Long Zefeng, why did you assist the Whitebeard pirates in rescuing Ace? Are you not aware that he is a notorious criminal? With your capabilities, why not join the Marines? Sengoku pondered, as he contemplated the possibility of winning Long Zefeng over after realizing he was not easily defeated. Upon hearing such words from Sengoku, Long Zefeng could not help but let out a cold, derisive laugh. He recalled how he had killed a celestial dragon and had subsequently been pursued by the Marines. Returning now would only bring shame upon him. With a sense of pride, Long Zefeng stood tall, directing his gaze toward the 3 admirals. I have no desire to return as a lackey to the celestial dragons. Moreover, the Marines are not an environment suited for me. I do not wish to join the Whitebeard pirates either. I prefer to navigate the seas alone. The Grand Line no longer suited Long Zefeng. As he sought to venture into the New World, he harbored no dreams of becoming the Pirate King. Rather, he simply wished to gain more experience within the pirate world. However, he remained unaware of the nature of the upcoming missions that the system would assign him. The words spoken by Long Zefeng were indeed revolutionary. The current seas can essentially be divided into 5 major powers: the Revolutionary Army, the Celestial Dragons, the Marines, the Pirates, and Long Zefeng himself. With his singular strength, Long Zefeng had established a formidable presence, suggesting that many might be inclined to join him should he form a pirate crew. If that were to happen, he could potentially become a force capable of shocking the world, one that the Marines would struggle to contend with. The true target of Long Zefeng's ambitions, the Celestial Dragons, left them astonished. Does this imply that Long Zefeng now stands in solidarity with the Revolutionary Army? Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, a certain individual named Dragon was observing the events unfolding in Marineford, intrigued by the emergence of this new pirate, Long Zefeng. However, upon hearing that Long Zefeng aimed to slay the Celestial Dragons, Long felt a surge of excitement. Should Long Zefeng join their Revolutionary Army, it would undoubtedly bolster their strength significantly. With this thought in mind, Long immediately turned to a young man beside him and instructed, "Go persuade him to join our cause." "Yes," replied the young man, who was none other than Sabo, promptly turning and departing. With that, Long resolved to exert every effort to eliminate this threat, lest Long Zifeng wreak havoc upon the seas in the future. At that moment, Sengoku and the admirals of the Navy were all aflame with fury, unleashing their powers and charging towards Long Zifeng. Alone, Long Zifeng attracted the attention of the Navy, the three admirals, and Sengoku. This realization left Long Zifeng feeling somewhat helpless. He had merely 7 minutes left of his replication fruit-S power. If he could not resolve the situation within that time, he feared he would genuinely be no match for them. As they rushed towards him, Long Zifeng instantly exhibited his speed, teleporting to the side. It seemed they intended to engage him in a prolonged battle. Yet Long Zifeng had no such inclination. He began to fight while retreating from them. Sengoku, you truly are relentless, but I have no time to indulge you further. Today, I offer you a chance to survive. You should withdraw your forces at once. Chapter 16. Departure. Long Zifeng's brazen proclamation was broadcast live to the world, instilling a sense of dread in the hearts of many. His words were designed to evoke fear. And at that moment, he descended upon the battle at Marineford like a deity, vanquishing the three admirals in a single display of might, successfully rescuing Ace. Long Zifeng possessed an almost divine influence over the unfolding world, yet he remained unaware that the three admirals, upon hearing his declaration, were now more determined than ever to attack him. Given this, Long Zifeng felt no need to be courteous. The Whitebeard pirates had already retreated from the bay, and thus, he extended his hands outward. Unbeknownst to them, he grasped the air and forcefully pulled it inward. In an instant, the air tore apart, and, as the world spun, the three admirals felt their balance falter, their bodies leaning to one side. Just as they were about to strike Long Zifeng, a colossal wave surged forth, crashing mercilessly upon the remaining open ground of Marineford. I have stated before that I am not a user of the Devil Fruit. Thus, Sea Prism Stone holds no sway over me. However, I trust it proves effective against you. A towering tsunami surged forth, triggered by Long Zifeng's command, the very notion of which left the inhabitants of the world in utter astonishment. They remained oblivious to the immense power that resided within Long Zifeng. However, he glanced at the system's timer, noting that merely 3 minutes remained. A swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, these individuals would prove difficult to contend with. Tear it apart, Long Zifeng uttered lightly, causing a tremendous upheaval in the air. In an instant, the already dilapidated ground of Marineford was rent asunder. The naval admirals, caught in this chaos, could hardly consider their predicament as their comrades fell one after another, unable to mount an offense in the contorted space. They retreated back to the island, for the surrounding waters offered no footing, and approaching Long Zifeng was an impossibility. Long Zifeng observed the frustrated expressions of the Navy personnel, powerless to retaliate, while a phone, rescued by the clown buggy, fervently broadcasted the Navy's defeat to the world. The Navy had indeed faltered, and all of this turmoil stemmed from a rookie pirate named Long Zifeng. People across the globe, akin to the vast ocean, began to reflect on the moment, some uplifted, others exultant, while many felt a profound sense of hopelessness. The battle at Marineford had, in a mere instant, transformed the global landscape. As the final 3 minutes elapsed, Long Zifeng, upon the dissolution of his replication fruit's power, distorted the scene before him. Once the distortion was complete, the Whitebeard pirates awaited his return. With a casual wave to the onlookers at Marineford, Long Zifeng gracefully utilized the moonwalk technique to rejoin his crew. Following this monumental conflict, the news spread instantaneously across the globe. Luffy's companions also received word of the event, while Ace, saved by Long Zifeng, approached him with gratitude in his eyes. Yet he hesitated, unsure of how to express his feelings. Recognizing Ace's silent plea, Long Zifeng stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Ace's shoulder. Rest assured, I understand your unspoken thoughts. There is no need for words between us. My endeavor to rescue you is merely a task, though the identity of the one who assigned it shall remain undisclosed for now. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of doubt arose within Whitebeard and his crew. They were left pondering for whom Long Zifeng now worked, and whether there existed an unseen power in this world. Long Zifeng had indeed reached an extraordinary level of prowess. However, it was indeed astonishing that such a prominent figure turned out to be Long Zifeng's superior, which inevitably aroused a wave of doubt among the onlookers. At this moment, Ace was tightly embracing Luffy, and upon witnessing the long-foreseen conclusion of the pirate world finally being altered, Long Zifeng couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Long Zifeng, you are the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. Could you enlighten us on the nature of your devil fruit abilities demonstrated earlier? Whitebeard sincerely inquired of Long Zifeng. Upon hearing Whitebeard's question, Long Zifeng pondered briefly, deeming it inconsequential to share such information with him, and thus responded nonchalantly. The ability I showcased earlier is the power of duplication. As you might have observed, I utilized your abilities during our battle, and I also interacted with the other 3 admirals, allowing me to harness their powers as well. This war is bound to end in victory, as the Navy shall not pose a challenge to me. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's declaration, Luffy's eyes gleamed with envy almost instantaneously, and he sidled up to Long Zifeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Taken aback by Luffy's thorough examination, Long Zifeng instinctively stepped back, adopting a wary stance, uncertain of Luffy's intentions. This is incredible. Yet, isn't it overwhelming to consume more than one devil fruit? Even if you can duplicate, how can you manage so many? Noticing the admiration radiating from Luffy, Long Zifeng scratched his head and smiled, revealing a flaw in his abilities. It's not quite as extraordinary as you might think. There is a limitation. My duplication ability can only be sustained for 15 minutes, after which it dissipates. Chapter 17. The banquet. 15 minutes of such formidable power is indeed significant. At this moment, all members aboard Whitebeard's ship had gathered around Long Zifeng, eager to inquire about various aspects of his abilities. Having never encountered someone as powerful as Long Zifeng, their curiosity was entirely understandable. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, having endured the rigors of battle, was in a weakened state, now reliant on 4 drips as he sat at the center of his ship, observing the assembly of this new generation of pirates, particularly the magnetic presence of Long Zifeng, which was capable of attracting exceptionally skilled pirates. It seems this new era truly belongs to you all, especially you, Long Zifeng. I have high hope for you. Whitebeard exclaimed with a hearty laugh, addressing him. Long Zifeng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that he had indeed traversed into a new world. The pirate was uncertain about his next course of action, having stumbled into this world quite by accident. He awaited the system to assign him a task. However, in the interim, he wished to thoroughly explore this child's world, to witness firsthand the reality of the universe depicted in the comics. Given that they had recently achieved a resounding victory as pirates, it seemed fitting to celebrate with a grand feast aboard the ship. This banquet would revolve around him. Wonderful! A feast is truly the most delightful event for me, Dragon Zay Foam exclaimed. As the topic of the banquet arose, Luffy had much to contribute. If only my chef were here. His culinary skills are unparalleled in this world. If he were present, we would surely indulge in a sumptuous feast. The chef Luffy referred to as Sanji, and upon hearing this name, Dragon Zay Foam felt a surge of anticipation. Truth be told, when he had read the manga, he had yearned to taste the exquisite dishes Sanji prepared. Now that he had traversed into the realm of pirates, it signified that he indeed had this opportunity. Realizing this, Dragon Zay Foam suddenly understood what he desired next. Your chef's name is Sanji, correct? How about we set out to find your companion in due time? Luffy, receptive to Dragon Zay Foam's proposal, nodded in agreement, followed by a hearty pat on the shoulder and a firm handshake. With their victory in battle, the crew busily commenced preparations for the feast, while Dragon Zay Foam was called aside by Whitebeard. Do you know? The world is about to undergo tumultuous changes. This summit war has significantly altered the world's landscape. One thing is certain. The influence of the world government is no longer as formidable as it once was. We are on the brink of the Age of Pirates. The Age of Pirates? Wasn't it already initiated during the era of Roger? Why is it said that now is the true beginning of this age? Dragon Zay Foam inquired, his expression revealing a hint of confusion as he glanced at Whitebeard. Indeed, the Age of Pirates commenced with Joel D. Roger, but chaos still reigned among the pirates. Presently, in the New World, there are the 4 emperors, while in the old world, the Grand Line sees the warlords of the sea each asserting their dominion. With a long sigh, Whitebeard continued, "This summit, war has placed a heavy burden upon me. I have achieved considerable feats in this battle, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow from Akainu. However, what we need now is a pirate king capable of ruling this world. I believe the weight of that title may very well fall upon your shoulders. Do you possess the confidence to bear it?" To his astonishment, Whitebeard bestowed upon him such high praise. Yet, upon arriving in this pirate world, his only desire was to sail the seas simply and unpretentiously. The notion of becoming the pirate king had never crossed his mind, and hearing Whitebeard express such sentiments left Long Zuffing feeling somewhat embarrassed as he shook his head in response. "I'm sorry, but the idea of becoming the pirate king has never truly been on my agenda. Isn't that Luffy's lifelong dream? I merely aspire to lead a normal life." People assumed that Long Zuffing's ultimate goal was to ascend as the pirate king, to command this era and reign over the world. However, his unexpected declaration took Whitebeard by surprise. Nearby, Luffy's ears perked up at the mention of the pirate king. He tightly gripped the railing before him and lunged forward, almost plunging into the sea. But fortunately, Whitebeard's quick reflexes saved him from a watery fate. "How did you know my dream is to become the pirate king? I must sail freely across these waters." Luffy's display of formidable strength and unwavering determination during the Marineford War had earned Whitebeard's admiration. He had staked everything on these new pirates, and it seemed he had indeed placed his bets wisely. Observing the resolute expressions on Long Zuffing and Luffy's faces filled Whitebeard with a sense of unspoken pride. "Luffy, you undoubtedly possess great power, and I believe you will realize your dream of becoming the pirate king. But Long Zuffing, why do you lack such aspirations? What then is your reason for traversing these vast seas?" Whitebeard's inquiry left Long Zuffing feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration, though he could not articulate the truth. What was his reason for sailing these waters? The truth was that he had killed a celestial dragon and had been thrust into this world, becoming a solitary figure, accompanied only by a pitiful system. Without the system, he would be nothing. The thought brought a wave of sadness, yet he maintained a nonchalant facade. For freedom and dreams, he thought bitterly. What a farce! All he truly desired was to return home, to the warmth of his own bed. "I see, you truly are a dreamer. However, given your nature as a free spirit, it seems unlikely that you would establish your own pirate crew," Whitebeard remarked. Chapter 18. Celebration. Whitebeard's growing anticipation for Long Zuffing was something he had not expected. When he heard Whitebeard express this, Long Zuffing could only manage an awkward chuckle, offering no further words. Meanwhile, while Whitebeard and the others engaged in conversation, Ace and several other captains had already prepared all the ingredients and set everything in order, now merely awaiting their arrival. Subsequently, Ace approached Whitebeard, smiling as he addressed the three of them. "Father, Luffy, we have prepared the ingredients. Why not find a place to dock? Once ashore, we can host a bonfire feast. What do you think?" Upon hearing the mention of a bonfire feast, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Luffy's eyes, and he immediately leaped onto Ace, playfully rubbing against him. This scene made Ace feel somewhat helpless. Yet he couldn't help but smile. After all, Luffy, his beloved brother, adored bonfire feasts. Indeed, hosting a bonfire feast would be splendid. "We've emerged victorious in this battle. I wonder how the three old geezers will react." At that very moment, at the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu sat on a sofa, with Sengoku seated above them. The four remained silent, none able to discern the emotions swirling within them. Eventually, Sengoku broke the silence. "This time, our battle at Marineford has ended in utter failure. With our headquarters in ruins at the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, we shall undoubtedly face severe repercussions throughout the world." Upon hearing his words, the three remained silent, while Kizaru leaned back against the sofa, crossing his legs, his tones steeped in melancholy. "Yet, what can we do? We were halted by Dragon Zephyr, who possesses an astonishing array of devil fruit abilities. However, I have noticed something." "What did you notice?" Upon hearing him speak, the others turned their gazes toward Kizaru. He raised a finger and continued, "Dragon Zephyr's devil fruit abilities likely allow him to replicate others' powers. After all, he acquired the Tremor Fruit upon his encounter with Whitebeard, and subsequently gained my abilities after meeting me. Hearing this, Akainu interjected, disputing Kizaru's assertion. I cannot agree with your assessment. I never encountered Dragon Zephyr, yet he undeniably possesses my Magma fruit abilities. Who is this man? Why has there been no mention of him before? A person of such caliber should have been discovered long ago. As Akainu voiced his concerns, the others bowed their heads, unaware of the tempest Dragon Zephyr would soon unleash upon the world. If they could not bring him to the Navy's side, it would signify that he might continue to wreak havoc in the pirate world, with no one capable of subduing him. After all, they had no knowledge of Dragon Zephyr's true capabilities, nor could they ascertain the origins of his powers. At that moment, the phone bug beside them suddenly rang, and upon hearing its sound, a look of distress spread across everyone's faces. Clearly, the 5 elders had already called to reprimand them. After all, the war at Marineford had been broadcast globally, and the 5 elders must have received the news at the earliest opportunity. Ultimately, it was Sengoku who, under the watchful eyes of all, approached and answered the call. As he did, a torrent of scolding erupted from the other end. What had transpired? How had the Navy lost this battle? And who exactly was this man named Longzifeng? Had he defected from the Navy? Such a talent had gone unnoticed by them. What were they truly doing? Upon hearing the words from headquarters, Sengoku felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was not that they had failed to recognize Longzifeng's capabilities. Rather, he was indeed a remarkable individual. He had even killed a celestial dragon, and they were supposed to serve the celestial dragons. The emergence of an ordinary soldier capable of such an act made it seem that executing him would be the most prudent course of action. Had they not killed Longzifeng and expelled him from the Navy, the celestial dragons would certainly not have accepted the situation, considering he had slain one of their own. What do you mean he killed a celestial dragon? After Sengoku uttered those words, the line fell silent, as the weight of the information rendered the other party momentarily speechless. Observing this, Sengoku sighed in resignation, and soon the tone from the other end softened considerably. Was a Navy soldier who had killed the celestial dragon truly Longzifeng? It was astonishing that he possessed such formidable abilities. Had they known, they would have adopted a different strategy and allowed him to remain within the Navy. After all, when faced with 2 harmful options, one must choose the lesser evil. Completely ostracizing Longzifeng and expelling him from the Navy would mean establishing an irreconcilable conflict between them. Such a state of affairs was undesirable for anyone. With this thought, the voice on the other end issued another command to Sengoku. You must immediately send someone to persuade Longzifeng to rejoin our Navy. We cannot afford to lose him. Talents like Longzifeng must be utilized by us if we are to eradicate the pirates entirely. Upon hearing this directive, the others exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. After all, Longzifeng had already been cast out, and persuading him to return might provoke the celestial dragons. Hearing this, Sengoku voiced his concerns directly to the caller. If we bring Longzifeng back, how do we explain this to the celestial dragons? Chapter 19. The invitation. This is indeed a significant matter. Yet the individual on the other end of the line urged Sengoku to disregard such concerns. In comparison to the celestial dragons, if we could secure the allegiance of a talent like Longzifeng, it would be tantamount to acquiring a formidable weapon. We must, by all means, strive to bring Longzifeng into our fold. This is the most critical task I entrust to you. Upon concluding this statement, the communication was abruptly severed. Sengoku wished to articulate further thoughts, but the line had been cut, rendering any additional comments futile. After the call was terminated, Sengoku returned to the sofa, and a profound silence enveloped the room. The question arose as to who would be tasked with persuading Longzifeng, a matter of considerable importance. Presently, Akainu and Kizaru had both thoroughly angered Longzifeng, and Sengoku himself had previously engaged in battle with him. The only individual with comparatively limited interaction with Longzifeng was Akiji. Should an ordinary person be sent to invite Longzifeng, it would likely come across as insincere. However, if an admiral were to extend the invitation, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Contemplating this, All eyes turned towards Akiji. Although Akiji was not particularly fond of such endeavors, he could only manage a wry smile upon feeling the collective gaze of his peers upon him. Spare me. I have no desire to engage with someone like Long Zifeng. You all know that persuasion is not my forte. Observing the faint smile of reluctance on Akiji's face, Kazu, seated nearby, with his leg crossed, gestured towards him with his finger. No, no, no. Among us admirals, you're the one who would appear most sincere. We have all faced Long Zifeng. If we were to approach him, he would likely remain obstinate. Sengoku, overhearing this exchange, shifted his focus to Akiji and spoke. Since everyone has suggested you, it would be prudent for you to negotiate with Long Zifeng. We must fulfill the mission assigned by our superiors and secure Long Zifeng's allegiance. With such consensus, Akiji refrained from further protest. The task was indeed formidable, and he bowed his head in acceptance, typically silent in demeanor. Faced with this decision, a task entrusted to him by his colleagues, he had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Long Zifeng and Luffy organized a grand bonfire celebration. However, they would not linger here for long, as they had more pressing matters to attend to. Presently, the system had not assigned him any additional tasks related to duplicating fruit abilities. It had merely granted him a fleeting 15 minutes. Yet, it was anticipated that should any tasks arise, the system would bestow further rewards upon him. The roasted chicken leg is quite delectable. Come, taste it. I must now seek out my companions. Would you be interested in joining me? Luffy beamed a broad smile at Long Zifeng. Upon hearing Luffy's invitation, Long Zifeng felt a spark of curiosity. What would Luffy's companions truly be like in reality? Thus, after considering Luffy's proposition, Long Zifeng naturally nodded in agreement. Luffy, our ship is about to return to the New World. Once we reach the New World, we will await your arrival. You must come. Upon hearing these words, Luffy nodded in response, while Whitebeard shifted his gaze towards the exchange in Long Zifeng's eyes. Long Zifeng felt no need to elaborate further, and simply nodded at Whitebeard and his crew. Since Whitebeard had placed great expectations upon him, he was determined not to disappoint. Then let us meet again in the New World. I have faith that you all will reach it, though the New World is a realm apart from the Grand Line. At that moment, Whitebeard spoke, and upon hearing his words, Long Zifeng and Luffy exchanged a knowing smile, refraining from further conversation. After all, each had their own aspirations and thoughts. The banquet was particularly enjoyable, and midway through, Whitebeard suddenly noticed a small ship approaching. The members of the pirate crew quickly came over to announce the arrival of none other than Shanks. Shanks is here. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Upon hearing Shanks' name from the crew member, Luffy's face lit up with astonishment, and he promptly dropped the large chicken leg he had been holding and dashed forward. Indeed, he spotted Shanks, leaping into his arms for a hearty embrace. Shanks, still evading Luffy's exuberance, was delighted to see that Luffy still wore the pirate hat he had given him. I can't believe how much you've grown. No longer that tearful little brat, I see. You still wear the straw hat I gifted you. Upon hearing Shanks' playful remarks, Luffy took off the straw hat and cradled it in his arms, flashing a wide smile as he pulled Shanks toward the bonfire. When Shanks caught sight of Whitebeard, they exchanged smiles, recalling that Whitebeard had come to rescue Ace during the Summit War, intending to bring an end to the conflict. However, they had not anticipated that Long Zifeng would emerge as a key figure in resolving the battle, showcasing an astonishing power in the process. This revelation prompted Shanks to feel an impending storm of bloodshed and chaos in this new world. It was said that Long Zifeng's visit was not merely to see Ace and Luffy, but also to have a conversation with Long Zifeng. Where might Long Zifeng be? Upon hearing Shanks' words, Luffy turned his gaze to the side, where Long Zifeng had been eating but was now nowhere to be seen. After a brief interval, Long Zifeng emerged from the nearby bushes, somewhat surprised to encounter Shanks. Chapter 20. Shanks, is this truly the renowned Shanks, one of the four emperors? It was astonishing that having spent only a short time in the world of pirates, he had now crossed paths with two of the sea's sovereigns, Whitebeard and Shanks. Furthermore, the narrative of the pirate world had deviated from its original course, all due to his own influence. At this thought, Long Zifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur. Upon meeting Long Zifeng, Shanks smiled and extended his hand. You are the brave one who rescued Ace during the Paramount War, are you not? I have heard your name is Longzifeng, and I come bearing good news. What kind of good news could Shanks possibly deliver? Longzifeng felt a surge of anticipation at Shanks' words. Subsequently, Shanks produced a bounty poster from his pocket. The poster depicted Longzifeng, captured mid-action while utilizing the powers of the Tremor Fruit. From the side, his gaze appeared resolute, and the very air around him seemed to warp, although his piercing eyes were vividly portrayed on the poster. Even Longzifeng found himself struck by his own dashing image. But the number below left him utterly astounded. 5 billion berries. What an astonishing figure. It was known that the most formidable individuals in the Grand Line rarely had bounties exceeding this amount, yet the Navy had issued such a staggering reward for him. This clearly illustrated the Navy's recognition of Longzifeng's significance. Consequently, wherever he ventured in the Grand Line, anyone who could identify him would invariably obstruct his path. The Navy has placed a bounty on you, and it has reached such heights. You must be considering a journey to the New World next, Shanks inquired. Longzifeng pondered briefly. Indeed, he was eager to explore the New World, curious about what lay at the end of the Grand Line. Thus, after reflecting on Shanks' words, he nodded in agreement. A journey to the New World seemed like an excellent proposition. Upon hearing Longzifeng's affirmation, Shanks smiled, then turned his attention back to Luffy and Ace, engaging them in conversation. The banquet unfolded amidst a chorus of laughter and merriment. After a night of rest, they prepared to set sail towards Shanks the following day, exchanging brief farewells with Luffy. Meanwhile, Longzifeng remained quietly observing them. Once Luffy bid farewell to Whitebeard and Shanks, Longzifeng and Luffy embarked on their quest to find companions. After all, despite Longzifeng's calls to the system, no tasks had been assigned to him. Thus, he thought it wise to accompany Longzifeng, as seeking out the members of Luffy's pirate crew was a venture he was eager to pursue. The two acquired a modest vessel and navigated the seas. After a while, they noticed what appeared to be a glacial expanse not far off. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Longzifeng felt a surge of curiosity and scrutinized the scene. Indeed, the distant waters were frozen, which astonished him. To his surprise, a man riding a bicycle was gliding smoothly across the icy surface, heading directly towards their boat. "A Kainu!" Luffy exclaimed, peering over the edge to catch a glimpse of the figure. The mention of a Kainu left Longzifeng feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it possible that these marine admirals were truly intent on confronting him, with the other two admirals proving inadequate opponents? He found it disheartening that a Kainu had chosen to engage as well. Resolving to observe a Kainu's capabilities on the icy ocean, he halted their small vessel, contemplating how to best confront him, knowing that if a Kainu fell into the sea, he would lose his combat prowess entirely. After a brief ride, even the waters beneath the vessel had frozen, and soon a Kainu approached them with an air of calmness, dismounting from his bicycle. The encounter between pirates and marines was always charged with tension, and Luffy was primed for battle, determined to shield Longzifeng from any harm. However, Akainu did not appear inclined to engage in conflict this time. "I trust you remember me," he began. "I was defeated by you during the previous Marineford War. I come today not to fight, but to discuss a matter of importance." Despite Akainu's seemingly sincere words, Luffy remained ever vigilant, recalling the formidable power Akainu had displayed during the war, where he had frozen the sea and ensnared Whitebeard's pirate ship. "I have nothing to discuss with the Marines, so I kindly ask you to depart." Upon hearing Akiji's words, Longzifeng could only shrug in resignation. He did not quite catch what Akiji intended to say next, and promptly declined him, surprising Akiji with the decisiveness of his refusal. It was indeed unexpected, yet quite reasonable, for someone as formidable as Longzifeng to have no inclination to heed the words of Akiji. Given that Longzifeng was unwilling to comply, Akiji felt a twinge of frustration and decided to speak further. "It was an unavoidable matter. After all, I was sent here by my superiors to persuade you. Moreover, losing a talent like you to the Navy would be a significant blow to us." Akiji had never been one to take the initiative unless he deemed it worthwhile, and the exasperation etched on his face was evident. It was clear that he was compelled to advise Longzifeng to return to the Navy due to the incessant pressure from others. Chapter 21. An invitation to return. So your purpose in coming here was to invite me back to the Navy, was it? If that is the case, I must regretfully inform you that I have little interest in rejoining the ranks of the Navy. What I truly desire is to remain in the place that resonates with my heart. Akiji's proposal did not sway Long Zifeng, who rejected it outright. Akiji, taken aback by the firmness of Long Zifeng's refusal, found himself at a loss for words. Akiji was not particularly adept at expressing himself, and with Long Zifeng now alongside Luffy, he felt his path was being obstructed. Are you not willing to reconsider? If you return, you could share the same position as I do. We would grant you the rank of admiral. The mere mention of the admiral position would astonish most. And even Luffy was taken aback to hear that Long Zifeng could attain such a rank upon his return to the Navy. This revelation left Luffy speechless, as he turned his gaze towards Long Zifeng, astonished that someone of his caliber could rival an admiral. After proposing such a condition, Akiji had anticipated that Long Zifeng might be tempted. However, upon hearing the mention of the admiral position, Long Zifeng felt a sense of resignation. He was not keen on spending his days amidst those dull-witted admirals. Moreover, being in the Navy would surely drive him to madness. His current goal was to assist Luffy in finding his companions and to continue their voyage in the New World, rather than to become a member of the Admiralty. I apologize, but I have no desire to become a dull-witted admiral of the Navy. My sole purpose is to navigate these vast seas in freedom, and I must disappoint you. Now, please return and report to your superiors, informing them that I shall never join your ranks. It is a jest to become an admiral only to remain a mere pawn of the celestial dragons. Long Zifeng has no wish to witness such class disparities. Moreover, the notion of serving the celestial dragons is utterly inconceivable to him. With a resigned shrug, he acknowledges that he prefers to pursue his own whims. Their invitation to become an admiral holds little allure for him, though it carries no significant detriment either. He simply has no desire to assume such a role at present. Even if you're reluctant to become an admiral, you might still experience the environment we offer, which is not vastly inferior to that of the pirates. It is already remarkable that Akiji could make such a suggestion, considering the effort to persuade someone like Long Zifeng, albeit at the behest of his superiors, who hope to enlist Long Zifeng in their battle against piracy. After all, his abilities have garnered unanimous recognition. He possesses the strength to easily vanquish them, and the rank of admiral signifies that he has attained a power comparable to that of Sengoku. However, they are not prepared to grant him the position of a fleet admiral just yet, as this might lead to his becoming overly complacent. Thus, they merely offer him the title of admiral. This position is indeed quite respectable. Perhaps one day, if the mood strikes him, Long Zifeng might agree to take on the role of admiral. Yet, as of now, such a notion has not crossed his mind. The expression on Long Zifeng's face did not convey the answer Akiji desired, leaving the latter somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, Akiji proposed a more reasonable alternative. If Long Zifeng wishes to be a pirate rather than a Navy officer, there remains another option. He could take on the role of a warlord of the sea. Since Crocodile vacated that position, it has remained unfilled, and should you be willing, you could become a legitimate pirate. In that case, our Navy would be open to collaboration with you. What do you think of this proposal? Akiji's failure to persuade Long Zifeng and his subsequent strategy left Long Zifeng feeling somewhat exasperated. Why do these Navy officers persist in trying to recruit him? He has already expressed his disinterest in joining the Navy, and thoughts of becoming the Pirate King seem equally far-fetched to him. Feeling increasingly agitated, he bluntly rejected Akiji's suggestion. To be a warlord of the sea, I would require my own pirate crew, but I have no desire to lead one. Therefore, I believe it is best to decline. That position does not suit me. Upon uttering these words, Long Zifeng instinctively shrugged his shoulders. He had anticipated that Long Zifeng would be elated by his proposal and would readily acquiesce. Yet, to his dismay, Long Zifeng's rejection remained as decisive and unyielding as ever. This left Qingji feeling quite helpless. Had it not been for the superior's directive to fulfill this task, he would have likely evaded these responsibilities long ago. For he truly found Long Zifeng to be an insurmountable challenge. Is it to be understood that your Navy does not wish to be my adversary? Long Zifeng inquired. If that is the case, then it simplifies matters considerably. Henceforth, you may turn a blind eye to my actions and refrain from obstructing me. Upon hearing this, Long Zifeng proposed a solution that, while advantageous for him, would inevitably compromise the dignity of the Navy by allowing pirate activities to go unchecked. The mere suggestion caused Qingji's face to alternately flush with color and drain of it. He was astonished by Long Zifeng's audacity, which stirred a flicker of anger within the typically mild-mannered Qingji. You have witnessed the brutality of the Marineford War firsthand. Surely, you understand that this is not the life you desire. I am aware of the kind of person you are. A life of violence is ill-suited to you. Long Zifeng then conveyed this sentiment to Qingji, who was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by how Long Zifeng could discern his inherently pacifistic nature. He harbored a profound aversion to the Marineford War, having been knocked to the ground by Whitebeard while attempting to intervene, where he lay for an extended period, reluctant to rise. Chapter 22. Persuasion of Qingji. It was evident to all how you conducted yourself during the Marineford War. Had you not held back, I would not have been able to rescue Ace so swiftly. Although the rescue was ultimately inevitable, your lack of substantial obstruction was noteworthy. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Qingji felt an undeniable sense of helplessness. It became apparent that Long Zifeng had seen through his intentions. Who exactly was Long Zifeng? It seemed he possessed an uncanny understanding of their world and an acute awareness of each individual's character. Long Zifeng, recognizing the doubts swirling in Qingji's mind, refrained from voicing them aloud. Let us consider this. I surmise you will not remain in the position of Marine Admiral for much longer. It is clear that you harbor a deep disdain for warfare and wish to avert further suffering for so many. Am I correct? There is no need for you to continue persuading me. Long Zifeng articulated this with a nod and a gentle pat on Qingji's shoulder. This task has been entrusted to me by my superiors. If you are unwilling to comply, I must relay your sentiments to them. The position of Wang Qixiang in the Warlords of the Sea will be awarded to another if you do not consent. Was reluctant to reveal his innermost thoughts to Long Zifeng. Even though the latter discerned his feelings, he still refused to acknowledge them. Thus, he maintained a chilly distance from Long Zifeng, uttering a statement that momentarily eased Long Zifeng's anxiety upon hearing his wife speak in such a manner. This was the appropriate response. He was indifferent to the notion of having made an enemy of the Navy, as a fish without dreams. If the Navy insisted on opposing him, he would show no mercy. With that said, he decided to return and report back, warning that the Navy would continue their pursuit, urging Long Zifeng to be vigilant. After delivering this message, resumed his leisurely ride on his bicycle, gradually drifting away along the coastline. Upon witnessing this scene, Luffy felt a knot tighten in his throat, yet he was somewhat relieved that did not engage in a confrontation with Long Zifeng. His curiosity piqued. He turned his gaze toward Long Zifeng, pondering why he would decline such a tempting offer. The position of a Navy admiral was coveted by many, and it was perplexing that one would refuse an invitation from the Navy itself. Luffy, known for his slower pace of thought, asked Long Zifeng once more about this refusal, prompting a resigned sigh from Long Zifeng as he turned his attention to Luffy. You may not understand our purpose on these seas. Your goal is to become the Pirate King, while my aspiration is to attain the freedom that comes with being a Navy admiral. That position inherently imposes constraints. Would you willingly accept such a role? Upon hearing these words, Luffy shook his head decisively. After all, he was destined to become the Pirate King, rendering Long Zifeng's statement insignificant to him. Of course not. If I were to become a Navy admiral, I would likely flee from that serious atmosphere within half a day. I'm not made for such a life. Having said this, Long Zifeng shrugged in resignation, recognizing that Luffy's perspective was valid. With this understanding, he reaffirmed his position, and the two continued their journey forward. The Grand Line's weather was ever unpredictable, and no one could foresee what awaited them. For Long Zifeng, navigating the seas required utmost concentration. Meanwhile, Luffy's innate mischievousness led him to create a ruckus along the way, which proved to be a source of irritation for Long Zifeng. In light of this, Long Zifeng decided that their first destination should be Nami, as he wished to engage in a meaningful conversation with such a captivating beauty. This encounter would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Their next objective was the Weather Island. At this very moment, Nami had been residing on Weather Island for quite some time, immersing herself in the local techniques. Upon learning about the eruption of the Marineford War, the details of this conflict reached her ears. Nami was initially conducting experiments in her laboratory, but upon hearing the bustling commotion outside her door, curiosity stirred within her, prompting her to step out and discover a group of individuals brandishing newspapers. Observing this scene, Nami approached the elderly men and inquired about obtaining a newspaper. Upon seeing the headlines detailing the outbreak of the Marineford War, she could not help but gasp in shock. The war was to execute Ace. Wasn't he Luffy's elder brother? Surely, Luffy must be endeavoring to rescue Ace. As she processed the old man's words, Nami found herself contemplating this troubling thought. She then turned her gaze towards the elderly gentleman, reflecting on the considerable time she had spent on Weather Island. By now, she had nearly mastered all the techniques available on the island, allowing her to navigate the seas with precision, capable of determining the course of her journey. For a navigator, the ability to predict weather changes is indispensable. Thank you, dear elders, for your guidance during my time here, Nami expressed sincerely. However, my companions are waiting for me, and I must hasten to reunite with them. Otherwise, they will be unable to sail these waters. As Nami, having fallen from the sky, devoted herself to mastering the intricacies of meteorology, the elderly men felt a twinge of sadness upon hearing her words. They had anticipated that Nami would inherit their legacy and continue to benefit the island's inhabitants with her knowledge of meteorology. To their dismay, Nami appeared intent on departing. Can't you stay on our island? Now that we have imparted all our knowledge to you, you could remain here and live happily with us. One of the elderly men lamented, reluctant to see her go. Nami fell silent at his words. Her time on the island had indeed been filled with warmth and camaraderie. When she had been cast down by Kuma, she had landed on this island, where its inhabitants had cared for her and shared their meteorological wisdom, deeply touching her heart. They had never treated her as an outsider, but rather had embraced her as one of their own, viewing her as a daughter. Now, having acquired substantial knowledge, Nami felt that leaving might deeply disappoint these kind elders. Contemplating this, she fell into silence, while those around her sensed a glimmer of hope that perhaps she would reconsider her decision. Nami, had you chosen to remain on the island, we could have continued to live together in harmony. However, if you depart, are you certain you can relinquish the bonds formed with us here? The elders inquired once more, and Nami lifted her gaze anew, her eyes now filled with unwavering determination. Yet, the words that escaped her lips cast a shadow of sorrow upon the hearts of the old men. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I know you have all been exceptionally kind to me, and I'm grateful for the care you have shown during my time on the island. However, my companions are in dire need of my assistance. Without me, they cannot continue their journey across the sea. Nami's resolute expression prompted a moment of reflection among the elders. She then addressed them again, offering a radiant smile. Rest assured, once my voyage is complete, I shall return to visit you. You have left an indelible mark on my heart, and I cannot bear to forget you all. Upon hearing her words, the elders were overcome with emotion, weeping like children. Witnessing their sorrow unsettled Nami, who hurriedly gestured for them to cease their tears. She had made up her mind to set sail and reunite with Luffy and the others. This decision was difficult for the elders to accept, for they regarded Nami as their own daughter. The thought of their beloved child embarking on such a perilous journey filled them with dread. Why do you weep? There is no need for tears. I was never meant to belong to this island. Here, take all my treasures. Please do not cry anymore. Your tears bring me sorrow as well. With a pained expression, Nami uttered these words, knowing full well that she was not one to part with her riches lightly. Yet, in the presence of these elders who had nurtured her, she felt compelled to express her gratitude in such a manner. We do not desire your treasures, dear Nami. You know that we have devoted our lives to studying meteorology on this island. After a lifetime of dedication, we finally have a successor. What if you venture out to sea and meet with misfortune? They pleaded. Indeed, it would be best if you stayed with us on the island. The community cherished Nami deeply, and many welcomed her warmly. As she contemplated her departure, a pang of sadness filled her heart. Yet, Luffy awaited her assistance. In times of danger and despair, could she truly call herself a companion, if she was not by their side. Upon reflecting on this, Nami could only bow her head in remorse, feeling not only guilt towards the elderly and residents of the island, but also profound sadness for Luffy. At that moment, someone rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming that a ship was approaching from the sea, and it appeared to be a pirate vessel. "The pirates are coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The elderly men, who had been weeping just moments ago, suddenly donned their armor, for they all harbored a deep disdain for pirates. Hearing such words from the elders, Nami too seized her weapon, ready to teach these youngsters a lesson. However, as she stepped onto the sea and discerned the flag of the pirate ship, she was instantly taken aback, for the arrival was none other than Luffy himself. From a distance, Luffy spotted Nami waving at him, and upon seeing her expression, the elderly men, who had initially intended to confront the pirates, realized that this was indeed the companion Nami had spoken of. Luffy, upon seeing him, a glimmer of light shone in Nami's eyes as she waved back. Soon, Luffy's small boat came to a halt before her, revealing Ryu's Fang by his side. Nami had never encountered Ryu's Fang before and felt a sense of curiosity. Wasn't he the man with a bounty of 5 billion berries? How could he be here? 5 billion berries. Upon hearing this figure, Nami's eyes sparkled with greed, and her gaze towards Ryu's Fang became exceedingly polite. Without even greeting Luffy, she extended her hand to Ryu's Fang, her expression courteous. "Hello, my name is Nami. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ryu's Fang was somewhat taken aback by Nami's words and her initiative to shake hands. However, recognizing her desire to be acquainted, he promptly reciprocated her gesture. "Hello, hello." Seeing Nami greet Ryu's Fang first instead of him, Luffy felt a pang of hurt, as if struck by 1,000 arrows. Nami, noticing Luffy's distressed demeanor, merely cast him a cold glance, indicating she had no intention of acknowledging him. Luffy felt deeply wounded by her indifference. The elderly men observed the expressions on Luffy and Nami's faces and understood that these must be Nami's companions. Chapter 24. Anxious for companions, it seems they are indeed the companions you spoke of. "Your friends are quite enthusiastic," one of the elderly men remarked, pointing at Ryu's Fang, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. Hearing the elder's comment, Nami. Immediately, the bounty poster was presented before the elderly gentleman, who smiled and spoke while displaying the poster to them. Upon seeing the price inscribed on the reward notice, the old man nodded thoughtfully, subsequently pointing at Long Zifeng, who wore an expression of sudden realization. "Oh, so you're the pirate valued at 50 billion, he exclaimed, while his initial words were accompanied by an expression of enlightenment. The latter part caused a look of terror to manifest on his face, clearly unable to fathom that such a formidable pirate stood before them. Observing the fear etched on the elderly man's countenance, Long Zifeng felt a sense of helplessness. He had done nothing to instill such dread. Yet, the old man and his companions appeared profoundly terrified, an understandable reaction, considering that such a powerful pirate had unexpectedly arrived on their obscure island, especially as a companion of Nami, which was sufficient to leave them astonished. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, by the way, Luffy, you are here to bring me back, right? I have heard about the Marineford War, and I truly feel sorrowful for not being by your side during this time," Nami expressed. Hearing her words, Luffy exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze towards Nami, still donning his characteristic nonchalance, and waved dismissively, embodying his usual carefree demeanor. Nami was well aware of Luffy's personality, but she had witnessed the grim reality of the war. Although the events of the Marineford War were not broadcast live to her remote island, the devastation depicted in newspapers and posters conveyed the ferocity of the battle between Whitebeard and the world government. It was a cataclysmic clash. Ultimately, it was simply about rescuing my brother, Ace, who is the last remaining sibling I have in this world. As this thought crossed Long Zifeng's mind, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Seeing Luffy's joyful expression as he spoke such words allowed Long Zifeng to feel a bit more at ease. In truth, had it not been for the mission assigned to him by the system, he would undoubtedly have endeavored to save Ace during the Marineford War, as Ace's demise had long weighed heavily on his heart. Now, finding himself in the world of One Piece and having the opportunity to rescue Ace personally filled him with immense joy. By the way, esteemed elder, we may be departing shortly. Could you kindly prepare some provisions for us? After all, as you are aware, we will be sailing upon the sea. Luffy has now arrived on this island, and upon learning that Nami has been studying meteorology with the elderly inhabitants of the island, he unabashedly uttered a bold statement to them. Nami's face instantly registered shock at Luffy's words, and she promptly covered his mouth. Initially, Luffy had anticipated enjoying a feast on this island, but with Nami's sudden intervention, he felt a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Long Zay Feng smiled and addressed the elderly gentleman, inquiring if they might be permitted to stay on the island for a while, especially since they had been sailing for an extended period and were quite famished. The notion that such a high-value pirate would humbly request shelter left the elderly men astonished. They quickly nodded in agreement, allowing Long Zay Feng and Luffy to disembark and treating them to a lavish banquet. As a distinguished guest had arrived at the old man's laboratory, word of this event swiftly spread across the small island, with the residents eagerly flocking to catch a glimpse of the man valued at 5 billion berries. Although they had successfully rescued Ace during the previous Marineford War, the recent conflict had left the Navy humiliated, potentially intensifying their pursuit of him. Nami, concerned, turned her gaze towards Long Zay Feng and posed a question. Upon hearing her inquiry, Long Zay Feng shook his head. While the Marineford War indeed dealt a heavy blow to the Navy, they seemed to have no intention of capturing him. Rather, they appeared keen to recruit him into their ranks, given his prior association with them. At that moment, Luffy was indulging in a hearty meal. Upon hearing Nami's words, he paused with a chicken leg in hand and responded, "How could that be? Previously, while we were sailing, Admiral Haki came here to speak with Long Zay Feng, expressing his desire for him to join the Navy and offering him a position as an admiral." Really? Nami was clearly taken aback by this revelation, as the rank of admiral is not one easily attained. Luffy's statement elicited a look of helplessness from Long Zay Feng. He pondered the wisdom of sharing such information with Nami, fearing that it might spread far and wide. However, since Nami was already aware, it was not of great concern. Long Zay Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and upon hearing this confirmation, Nami's eyes glimmered with admiration. She recognized the immense strength Long Zay Feng possessed, as he had single-handedly withstood the might of 3 admirals during the Marineford War. Chapter 25. Hawkeye Mihawk. Thus, it is quite reasonable to assume that the Navy wishes to entice Long Zay Feng to join their ranks and bestow upon him the esteemed title of Admiral. With this thought in mind, there was little more to be said. Long Zay Feng was merely advised to indulge in more of the local cuisine. After finishing their meal, they bid farewell to the elders of the island and the local residents before setting forth on their journey. Their next destination was the island where Zoro resided, the very place where the formidable Hawkeye Mihawk made his home. The island of Klagan, within the kingdom of Ziz-Kyre, had once been the site of terrifying battles. In the aftermath, it became nearly desolate, which is why Mihawk chose this location as a stronghold. This island was inhabited by numerous extraordinary gorillas, possessing strength and endurance that far exceeded that of ordinary beings, along with notable speed and power. After being sent flying by Kuma, Zoro had landed on this very island, where he was joined by Mihawk and Perona. The 3 of them cohabited this remote isle. Over the years, Mihawk imparted his swordsmanship to Zoro, significantly enhancing the latter's abilities. Currently, the primary objective for Long Zay Feng and his companions was to reach this particular island. Navigating the treacherous seas could easily lead one astray. However, with Nami by their side, providing unwavering support, they successfully arrived at the island within a mere 3 days. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by an expanse of desolation, a sight that caused Nami to gasp in disbelief, leading her to question whether anyone truly resided on this island. Had Zoro really been flung to this place? How did Long Zay Feng know of it? For Luffy, a multitude of questions lingered, awaiting answers from Long Zay Feng. Yet, the latter had little time to indulge his inquiries. Their immediate priority was to locate Zoro. Acknowledging Luffy's question with a nod, Long Zay Feng offered a perfunctory response before venturing deeper into the island. To reach the castle, they would need to traverse a vast forest, teeming with formidable gorillas, known for their extraordinary might amidst the islands. As they proceeded, Long Zhe Feng cautioned Nami to remain closely by his side, for the forest harbored strange creatures, and straying from him could lead to peril. He was, after all, a godlike figure in this world, fully aware of the unfolding events, though he had altered certain aspects of this reality. The Battle of Marineford had concluded with Whitebeard's victory, leaving one to wonder how the world of pirates might further evolve. As Long Zhe Feng was contemplating, a sudden sound emanated from the depths of the forest, igniting his curiosity. He turned his gaze towards the thicket and, to his astonishment, beheld a massive gorilla charging towards him with a ferocious roar, relentlessly pounding its chest. In response to this spectacle, Long Zhe Feng instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. Once he had created enough space, he directed his attention to the gorilla as it lunged at him. At that very moment, he unleashed a powerful punch infused with armament Haki, striking the gorilla squarely in the face and propelling it several dozen meters away, where it collided violently with a colossal tree trunk. Remarkable, he thought, amazed by his own strength. However, he pondered the sheer number of gorillas lurking in the woods. As he marveled at Long Zhe Feng's prowess, Luffy shifted his focus to the scene before him. Numerous gorillas had gathered, and upon witnessing their comrade being sent flying, they recklessly charged towards Long Zhe Feng one after another. Though Long Zhe Feng had anticipated such a reaction, the sheer quantity of these creatures was somewhat overwhelming. While he was confident in his ability to defeat them, he was also acutely aware of the need to protect Nami. With urgency in his voice, he addressed Nami and Luffy. "We must hasten towards the castle. If these gorillas engage us in battle, we will only squander precious time that should be devoted to locating Zoro, rather than entangling ourselves in combat with them." Upon hearing Long Zhe Feng's words, Nami and Luffy nodded in agreement, recognizing that lingering in this place would only prolong their struggle. If they could not swiftly defeat the gorillas, it would be far more prudent to seek Zoro. With this understanding, Long Zhe Feng and Luffy nodded in unison, urging Nami to lead the way while they took it upon themselves to hold off the advancing gorillas. Once Nami had made her escape, the two felt liberated from their earlier restraint, which had been largely due to her presence. Now, free to exhibit their true capabilities, Long Zhe Feng smirked as the remaining gorillas charged at him. Earlier, he had merely tested the waters, and he doubted they truly believed themselves to be his equals. With a resolute expression, he readied his fists, channeling armament Haki. As one gorilla lunged at him, he delivered a crushing blow to its face, swiftly following up with a powerful kick that sent the creature flying several dozen meters away. Meanwhile, Luffy stood resolute beside him, prepared to engage in the fray. The rocket artillery felled the gorillas one after another. After engaging in battle with the gorillas for a while, it became evident to them that they were no match for the two individuals. Likewise, Long Zhe Feng and his companion understood that the gorillas were numerous. Continuing to fight here would only serve to restrain themselves. Subsequently, Long Zhe Feng nodded to Luffy, and just as the gorillas were regaining their senses, they swiftly turned and ran towards the heart of the forest, where Zoro and Dracula Mihawk resided in a castle. "How the gorillas followed us?" Long Zhe Feng inquired of Luffy, who shook his head. Turning around, he confirmed that the gorillas had not pursued them. It seemed they were safe for the moment. The two halted, panting heavily, as the earlier encounter with the gorillas had left them somewhat taken aback. Fortunately, they had successfully resolved that trouble. As they advanced, an ancient castle loomed before them, grand in appearance yet shrouded in an eerie ambience. Upon witnessing this scene, a shiver ran down Long Zhe Feng's spine. Dracula Mihawk was indeed an enigmatic figure. Devoid of a pirate crew, he preferred to inhabit such a cold and desolate place. He appeared rather eccentric, having attained the rank of Warlord of the Sea solely through his formidable swordsmanship. However, if one were to scrutinize further, it would become apparent that he possessed few exceptional qualities and was not particularly adept at socializing. He shared certain similarities with Zoro, yet that bore no relevance to Long Zhe Feng. He held a deep respect for Mihawk, but that did not imply a desire to forge a friendship with him. Long Zhe Feng maintained a rather indifferent attitude towards Mihawk. During the previous Marineford War, Mihawk had attempted to assault Long Zufeng using his abilities, but he easily parried the attack. It was likely that Mihawk was quite aware of his own limitations. Upon realizing he could not best Long Zufeng, he must have come to terms with his standing. With these thoughts in mind, Long Zufeng shifted his gaze towards Luffy, who, along with Nami, had been waiting ahead for some time, confronting the foreboding castle. A glimmer of curiosity shone in Luffy's eyes, revealing his intrigue towards the castle, while Nami exhibited a look of fear upon seeing it. She instinctively turned her gaze towards Long Zufeng, seemingly unable to believe that they were about to enter such a place. Observing the expressions on Long Zufeng's and Luffy's faces, Nami swallowed hard and spoke once more to Long Zufeng. Are we about to enter this castle? It appears that this fortress has been uninhabited for quite some time. Perhaps Zoro is not within its walls. It might be prudent for us to explore other locales. Just as Nami was tiptoeing away, she was abruptly seized by Luffy, who boldly strode toward the castle. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy forcefully pushed open the grand entrance, causing a loud creak and a cloud of dust to erupt. Witnessing this scene, Long Zufeng felt a sense of helplessness. Luffy's boisterous nature had always been this way, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of his actions. Upon entering the hollow castle, Luffy shouted Zoro's name twice. "Zoro, it's Luffy. I've arrived." Observing Luffy's reckless demeanor, Long Zufeng could not help but feel a tinge of exasperation. Nevertheless, this was quintessentially Luffy. With that thought, Long Zufeng redirected his gaze towards the castle before him, which appeared considerably more dilapidated than its depiction in the manga. However, the divergence between the illustrated and the actual was intriguingly notable. It was evident that this castle had been devoid of occupants for an extended period. Long Zufeng scrutinized the surroundings, realizing that the fortress was immense. If they were to locate Zoro, a meticulous search would be necessary. "Zoro, where could you possibly be?" "It's Luffy. Nami is here too, and I've brought along a new companion. Please come out quickly. Don't make me search for too long." In the eerie silence of the castle, as Luffy called out, two bats suddenly flew from within, intensifying the unsettling atmosphere. Nami, on the verge of fainting from fright, was disregarded by Luffy, who remained solely focused on finding Zoro. Unlike Luffy's aimless quest, Long Zufeng shifted his attention to examine the peculiar artifacts scattered about. To his astonishment, he found that many of the items were grotesquely fashioned from human bones, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Nami, acutely aware of this grim reality, had clearly recognized the source of her fear. Yet, she was no longer the timid girl she once was, having gained considerable courage during her time on Weather Island. Nonetheless, encountering such morbid sights could evoke fear in anyone. With this in mind, Long Zufeng leaned closer to Luffy and spoke in a hushed tone. "Luffy, keep your voice down. If you've been searching for Zoro for such an extended period and he hasn't shown up, it's likely that he is not on this island. We might as well explore other locations to see if we can find him, as there is no sign of Zoro within this castle." Just then, a few ethereal spirits drifted down from the sky, their translucent white forms hovering above the three of them. This spectacle amused Luffy, prompting him to reach out and touch the spirits. However, as his hand made contact, he immediately slumped to the ground, deflated, his earlier exuberance replaced by a despondent demeanor. "I truly am useless. I can't even locate Zoro. What is my purpose here?" Chapter 27. The Fruit of Sorrow. The small spirits were well known to Long Zefeng, for they belonged to Perona. During the Marineford War, Perona had trained on the same island as Zoro, and her presence here indicated that Zoro must also be nearby. How bold! Who dares intrude upon my little island? I am eager to discover who possesses such audacity. At that moment, Perona appeared, adorned in her princess attire, leisurely emerging from her abode with a small bear in hand. Upon encountering Long Zefeng and Luffy, a look of astonishment washed over her face, particularly upon seeing Luffy. To be honest, Perona did not know much about Long Zefeng, as this secluded island rarely received outside information unless someone specifically delivered news. The Luffy before her was the same individual she had encountered during the previous battle, leaving her momentarily speechless as she pointed at him. "The Straw Hat Kid? Perona recalled being soundly defeated by Long Zefeng, and while her abilities had certain effects, they also bore limitations. Upon seeing Lu Fei, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. But Lu Fei quickly emerged from his sorrowful state, springing to his feet and restoring his vibrant spirit. His expression shifted to one of shock and confusion upon the sudden appearance of Perona, and he pointed at her with a broad smile. "I know you. You're the one who uses those ghostly puppets, right? You're a resident of this island, aren't you? Could you tell me where Zoro is? I've come to seek our companion for our upcoming voyage." At the mention of ghostly puppets, Perona's anger flared, her fists clenched tightly. Just then, from a nearby room, a figure emerged, none other than Dracula-Mihawk. At this very moment, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Nami and Luffy immediately became vigilant, adopting a defensive posture. For during the Marineford War, Dracula-Mihawk had aligned himself with the Navy. Naturally, Luffy regarded Mihawk as an adversary on this small island. Although it was Mihawk's territory, he still readied himself for confrontation upon encountering him. However, Long Zefeng maintained a cold gaze, locking eyes with Mihawk, with neither party showing any inclination to engage in combat, thus creating a palpable tension in the air. It was then that Perona, standing to the side, broke the icy silence. "Excuse me, what are you all doing here? Do you not realize that this is my territory? Engaging in such a standoff in my domain seems rather disrespectful to its owner, don't you think? Any discussions can be held inside." Upon hearing Perona's words, Mihawk shifted his attention toward Long Zefeng, refraining from addressing Luffy and instead speaking directly to Long Zefeng. "It seems we have the fortune of meeting again. The last time during the Marineford War, you truly shone, single-handedly altering the tide of battle, which I must admit, earned my deep respect." It was unexpected for the proud Mihawk to initiate a conversation. Long Zefeng had anticipated that after a year in this place, Mihawk might regard him with disdain, perhaps even challenge him to a duel. Yet, Mihawk's demeanor suggested a subtle welcome, which took Long Zefeng by surprise. However, since they had received such cordiality, Long Zefeng felt compelled to reciprocate and nodded in acknowledgement without uttering further words. Observing Long Zefeng's nod, Mihawk turned once more to Perona. "Since we have esteemed guests, I entrust you to entertain them," he commanded. Perona, feeling the weight of his authoritative tone, was understandably irked but chose to remain silent. After all, these individuals were renowned figures while she was merely an ordinary ability user. Despite her inner dissatisfaction, she recognized her own limitations in confronting them. With that in mind, she begrudgingly facilitated their needs, leading them to the designated area and serving them tea. Subsequently, Mihawk invited them to take a seat. Long Zefeng was uncertain of Mihawk's true intentions, but he decided to accept the situation as it was. Furthermore, their primary purpose for being there was to locate Zoro. Mihawk's attitude was of little consequence to them, and Long Zefeng's gaze remained fixed on Mihawk. "The purpose of our visit this time, I trust you're already aware, is primarily to retrieve Zoro. During his stay here, he has been under your care, for which we are grateful. However, he ultimately belongs to the sea and should accompany us on our voyage." With these words, Long Zefeng made his intentions abundantly clear. Upon hearing this, Mihawk did not offer any further commentary. Instead, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, fully understanding that Long Zefeng and his companions had come in search of Zoro. Subsequently, Mihawk shifted his gaze towards Perona and addressed her once more. "Zoro is likely engaged in combat with those stars in the forest, as he has dedicated his focus and energy to them during this period. Those gorillas have indeed added vibrancy to his life and enhanced his swordsmanship. Given that Zoro has been on this island for quite some time, and with Mihawk being one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the strongest swordsman in the world, Zoro's skills have significantly improved under Mihawk's guidance. Currently, Zoro is battling the gorillas in the forest, and it seems he will not return anytime soon." Perona, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. Lost. If Zoro were to wander alone into the forest, he would likely lose his way for several days, unable to find his way back. Zoro is notoriously directionally challenged. Upon hearing Mihawk's remarks, Nami instinctively slapped her forehead, fully aware of Zoro's propensity for getting lost. Mihawk, too, displayed a hint of exasperation. realizing that this is a power Zoro has actively sought. Perona, in response to Nami's comment, floated over and nodded in agreement. If you wish to find Zoro, it will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time, as he is not one to be easily located. The last time he ventured into the forest for training, he took a full 15 days to return, and even then, he remained silent when questioned. As Nami and Perona discussed Zoro's lack of direction, they found common ground, eagerly sharing amusing anecdotes about his misadventures. Their laughter brought a sense of helplessness to Long Zufeng. However, since Zoro has already embarked on his training in the forest, it appears he will not return for a while. Must they then wait on this island for an extended period? While waiting here is feasible, it would be necessary for us to trouble you with his care. Of course, we shall compensate you generously for your efforts. Long Zufeng currently finds himself with little to occupy his time. After accepting the mission of the Marineford War, he has elevated his abilities to a new level, mastering all of his techniques. Furthermore, his affinity towards Hancock has soared to a perfect 100%, signifying that he has utterly captured her heart. However, due to the nature of the Marineford mission, the system has yet to assign him any new tasks, leaving Long Zufeng in a state of ennui. Having drifted at sea for several days without a word from the system, he feels a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, since no tasks have been bestowed upon him, he chooses to remain silent about it. This lack of assignment from the system has rendered Long Zufeng somewhat at leisure. Now on this island, with nothing pressing to do, he finds waiting for Zoro to be a rather pleasant endeavor, a sentiment that Luffy shares without objection. After all, Dracula Mihawk appears to be a decent individual, showing no inclination to chase them away. Although Mihawk seems to relish solitude, it is evident that he would appreciate the company, should there be more people on the island. Thus, when Luffy and his crew expressed their desire to stay, Mihawk made no further objections and instead instructed Perona to prepare a few rooms for them. That night, they settled in, while Zoro had ventured into the forest to engage in battle with the guerrillas, and it seemed unlikely he would return soon, at least not for 10 days to half a month. During this period, Long Zufeng would find himself in constant proximity to Mihawk, who harbors many questions about him. Indeed, later that night, as all had succumbed to slumber, a knock echoed at Long Zufeng's door. Rising from his bed, he approached the door and opened it, revealing Mihawk standing outside, dressed in his usual attire, unchanged. Upon seeing Long Zufeng, Mihawk gave a slight nod and spoke. "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but there are matters I wish to inquire about. If I do not address the questions weighing on my mind, I fear I shall find no peace tonight. Thus, I hope you could provide clarity on these uncertainties." Mihawk's tone was exceedingly courteous, which Long Zufeng appreciated. He favored such polite discourse. Had anyone else spoken to him with less regard, that individual would have already sealed their fate. Given Mihawk's desire to question him, and his own restless thoughts since arriving in this world, Long Zufeng felt compelled to engage in conversation. With a sense of resignation, Long Zufeng acquiesced to Mihawk's request. He donned his attire and followed Mihawk into the courtyard. The castle was vast, and had it not been for its dilapidated state, one could imagine it once stood as a majestic edifice. Within the corridors of the castle, the two remained enveloped in silence for an extended period, both lost in their thoughts. Long Zufeng, clearly waiting for Mihawk to speak, remained quiet. After a considerable pause, Mihawk finally broke the silence with a question that seemed to stem from deep contemplation, seeking to grasp the essence of Long Zufeng's abilities. "Might I inquire about the origin of your powers? They appear unaffected by Haki, as the Seastone Cuffs seem to have no effect on you. Surely, you cannot be a Devil Fruit user?" Mihawk, possessing an eagle-like insight, detected something akin to his own abilities within Long Zufeng. Yet, despite his probing question, Long Zufeng pondered for a moment before merely nodding in response. Upon seeing this affirmation, Mihawk refrained from further inquiries, though his curiosity lingered. If Long Zufeng's powers did not stem from a devil fruit, then from whence did they arise? Ultimately, Mihawk's intrigue overrode his rationality, prompting him to seek further clarification. However, Long Zufeng merely smiled at Mihawk, withholding the underlying reasons, especially the existence of his system. It is essential to recognize that everyone harbors their own secrets. All that need be acknowledged is that in this maritime realm, he stands as the strongest. Long Zuffing understood that Mihawk could neither perceive his future nor his past, leading to a sense of confusion within him. Yet, what significance did that hold? He considered himself merely an ordinary individual. Chapter 29. The official response. Long Zuffing was well aware of Mihawk's intentions. Given Mihawk's inquiry, Long Zuffing's response was predictably formal. I sense you do not belong to our era, nor do you seem to be from this place. I do not imply that you are merely an ordinary person, but rather, you are not a product of our time. Do you understand my meaning? Mihawk's words resonated with Long Zuffing, who found himself in agreement. It appeared that Mihawk possessed certain capabilities. However, at this moment, Mihawk's skills had yet to reach such heights. Rather than suggesting that Mihawk glimpsed Long Zuffing's future, it was more accurate to assert that Mihawk was simply that kind of person. Upon hearing this, Long Zuffing naturally smiled at Mihawk, yet he did not address the latter's lingering questions. It was entirely reasonable for Mihawk to harbor such thoughts, as Long Zuffing had indeed traversed dimensions and Bohr system, making it impossible for the inhabitants of this world to compare themselves to him. Contemplating this, Long Zuffing felt a tinge of helplessness. Perhaps you truly possess the ability to glimpse into my future, to discern the essence of my being. Hawkeye, you're undeniably a formidable individual. However, your strength is met with an equal force within me. Upon hearing Long Zuffing's words, Hawkeye comprehended their significance. Even if he could foresee Long Zuffing's future, the latter's current prowess had reached a level unmatched by Hawkeye. It was at the moment of their confrontation that Hawkeye should have grasped this, yet he remained oblivious, foolishly inquiring about Long Zuffing's abilities, which left Long Zuffing rather exasperated. I apologize. It seems I've uttered words that may have incited your displeasure. This is merely my first encounter with someone of your caliber, and my curiosity has been piqued. I perceive you as the harbinger of our pirate era's future, destined to conclude this chapter with a flourish. This is a vision I can foresee, but the specifics of that future hinge upon your desires for how this world shall evolve. To my surprise, Hawkeye Mihawk has bestowed upon me such high praise, which brings a measure of joy to Long Zuffing. I am unworthy of such accolades. Hawkeye Mihawk regards himself as a figure of monumental significance. While Long Zuffing acknowledges the truth in this, he adopts an exceedingly humble demeanor. Subsequently, he engaged in discourse with Hawkeye Mihawk, sharing his perspectives on the Navy, leading to an amiable exchange between them. After their conversation, Mihawk expressed his own views on the Navy and elucidated his reasons for residing on this isolated island. Primarily, this island offers seclusion, as Mihawk is not particularly adept at socializing. Being on this island allows him to evade human interaction, which is precisely what he desires. His daily pursuits are not aimed at conversing with others, but rather at becoming the most knowledgeable and powerful individual in the world. Having fulfilled that aspiration, he now finds himself at a loss regarding his continued presence on this island. Rather than honing his skills, he feels as though he is merely passing time, uncertain of the ultimate goal of life. If you find yourself unable to ascertain your life's purpose, perhaps a journey to the New World could unveil the answers you seek. You have lingered too long at the Sabaody Archipelago, rendering you somewhat numb. Long Zuffing offered Hawkeye Mihawk his most candid assessment, and their conversation continued from dawn until the first light of day. Hawkeye Mihawk warmly hosted Long Zuffing during this time, while he and Perona, despite their outwardly aloof demeanor, exhibited a warm welcome towards the trio, particularly from Perona. In times past, Perona worked under the command of Moonlight Moria, but now she finds herself on the solitary isle of Dracul Mihawk, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. It is a rare occasion when someone comes to engage her in conversation, especially Nami. The bond between Nami and Perona is exceptionally strong, akin to that of sisters. Perona wonders when that insufferable Zoro will return. Their delay here hinders their swift reunion with the rest of their companions. At this moment, Nami sits upon the outer wall of the castle, gazing thoughtfully at the distant forest, and utters a profound statement. Upon hearing Nami's words, Perona recognizes that they cannot remain trapped in such a place. As a pirate herself, Perona understands the yearning that all pirates possess. Above all, Luffy and his crew crave freedom. Suddenly inspired, Perona reaches out to Nami, her hand extended, and offers a radiant smile. Nami, it seems waiting here is not a viable option. Why not join me as we ascend into the skies and search for Zoro? Perona suggests. Nami, taken aback by Perona's proposition, feels a thrill at the thought of soaring through the skies in search of Zoro, especially since she has never experienced flight before. Furthermore, with Perona's ability to manipulate her weight and float like a specter, she confidently takes Nami's hand, and together they gently rise into the air. From their aerial vantage point, the woods appear tall and dense. Floating together, Nami and Perona search extensively until they spot a familiar figure in the southwestern corner of the island. It is Zoro, brandishing his sword, diligently practicing strikes against the air. His intense focus makes it hard for anyone to interrupt him, yet he shows no inclination to return. Zoro, you absolute fool. Have you lost your way home? Nami cannot restrain herself and calls out to Zoro from above. At that moment, Zoro, deeply engrossed in his training, hears the voice and wonders if he is hallucinating. Scanning his surroundings. Who is calling my name? Have I practiced so earnestly that I've begun to hear things? Regardless, he continues his routine. 1,203, 1,204, 1,205. Witnessing Zoro's bewildered expression, Nami feels a vain throb on her forehead. Perona, still holding Nami's hand, descends gracefully from the sky and stands before Zoro. Upon seeing Nami, Zoro's face registers a look of astonishment, and Nami, equally excited, watches as Zoro hurriedly inquires how they arrived in such a place. Nami, how did you end up here? Zoro felt a twinge of curiosity in his heart, prompting him to inquire with Nami. She succinctly recounted Luffy's journey to find him and introduced the existence of Long Zifeng. Subsequently, Nami asked Zoro if he was acquainted with Long Zifeng. Zoro had already heard whispers of Long Zifeng's prowess during the Marineford War. The news brought back by Mihawk indicated that Long Zifeng and Luffy had emerged victorious. This brought a surge of elation to Zoro's heart. For Luffy's ability to rescue his brother signified his captain's burgeoning strength. Are you referring to the man with a bounty of 5 billion berries? How could Long Zifeng, who seems as free as the wind, possibly join our crew? Zoro pondered, struggling to reconcile the notion with the wanted posters and the accounts of the war he had heard from Mihawk. Thus, upon hearing Nami's description, Zoro immediately refuted her assertion. Nami, slightly embarrassed by his denial, responded, Indeed, Long Zifeng hasn't officially joined our pirate crew. He merely travels alongside us. However, consider this. A formidable individual like Long Zifeng accompanying us adds a layer of assurance to our journey. Don't you think? Nodding thoughtfully, Zoro acknowledged Nami's point. Luffy's magnetic charisma was evident to all. It was likely that Long Zifeng's presence in their ranks was due to Luffy's influence. Zoro then suggested that Nami and the others lead the way, as they had finally managed to navigate through the dense forest. Meanwhile, Long Zifeng and his companions awaited anxiously in the castle, as Perona and Nami had yet to return after such a long time. Long Zifeng couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering if they had encountered any trouble. Sensing Long Zifeng's unease, Mihawk placed a cup of tea before him, his words providing solace. Rest assured, Perona is not easily defeated by those guerrillas. Trust me, with her and your teammates searching for Zoro, they will return shortly. With Mihawk's reassurance, Long Zifeng felt somewhat placated, realizing that waiting was their only recourse. Eventually, everyone gathered at the castle entrance, and before long, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, lifting Long Zifeng's spirits significantly. Before them stood Perona and Zoro. The moment Zoro laid eyes on Luffy, Luffy immediately extended his hands, forcefully seizing Zoro's shoulders and shouting. He launched himself onto Zoro. Zoro, with this rubber rocket punch, Luffy knocked Zoro off balance, and they both tumbled to the ground, their heads swelling from the impact. Zoro, thoroughly incensed by Luffy's antics, reached out his hand, poised to deliver a punch to Luffy's face. However, he ultimately clenched his fist and restrained himself, inquiring about Luffy's injuries sustained during the Marineford War. After all, Zoro had heard all about Luffy's reckless actions from Mihawk, and his primary concern remained Luffy's well-being. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. no matter how grievous the injury. I can recover swiftly as long as I have some delicious food, Luffy replied. By the way, Zoro, I truly missed you, and I long for Sanji's culinary delights. Just the thought of it made saliva trickle from the corner of Luffy's mouth. Noticing this, Zoro disdainfully pushed Luffy away, nearly causing him to fall. Zoro then approached Long Zifeng, extending his hand. Long Zifeng, who held a deep respect for Zoro, reciprocated the gesture with a handshake. Though Zoro was not particularly eloquent, the gratitude and admiration in his eyes were unmistakable. After a moment's contemplation, Zoro spoke to Long Zifeng. I may not be the best speaker, but I appreciate your care for our captain during this time. I've heard you are a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries. The Navy must surely be pursuing you vigorously. Roughly, Long Zifeng replied vaguely, aware that the Navy's invitation for him to become an admiral was a jest. He pondered the Navy's reaction upon hearing of his refusal to join, likely infuriated, especially since the order stemmed from Sengoku, who had received it from the Gorosei. Yet he had outright rejected their demand, making it clear he held no regard for the Navy. This was tantamount to standing against the world government, whose influence permeated all corners of the globe, from the Grand Line to the New World. Thus, for Long Zifeng, venturing into the New World seemed far more appealing. After all, the rulers of the New World primarily resided beyond the Grand Line, and the Navy often posed difficulties for Long Zifeng. If you were to join us, you could become our companion. Chapter 31. Alliance. As Zoro articulated his thoughts, the intent to forge an alliance was unmistakable. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Long Zifeng ultimately shook her head, fully aware of the underlying sentiments that occupied his heart. Yet, she knew that such a lifestyle was not suited for her. Her true affinity lay in a life of unbounded freedom, devoid of companions and encumbrances. This solitary existence was, in essence, the most fitting for Long Zifeng. Moreover, the system that had transported her to this world left her uncertain about how long it would remain. She harbored a premonition that after accompanying Luffy in his quest to become the Pirate King, she would inevitably vanish from this realm. It was also plausible that the system would not relinquish her so easily. Too many ties in this world would render parting a profoundly sorrowful affair. Hence, Long Zifeng was disinclined to join any pirate crew or form one of her own. She yearned merely to live a laid-back life, akin to a salted fish. Spare me, she jested. I have no desire to join any pirate crew. I'm already being pursued by the Navy alone. Adding a crew would only place my companions in peril as well. I'm not one to be so inconsiderate. Just being able to sail alongside you is a stroke of fortune. Having spent ample time on the island, it was now time to take the first step towards parting ways. Frankly, leaving this island, where they had endured trials for so long, stirred a sense of reluctance in Zoro's heart. After all, the legendary swordsman Dracul Mihawk had offered him invaluable assistance during his stay, imparting techniques Zoro had previously not mastered. The thought of departing without due consideration felt disheartening. Ultimately, they resolved to host a bonfire gathering, an event that Luffy cherished above all else. This activity also resonated with Long Zifeng, for Luffy's infectious enthusiasm during such occasions always lifted everyone's spirits. How wonderful! Since we are feeling a bit nostalgic about leaving, why not hold a bonfire gathering? Zoro, how about you join me in fishing in the sea? Luffy proposed, expressing a rather naive suggestion. Zoro could not suppress a look of disdain, for Luffy was a devil fruit user who became utterly incapacitated upon contact with seawater. Following Luffy's remark, Long Zifeng burst into laughter and then turned her gaze towards Luffy, addressing him. All right, Luffy, you stay here. Perhaps you could accompany Nami and the others to gather firewood and fish. This task shall be entrusted to me, Mihawk, and Zoro. We will handle it, while you three can prepare the remaining dishes. Ah, Luffy uttered such words, imbued with a sense of melancholy. Yet, it undeniably reflects a grim reality. If he were to come into contact with the sea, he would ultimately find his body devoid of strength. Consequently, in a moment of resignation, Luffy acquiesced to Long Zifeng's request. Shortly thereafter, the three of them set forth to the seaside, where the surface of the water remained tranquil and undisturbed. However, lurking within these waters were the most ferocious sea creatures known to mankind. Noticing the calmness of the surrounding sea, Long Zifeng suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He turned to his companions and proposed, "Why don't we compete to see who can catch the largest sea creature?" This was indeed a splendid suggestion. For men such as themselves, the most exhilarating pursuit in life is the relentless challenge of self. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, the other two had no alternative suggestions and nodded in agreement. After all, with Luffy, the voracious eater, among them, no matter how much food they amassed, he would consume it all without a trace. Thus, their contest would revolve around the size of their catch rather than the quantity. As Long Zifeng spoke, he snapped his fingers. At that moment, although he lacked the abilities of other devil fruits, he still possessed the power of the copy fruit. Yet in this vicinity, there were no formidable foes for him to replicate. Fortunately, his mastery of the marine six styles had reached an exemplary level. Utilizing the moonwalk to soar into the air, he surveyed the waters below. It soon became apparent that the depths concealed formidable beasts, with immense silhouettes gliding beneath the surface. "Ah, a target has been sighted," Long Zifeng exclaimed, locking his gaze upon a colossal sea king, resembling a shark in its enormous stature. Without hesitation, he plunged into the water, extending his fingers to employ the finger pistol technique. Even underwater, this technique did not hinder Long Zifeng's prowess. As he dove, the Sea King became aware of the murderous intent emanating from him. Such a creature, one of the largest in the ocean, would not allow Long Zifeng to approach unchallenged. With that in mind, the Sea King opened its massive jaws and lunged towards Long Zifeng. Witnessing his audacity, both Mihawk and Zoro were taken aback. Yet, recalling their competition among the three of them, Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, refrained from further comment, each then employing their unique abilities to navigate the vast ocean waters. In that moment, the colossal sea creature devoured Long Zifeng whole, plunging him into a pitch-black abyss, which appeared to be the creature's belly. If he could not escape promptly, he would undoubtedly be consumed entirely. However, Long Zifeng was not so easily vanquished. Once he regained his footing within the creature's gut, he extended his hand, resting it upon the creature's abdomen. 6 styles of the finger gun. With this proclamation, the sea beast, which had initially intended to swim deeper into the ocean after swallowing Long Zifeng, suddenly halted mid-motion. A series of tremendous sounds erupted from within its body. In the next instant, a gaping wound tore through the creature's flesh. Chapter 32. Victory. The blood of this sea creature immediately stained the surrounding waters, and the other sea beasts, endowed with a significant degree of intelligence, recognized the peril faced by their companion. Fearful, they retreated one by one. Yet, the mere sight of this slain shark brought immense joy to Long Zifeng. It measured approximately 15 meters in length and was extraordinarily massive. Elated, he hoisted the shark onto the shore, where Mihawk and Zoro emerged from the ocean, each bearing a smaller sea creature. In comparison to the shark Long Zifeng had slain, their catches were considerably lesser, and upon witnessing the spectacle, a faint smile graced Long Zifeng's lips. Mihawk and Zoro expressed admiration as well. "It seems our skills pale in comparison. The hour grows late. We should hasten our return. The sky is darkening," Mihawk remarked to Long Zifeng. In agreement, both Long Zifeng and Zoro nodded. With a swift kick, Long Zifeng sent the hefty sea creature soaring into the air, subsequently shouldering it as it descended. The trio then proceeded to drag their colossal catches toward their fortress. After some time, they discovered Luffy and the others had been waiting for quite a while, particularly Luffy, who was incessantly pestering Nami about his hunger, his stomach growling audibly. "Why haven't they returned yet? I'm starving. If they don't come back soon, I might very well perish from hunger before we even set sail," Luffy lamented, his complaints echoing in the air. Nami, exasperated by Luffy's relentless whining, found herself wondering why Long Zifeng and the others were taking so long to catch a fish. However, as they spotted Long Zifeng and his companions approaching, each bearing enormous creatures, they were left utterly astounded. Not only did Perona's face reveal a look of astonishment, but it was also unnecessary to kill such a large creature, as it would be of no benefit to them. However, upon seeing such a colossal bounty, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, such a massive fish! Without a moment's hesitation, He charged forward, disregarding all caution, and seized the enormous fish from Long Zifeng's shoulder. Just as he was about to take a bite, Perona intervened, reminding him that raw food was not advisable without proper cooking. The group then gathered around a campfire, roasting the gigantic sea king creatures one after another, savoring the delicious cooked meat. Luffy, however, clung to one of the enormous sea kings, even climbing atop it to gnaw at it in an unrefined manner. Though none of the others seemed to mind, well aware of Luffy's voracious appetite. Is your next destination the New World? If you wish to enter, I have some advice for you. You are likely to encounter the four emperors, and I suggest you avoid provoking them, said Mihawk, shifting his gaze toward Long Zifeng. His words conveyed the perilous nature of the four emperors. Long Zifeng, already well acquainted with the four emperors, merely nodded in a dismissive manner upon hearing Mihawk's caution. What? You mean the four emperors of the New World? I will certainly defeat all four of them and ascend to the position of Pirate King. If I don't confront them directly, how can I hope to overcome them? Luffy interjected boldly, prompting a slight discomfort for Mihawk, who found himself at a loss for words. Zoro felt a twinge of embarrassment at Luffy's outburst and turned to Mihawk, offering a smile of explanation. Our captain speaks this way because defeating the four emperors and becoming the ultimate Pirate King has always been his dream. Preventing him from engaging with them is simply not feasible. As their conversation unfolded, Long Zifeng remained somewhat detached, even though he should have been the center of attention. He was not one to seek the limelight. The exchange among them was already intriguing enough for him, and he continued to observe their discourse with keen interest. Since you are so determined, allow me to offer a piece of advice. If you must provoke the emperors of the sea, do not antagonize too many at once, or you may find yourselves with no place to rest in the New World. It is not comparable to the world beyond the West, where the Marines and the remnants of the Wano are concerned. In the New World, the four emperors are akin to divine beings. Since the words of the formidable Hawkeye and Mihawk have been uttered, they serve as a testament to the immense strength possessed by the children of the New World, as evidenced by Whitebeard. Whitebeard, one of the four emperors of the sea, upon his return, declared a significant announcement to the world. He would no longer serve as a sovereign of the seas, signifying his retirement from that role. He had previously stated that he was but a remnant of this era, and asserted that there was no longer any place for him aboard the ships of this new age. This realization deeply saddened Long Zifeng. Subsequently, Long Zifeng shifted his gaze back to Hawkeye. The impending farewell to a true man like Hawkeye left him with an undeniable sense of reluctance. He engaged in conversation with Hawkeye once more before reluctantly taking his leave. Meanwhile, Luffy was set on a quest to locate his companions. But Long Zifeng bid farewell to him. What? You're leaving? Where will we go next? Did we not agree to venture into the New World together? Why are you returning to the Grand Line now? Long Zifeng's departure left Nami, Zoro, and Luffy in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend his reasoning. Chapter 33. Thunderfruit, I have important matters to attend to in the Grand Line. You may proceed to the New World without me. We shall surely reunite there. I hope by that time we will all have grown stronger, Long Zifeng stated with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in resigned agreement. Given the gravity of Long Zifeng's declaration, they had no choice but to bid him farewell. Nami felt a profound sense of loss at parting with Long Zifeng. Her feelings were not merely about his departure, but rather the realization that someone as powerful as him could have significantly influenced their journey. Having spent time together, she recognized Long Zifeng as an amiable and easygoing individual. His sudden announcement of leaving was difficult for Luffy and the others to accept, although Luffy processed the news more readily than the others. All right, we'll wait for you in the New World. You must come back. When you do, we'll travel together. That's our promise, Luffy exclaimed, extending his pinky finger toward Long Zifeng. After hearing Luffy's earnest words, Long Zifeng nodded, and thus they exchanged farewells. Immediately thereafter, Long Zifeng turned away from the place, his next destination being the Sky Island, which housed the fruit he most fervently desired, the rumble fruit of Enel. At this moment, he had resolutely determined in his heart that if his abilities could indeed be replicated, why not ascend to the Sky Island and duplicate Enel's powers? Enel's dream was to reach the endless continent, aspiring to reign as its sovereign. If that were the case, ascending to the Sky Island would afford him the opportunity to spar with Enel, while simultaneously acquiring the might of his thunderous abilities. In Long Zifeng's heart resided a grand ambition. He intended to continuously absorb the powers of various ability users, ultimately standing by Luffy's side in the New World. He envisioned defeating the four emperors in a remarkably short span of time, aiding Luffy in realizing his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Contemplating this brought immense joy to Long Zifeng, who subsequently set sail on his modest vessel towards his destination, feeling that his grand aspirations warranted a quicker journey. He hastened his speed, and within a mere 7 days, he arrived at the base of the water column beneath the Sky Island. At that moment, the water column had already formed, exhibiting a cohesive force, perfectly timed with the steady days Long Zifeng had previously experienced. If he were to ride this current upwards, it would signify a likely ascent to the Sky Island. Yet, doubts crept into his mind. Could his small wooden boat truly manage such a feat? Just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have embarked on the Drift Mode. Drift Mode task. Ascend to the Sky Island. Task reward. 1 blood-crying pill. What was a blood-crying pill? He had never heard of such a thing, and it seemed non-existent in the world of pirates. However, the appearance of the system indicated that it would undoubtedly provide him with some benefits. Indeed, the next moment, a formidable ship materialized before Long Zifeng, appearing as sturdy as the finest vessels crafted in Frankie's factory. This sight astounded him. It seemed fortune favored him this time. In the direst of moments, the system had proven to be his greatest ally. With this thought, Long Zifeng sent a few playful kisses towards the system and leaped onto the magnificent ship. At that moment, the sea was ominous, the waters dark and foreboding, concealing tempestuous storms beneath. In the distance, a tornado appeared to be advancing towards him. Yet Long Zifeng felt no fear. He calmly awaited the impending surge of water from the depths below. In the next instant, the surface of the sea erupted with enormous bubbles, and as their gurgling sounds echoed, it became apparent that something was surging forth from the ocean's depths. In the next moment, Long Zifeng was abruptly propelled into the sky by a tremendous surge of water, so swift that he could not help but be taken aback. Goodness! How can such a force move with such speed? This is utterly astonishing. He thought, I must be cautious. If I continue to ascend, it could pose a significant danger. I should retreat to the cabin. At that instant, Long Zifeng felt a twinge of surprise. Had he not sought refuge inside the cabin in time, he would have faced peril. With this realization, he decisively made up his mind. As the vessel swayed precariously, he firmly grasped the railing and took shelter within the cabin. This decision proved to be prudent. Once the surrounding tempest had finally subsided, Long Zifeng exhaled a sigh of relief and emerged from the cabin, only to find himself adrift above the White Sea. The White Sea is a vast expanse of clouds that resembles ocean waves. Upon realizing he was now safely situated over the White Sea, he breathed out a sigh of relief, acknowledging that he had reached a state of safety. However, he knew that reaching the Sky Island would require further navigation. Nevertheless, Long Zifeng was undeterred, and he resumed his journey forward. After sailing for a while, he spotted a grand gate not far ahead, the very threshold guarded by the elderly woman who watched over the entrance to the Sky Island. Upon seeing this gate, a glimmer of joy illuminated Long Zifeng's expression. He promptly steered his vessel toward it, but realized that he possessed no currency from the Sky Island, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. At that moment, the elderly woman suddenly appeared startled, as if she had seen a ghost. She pointed at Long Zifeng, her tone and demeanor radiating fear and trepidation. Chapter 34, Arrival at the Sky Island. After all, he bore the visage of an ordinary human. It was perplexing that this woman would react with such fright. However, her words left Long Zifeng utterly astounded. You're Long Zifeng? The pirate valued at 50 billion berries? Hearing this from the elderly woman shocked him, for the inhabitants of the Sky Island were generally unaware of the happenings in the Grand Line below. Yet, she seemed to possess knowledge of it all. Could it be that his renowned name had traversed even to the Sky Island? This thought rendered Long Zifeng momentarily speechless. Yet, He reminded himself that he was not in a position to choose treasures at this moment. After listening to the elderly woman's inquiry, he could only nod helplessly in acknowledgement. Upon receiving his confirmation, the elderly woman expressed her astonishment once more. "What is your purpose in coming to our Sky Island? What do you seek in the Blue Sky Island? Aside from defeating Enel, it seems there are no other objectives." Since this was his sentiment, he naturally expressed it to the old woman, revealing that his purpose in coming to Skypiea was to vanquish the deity Enel. "What? You dare to oppose Enel? Are you aware of the immense power he possesses? The reason he became the god of Skypiea is due to his ability to punish anyone. You must not utter such words, for if the god hears you, dire consequences may befall you." Upon witnessing the old woman's reaction to his declaration, Long Zifeng nodded in understanding. His own ability was that of replication. Upon contact with Enel, he would acquire the same power of the Devil Fruit. With this thought in mind, Long Zifeng continued to converse with the old woman, inquiring if she might allow him passage. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's request, and considering what he had just articulated, the old woman hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to grant him passage, for they had long endured under Enel's rule. "Thank you," he said. After receiving her permission, Long Zifeng resumed his journey aboard the vessel provided by the system, drifting forward until he reached the vicinity of Heaven's Town. At that moment, the expanse of the White Sea appeared serene and tranquil, yet he had not encountered the sky god, the former deity Gonfer. "Strange. This diverges from the script I envisioned," he mused. "Nevertheless, I shall proceed. I am eager to discover where I might locate Enel." As he murmured to himself, he navigated towards Heaven's Town, which stood adjacent to the original sacred land where Enel resided. However, Enel did not dwell upon the sacred ground itself, but rather atop the colossal vine that towered above it. After a considerable journey, Long Zifeng began to feel weary. This time, the system had not provided him with sustenance, and a glance around the ship revealed a complete lack of provisions. Thus, he decided to anchor the vessel at the shore, where a few children were playing. Upon spotting these children, Long Zifeng promptly greeted them. Initially startled by his presence, some of the children ran away in fear, yet one curious boy approached him. After all, Long Zifeng was a figure from the Grand Line, a stark contrast to the isolated Skypiea. Recognizing the disparity in their worlds, Long Zifeng presented the boy with some sweets. "May I ask you, young one, where exactly does Enel reside in this place?" Upon hearing such words, the young boy's eyes unmistakably reflected a sense of terror. The handful of candies he had received from Long Zifeng fell to the ground in an instant. It was evident that mentioning Enel's name in the Sky Island was a taboo, and yet Long Zifeng had so effortlessly uttered it, leaving the child both astonished and frightened. "Fear not, for I have come primarily to seek Enel's whereabouts, and to eliminate the menace he poses. If only you could tell me where he is." Before Long Zifeng could finish his plea, the child, gripped by fear, hastily fled the scene. Observing the boy's complete disregard for him as he ran away, Long Zifeng felt a twinge of helplessness. The inhabitants of this sky island seemed uniformly terrified at the mere mention of Enel. This reaction, however, was entirely understandable, for Enel was regarded as a supreme deity in this realm. Moreover, Enel's devil fruit power, the Rumble fruit, belonged to the natural category, further solidifying his formidable presence. Realizing that he could glean no information regarding Enel from this child, Long Zifeng sighed in resignation. When he had first perused the Sky Island arc, he could sense the location of the land. Yet, upon ascending to this place, it proved exceedingly difficult to locate. Thus, he resolved to search alone. With this thought, he continued to sail his small vessel across the expanse of the White Sea. However, it was not long before he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere as dark storm clouds began to gather ominously above him. These thunderclouds converged directly overhead, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the ground, creating a colossal white crater. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, Long Zifeng managed to evade the strike, skillfully using his moonwalk technique to traverse through the air. Yet, to his dismay, he soon discovered that his small ship had been utterly sunk. "Damn it!" Long Zifeng exclaimed vehemently, his mood thoroughly soured by the lightning that had descended from the heavens, clearly the work of Enel. Enel and his followers had established a formidable network on this sky island, an information web that allowed them to sense the thoughts and feelings of the island's inhabitants almost instantaneously. Chapter 35, Pursuit. Long Zifeng, having arrived here, was naturally detected. My only vessel has been obliterated by Enel. How am I to return to the mainland without a ship? This is infuriating. Enel, you shall pay for this. Do you think you can evade me? I am coming for you. Long Zifeng shouted defiantly at the sky. At that moment, Enel, within his palace, heard Long Zifeng's furious outburst. Upon recognizing the voice, a look of bewilderment spread across Enel's face. What? Who is this audacious scoundrel daring to challenge the authority of a god? Meanwhile, the four esteemed gods beside him had also caught wind of Long Zifeng's boastful words. Upon hearing this, Nirvana immediately turned to Enel and spoke. This arrogant brat hails from the Blue Sea. I sensed his presence the moment he arrived. I never expected someone from the Blue Sea to be so foolish. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Nirvana's declaration, Enel waved his hand. Since Nirvana had taken the initiative, it would be remiss for him to decline. It appeared that this insolent boy had not been harmed by the earlier thunderclap. Rather, it had merely sunk his ship. The fact that he still lingered on this island meant it was time for him to experience some hardship. There would be no mercy. After all, such impudent brats were utterly detestable to me. At this moment, Long Zifeng had followed the direction etched in his memory and, employing his moonwalk technique, swiftly arrived at the land where Enel resided. This land had originally formed from the impact of a colossal water column beneath the sky island, creating fertile ground for those living above. For many years, the inhabitants of Sky Island had vied for control over this territory, but upon Enel's arrival, wielding the power of lightning, both factions had been driven out. The Scipians and the indigenous people of the Sky Island had become mere puppets of Enel. With this in mind, Long Zifeng stepped firmly onto the land, feeling an immense satisfaction wash over him at that moment. Enel, I have arrived, he proclaimed. He then swaggered forward when suddenly a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Upon opening the system, he discovered that a new task had been assigned to him. The task panel displayed prominently at the top read, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Hidden mission, defeat Enel. Reward for hidden mission, Thunder Fruit ability. Activation of the Realm Reincarnation System. The Realm Reincarnation System will commence in 100 days. At that time, you will enter the next realm. Long Zifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated triggering this reincarnation system so soon. He had not done anything particularly noteworthy, so how had this occurred? With these thoughts lingering, he turned his gaze back to the system panel, wishing to scrutinize the details of the Realm Reincarnation System further. However, he already had a general understanding in his heart. This so-called Realm Reincarnation System would allow passage to the next world after completing the narrative of the Pirate Realm, yet this felt rather swift. What would happen if he failed to fulfill his tasks in the Pirate World? Would he be unable to witness Luffy ascend to the title of Pirate King in 100 days? The host's body erupted in an explosion. The system coldly declared this shocking revelation, causing Long Zifeng to shudder. He couldn't believe that this system would be so cruel, having thought it could at least return him to the real world. Why must it resort to such extreme measures? With this realization, Long Zifeng dared not hesitate any longer. His only option was to defeat Enel and acquire the power of the Rumble Fruit, swiftly returning to the Blue Sea to reunite with Luffy. What are you mumbling to yourself over there? A voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Long Zifeng. As he turned his gaze, he was met by a slightly portly man dressed in dark purple attire, standing before him. Upon seeing this figure, Long Zifeng felt a wave of surprise. But the system promptly scanned the man, revealing his identity as the trial overseer of the swamp, Nirvana. Faced with this scene, Long Zifeng couldn't help but murmur to himself, directing his attention towards Nirvana, who was now glaring at him with fierce intensity. The sight of Nirvana's demeanor left Long Zifeng feeling somewhat helpless. He then addressed Nirvana, but his words only served to put the overseer in a rather awkward position. There is no need for that look. Summon Enel at once. I have urgent matters to discuss with him, and soon his Rumble Fruit abilities will be mine. The audacity of speaking so disrespectfully to Enel amidst the sky island provoked a deep anger within Nirvana, who immediately raised his fist and lunged towards Longzifeng. "You are exceedingly bold. Do you know whose domain this is? This is the realm of the divine Enel. How dare you speak such insolence to a god?" As Nirvana's fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, charged towards him, Longzifeng deftly dodged to the side, his speed astonishing and unexpected for Nirvana. Nevertheless, Nirvana quickly engaged, and the two moved deeper into the forest, exchanging blows at a rapid pace. It was evident that Nirvana was no ordinary foe. After all, he was a priest under Enel's command. There was no way he would easily succumb to Longzifeng. Thus, they continued to spar until they reached the heart of the forest, where Longzifeng sensed something was amiss in the surroundings. Chapter 36. Nirvana congratulations on reaching the swamp trial. Surrounding him lay an expanse of marshland, and it was only upon arriving here that Longzifeng realized that the ground beneath his feet was nearly impassable. Faced with this scene, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. The entity known as Nirvana had bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate the swamp. Now that he had entered Nirvana's domain, it signified that his powers would be curtailed, while those of Nirvana would be significantly amplified. Aware of this, Longzifeng remained vigilant, for he had indeed stepped into a trap. Exiting would undoubtedly invite the scorn of Nirvana. Thus, for both practical and emotional reasons, he could not afford to retreat from his place. Did Nirvana truly believe that luring him into this domain would suffice to control him? Such naivety was laughable. Even within Nirvana's territory, Longzifeng displayed no signs of fear. His gaze remained resolute, undeterred by the apparent machinations at play. Nirvana, observing Longzifeng's steadfastness, couldn't help but smirk, perceiving him as merely feigning confidence. Yet, when defeat ultimately befell Longzifeng, and he succumbed to his fate, it was likely that his demeanor would shift dramatically. However, in truth, he was not afraid of Nirvana at all. With the system covertly aiding him and possessing the formidable three-colored Haki, he felt confident that he could easily vanquish Nirvana. With this thought, Longzifeng stifled a yawn, indicating his growing boredom with the individual before him. "Reveal your schemes and do not waste our time. After dealing with you, I must confront Enel. My time is precious." Having heard this, Nirvana could no longer tolerate Longzifeng's arrogant demeanor and charged towards him with remarkable speed. As Nirvana initiated the assault, Longzifeng attempted to evade, but when he failed, he retaliated by delivering a powerful kick to Nirvana's head. The force of the blow sent Nirvana several meters back, forcing him to stabilize himself on a protruding tree branch. It became evident to Nirvana, through this exchange, that there was a significant disparity in their strengths. Unable to match Longzifeng in power, Nirvana resolved to outmaneuver him in speed. With this strategy in mind, Nirvana began to move swiftly through the terrain, having spent centuries in this locale. If it came to a game of hide-and-seek, it would be a trivial pursuit. As he darted through the trees, Nirvana ensured that Longzifeng could not discern his whereabouts. Only fleeting glimpses of his afterimage were visible, leaving Longzifeng feeling increasingly frustrated by the elusiveness of his opponent. "Cease this game of hide and seek with me, for my time is exceedingly precious. If you choose to indulge in such antics, I shall press onward until I uncover Enel. You are indeed a peculiar individual. Were it a common person facing this unknown scenario, they would likely be paralyzed by fear. Yet, Longzifeng exhibits no trace of trepidation. Instead, he yawns and begins to threaten Nirvana. This provokes a surge of anger within Nirvana, who had merely intended to intimidate him. However, this man shows no sign of fear. Reflecting on this, Nirvana raises his weapon once more and strikes fiercely at Longzifeng. As the long blade descends from above, poised to pierce Longzifeng, he swiftly retreats a step, enveloping his arm in Haki. At the very moment the blade descends, his Haki activates, shattering the weapon into two halves. In comparison to me, you are woefully inadequate. It is clear that Nirvana, in his current state, is unworthy of confronting me. Upon hearing Longzifeng's dismissive words, Nirvana's anger intensifies. Such a statement implies a complete disregard for his worth. Subsequently, in his fury, Nirvana slams his hand against the ground. Do not dwell on such thoughts. The root of Nirvana's apprehension and disquiet lies in his inability to predict Long Zufeng's next move. Ideally, he should have discerned Long Zufeng's intentions by now, making the response relatively straightforward. However, Nirvana finds himself utterly incapable of anticipating Long Zufeng's forthcoming actions, especially when the latter launches an assault. The unpredictability of Long Zufeng's attacks leaves Nirvana in a state of panic, for it is evident that Long Zufeng lies beyond his grasp. What is the cause of this predicament? It stems from Long Zufeng's innate inclination to strike impulsively, a capability bestowed upon him by the system. Furthermore, he sees no need to unleash the powers of his devil fruit against a mere priest. Thus, Long Zufeng's attacks are neither cruel nor calculated. They are spontaneous and executed with remarkable swiftness. This is why Nirvana, one of the four great priests, is mistakenly perceived as unworthy of being Long Zufeng's adversary. I have already stated, summon Enel forth at once, or I shall show you no mercy. I have warned you before, yet you have taken my words lightly. In light of this, I shall not hold back, as Long Zefeng unleashed his whimsically unrestrained attacks. Everything fell under his dominion, leaving Enelu ensnared in a state of helplessness. In a moment of exasperation, Long Zefeng uttered a remark, then ascended into the air. In the blink of an eye, he executed a swift lateral kick, propelling Enelu several meters away, crashing into the marshy ground. The comical sight elicited laughter from anyone who beheld it. Witnessing Nirvana's struggles in the swamp, Long Zefeng couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 37. A lesson it had been stated before that Enelu would not be his adversary. He urged Nirvana to summon Enelu, for his sole objective was merely to confront Enelu. Despite Long Zefeng's declaration, as Enelu's priest, how could Nirvana merely divulge Enelu's whereabouts after just a few words? Consequently, upon witnessing this scene, Nirvana found it hard to believe that he, a dignified priest, had succumbed to an ordinary individual. Gathering his resolve, Nirvana raised his fist and charged at Long Zefeng. Since Nirvana was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Long Zefeng saw no reason to hold back and retaliated with a forceful punch, resulting in a tremendous shockwave that reverberated around them, toppling trees in its wake. Following this clash, Nirvana's vision dimmed, and he collapsed before Long Zefeng, severing his connection with Enelu. It had been reiterated, yet he chose not to listen. Simply revealing Enelu's address would have sufficed instead of forcing Long Zefeng to waste time in search. Retracting his fist and dissipating his Haki, Long Zefeng rubbed his hand in resignation. He turned his gaze towards the incapacitated Nirvana on the ground, then shifted his focus ahead, where a colossal vine loomed. It seemed Enelu was likely nearby, and thus Long Zefeng pressed onward. After losing contact with Nirvana, Enelu erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and rising abruptly. He could hardly fathom how the situation had devolved to such an extent, his mind swirling with indignation, rendered momentarily speechless. Divine One, this individual is insufferably arrogant. Perhaps the three of us should unite to teach him a lesson. Nirvana has proven utterly ineffective, suggested the others. Upon hearing their proposal, Enelu dismissed them with a wave of his hand. He could scarcely believe that someone like Long Zefeng had dared to breach the vicinity of his palace. Upon contemplating this, Enel once again seated himself, though it was evident that he was engulfed in a profound restlessness, uncertain whether his subordinates could truly contend with Long Zefeng. Soon, Long Zefeng arrived beneath the colossal vine, which, at that moment, pierced through a vast expanse of clouds and currents, continuously extending upward. At its zenith lay the fabled Golden Bell, while the abode of Enel was presumably nestled amidst this immense vine. With this thought, Long Zefeng clenched his fist, intending to ascend the towering vine using the moonwalk technique. However, just as he had ascended a few steps, a massive iron ball plummeted from above. The instant the iron sphere descended towards him, Long Zefeng was taken aback and swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly avoiding its onslaught. Who throws objects recklessly? He bellowed in outrage, but immediately thereafter, three figures charged downwards from above, launching a synchronized assault on him. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Long Zifeng was momentarily startled, quickly dodging to the side, performing a somersault in midair and landing gracefully upon a fluffy cloud. "You shall not step foot in the temple," the trio proclaimed in unison. Their imposing presence suggested they were not to be trifled with, yet Long Zifeng had anticipated their appearance. Previously lurking in the shadows like cowards, they had finally revealed themselves. "Now that you have shown yourselves, care to enlighten me on Enel's whereabouts?" In response to Long Zifeng's assertive inquiry, the three figures were far from inclined to divulge the location of their deity. They understood that conversing further with Long Zifeng would be futile. Their singular focus was to vanquish him. Beneath Sabaody, a series of spheres began to manifest, encircling Long Zifeng with a menacing intent. He was acutely aware of the formidable power these air spheres possessed. Upon witnessing them, a sense of caution enveloped him. Sabaody had summoned them all, and with two priests attacking him concurrently, he realized that this encounter could prove rather troublesome. "Allow me to escort you to the depths of hell," declared Ohm, brandishing an iron sword as he addressed Long Zifeng, who was ensconced among the air spheres. In an instant, a blade of light radiated from the sword, hurtling towards Long Zifeng. However, he was not one to succumb easily. Just as the light blade was about to strike, he deftly evaded its path, while Azura charged forth, wielding a long whip that he lashed towards Long Zifeng with ferocity. Suddenly, the air around them seemed to be torn apart, and Long Zifeng swiftly blocked the attack with his arm. The iron block. In that instant, Long Zifeng successfully thwarted the assaults of three individuals. It was evident to them that Long Zifeng's speed was extraordinarily swift, making him an opponent they could not hope to defeat. Upon seeing Long Zifeng, Xiao Luo let out a sigh, acknowledging him as a formidable adversary. However, he mused, having already provoked the divine, they could only brace themselves for the ensuing wrath. To entertain the notion of breaching the abode of a deity was nothing short of delusional. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Long Zifeng, with a hint of impatience, merely scratched his nose, dismissing the trio entirely. Their repetitive attacks were nothing more than a nuisance. He only needed to remain vigilant of the air bubbles surrounding him. He was acutely aware that a violent explosion could ensue if these air bubbles were to collide with him, potentially forcing him out of his protective circle. Yet, at that moment of explosion, it was certain that his adversaries would not relent, rushing in for a fatal strike. "You lot are quite verbose," he remarked. Chapter 38. Battle with the priests. Upon witnessing Long Zifeng's audacious demeanor, the three priests could not possibly let him off easily. They simultaneously launched their attacks against him, while the forceful control over the air bubbles by Sabaody encircled Long Zifeng. Realizing their intentions, Long Zifeng was suddenly alerted by a notification echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden quest. Defeat the priests. System reward: 2-day trial card for lava fruit, 5-day trial card for split fruit." The 2-day trial card for the lava fruit was indeed appealing, particularly as it could be utilized immediately. Without hesitation, Long Zifeng activated the lava fruit trial card. In the blink of an eye, as Shadali's air bubbles approached him, Long Zifeng's body transformed into molten lava. The air bubbles collided with the lava, triggering a series of explosions, which took the priests by surprise. One by one, they were flung back dozens of meters by the blasts. Finally coming to a halt on the ground, they cast furious glares at Sabaody. Sabaody, equally astonished by Long Zifeng's hidden prowess, found himself momentarily at a loss. Before managing a smile, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "You are indeed a wielder of a devil fruit ability. It seems we underestimated you before." Upon witnessing this spectacle, a serious glint appeared in Xiao Luo's eyes. It was clear that if Long Zifeng was indeed a devil fruit wielder, they would need to exert tenfold effort to contend with him. "I have already told you, you're no match for me. Yet you insist on charging in one after another to meet your demise. It is not that I did not offer you a chance. Rather, your foolishness is simply too great." Upon witnessing the assault from these individuals, Long Zifeng emptied his mind, refraining from contemplating the tactics he might employ next. Consequently, they were unable to ensnare him with their new nets. After engaging in combat with the trio for several minutes, Long-Zuffing succeeded in bringing them to the ground. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, lacking the powers of the Devil Fruit, and thus unworthy of being his adversaries. At that moment, Enel within the palace had already taken note of the unfolding scene. Enel possessed the ability to perceive the thoughts of all the inhabitants of Skypiea, yet he found himself unable to grasp Long-Zuffing's intentions, filling him with unease. What was Long-Zuffing truly after? It seemed imperative for him to vacate this place swiftly and journey to the Infinite Land. Previously, the Golden Ark had been constructed, with many individuals from Skypiea engaged in labor, and it now merely required his electrical prowess to generate power. Furthermore, having witnessed this man's Devil Fruit abilities, Enel surmised that they would likely clash with his own lightning powers. He realized he would not be a match for someone capable of effortlessly vanquishing all his priests. With this thought, Enel promptly set off towards the infinite Golden Arkansas. At that moment, standing aboard the vessel, he harnessed his lightning abilities, ascending gracefully into the sky. After dispatching the priests, Long-Zuffing rubbed his wrist, feeling the fatigue from the confrontation. Just then, he heard a tremendous rumble. Enel had already commenced his departure aboard his ship. How could this be? He had yet to replicate his Thunder Fruit abilities. His purpose for visiting Skypiea was solely to acquire Enel's powers. Realizing this, urgency gripped Long-Zuffing, prompting him to surge upward into the air. Enel, I never expected you to be such a coward. You sent your subordinates sprawling, yet you lack the courage to face me? Long-Zuffing shouted towards the ship. Hearing this, Enel, not being foolish, understood the formidable nature of Long-Zuffing's abilities. Moreover, he had previously unleashed the power of the Thunder Fruit upon Long-Zuffing. To no effect. This indicated that he was indeed facing a more formidable opponent, and Enel was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Despite Long-Zuffing's taunts, Enel remained unfazed, directing his gaze downward towards the ship, where he noticed Long-Zuffing rapidly closing in with his moonwalk technique. Should Long-Zuffing catch up, the consequences would be dire. With this thought in mind, Enel conjured a sphere of lightning in his hand, which swiftly divided into countless bolts, hurtling towards Long-Zuffing. As the lightning coursed through Long-Zuffing's body, it was instantly transformed into molten lava, which devoured the bolts entirely, leaving Enel profoundly astonished. Witnessing this spectacle, Enel's expression shifted to one of tension as he addressed Long-Zuffing. What is your true intention? If you seek to embrace Sky Island, then there is no need for the true deity of Sky Island to pursue me any further. After all, I am about to venture into the infinite lands and will not linger in this confined Sky Island. I have never provoked you in the past. What is your genuine purpose? Enel was bewildered by the formidable strength of this individual, who seemed impervious to the very lightning he wielded. In response to Enel's inquiry, Long-Zuffing smiled and accelerated his movements, leaping onto Enel's ship in the blink of an eye. What more could I desire but to seize your rumble fruit ability? Moreover, your power would be immensely beneficial to me. After all, it is a rare Devil Fruit ability. The system had endowed Long-Zuffing with the power of duplication, yet he had not articulated this clearly. Upon realizing that this individual sought to usurp his Devil Fruit ability, Enel's jaw dropped in shock. He immediately drew his golden sword and swung it fiercely towards Long-Zuffing. Observing Enel's desperate state, Long-Zuffing remained unperturbed. As Enel launched his attack, Long-Zuffing concentrated a formidable force in his hand. In an instant, this power, enveloped in lava and infused with the might of Haki, coalesced into a colossal molten hellhound. What are you afraid of? Why attack me? I merely wish to obtain the rumble fruit, he declared. At that moment, Enel was in no position to heed Long-Zuffing's words. As the gigantic molten hellhound charged toward him, Enel swiftly sought refuge behind his ship. Soon, a massive breach was torn in the vessel by the flowing magma. Realizing the extent of Long-Zuffing's formidable abilities, Enel's legs quaked with trepidation. He had not anticipated that after spending so much time on this Sky Island, someone would dare to come and usurp his position, seeking to eliminate him entirely. What was the meaning of this? Had he not merely exerted pressure on the inhabitants of Sky Island? 200 million volts. At that moment, the spherical orbs behind Enel emanated an immense power. As he uttered this declaration, the surrounding lightning flickered with blinding brilliance. Enel concentrated all the lightning upon himself, darkening the sky in an instant. Initially, I believed that Long Zifeng would be intimidated by my imposing presence. However, to my astonishment, upon witnessing my formidable aura, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. Goodness, the power of this thunder fruit is truly spectacular. The natural lightning ability, merely observing its effects, is a visual treat. With this thought in mind, Long Zifeng took 2 more steps towards Enel. Upon seeing him approach, Enel felt an overwhelming sense of panic. This individual, despite recognizing my immense lightning prowess, not only remained undeterred but dared to advance further. Enel, too, retreated a couple of steps. Although he enjoyed a decisive advantage in terms of presence, he secretly understood that he might not be able to contend with Long Zifeng. 200 million volts of electricity coalesced in the sky, hurtling towards Long Zifeng. Initially, he attempted to evade the oncoming strikes. Ultimately, he ceased his avoidance and opted to harness his Haki. As the torrents of electricity surged towards him, he braced himself and absorbed the assault with his own body. After the powerful lightning had passed, the only remnant at his landing spot was a wisp of black smoke. Evidently, his 200 million volt capability was indeed formidable. Witnessing this, Enel could not help but erupt in laughter. I am the supreme deity of Skypiea. You, a mere nameless youth, dare to challenge me? Now you comprehend my might. At that moment, Enel's arrogance was palpable, which perplexed Long Zifeng, who had managed to evade the attack and now stood behind him. Could it be that Enel had lost his mind? With this thought, Long Zifeng delivered a swift kick to Enel, sending him flying several meters away. What are you babbling about? Quickly surrender the power of the thunder fruit, and I may spare your life. Seeing Long Zifeng emerge unscathed from such a potent lightning assault, Enel was utterly astonished. As Long Zifeng approached, he placed his hand upon Enel's head. In an instant, Enel let out a pained scream, feeling as if his very abilities were being inexorably siphoned away by Long Zifeng. Observing this scene brought immense satisfaction to Long Zifeng, who sensed that he had nearly absorbed enough power. He then exhaled deeply. Enel had collapsed onto the ground, unconscious, proclaiming himself the supreme deity. He now found his powers merely replicated, rendering his divinity a mere farce. In truth, Long Zifeng harbored no intentions of rescuing the inhabitants of Skypiea. His sole focus rested on Enel. Whether or not he succeeded in liberating the residents held no significance in his mind. He possessed no sentiment of lamentation for the heavens. Contemplating this, Long Zifeng turned away from the immense vine. However, after taking only a few steps, he caught sight of a boy with small angelic wings on his back, timidly emerging from behind a tree. Upon closer inspection, Long Zifeng recognized him as the very boy he had encountered upon his arrival at Sky Island, who had inquired about the whereabouts of Enel. Ah, so you finally come over, little one. Just moments ago, I was asking you about these people. Why didn't you approach then? Long Zifeng found the child's presence somewhat amusing. He walked over and ruffled the boy's hair. Yet at that moment, more individuals began to emerge from behind the trees. Not only were they the original inhabitants of the Sky Island, but also the inhabitants of the land, the Shandians. Upon seeing Long Zifeng, some exhibited wary expressions, while others displayed gratitude, though the majority seemed eager to apologize to him. Thus, Long Zifeng unwittingly became a great benefactor to the entire Sky Island. Witnessing this scene, Long Zifeng felt a sense of helplessness. He never intended to arrive on Sky Island as a savior. Enel was merely interested in his abilities, seeking to replicate the power of the Rumble fruit. Previously, the warrior of this land had proclaimed that someone would come to strike the golden bell, which would reveal to all that Sky Island truly existed. Would you be the one to strike the bell? The leader of the Shandians approached Long Zifeng, expressing this query. Initially, Long Zifeng intended to decline, but upon seeing the hopeful expressions on the faces of the Shandians, he sighed in resignation. He had already heard tales regarding Sky Island. This land was not originally in its current place. There existed a well-known story along the Grand Line about the great deceiver, Nolan. Nolan had once claimed that beneath Sky Island lay a place filled with countless treasures of gold. However, upon returning with his fleet, he discovered the island had vanished. In an instant, everyone denounced Nolan as a charlatan, and he was eventually executed. Yet, even before his execution, he boldly proclaimed to the world that the island brimming with gold was indeed real. Chapter 40, The Land of Gold. Will you be that brave warrior? The person before him posed this question, and upon hearing it, Long Zifeng nodded. The tale of the land of gold and the Shandians stirred deep reflections within him. Since he had come this far, it seemed only fitting that he would be the one to strike the golden bell atop the immense vine. With that resolve, Long Zifeng swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the gigantic vine using the moonwalk technique. When this land was swept up to the Sky Island, the enormous golden bell was also carried away to an unknown location. For many years, the Sky Islanders have been in search of this bell, pondering its whereabouts. However, after years of searching, they finally discovered that the golden bell was concealed at the very top of a colossal vine by Enel. Swiftly, Long Zifeng ascended to the pinnacle of the immense vine using the moonwalk technique. This golden bell, illuminated beneath the sun in the sky, hung quietly at the highest point of the vine. Though it bore some darkened blemishes, the grandeur it emanated was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Witnessing the scene, Long Zifeng felt a surge of astonishment. The bell's exterior exuded an air of solemn majesty. If only its melodious chimes could resonate throughout the heavens and reach the Grand Line, the tales of Nolan would surely become known to an ever-growing audience, revealing that the Golden Bell and the Golden City were indeed real. What a nuisance, Long Zifeng muttered. Yet his actions betrayed his earnestness as he summoned the Haki of armament in his hand, directing his gaze toward the Golden Bell. He charged toward it and struck the bell with a powerful fist. The bell, remarkably sturdy, produced a deep, resonant sound that reverberated down from the heavens. As if celestial light had dispelled the clouds and sunlight enveloped the earth in an instant. As a result of Long Zifeng's strike, the Golden Bell began to descend gracefully from the sky, its echoing sound ringing out once more in midair. One chime followed another, and, at that moment, the Sky Islanders and the native inhabitants of the Sky Island were moved to tears. Long Zifeng followed the majestic Golden Bell as it fell, landing steadily on the ground with the assistance of the Sky Islanders and the residents of the island. Together, they restored the bell to its original place, adjacent to the historical text. Though Long Zifeng held little interest in the historical text, he recognized its potential value in aiding Luffy's quest to become the Pirate King. Consequently, he committed the contents of the text firmly to memory. You are a remarkable savior to us Sky Islanders. Since you have arrived from the Blue Sea and your ship has been destroyed by Enel, you must be in need of a vessel to continue your journey. The chief approached Long Zifeng and expressed these words. Upon hearing the chief's statement, Long Zifeng nodded in agreement. He indeed required a ship to return to the Grand Line, enabling him to enter the New World and reunite with Luffy to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by the system. The system's task is to assist Luffy in becoming the Pirate King, for only then can the next world be unlocked. Pondering this, I couldn't help but sigh, realizing the daunting challenge of finding a ship. Subsequently, Long Zifeng sat down heavily on the ground, and at that moment, the chieftain spoke to him, clearly surprising Long Zifeng. We have a ship here. If you do not mind, you may use it to return. This vessel is crafted entirely from gold and is remarkably sturdy, awaiting a fated individual like you to take it away. The mention of a golden ship left Long Zifeng in a state of astonishment. Yet it also sparked a keen interest as he followed the chieftain swiftly to the ship's location. Upon arrival, a magnificent vessel lay beneath a red silk cover. The chieftain ascended and, with the help of others, dramatically unveiled the silk. Wow, this ship is truly impressive. I cannot thank you enough. I was just lamenting how to return. Seeing this sight filled Long Zifeng with immense joy. He hurried forward to caress the golden ship. Indeed, its reputation was well-deserved. Every inch of it was made from gold, reflecting the abundant wealth of the mountainous region. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Zifeng could not help but express his admiration. He leapt aboard the ship, noting that aside from its age and a layer of dust, it bore no other flaws. A vessel crafted entirely from gold must be worth a fortune. If this ship were to set sail, it would undoubtedly attract attention on the high seas, as pirates place immense value on riches, and few pirates possess the same ambition as Luffy. However, encountering such a golden ship while sailing would surely captivate every pirate's heart. If you do not mind, this ship is yours. We have no need for such a vessel here, the old chieftain said, noticing Long Zufeng's evident delight. Upon hearing that the chieftain genuinely intended to gift him the golden ship, Long Zufeng eagerly leapt down, expressing his gratitude profusely. He then jumped back aboard the golden ship, envisioning the grand spectacle it would present on the ocean. After bidding farewell to the native inhabitants of the Sky Island, he swiftly made his way to the New World. Previously, he had discussed with Luffy the possibility of reuniting there. After departing, Long Zufeng opened the system panel to review his current possessions. Copy Fruit ability. Can replicate others' abilities. Fragmentation Fruit 15-day trial card. Thunder Fruit ability. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and triggering a hidden reward. The Copy Fruit ability has been upgraded to the Plunder Fruit, allowing you to seize others' Devil Fruit abilities. Chapter 41. Journey to the New World. This system interface was sufficient for Long Zufeng's use for quite some time. Contemplating this, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the transformation of the Copy Fruit S ability into that of the Plunder Fruit. Did it mean that by seizing another S power, the original possessor would consequently lose their ability? This thought made Long Zufeng ponder deeply. However, he was not certain and promptly inquired with the system about the nature of the Plunder Fruit's capability. After receiving the System S response, he confirmed that indeed, the Plunder Fruit S ability was as he had imagined. With this realization, he exhaled a sigh. It appeared that this ability was quite remarkable. He had already acquired the power of the Thunder Fruit. If he were to plunder a few more abilities, would he not become invincible? Furthermore, his power was not restricted by the Sea Prism Stone, as it was bestowed upon him by the system. With these thoughts, Long Zufeng began to envision a grand blueprint for himself. Having arrived in this vast ocean, why not aspire to become the Pirate King? However, this notion was fleeting, as his original intention upon entering this world was to live a tranquil life, free from worldly disputes. All of this was set into motion by his act of killing a celestial dragon. With a sigh, he realized that there was no time to waste. He should descend from Skypiea immediately, for only upon reaching Fishman Island could he enable his ship to navigate into the New World. As he descended, a large octopus accompanied him. Soon, he landed smoothly on the surface of the sea. After bidding farewell to the octopus, Long Zufeng found himself back in the ocean, and upon returning to this long-missed expanse of water, he felt a profound sense of serenity. The most pressing matter at hand was to reach Fishman Island. It was only there that he could coat his ship for the journey into the new realm. As he pondered this, he steered his shimmering vessel towards the depths of the sea, though he had yet to decide on a name for this ship. After contemplating for a while, Long Zufeng abandoned the idea of naming his ship, realizing that bestowing a name upon a vessel is no trivial matter. Thus, even though he navigated a golden ship, he resolved to simply refer to it as the Golden Ship. Upon arriving at Fishman Island, he was reunited with an old friend, Jinbei. Jinbei warmly welcomed Long Zufeng's arrival. The current Jinbei was no longer merely a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, but had returned to Fishman Island. Long Zufeng was somewhat surprised to see him, though not overly astonished, as Jinbei belonged to Fishman Island, and it was natural for them to meet here. Jinbei expressed his gratitude for Long Zufeng's assistance during the recent conflicts, particularly in the Marineford War, where he had helped Luffy rescue Ace. "Do you have any thoughts for the future?" Jinbei inquired. The arrival of Long Zufeng was indeed a momentous event for Fishman Island, considering that he is a man with a staggering bounty of 6 billion berries. Moreover, he arrived aboard the Golden Ship, further solidifying his formidable presence in this realm. The atmosphere on Fishman Island transformed into one of jubilant celebration upon his arrival. Although he is a pirate, the island's acceptance of such figures has markedly increased compared to previous times, especially since his vessel bore no pirate flag. Upon hearing Long Zufeng's inquiry, Jinbei responded with a demeanor filled with gravity, clearly harboring a resolute thought. He expressed his desire to sever ties with the pirate crew and to liberate Fishman Island from its prior subjugation. For years, the island had been burdened with the obligation to pay substantial amounts of food and taxes, which had become increasingly burdensome. Previously under his dominion, Jinbei now sought to extricate themselves from that control. Long Zifeng was taken aback by Jinbei's declaration, but nodded in understanding. It was entirely reasonable for Jinbei to feel this way, given the exorbitant tributes demanded annually, especially from someone as insatiable as Big Mom, whose appetite could never be satiated by mere scraps. The continued payment of taxes stifled the island's potential for growth. Since Jinbei wished to break free from his oversight, Long Zifeng acknowledged that this was a natural course of action. However, he emphasized the necessity of venturing into the New World. Otherwise, Jinbei could not adequately convey his intentions. Failing to do so might provoke a military response from Big Mom, potentially endangering the very existence of Fishman Island. As he spoke, Long Zifeng casually took a piece of pastry and savored it, while Jinbei's face reflected a hint of resignation. Although Long Zifeng claimed he could not contend with Big Mom, Jinbei was well aware that his own capabilities could rival those of the four emperors. Regardless of the circumstances, Fishman Island must not fall under Big Mom's dominion. If the island were to remain under her control, it would never flourish. Thus, Jinbei insisted on traveling to the New World, asking if Long Zifeng would accompany him. Long Zifeng was momentarily astonished by this request. What? Jinbei was actually asking him to take him along. Was he mistaken? Did Jinbei not have his own pirate crew? If it was inconvenient, he would not wish to impose. Upon encountering Long Zifeng, Jinbei hesitated for a moment, sensing that Long Zifeng might find it inconvenient to take him along. Hearing Jinbei's words, Long Zifeng promptly shook his head, flashed a smile, and candidly expressed his true sentiments. It was not that he did not wish to bring Jinbei along, but rather that he believed Jinbei belonged to his own pirate crew. Would it not be inappropriate for him to take Jinbei along? Wouldn't his crew be upset? This was indeed the genuine thought that occupied Long Zifeng's mind. Chapter 42. The provocation of the celestial dragons. It turned out that Long Zifeng's reluctance to bring Jinbei stemmed from such concerns. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Jinbei returned the smile, his tone imbued with indifference. Having led Fishman Island away from Big Mom's jurisdiction, he had returned to Fishman Island, no longer identifying as a pirate. After all, he was no longer a warlord of the sea, merely an ordinary resident of Fishman Island. He had no desire to engage in any form of competition, as it offered him no benefits. Upon hearing Jinbei's sentiments, Long Zifeng pondered briefly. Perhaps bringing Jinbei along was not an unfeasible idea. After all, his golden ship was currently devoid of any companions, and the solitude of the journey would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. Thus, after Jinbei conveyed his thoughts, Long Zifeng nodded in agreement to this request. Indeed, if we venture into the New World, I'm unfamiliar with the terrain. It would be fortuitous to have a companion. Moreover, I intend to seek out Luffy during this journey. Traveling together would allow us to look out for one another, which is certainly a favorable arrangement. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, a look of confusion crossed Jinbei's face. Luffy has never set foot on Fishman Island, which implies he has yet to enter the New World. Do you have some arrangement with him? Long Zifeng's expression mirrored Jinbei's confusion. Had he not previously agreed with Luffy to meet in the New World? Yet, Jinbei's remarks suggested that Luffy had not yet arrived there. This led Long Zifeng to wonder where Luffy could possibly be. After receiving this news, a sense of helplessness washed over Long Zifeng. He had previously discussed with Luffy that his ship would set sail before his own, and he had even ventured to Sky Island. He assumed all matters had been resolved by now, yet it appeared that Luffy had no intention of synchronizing their journeys. Moreover, the fact that Luffy had not even reached the New World indicated that something must have gone awry. With this thought, Long Zifeng found himself perplexed. His ultimate goal, as defined by his system, was to assist Luffy in becoming the Pirate King. If Luffy was lagging behind, how could he fulfill his role in supporting him? This was a quandary beyond his comprehension. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Jinbei shook his head, uncertain of Luffy's whereabouts. After bidding farewell to Luffy during the Marineford War, Jinbei returned to Fishman Island, remaining oblivious to the events transpiring in the outside world. The globe had undergone tumultuous transformations during this time, a fact well acknowledged among them. With the world situation shifting daily, it struck Long Zufeng as peculiar. Could it be that Luffy encountered some troubles while continuing his voyage on the Grand Line? This thought piqued Long Zufeng's curiosity, yet he realized these matters were beyond his resolution. He decided to divert his attention back to Jinbei, adopting a notably serious tone as he spoke once more. If you are willing to accompany me to the New World, I may require your assistance with certain matters. Numerous events will unfold there, and I aim to eliminate the obstacles hindering Luffy's path. Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across Jinbei's face, as he struggled to comprehend why Long Zufeng would express such intentions. After all, each pirate has their own navigational aspirations. Luffy's goal is to become the Pirate King. If Long Zufeng did not share Luffy's journey, what compelled him to assist? I can indeed accompany you, but I fail to understand your motives. Typically, every pirate harbors their own ambitions upon the seas. If you're not aligned with Luffy's goals, why offer him your help? Long Zufeng felt a twinge of awkwardness at Jinbei's inquiry. He couldn't simply disclose that he was tasked by a system. Thus, he glanced at Jinbei, speaking ambiguously. Sensing Long Zufeng's reluctance to elaborate, Jinbei refrained from pressing further, respecting the privacy of another. After hosting Long Zufeng, news of his presence spread quickly throughout Fishman Island. Many approached, eager to glimpse the pirate rumored to be worth 50 billion. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers in a single day, Long Zufeng experienced the peculiar joys of celebrity, albeit with a sense of resignation. Fortunately, the fisherman did not linger for long, as Jinbei soon summoned him to the palace. At that moment, the king of the palace faced a castle, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon Jinbei's arrival, the emperor approached him with a smile, extending a finger towards Long Zufeng, who remained an enigma to him. In the midst of the war on the summit, Long Zufeng achieved remarkable feats. Previously, I had brought her to Fishman Island, but we had not yet visited Dragon Palace City. Thus, it is quite understandable that you were unaware of her presence. Coincidentally, my intention in coming here was to introduce her to you. Upon hearing that the person before him was the renowned Long Zufeng from the war on the summit, Neptune's face instantly displayed a look of astonishment, clearly struggling to believe the veracity of this revelation. Although he resided on Fishman Island, he had heard tales of the war's brutality. Had it not been for the war on the summit, Whitebeard would not have stepped back from the forefront, relinquishing his position as one of the four emperors. Moreover, it was precisely due to Whitebeard's abdication that others seized the opportunity, resulting in Fishman Island shifting from Whitebeard's rule to that of another, leading to the establishment of numerous dessert factories under the new regime. Chapter 43. Welcome, so you are the illustrious Long Zufeng. It is an honor to finally meet you. Neptune then approached, wishing to shake Long Zufeng's hand. Upon receiving such a warm welcome, Long Zufeng felt a surge of emotion and promptly extended her hand, and they exchanged a brief handshake. Soon after, Long Zufeng's gaze shifted towards the Grand Castle. Moments earlier, she had observed Neptune standing in this very spot, gazing at the castle with a pensive expression. Was there something amiss within its walls? To be candid, my youngest daughter, Shirahoshi, resides within this castle. I have tried to coax her out for a meal, but she remains reluctant. This is quite understandable, considering our location is notorious among suitors vying for her hand, all while coveting my throne. We have been troubled by their persistent advances for quite some time. Hearing Neptune's words, Long Zufeng felt a pang of anger. The audacity of that pirate was truly remarkable. Since his daughter had already turned down the pirate's advances, why did he persist in his daily proposals? This thought left Long Zufeng feeling somewhat exasperated. He then addressed Neptune, inquiring if he might enter the palace to speak with Princess Shirahoshi. If you could converse with my daughter, that would be splendid. She has shut herself away, refusing to eat or drink for an extended period, deeply troubled by that pirate's incessant harassment. Long Zufeng found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Neptune's statement. Nevertheless, he continued to fix his gaze upon the palace. Since Neptune had graciously granted him permission, he felt it would be beneficial to seek out Shirahoshi for a heartfelt conversation. It seemed she had isolated herself within the castle, likely due to her shy disposition. The numerous swords and weapons adorning the door were likely the result of that pirate-esque devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to accurately thrust such weapons into Shirahoshi's window and the castle door from such a considerable distance. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Zifeng felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. He approached the castle and gently knocked on its door, which opened slightly. A large eye appeared, scrutinizing Long Zifeng. Upon realizing he was not someone familiar, the eye hesitated before promptly closing the door again, leaving Long Zifeng at a loss for words. Being met with such a rejection left him feeling somewhat helpless. After all, he did not consider himself to be the sort of person that others would detest. Moreover, he prided himself on his handsome appearance, as many of the girls who had seen his posters were undoubtedly captivated by his charm. Yet, the current demeanor of Bai Xing suggested a strong aversion, either towards him or to strangers in general. With this thought lingering, Long Zifeng politely knocked on the door once more. "Greetings, my name is Long Zifeng. I have come to discuss matters regarding Vanderdecken IX." Upon hearing the name Vanderdecken IX, a piercing scream erupted from within the palace, its intensity nearly shattering Long Zifeng's eardrums, prompting him to cover his ears. Neptune, witnessing this commotion, could only offer a resigned smile to Long Zifeng. It was evident that the mention of Vanderdecken IX was a source of great distress for him, suggesting that this name carried a significant psychological burden. "Apologies, but Bai Xing does not wish to hear that name," Neptune explained. "I previously sent my son to confront Vanderdecken IX, yet he remains elusive, hidden away far too well. Each time my child ventures out, he fails to locate him. Vanderdecken possesses the powers of a devil fruit, enabling him to accurately target Bai Xing's palace and launch attacks." With a sigh of resignation, Neptune's expression bore the weight of his predicament, intensifying Long Zifeng's curiosity and prompting him to voice his thoughts. If he wields the powers of a devil fruit, and given that his abilities seem quite precise, it is astonishing that he can strike with blades from such a distance. This behavior indicates a remarkably violent nature. Does he not fear that his actions might harm Bai Xing? It is perplexing. If he desires to marry Bai Xing, why then resort to using weapons to inflict harm upon her? Now it appears he has frightened her to the point where she dares not step outside. Is that truly his satisfaction? The words he uttered left Neptune in a state of disbelief, nearly causing Long Zifeng to drop his jaw in astonishment. Vanderdecken, the individual known as Jiushi, is indeed excessively deranged. He is acutely aware that he cannot attain my daughter nor earn the affections of Bai Xing. Consequently, he seeks to obliterate her, ensuring that no one can ever claim Bai Xing's love. This is one of the primary reasons my daughter has remained confined within the palace for such an extended period, too fearful to venture outside. I find myself in a state of helplessness, uncertain of how to proceed. Neptune has evidently been troubled by this predicament for quite some time. Upon hearing Neptune's words, Long Zifeng appeared contemplative, recognizing that this Vanderdecken Jiushi indeed presents a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, it is unacceptable for Bai Xing to be sequestered within her own palace, oblivious to the events unfolding beyond its walls. Her obstinate and reclusive nature offers her no benefits in this dire situation. "Sir, should you be able to aid my daughter in escaping this plight and confront Vanderdecken Jiushi, I am willing to offer any remuneration, regardless of the cost. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you a pair of luminous pearls from the depths of the sea," Neptune proclaimed. Long Zifeng, after a moment of reflection, considered this proposition to be quite advantageous, deeming it a lucrative transaction. Moreover, acquiring the powers of the devil fruit would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. He could obtain the abilities of the devil fruit while simultaneously liberating Bai Xing from her troubles. Truly a double victory. With this in mind, Long Zifeng readily acquiesced to Neptune's request. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Neptune's face illuminated with astonishment. Chapter 44. Astonishment, really? Are you genuinely willing to assist us? Neptune inquired. Of course, but only if Princess Bai Xing is amenable to meeting with me for a conversation. Otherwise, I find myself at an impasse, Long Zifeng replied, extending his hand to gently rap on Bai Xing's chamber door. However, the door remained firmly shut, akin to Bai Xing's heart, which she seldom opens to others. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Neptune felt a sense of futility and endeavored to persuade Bai Xing for an extended period before the door finally creaked open, just a fraction. Long Zifeng then slipped through the narrow opening and was greeted by an expansive space within the palace, where everything appeared magnified several times over, revealing that Princess Bai Xing was indeed a considerable mermaid. Upon encountering Long Zifeng, Bai Xing's visage reflected trepidation and fear as she hastily concealed herself beneath her blankets, as if this act would render her invisible. Long Zifeng found her shyness somewhat awkward. "Dear Princess, there is no need for concern. I am here to assist you. I have heard your father speak of Vander Dakenjio, and I wish to seek your counsel. Additionally, I would like to take you outside. You must know that the world beyond is truly magnificent. Remaining within this palace confines you from witnessing such beauty." Long Zifeng initially employed this method to entice Princess Bai Xing, conversing with her about the outside world. After all, Bai Xing had only recently been reborn and had spent most of her life in the confines of the palace following her mother's passing. Moreover, she was constantly harassed by Vanderdecken IX, which indicated her unwillingness to engage with the outside world. If Long Zifeng desired Bai Xing to genuinely fall in love with the world beyond her palace, he must first ignite her curiosity about it. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Bai Xing's face reflected a look of confusion as she cautiously emerged from her cocoon of blankets, tentatively addressing him. "But the outside world is perilous. There are those who harbor ill intentions toward me. If I venture out, I would surely be killed. I do not like him, nor do I wish to marry him." Long Zifeng, however, chose not to pursue her pessimistic line of thought, recognizing that such despair was detrimental to her. Instead, he began to recount the extraordinary people and events he encountered on the Grand Line, describing the delectable cuisines and breathtaking landscapes he had witnessed. As he spoke, Bai Xing gradually lowered her guard, sensing the kindness in his demeanor. Fully emerging from her blankets, she perched on the edge of the bed, captivated by Long Zifeng's tales of adventure. After a brief exchange, Bai Xing was soon laughing heartily at Long Zifeng's charming anecdotes. He then suggested taking her outside to explore, but upon hearing this, a flicker of trepidation crossed her face, and she quickly shook her head. It was evident that the proposal was difficult for her to accept. "I have been confined within this palace for so long. The thought of stepping outside terrifies me, especially with that dreadful person lurking out there. If I were to go out, he would certainly attack me. I am far better off remaining here within the palace, for it is the place most suited to me." After she spoke, Long Zifeng noticed her gaze shift away, and he felt a pang of helplessness. If Bai Xing could not summon the courage to step outside, it would mean she would remain trapped in her fears, perpetually confined. "Do not worry. If you choose to accompany me outside, I promise to protect you and ensure your safety. Moreover, I have come to address the situation with Vanderdecken IX." While his words were meant to reassure her, they seemed to resonate deeply with Bai Xing, her pale eyes glimmering with a newfound hope. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Xing's face, as if she could scarcely believe that Long Zifeng had ventured to such a place for her sake. Yet, upon observing the sincerity in Long Zifeng's gaze, which bore no hint of deceit, she tentatively inquired, "Are your words truly genuine? Can you indeed vanquish Vanderdecken IX? He possesses the powers of a devil fruit. Surely, a mere mortal cannot defeat him." It was evident that Bai Xing harbored many concerns. In response to her apprehensive words, Long Zifeng confidently patted his chest, indicating that overcoming Vanderdecken IX was a trivial matter for him. After all, he merely wielded a targeted fruit ability, an ordinary superhuman power, while he himself possessed a rare and esteemed natural-type ability. With the power of the Thunder Fruit at his command, he could triumph in every battle. Thus, after hearing Bai Xing's words, he reassured her with a firm pat on his chest, vowing that success was assured. "Very well," he conceded, "but if you're to venture outside, I sense your fear. Thus, I shall direct my gaze toward the shark nearby." An idea blossomed in his mind. He would have Bai Xing enter the shark's mouth, allowing it to escort her safely outside. This was indeed a clever tactic. If successful, the shark could assist without drawing the attention of Vanderdecken IX, thereby shielding her from harm. The remainder of the endeavor would be left to him. Long Zifeng patted his chest once more and assured Bai Xing of his unwavering commitment. Despite her lingering worries, Bai Xing, upon observing Long Zifeng's resolute demeanor, ultimately chose to place her trust in him. After all, she yearned for the world beyond, eager to behold its wonders. Once all matters were settled, Bai Xing waited for her shark companion to open its mouth before bravely slipping inside. They swiftly made their exit. Chapter 45. Confronting Vanderdecken. This marked the first time Princess Bai Xing had stepped beyond the confines of her palace since her birth and the passing of her mother. Previously, Vanderdecken had long coveted the princess, forcing her to remain hidden within her castle. Now, as she emerged into the world above the sea, her eyes sparkled with longing at the sights before her. Seeing her delight, Long Zifeng couldn't help but chuckle softly. "See, I did not deceive you. The world outside is indeed far superior to the confines of the palace. If one remains cooped up, it can lead to a troubled mind." Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, the princess nodded in agreement. She then emerged from the shark's head, surveying the enchanting underwater world surrounding her. Meanwhile, Vanderdecken had noticed that the princess seemed to have left the castle, a realization that ignited a glint of greed in his eyes. He had never anticipated that she would venture out. It appeared she had finally come to a decision. Was it possible that she was contemplating marriage with me? I cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. With this thought in mind, Vanderdecken swiftly seized his weapon and set sail on his pirate ship, heading directly towards the direction where the princess was now located. After admiring the colossal trees and a myriad of coral reefs, Shirahoshi made her way to the streets, greeting the people she encountered. The sight of Shirahoshi emerging from the castle astonished everyone, as they had not seen her outside since her mother's passing. Nevertheless, they approached her to offer their greetings, for she had remained reclusive for years. The absence of her radiant presence had left a void in the palace, and upon witnessing the familiar warmth and optimism of her people, tears welled up in Shirahoshi's eyes. Indeed, she had confined herself within the palace for far too long, especially since Vanderdecken's emergence had instilled fear in her, preventing her from even stepping outside. However, with Long Zifeng's support, she finally mustered the courage to leave the palace. Turning her gaze towards Long Zifeng, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. Yet, he regarded her appreciation as a trivial matter. Having originally intended to introduce the princess to the wonders of the outside world, it seemed he had fulfilled his promise, and thus felt a sense of obligation to complete what he had begun. With this thought, Long Zifeng offered the princess a warm smile. "After all these years, you have finally chosen to step out of the palace. We have all missed you dearly." At that moment, a mermaid approached, expressing her heartfelt sentiments to the princess. Hearing her speak, others joined in, rallying around Shirahoshi. It was well known that the princess, much like her mother, was both kind-hearted and beautiful, always caring for those around her. Her mother had dedicated her life to fostering coexistence between humans and merfolk. However, her mother's dream remained unfulfilled, and many believed that the benevolent and lovely princess would inherit her legacy. Yet, after her mother's demise, Shirahoshi had remained isolated, plagued by Vanderdecken's relentless harassment. Over time, there had been those who sought to help her rid herself of him, yet Vanderdecken, being a devil fruit user, posed a formidable threat. Countless merfolk had fallen victim to him, unable to defend themselves against his power. "Thank you all for your concern." Upon hearing the words of the crowd, the princess smiled and greeted them, extending her hand in a gesture of camaraderie. At last, she was willing to open her heart to those around her and venture forth to acknowledge them. It was then that Long Zifeng felt a slight easing of his concerns. It seemed that this matter required his personal involvement. However, logically speaking, the pirate who frequently harassed the princess should have sensed her presence and made his move by now. The absence of any disturbance puzzled Long Zifeng, prompting him to employ his observation Haki to scan the vicinity, yet he found no traces of danger lurking about. This strange phenomenon left Long Zifeng at a loss for explanations. He had anticipated an immediate attack upon bringing the princess outside, yet the situation appeared contrary to his expectations. Nevertheless, this development was fortuitous. He understood that he was not to be trifled with, and thus the princess could safely enjoy her time outdoors. Indeed, as Long Zifeng had surmised, Vanderdecken 9 had originally intended to strike at the princess, but upon sensing Long Zufeng's presence beside her, he hesitated, re-evaluating his intentions. It must be noted that Long Zufeng was not an adversary to be taken lightly. His formidable reputation had spread across the globe following the legendary battle at Marineford. At the very moment he contemplated attacking the princess, Vanderdecken 9 recognized Long Zufeng's formidable figure beside her and instinctively withdrew, clearly deterred from harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards the princess. Frustration welled within him. Why was that man accompanying the princess? And what was his purpose on Fishman Island? Did the inhabitants of Fishman Island not despise humans intruding upon their domain? Contemplating these questions, Vanderdecken 9 ground his teeth in vexation. Yet he found himself powerless to act. Even if he wished to profess his affections for the princess or eliminate her, Long Zufeng's presence rendered such aspirations unattainable. After a moment's reflection, Vanderdecken 9, though reluctant, resolved to temporarily withdraw. He turned away, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction, planning to return during a time when Long Zufeng was absent to execute his scheme. For he believed that capturing the princess would equate to seizing control of the entire Dragon Palace, and soon thereafter he envisioned ruling over all of Fishman Island. This, indeed, was the true ambition that lay within Vanderdecken 9's heart. He could not claim to love the princess. Rather, he sought merely to exploit her for his own ends. After exchanging pleasantries with the residents of Fishman Island, his thoughts remained consumed by his ulterior motives. Chapter 46. The summoning of the Sea Kings. Long Zufeng continued to accompany Baixing, wishing to navigate the vast ocean for a while. After all, there were numerous places surrounding the Mermaid Island that Baixing had yet to explore, not due to any particular reasons, nor because she had confined herself to this locale. The primary reason was the presence of formidable sea kings in the waters nearby, whose colossal sizes and ferocious natures rendered passage nearly impossible for any vessel seeking to reach Mermaid Island. This situation had fostered a sense of isolation among the island's inhabitants, as the Sea Kings were unable to communicate with the outside world. However, with Long Zufeng by Baixing's side, these Sea Kings dared not act recklessly. Reflecting on this, Long Zufeng took Baixing to frolic in the nearby waters for a while. During this time, he was astonished to observe that the Sea Kings exhibited no inclination to attack them. The root of this anomaly did not stem from Long Zufeng's prowess, for he had yet to reveal his strength to these creatures, nor had he unleashed his conqueror's Haki in their vicinity. Naturally, the Sea Kings did not fear him, as they were devoid of human language and thus unaware of Long Zufeng's renown from the war on the top. Yet, the Sea Kings now appeared remarkably submissive, encircling the princess, which piqued Long Zufeng's curiosity. Could it be that the princess possessed the ability to summon these Sea Kings? If she indeed held such a power, it would constitute an extraordinarily potent ability, akin to a weapon of war, invincible in the depths of the sea. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Long Zufeng murmured softly, while Baixing continued to engage in amicable exchanges with the Sea Kings. However, an unsettling concern began to brew within him. Should those with malicious intent learn of Baixing's ability to summon the Sea Kings, it could potentially lead to her capture. This thought ignited a flicker of anger within Long Zufeng, yet he felt helpless. Was it possible that the knowledge of the princess's power had already reached Vanderdecken 9, making her his true target? All of this remained a mystery to Long Zufeng. To uncover the truth, he would need to pry answers from Vanderdecken 9 himself. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a figure in the distance wielded an underwater telescope, astonished to witness Baixing's effortless communion with the Sea Kings. The expression in this person's eyes reflected disbelief, and soon after, they lowered the telescope, a glimmer of greed resurfacing within their gaze. To my astonishment, the princess of the merfolk possesses such formidable power. If only she could be harnessed for my purposes, it would signify dominion over the entire realm of Sea Kings, thus allowing me to manipulate them with ease. Previously, Long Zufeng had remained by Baixing's side, which deterred Vanderdecken 9 from taking action. However, he continually peered through his telescope in their direction, seemingly scrutinizing their every movement. Realizing this, Vanderdecken 9 was taken aback, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Long Zifeng also sensed a gaze fixed upon them from a distance. Contemplating this, he surveyed the surroundings with keen attention. Upon witnessing the scene, Vanderdecken 9 swiftly concealed himself behind a coral reef. He had initially intended to devise a plan to obtain the princess. It appeared that Long Zifeng was always at Bai Xing's side. In this instance, Long Zifeng served as Bai Xing's protector, and the thought incited a deep resentment within Vanderdecken 9, who fervently wished for Long Zifeng to depart. Bai Xing, we have lingered here for quite some time. You cannot possibly continue to frolic with these sea kings indefinitely. We should return to the palace. Your father and the others must have been waiting for an extended period. Long Zifeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Xing nodded in agreement. Although the sea kings were exceedingly amiable and shared similarities with him, Bai Xing knew he had to return to his palace. He then murmured to the sea kings gathered nearby, seemingly conveying his thoughts. To his surprise, the sea kings nodded in response, and Long Zifeng and Bai Xing thereafter made their way back to the Dragon Palace. Upon encountering his sister, the princes, returning from their patrol, were instantly astonished to find her emerging from their palace. They seemed incredulous that this was reality. Yet upon seeing Long Zifeng, they exchanged grateful glances with him, their voices brimming with uncontainable excitement. Thank you. My sister has been in the Dragon Palace for many years, and it is only through you that she has been able to witness the outside world. Hearing this heartfelt expression from the princes, Long Zifeng felt a sense of elation. Yet he humbly responded, waving his hand dismissively. It is nothing. It is my duty. Besides, since you have graciously hosted me in the Dragon Palace, it is only fitting that I contribute in some way. In celebration of the princess's newfound freedom to explore the outside world, a grand welcoming ceremony was held within the palace. Witnessing this joyful occasion, Long Zifeng felt a surge of happiness and turned his gaze towards Bai Xing, offering him a warm smile. Bai Xing, in turn, reciprocated with a beaming smile of his own. After the third round of drinks, the king appeared somewhat tipsy. As he turned his gaze towards Long Zifeng, his tone and expression brimmed with admiration. Eventually, the king addressed Long Zifeng, his words startling him profoundly. After all these years, it seems you're the only one capable of opening Bai Xing's heart. If you don't mind, I could arrange for her to marry you. The notion of marrying Bai Xing left Long Zifeng astonished. He glanced at Bai Xing, whose formidable presence made him feel somewhat helpless. Although he had contemplated taking Bai Xing away, he had never imagined he would wed her. Given the king's proclamation, how should he decline? A flat refusal might hurt Bai Xing's feelings. Chapter 47. Departure from Mermaid Island. Long Zifeng found himself at a loss. He recognized that Bai Xing was exceptionally perceptive, and upon seeing the hesitance etched on his face, she understood his sentiments. It appeared that he was not particularly inclined to marry her. While Bai Xing was grateful for his introduction to the outside world, if her father were willing to betroth her to Long Zifeng, she would gladly accept. However, the expression on Long Zifeng's face indicated otherwise. Realizing this, Bai Xing turned her attention to her father, her tone tinged with reproach. Father, what are you thinking? Long Zifeng and I are merely good friends. How could friends possibly marry? Hearing his daughter speak thus, the old emperor chuckled, knowing well his cherished affection for her. Since she was unwilling to wed Long Zifeng, he began to regret his earlier drunken ramblings. He smiled at Long Zifeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I too share a strong friendship with the princess, and I will always protect her. Should she ever be in danger, she can call for me, and I shall be by her side, Long Zifeng assured the emperor. Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a measure of relief. In that case, you two shall remain the best of friends. Oh, by the way, I recall you possessing a splendid luminous pearl. Would you consider presenting it to Long Zifeng as a token of your friendship? Bai Xing nodded at his suggestion, expressing her intent to take Long Zifeng somewhere after their meal. This piqued Long Zifeng's curiosity. Clearly, the luminous pearl was an immensely treasured gem within the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, they would not have used it to entertain him. After dining, Bai Xing led Long Zifeng to her bedroom. After a while, Bai Xing emerged from the room carrying an ornate and lavishly adorned box that exuded an air of opulence, leaving Long Zifeng momentarily astounded. It was beyond question that the depths of the sea harbored countless treasures. Yet he was taken aback by Xing's generosity in presenting him with such a magnificent gift. He instinctively surmised that the box contained a luminous pearl, a precious gem indeed. This thought stirred a wave of emotion within Long Zifeng. As Bai Xing placed the box into his hands, he accepted it graciously. Upon opening it, a dazzling light emanated forth, momentarily blinding him. Once he regained his composure, he shifted his gaze to the contents of the box. It soon became evident that within lay an enormous luminous pearl, presumably intended as a token of hospitality from the Dragon Palace. This realization deeply touched Long Zifeng. Bai Xing, with a gentle smile that radiated warmth, spoke softly. "This pearl should not be dismissed. It was a gift from my mother before she passed, meant for the one I cherish most." Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Long Zifeng grasped the underlying sentiment. However, he was merely a traveler from another world, unable to provide her with the sense of security she sought. Contemplating this, he feigned ignorance and expressed his gratitude instead. "Are you leaving?" Bai Xing inquired, fully aware that Long Zifeng could not linger in this place for long. Although a twinge of regret washed over him, he nodded in response. Bai Xing then turned her gaze towards him, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. Her tone tinged with resignation. Vanderdecken 9 will undoubtedly continue to cause trouble. Long Zifeng had already resolved in his heart that should Vanderdecken 9 trouble Bai Xing again, he would decisively confront the matter. Yet, it appeared that Vanderdecken 9 showed no signs of remorse. With this in mind, he let out a resigned sigh and directed his attention to the princess. "Rest assured, princess, I will handle the situation with Vanderdecken 9. From this moment forth, you may venture outside with confidence, free from worry." His true purpose in coming to Yulon Island had merely been to coat his vessel with a protective layer. Now that the task was complete, he could set forth towards the new world. Although Long Zifeng found himself alone, he contemplated that if he were to navigate the new world before Luffy and his companions arrived, he would have to address the troubles that Luffy would inevitably encounter. In doing so, Luffy could seamlessly ascend to the position of Pirate King. With this thought firmly planted in his mind, Long Zifeng resolved that he must hasten his journey to the new world. He could not afford to arrive after Luffy. While Fishman Island was indeed pleasant, he could only linger there for a few days. His gaze then shifted toward the golden ship anchored nearby. He needed to locate Jinbei quickly and have him accompany him to the new world. After murmuring this to himself, he turned his attention to Shirahoshi, who had just finished the banquet inside the Ryugu Palace. It was time to bid farewell to the palace. Long Zifeng engaged in a brief conversation with Shirahoshi, who seemed somewhat reluctant to part ways. "Lord Long, you must return to Fishman Island to visit again," she implored. Hearing her words, Long Zifeng nodded in acknowledgement. He certainly wished to return to this place, yet the allure of the new world beckoned him more strongly. With this in mind, he bid farewell to Shirahoshi and subsequently contacted Jinbei. "I am about to set sail. It will take considerable time to reach the new world. If possible, come with me now. Oh, and there is another matter I must attend to, so we need to expedite our journey." Chapter 48. Absorbing the bun fruit. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Jinbei nodded in agreement, having already made up his mind to accompany Long Zifeng as they departed. Naturally, Jinbei did not voice any objections. If Long Zifeng wished to leave immediately, then they could proceed to the new world without delay. For Jinbei, the timing was inconsequential. Following Long Zifeng, he boarded the golden ship. After sailing for a while beneath the waves, Long Zifeng's vessel vanished completely from sight. Meanwhile, Vanderdecken 9, who had been concealed among the coral reefs, witnessed Long Zifeng and his party finally leaving. He erupted into laughter as he emerged from behind the coral, brandishing an array of weapons. One by one, the weapons were launched toward Ryugu Palace, and the expression on Vanderdecken IX's face was filled with malice and madness. "Princess, you've finally given me the opportunity one sought. With Long Zifeng gone, let's see who can protect you now." With that declaration, Vanderdecken 9 raised his weapons once more, aiming them all at Ryugu Palace before unleashing them. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Vanderdecken 9, startling him greatly. Turning around, he discovered that it was Long Zifeng, accompanied by Jinbei, who who had unexpectedly returned. This unexpected scene shocked Vanderdecken 9. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Initially, he had merely intended to launch an assault on the mermaid princess. Yet here were Jinpei and Longzifeng, having returned after their departure. What on earth was happening? A flicker of trepidation crossed his mind, but Vanderdecken 9 still maintained a cautious distance from Longzifeng, his wary gaze fixed upon him. To his astonishment, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to employ such a diversionary tactic. Yet, even with this, I am not afraid of you. Do you truly believe you are my match?" Upon hearing this declaration, Longzifeng could not help but shrug in resignation. It seemed Vanderdecken 9 was quite confident. However, even with such confidence, he posed no real threat to Longzifeng. With this thought, Longzifeng redirected his attention to Vanderdecken 9 and spoke, "Whether you are indeed our adversary, I cannot say, but I am certain that you will soon be leaving Mermaid Island for good." After uttering these words, Longzifeng summoned a surge of electrical energy in his hands. This was but a mere flicker of lightning, yet it immediately altered the surrounding waters, causing several small fish to panic and dart away from him. With such a modest display of power, Longzifeng exhibited a mastery of the water that left Vanderdecken 9 somewhat at a loss for words. "I warn you, I possess the power of a devil fruit. Do you truly think I would fear you?" he retorted, launching a pointed attack. At that moment, witnessing the formidable strength of Longzifeng, Vanderdecken 9 steeled himself. Since Longzifeng had chosen to confront him, and with Jinpei by his side, he had no choice but to engage them both in battle. Determined, Vanderdecken 9 thrust all his weapons toward Longzifeng. Under his command, a multitude of weapons surged through the depths toward their target. However, as they approached, Longzifeng remained utterly still. Jinpei, standing nearby, utilized his fists to disperse the oncoming barrage, harnessing the power of the water to scatter the weapons. With such extraordinary strength, the duo was an imposing force, while Vanderdecken 9 could only rely on his singular devil fruit ability. In comparison to the electrical might coalescing in Longzifeng's grasp, his own capabilities felt woefully inadequate. Upon witnessing this scene, Vanderdecken 9 could not help but swallow hard and retreat continuously, pondering how he might extricate himself from this formidable adversary. Was there truly no escape? In stark contrast, Longzifeng exhibited no intention of wasting time on him. With a sense of urgency, he declared 100,000 volts. He had no time to dwell on trifles, for he was on the brink of embarking on a journey to the New World. Lingering here would only serve to heighten his vexation. With this thought in mind, Longzifeng aimed his hand squarely at Vanderdecken 9 and uttered a single phrase. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy coalesced from his palm, a powerful bolt of lightning that, in the blink of an eye, surged forth towards Vanderdecken 9. Struck with blinding speed, Vanderdecken 9 was left gasping as he coughed up blood. Soon after, Longzifeng hovered before him, as he sensed the imminent severance of his consciousness. Vanderdecken 9 felt the approach of his doom and instinctively closed his eyes. Yet, the anticipated death did not come. Instead, he felt a force extracting itself from his very being, akin to delicate threads being unwound. Upon sensing this power, Vanderdecken 9 cried out in agony. At that moment, Longzifeng's hand rested upon Vanderdecken IX's forehead, siphoning away the entirety of his devil fruit ability, converting it into his own. This ability, in its essence, held considerable merit, and thus Longzifeng was inclined to absorb it fully. With this acquisition, he no longer feared the potential troubles that Vanderdecken 9 might have posed should he wield this power against the princess. It seemed that absorbing his devil fruit was indeed the most prudent course of action. Now, having absorbed Vanderdecken IX's abilities, the latter collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Observing this, Longzifeng shrugged, realizing that such a measure was necessary to truly subdue him. Meanwhile, Jinbei stood by, dumbfounded, astonished by Longzifeng's newfound prowess. Just previously, during the war at Marineford, Longzifeng's abilities revolved around copying others. Now, he had seemingly transformed into a being capable of plundering devil fruit powers. Was this not too extraordinary? Noticing Jinbei's astonished gaze, Longzifeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 49. Caution is the key to longevity. dealing with such nefarious individuals requires a firm hand. Do you believe my actions to be misguided? Long Zifeng remarked, eager to allay Jinbei's concerns. Even though Long Zifeng employed some formidable techniques that caused Vanderdecken to lose consciousness, perhaps even rendering him powerless in the future, he felt no remorse for his actions. His desire to explain himself to Jipping stemmed from their friendship. He wished to avoid any rift between them. Had he not acted as he did, how would the princess manage her predicament? Was she to spend her life evading this man? Long Zifeng, you need not elaborate so much. I am merely astonished by your prowess. It is not that I believe your actions to be unjust, Jipping remarked, genuinely surprised that Long Zifeng chose to clarify. In his memory, Long Zifeng was not one to indulge in explanations, often preferring solitude in his endeavors. This rare moment of clarification brought Jipping a sense of joy, suggesting that his standing in Long Zifeng's esteem was growing, at least to the extent of being worthy of such explanation. Now that this fellow is unconscious, how shall we proceed? Surely, we cannot simply let him go, Jipping pondered. Long Zifeng cast a disdainful glance at Vanderdecken and scoffed. The notion of sparing him was utterly impractical. However, it seemed they might be facing greater troubles. Vanderdecken's family would likely seek retribution, and a cripple within their ranks would serve no purpose. Yet the news of this incident would undoubtedly incite them to retaliate. Long Zifeng assessed the situation seriously. Even if Vanderdecken's kin came seeking vengeance, he harbored no fear. His only apprehension lay in the potential repercussions for the myriad beings inhabiting Mermaid Island, especially considering the princess had treated him with kindness. He could not repay her benevolence with malice. Thus, you shall set sail first, while I remain here to confront the situation. Once I have resolved this matter, I will hasten to catch up with you. Upon hearing Long Zifeng's words, Jipping felt as though he had been slapped, his discontent evident in his response. Long Zifeng, do you perceive me as one so cowardly? He retorted, clearly displeased. From the moment he met Long Zifeng, Jipping had been captivated by his strength, eager to learn from him. In such circumstances, to abandon Long Zifeng and depart alone would be akin to betrayal. Resolute determination filled Jipping's gaze. I shall not leave. I trust that you can protect me, and I too can safeguard the beings of Mermaid Island. Among us pirates, our sole commendable trait is our loyalty, he declared boldly. It was precisely because Jipping valued loyalty that he believed all pirates shared this virtue, and he considered following Long Zifeng his unwavering goal. Your words resonate deeply with me. Long Zifeng replied without hesitation. Suddenly, Long Zifeng's expression shifted, becoming piercingly sharp, and the previously serene sea erupted into chaos as the fish became agitated. The underwater creatures flitted about wildly, disrupting the earlier harmony. It appears that those individuals have already arrived, and now that you wish to leave, it seems you are unable to do so. After Long Zifeng uttered these words, he immediately concealed himself with Jipping. To understand oneself and one's adversary is the key to achieving victory in every battle. Yet, at this moment, we remain unaware of who has joined the opposing side, or even how many of them there are. Long Zifeng, are you truly that cowardly? Jipping exclaimed in disbelief. Long Zifeng, with a resigned roll of his eyes, replied, It's not that I am cowardly. Rather, I refuse to throw my life away unnecessarily. Having spoken, he attentively observed the surroundings, remaining silent. Are you certain that fellow is in the vicinity? Vanderdecken inquired. Yet beneath the sea, Vanderdecken's presence was imperceptible. Even Long Zifeng's aura was undetectable, leading to an unsettling feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. However, Vanderdecken dismissed any concern regarding Vanderdecken. Despite being his brother, their relationship was fundamentally adversarial. Any semblance of harmony existed merely on the surface, as they had always been beings of power. Cease your scheming. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Have you considered that if Vanderdecken encounters trouble, our entire family will suffer the consequences? Vanderdecken asserted with indignation. He would not permit any internal strife to manifest within the family. Even if he felt deeply dissatisfied, he had to maintain a facade of peace. In truth, he harbored immense anger towards Vanderdecken's actions, yet some matters could not be resolved merely through fury. He aspired to expand the family, necessitating a more meticulous approach to all affairs. Now, we must diligently search for Vanderdaken. However, he is not the only formidable presence here. Brother, why do you say that? Vanderdaming, sensing no other auras, was perplexed by Vanderdaken's assertion. You do not comprehend. Simply follow my instructions, Vanderdaken instructed before proceeding with the search. Longzifeng observed them scouring the area and turned to Jipping, saying, We must divert their attention. I shall attract them, while you launch a surprise attack from behind. Do not consider my approach as dishonorable. Such individuals cannot be dealt with through gentlemanly means. Moreover, as pirates, we must honor our word. Jipping nodded in agreement, fully understanding Longzifeng's intent, though he recognized that this plan might seem rather unfair in certain respects. He was aware that Longzifeng's objective was crystal clear, ensuring the survival of the beings of Mermaid Island and, likewise, protecting the princess. Feeling a deeper admiration for Longzifeng within, he could not help but remark, In truth, I believe the princess is quite fortunate, surrounded by love and your silent dedication. All right, I shall refrain from jesting. I will move ahead now. With that, Jipping stealthily made his way forward, deliberately masking his presence. Longzifeng advanced from the opposite direction, deliberately amplifying his aura to draw the attention of Vanderdaming and Vanderdaken. Brother, look, it's Longzifeng, exclaimed Vanderdaming, his astonishment palpable upon seeing Longzifeng. He hastily patted Vanderdaken's shoulder, excitement radiating from him, though this elation was fleeting, quickly replaced by fear. Chapter 50. The terrifying presence. Longzifeng noted the warning in Vanderdaming's gaze before turning to Vanderdaken, disdain dripping from his words. Your entire clan is merely mediocre. The constant scheming and covert struggles are utterly tiresome. It would be far more straightforward for you to confront one another openly. Longzifeng relentlessly mocked Vanderdaming and his kin. He discerned that, despite their outward appearance of brotherly affection, the competition between them was fierce, though his insights into their familial discord were largely speculative. Their recent conversation had solidified his suspicions. Thus, Longzifeng sought to sow discord among them, believing that only through such tactics could he maximize his own advantage, rather than being misinterpreted in his actions. I presumed your brotherly bond was profound, that your first instinct would be to rescue Vanderdaken. Yet, it appears you are not here to save him. On the contrary, you seem to be conspiring against him. Vanderdaken collapsed, and you perceived it immediately. Yet you delayed your arrival, granting others time to harm him. Longzifeng unflinchingly unveiled the facade of harmony, aiming to undermine his adversaries by exposing their shared vulnerabilities. Do not spew your nonsensical accusations here. Our sincerity towards Vanderdaken is as clear as day. We owe you no explanations. Vanderdaken maintained his composure, unwilling to be easily swayed. However, Vanderdaming was different. His fury was evident as he glared at Longzifeng, seemingly ready to devour him whole. What exactly do you intend to convey? Do not harbor delusions of threatening us. We are not individuals you can intimidate, nor do you possess the right to do so. Should you continue your insolence, you shall meet a grim fate. Vanderdaming was resolute in his desire to eliminate Longzifeng. Anyone privy to their secrets had met an untimely demise. Vanderdaken swiftly struck Vanderdaming, knocking him to the ground. A fool who sabotages rather than achieves should silence himself. Then, he turned to Longzifeng and inquired, Might I ask what knowledge you seek? If there are matters to discuss, it will be prudent to address them directly. As for our family's internal affairs, I believe it is not within your purview to inquire. Vanderdaken continued, I have some understanding of your character, Longzifeng. As a pirate, one must embody both justice and loyalty. Thus, what is your true intention here? Indeed, Vanderdaken was astute. Longzifeng thought, unable to suppress his admiration. He recognized that Vanderdaken could provide what he desired, as well as keep Vanderdaken in check. By mere observation, it is evident that Vanderdaming is not particularly reliable. At the very least, he cannot withstand the prowess of Vanderdaken and Vanderdaken regarding new endeavors. He resolved to engage in a serious discussion with Vanderdaken. The actions of Vanderdaken are well known to you all. Thus, I hope you can ensure that he no longer harasses the Jiaoyu Islands. If you can agree to this, then other matters will also be easily resolved, preventing further complications. Vanderdecken finally comprehended Long Zifeng's intentions. Yet he felt that such matters warranted thorough dialogue. Some issues may appear simple and devoid of major concerns, but in reality, they often harbor unspoken complications. Considering Long Zifeng's skyrocketing value and growing reputation among pirates, the prospect of collaboration with him seemed rather appealing. Presently, the Jiaoyu Islands hold little practical value for them. Even their ambition to seize the islands seems unattainable. Since Long Zifeng has expressed his thoughts, it is prudent for us to deliberate further, as mutual benefit is paramount. Should Long Zifeng lead us to unlock new horizons, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my duties to safeguard those in need, while Vanderdecken will not interfere. Your confidence is rather audacious, Long Zifeng remarked disdainfully. He did not expect Vanderdecken to set his sights on him. However, it was quite natural, given the lack of leverage between them, and in many scenarios, a more comprehensive approach is required. Regardless of the circumstances, they ultimately need to adopt a broader perspective. Yet, the opening of this new world would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. It was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. Nonetheless, in terms of agreeing or disagreeing, the implications were minimal. With this in mind, Long Zifeng spoke, "It is not a matter of my agreeing to you. It is not impossible. But you must understand my limitations. The door to the new world will ultimately rely on your efforts. I cannot guarantee you anything. As for your aspirations for wealth and glory, that rests solely upon your own capabilities." After delivering this statement, Long Zifeng nodded slightly, just as he witnessed Jipping lunging at Vanderdecken, seizing him by the throat. What does Long Zifeng mean by this? Vanderdecken instinctively opted for self-preservation, placing his hands aside as he inquired of Long Zifeng. Long Zifeng smiled courteously. "It is merely to facilitate a more equitable negotiation. How dare you? Release my brother at once, or I shall end your lives," Vanderdecken boisterously proclaimed. "Silence. I shall handle this matter," Vanderdecken admonished, not wishing to provoke Long Zifeng further. Vanderdecken felt a pang of discomfort from Vanderdecken's reprimand, especially with numerous subordinates present, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. However, Vanderdecken remained silent, bowing his head and retreating to the side, no longer concerning himself with these matters. "There is no need for you to be anxious, rest assured. Jipping will not harm you. We must collaborate together," Long Zifeng remarked, nodding towards Jipping. In an instant, Jipping released Vanderdecken and approached Long Zifeng, whispering, "When I launched my surprise attack, Vanderdecken had already regained consciousness, though he is now bound. Just behind that rock, if you wish to sow discord now." It is indeed a splendid opportunity. Long Zifeng comprehended Jipping's insinuation immediately. It was crucial for them to seize a suitable moment. Should they truly manage to disperse their entire family, all dangers would cease to exist. Yet, Vanderdecken was a formidable opponent, possessing exceptional eloquence and cognitive abilities. While Vanderdecken and Vanderdecken were inconsequential, Vanderdecken warranted a more meticulous approach. Chapter 51. Brothers turned enemies. I understand that both of you have harbored dissatisfaction towards Vanderdecken, who has long been arrogant in his favoritism. However, your father seems to be somewhat muddled, consistently refusing to trust or promote you. If the opportunity arose to eliminate Vanderdecken, would you seize it? Long Zifeng spoke with unwavering certainty, as though he anticipated that these two would contemplate actions against Vanderdecken. Yet, the unpredictability of fate renders such matters deceptively simple. While it may sound easy, the reality is far more complex. Regardless of what transpires next, they must think more clearly, for not all events will unfold according to their desires. Do you not wish to leverage certain forces to confront those you deem most formidable? Long Zifeng directed his gaze towards Vanderdecken. Specify your methods. Do not presume that mere words will convince us. Vanderdecken replied bluntly, clearly intrigued. Despite any outward bravado, the emotions within him were undeniable. Have you lost your senses, Vanderdecken? You cannot trust Long Zifeng. Discord must not arise within our family, Vanderdecken interjected, though his attempts to dissuade were futile. Some matters are far less straightforward than we envision. Many situations require careful deliberation. Brother, Cease your counsel. I am prepared for this. I detest Vanderdaken even more than I despise your current cowardice. Vanderdaken could no longer contain his frustration, speaking candidly. He looked once more at Vanderdaken, his eyes pleading. Brother, after enduring for so many years, have you not had enough? Rest assured, I will bear the consequences alone, even if our father seeks to investigate. I shall not utter a word of dissent. I am resolute in my determination. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that Vanderdaken rises above. The long-standing financial strain has indeed been burdensome, and many matters are far from as effortless as they might appear. Regardless of the circumstances, such issues require a thorough consideration on their part, ensuring that no problems arise. It is truly surprising that, despite the deep camaraderie they seem to share, the reality was rather disappointing. Long Zufeng remarked with a hint of sarcasm, having discerned that Vanderdaken also sought to manipulate Vanderdaken in eliminating Vanderdaken. Although this farce did not align with his expectations, many situations were merely superficial to him. Regardless of the truth, he understood the necessity of a broader perspective, striving for clarity. If you wish for my assistance, you must protect Mermaid Island. Should you fail in this regard, I can very well take matters into my own hands. He asserted. Very well, we, as brothers, agree to your terms. Vanderdaken resolved, determined to collaborate with Long Zufeng. Long Zufeng cast a glance at Ji Ping, uttering not a word. With that single glance, Ji Ping comprehended Long Zufeng's intentions and departed promptly. After a while, Ji Ping returned, dragging Vanderdaken and unceremoniously casting him onto the ground. You two are utterly inept, more prone to failure than success. Your abilities are lacking, yet you still dare to threaten me. Truly outrageous. Vanderdaken had regained consciousness and heard the preceding conversation. Now, upon seeing Vanderdaken and Vanderdaken, he seethed with rage, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Vanderdaken dismissed Vanderdaken and Vanderdaken with contempt, now that these two threatened his life. How could he possibly endure such insolence? His tone dripped with mockery. You are nothing but hopelessly inept. Now you wish to usurp my position? A leopard cannot change its spots. You would do well to take me back. Otherwise, father will not spare you. Should you kill me, your fates will be sealed as well. Vanderdaken's threats instilled a sense of fear in Vanderdaken and Vanderdaken, not due to Vanderdaken's prowess, but rather the impending retribution from their father. Vanderdaken felt a twinge of hesitation, but Vanderdaken could not afford to linger on doubts. Grasping Vanderdaken's hand, Vanderdaken urged, now that Vanderdaken is aware of our weakness, if we do not act promptly, the consequences will be dire. Even if we let him go, have you considered how we will hold our heads high before father in the future? Why should we not fight back? Vanderdaken's words swayed Vanderdaken. He spoke the truth, for they were destined to perish regardless, with Vanderdaken already privy to their plans. It was only a matter of time before they would be eradicated. Thus, with no avenue for retreat, Vanderdaken looked resolutely at Long Zufeng and declared, I am willing to cooperate with you. What shall we do next? Quite simple. Eliminate Vanderdaken. Long Zufeng replied with remarkable calmness, as if he had anticipated this farce and its inevitable conclusion, betraying not a flicker of emotion. He observed Vanderdaken in a state of desperate struggle. In such circumstances, begging for mercy might offer Vanderdaken a chance at survival, yet resorting to threats against Vanderdaken and Vanderdaken would only lead to his own demise. Vanderdaken, did you ever anticipate that your end would come at the hands of your own kin? Life, indeed, possesses a cruel sense of humor. After uttering these words, Long Zufeng turned to leave. Halfway through, he paused and spoke again. If you possess no justifiable reason, then I shall become your reason. It was rare for Long Zufeng to be so magnanimous. Having said this, he departed. I find it perplexing why you would extend your assistance to these two individuals. Ji Ping struggled to comprehend Long Zufeng's motives. For Long Zufeng, there seemed to be no benefit. Rather, he risked offending their family. Should Vanderdaken's father seek vengeance for his son, it would undoubtedly be Long Zufeng who would be the first target. Long Zufeng cast a sidelong glance at Ji Ping and, feigning mystery, remarked, Even if his father were to pursue me, would these two truly wish to see me harmed? They would exert every effort to shield me. If I were truly to fall into his father's hands, their fear would only intensify, thus creating a mutually reinforcing situation. Ji Ping, somewhat enlightened yet still puzzled, nodded and inquired, "So, shall we leave now, or head to Mermaid Island? Let us depart. We have lingered here for quite some time." Long Zifeng's words were directed at Ji Ping, yet they felt more like an affirmation to himself. Long Zifeng and Ji Ping made their way to their pirate ship, with Long Zifeng deftly steering its course. "You take the helm. I shall fetch some provisions," Ji Ping said before descending. Long Zifeng gazed across the vast expanse of the ocean, the sunset casting a brilliant glow upon the surface, as if it were endlessly guiding them forward. Chapter 52. The monster's guidance. Long Zifeng had little inclination to admire the surrounding scenery. He merely glanced about. The recent period had been exceedingly hectic, and he truly needed to take the time to appreciate the beauty of his surroundings. He peered into the distance, sensing something was amiss, as if he could discern an unnatural protrusion. To be cautious, Long Zifeng focused and raised his telescope towards the horizon. "What are you observing, Long Zifeng? Surely there are no beautiful maidens ahead?" Ji Ping teased, but when he received no reply, he approached Long Zifeng's side. Long Zifeng handed the telescope to Ji Ping, stating, "Approximately 2,000 meters away, I can faintly discern the head of a creature." The distance was too great to ascertain the nature of the beast, yet it was evident that trouble awaited them. Long Zifeng spoke with remarkable calmness. Ji Ping's observations aligned closely with what Long Zifeng had described, but when he noted that their ship's speed had not diminished, but rather quickened, a wave of panic washed over him. He hastily urged Long Zifeng, "Great One, are you out of your mind? You are aware that a monster lies ahead. Why then would you accelerate? Why do you think this creature has suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea? Just a moment ago, I was observing it, and we maintained a distance of 2,000 meters from the beast, give or take." Long Zifeng has revealed some crucial information. As pirates, they are exceedingly vigilant, possessing a keen sense of intuition, and above all, they must be audacious. Based on our recent proximity, we are now but a few hundred meters from the creature. Yet, as you witnessed, we have consistently maintained this distance, indicating that there is indeed something amiss with this monster. Perhaps there exists some unknown reason compelling it to keep such a distance from us, almost as if it is ensnaring our very souls. Ji Ping seemed to grasp the essence of Long Zifeng's words, but felt that his actions were somewhat perilous. "What if your conjecture is incorrect? Will we not then become the creature's dinner? Can you not have a bit more faith in me? When have I ever erred?" Long Zifeng could not help but roll his eyes. He firmly believed in his own judgment. Having observed so meticulously, any deviation would only signify his own folly. "If you doubt me, take the binoculars and keep an eye on my acceleration or deceleration, and see if there are any fluctuations." Long Zifeng gestured for Ji Ping to pick up the binoculars. Ji Ping nodded, took the binoculars, and could distinctly perceive Long Zifeng's alternating speeds. However, regardless of how Long Zifeng adjusted his pace, they remained at a constant distance from the creature, which left Ji Ping perplexed. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Ji Ping noticed the astonishment in Long Zifeng's eyes. Had he not pointed this out, I would have never considered it. "How did you come to this realization? Surely there must be a reason behind it. At present, I cannot fathom what compels the monster to maintain its distance from us. But I suspect it is related to those pirates we encountered earlier. It seems we are not the only ones to have ventured here." Ji Ping had never anticipated the complexity of this situation, and for now, he could only comprehend it in this manner. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, being with Long Zifeng instilled in Ji Ping a profound sense of security. Why don't we delve deeper into this mystery? After all, I have witnessed your capabilities. You should have no trouble dealing with this creature. Why are you praising me so highly today? I feel as though you are not quite yourself. Long Zifeng seldom hears compliments from Ji Ping, so this was indeed a surprise. Could it be that his victory over Vanderdecken has altered Ji Ping's perception of him? The mere change in perspective stemming from a singular event was somewhat bewildering to him. Perhaps the culmination of past experiences had led Ji Ping to harbor admiration for him. However, for Long Zifeng, this was not a matter of great significance. He was already mentally prepared. Each encounter with a new world tends to present numerous insurmountable challenges. Yet ultimately, these obstacles are always resolved. His current state exudes an unwavering calmness, regardless of the formidable challenges that may arise. The expression upon his face remains composed. Yet, beneath this exterior lies a tumult of anxiety, for he understands that as long as he conceals his turmoil, no one will perceive it. With this thought, he hastens towards the creature, but Long Zifeng has altogether forgotten the earlier conversation, where they acknowledged that, no matter the course of action, they must maintain a distance of 2,000 meters. Unbeknownst to him, Long Zifeng has veered away from their previous course, and by the time they realize it, they are utterly unaware of their current location. The monstrous entity has vanished from sight, and Ji Ping, feeling a surge of trepidation, observes Long Zifeng's voice quivering with apprehension. Do you think we might be devoured by those creatures? Or could it be that everything that transpired was merely a trap they set for us? Do not underestimate these monsters. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. However, they have indeed disappeared from our view. Long Zifeng muses, his curiosity piqued further by this peculiar occurrence. We must concentrate our efforts and remain vigilant for any unusual sound around the vessel. He instructs Ji Ping, recognizing the gravity of their situation. There are numerous matters that require their swift attention, and they must adopt a more comprehensive approach, avoiding previous mistakes. The timely emergence of information is essential for their preparedness, and it is imperative to understand not just the immediate circumstances, but to maintain a broader perspective. All right, Long Zifeng, I trust you. With you here, I shall not succumb to fear, Ji Ping declares, sounding as though he is rallying his own courage. In truth, Ji Ping has entrusted all his hopes to Long Zifeng. Without him, his own courage and capability would not suffice to continue this journey. Long Zifeng remains unperturbed, navigating forward as if the events unfolding bear no weight upon him. Gazing at the vast ocean ahead, he acknowledges their uneasy night aboard the ship, yet they must persist towards the new era that Lanshouse spoke of. With this in mind, Long Zifeng retrieves the map for a closer examination. Chapter 53. Encounter with pirates. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberates in his ears. Instinctively, Long Zifeng looks up bewildered. Ji Ping rushes over, his gaze laced with resignation. Fortune and misfortune are often intertwined, he murmurs. What has happened? Long Zifeng inquires softly. Ji Ping blinks rapidly, sheepishly scratching his head. Indeed, everything unfolds as Long Zifeng had anticipated. They find themselves in a pirate-infested region, where the shifting winds alter the direction of their sails. And Long Zifeng senses that the situation is far more complex than it appears. Their vessel collides with another, as the pirates compel them to surrender all supplies aboard. As Ji Ping slowly began to articulate his analysis of the current situation, Long Zifeng furrowed his brow and let out a cold snort, dismissing the pirates entirely as a rabble of misfits. I shall confront them, he declared, turning on his heel to depart. Ji Ping instinctively felt the urge to stop him, but Long had already vanished around the corner. With a resigned sigh, he followed suit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pirates gathered at the bow of their ship, wielding an array of weapons, glancing uncertainly at one another. Surrender all the supplies on your vessel, the pirate leader boomed, his tone dripping with arrogance as he secured a rope to their ship, intent on commandeering it. Long Zifeng strode forward confidently, with Ji Ping jogging closely behind. He placed a reassuring hand on Long's shoulder and sighed, shrugging. We ought to consider alternative strategies. Confronting them head-on would yield no benefit for us. Long cast a fleeting glance at Ji Ping, dismissing his concerns. The pirates, brimming with arrogance, warranted a tempered response. To endure without resistance would only embolden them to believe in their superiority. Long spoke with unwavering conviction, each word resonating with newfound resolve. Ji Ping nodded instinctively, momentarily taken aback by Long's determination. Seizing a nearby machete, he forcefully severed the pirate's rope. The pirate leader scrutinized him, sensing the aura of a formidable adversary radiating from him. The pirates hesitated, their expressions darkening. Your current demeanor will swiftly erode my patience. I suggest you reconsider our terms, lest you find yourselves at a disadvantage. The pirate leader warned. Long gestured for Ji Ping to fetch a chair, settling into it with an air of composure as he toyed with an object in his hands. The pirate leader's companion, unable to contain himself, shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let's strike now." The pirates were indeed eager, yet they hesitated, contemplating the identity of their opponents, wary of potential failure. They decided to let their more formidable members test the waters first. Though they were pirates, they had never faltered in this territory, not merely due to their reputation, but also their strength. They were well aware that typically, surrendering their supplies would not result in loss of life, as they preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Long Zifeng observed the pirates' modus operandi, and though he understood how they had managed to survive for so long, today they had the misfortune of encountering him. Noting their movements, he resolutely proclaimed, "You shall withdraw for now. Do not approach without my command." Jipping, grasping the gravity of the situation, led their group in retreat, confident in Long Zifeng's ability to repel the pirates. The pirate leader, accompanied by one of his more formidable crew members, utilized the strength of the rope to successfully board their ship. Long Zifeng did not intervene, fully aware that seasoned pirates possessed the necessary skills to navigate such encounters. Severing the rope would not impede their survival. Ha 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 ha. The pirates erupted in laughter. They had long refrained from consuming meat, ever since the leader issued new regulations. It had become rare for passing ships to refrain from delivering supplies, all in a bid for survival, which consequently led to their prolonged restraint from confrontation. A once-in-a-century opportunity had unexpectedly presented itself to him. I strongly advise you to have your men promptly unload all the supplies you have brought aboard. It may spare you from calamity, the pirate cautioned earnestly. Long Zifeng picked up the tea prepared on the table. If you intend to resort to violence, you may as well come forth swiftly. Upon hearing this, the pirates, no longer holding back, menacingly brandished their weapons, ready to strike him. At a critical moment, he effortlessly intercepted their assault, leaving the pirates exchanging bewildered glances. What had just transpired? He had not even lifted a finger, yet had effortlessly repelled them. And he was the most formidable individual aboard their vessel. The pirates chattered amongst themselves, their voices occasionally reaching her ears. Long Zifeng casually flexed his fists. He had no desire to engage in a scuffle. The leader of the pirates wore a pained expression, suppressing his rising anger. It seemed they would have to relent this time. You should send someone to retrieve some supplies. We all overstepped our bounds and failed to recognize your significance. The leader of the pirates exhibited remarkable adaptability, speaking with great tact and a gentle demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier aggression. Long Zifeng, wishing to avoid further entanglements, effortlessly tossed them back. We merely stumbled into this territory by accident. However, as a gesture of our remorse, we can offer you some supplies to help you survive. The pirates had been scraping by through forcefully seizing supplies from other ships. Without adequate provisions, they could only collect meager goods from the sea to sustain themselves. The leader of the pirates finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, he had not sent his other subordinates to their demise recklessly. That would indeed have been unkind of us. Ji Ping, observing all of his actions, yearned to rush out and cheer, but stifled his thoughts. Their supplies were ample, while the pirates appeared destitute. The leader of the pirates contemplated the current situation, ultimately resigning to accept the offer. He caught a glimpse of the supplies sent by the other party, sufficient to sustain them for some time. I'm immensely grateful to you. Therefore, when you next visit this area, I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome, he said leisurely. Ji Ping sighed, wishing never to traverse these waters again. Encountering pirates was truly a harrowing experience. A faint smile played at the corners of Long Zifeng's lips. They continued onward, as per the map, with a lengthy journey still ahead. Chapter 54. The misplaced map, according to the position indicated on the map. Long Zifeng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, murmuring to himself, "What a wretched map! I cannot discern its true location after all this time. What's wrong?" Ji Ping seemed to sense his anomaly and approached with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Long Zifeng scratched his head and tossed the map into Ji Ping's arms. "Examine the map you provided me. If it weren't for my instinctive intuition, we would have inadvertently sailed into pirate territory. and we might have already become captives of those marauders. Confounded, Ji Ping took the map into his hands and scrutinized it closely. He soon discovered the discrepancies and sighed in resignation upon encountering several prominent characters. He retrieved a pristine map from the chest. It seems that our earlier oversight led to this erroneous map. This one is the authentic version. As he spoke, he handed the new map over to Longzifeng. The atmosphere in the air instantly became tense. Longzifeng resolved to head to a nearby village, a place sparsely populated, where they could live in tranquility without disturbances, allowing them the freedom to pursue whatever they desired. However, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Why do you wish to go to the village? Drifting at sea like this is not ideal. We can depart once we have confirmed our situation. He casually doodled on the map and finally pinpointed a nearby village, directing the ship toward it. It would take approximately a day's journey to arrive. From the outset, Ji Ping had respected his decision, but the others expressed their discontent, chattering amongst themselves. We have been adrift at sea for such a long time, living in uncertainty. Must we still wait until what? Their discussions were rife with grievances. But Ji Ping interrupted at a crucial moment. He spoke earnestly. We have found a nearby village where we can settle securely. Had it not been for him, we could very well have fallen into the hands of pirates. The dissenters fell silent, at a loss for words, and gradually dispersed. Ji Ping observed their departing figures. Lost in contemplation, his brow furrowed with concern. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Longzifeng decided they would first stay on the ship overnight and venture ashore during the day. When he informed the others, they questioned, "Why can we not act at night and must wait until morning?" Longzifeng regarded them silently, absorbing their doubts. After a long pause, he replied at a measured pace, "The villagers are unlikely to welcome outsiders at night. They may fear we are nefarious individuals. Thus, it will be prudent to wait until daylight to proceed." Upon hearing this, the others seemed to grasp the reasoning and reluctantly nodded, resigning themselves to spending the night aboard the ship. There was nothing inherently wrong with staying on the vessel, but the stifling atmosphere, combined with the prolonged separation from land, left them feeling distance from shore. The midnight sea was even more serene than during the day. The following day, he gradually awakened from his slumber, listening to the sounds outside. With a vigorous stride, he moved swiftly, and upon seeing him approach, Ji Ping anxiously gestured towards the direction ahead. It was perplexing why the villagers had discovered their presence. They were decidedly unwelcome. Instead of greeting them, the villagers brandished various weapons, intent on expelling them from the settlement. "You may seek refuge in other villages. It is best not to settle here." The speaker was none other than the village chief, an individual whose ordinary demeanor belied the authority he wielded. His every word and action resonated with the essence of the village. Longzifeng exuded an aura of strength that unsettled the villagers, leaving them in a state of unease. The others exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon awakening that morning, they had witnessed the villagers vandalizing their vessels, but fortunately, he had intervened just in time. Little did they expect to be besieged by the villagers. Now, they found themselves cornered, and the blame was unjustly cast upon them. Do you even possess a sense of reason? If not for your provocations, we would not be stranded here without cause. Longzifeng cast a sidelong glance at the damage inflicted upon their ship, realizing that it was indeed these villagers who had orchestrated the mischief. Reluctantly, he rubbed his temples, never anticipating such a predicament. To effect repairs in a brief span would require at least several days of labor. The village chief harbored considerable dissatisfaction. Longzifeng perceived the villagers' behavior as exceedingly peculiar, a stark contrast to those he had encountered in previous settlements. This region was unfamiliar to them, having seldom traversed it. What shall we do now? If we proceed like this, our journey across the sea will be fraught with difficulties, one individual remarked. Longzifeng nodded, deep in thought, and resolved to approach the village chief to negotiate for their stay. Ji Ping attempted to halt his advance, but was effortlessly interrupted. Otherwise, we shall be unable to continue our journey through these waters. Upon noticing that he was alone, the chief's expression softened slightly. He understood that their current predicament stemmed from the villagers' unprovoked actions and, in resignation, led them back to the village. I will step away for a moment, but shall return shortly. In the meantime, find someone to repair the ship. As they observed him depart, a sense of unease settled among them. Would he abandon us so easily? Would he? One mused, contemplating the possibility of him residing in the village and negotiating with the elders. Before the thought could be fully articulated, Ji Ping abruptly interrupted, asserting, with his temperament, he would never forsake those by his side. Such a notion is utterly unfounded. Yet, he added, but there are no buts. Ji Ping's demeanor was resolute, his tone icy, and his actions more assertive than usual, instilling a primal sense of fear in those around him. They could only silently continue their tasks, hoping against hope that their fears were unfounded. He was increasingly enraged, overturning everything on the table to the ground. As time passed, his figure remained absent, and each person harbored their own secret thoughts, oblivious to one another's musings. The immediate priority was to repair the vessel without delay. It was imperative that he return safely, sparing the villagers any undue actions against him. Ji Ping muttered to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chapter 55. The village encountered the group, exchanged silent glances, rendered speechless. What place is this? How remote? One person stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Long Zifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Previously, as envoys from the maritime continent, they had always been welcomed warmly by numerous villagers wherever they went. Never had they endured such indignities. Mind your words. Yiping kvarnd furiously. The village chief's expression darkened as he suppressed his rising anger, clearing his throat lightly to feign composure. You reside near my quarters. Do not entertain any deceitful thoughts. I'm not so easily fooled, he spoke, his tone laced with annoyance. Long Zifeng managed a bitter smile, shaking his head. In a brief span of time, he had discerned the village's character, selfish, greedy, and hypocritical. It seemed that someone deliberately sought to embarrass the chief or coveted his position, orchestrating this entire scenario. As he observed the chief's retreating figure, he fell into deep contemplation. The real drama was only beginning. Night fell quietly. Long Zifeng sat in a chair, scrutinizing the map laid out before him. It was rumored that this new territory, fraught with unknowns, was home to treasures beyond belief. Countless sailors had led their crews here, spreading tales far and wide. Long Zifeng sensed something amiss and felt compelled to investigate further. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Before he could respond, Ji Ping burst in. Long Zifeng frowned, his gaze tinged with disdain. Ji Ping sheepishly scratched his head and winked at him. Utterly unanticipated was his fright from a tiny insect. By the time he came to his senses, he had already appeared in Long Zifeng's room, clutching a pillow. What brings you here? Long Zifeng inquired. Ji Ping casually found a seat, making himself at home. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy chill. I was just a bit scared. Can I come in? Long Zifeng facepalmed, speechless, incredulous. He was afraid? What could a grown man possibly fear? Really? Ji Ping nodded, his face pale and lips devoid of color, looking anything but insincere. Long Zifeng reluctantly consented to his presence. However, we must establish some ground rules first. Ji Ping stared blankly at Long Zifeng, taking a considerable time to process. Ground rules? Why? Fearing that Long Zifeng might change his mind, he quickly acquiesced. Observing this, Long Zifeng's expression darkened. Why did he feel as though he had walked into a trap? In the deep of night, devoid of the day's clamor, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. A voice drifted from outside. Ji Ping instinctively took several steps back. What was happening? He quietly inquired, the atmosphere around them suddenly solidifying. They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Ji Ping felt an unsettling sensation creeping in, his mind wandering back to the daylight. Could it be that what the village chief had said was indeed true? He muttered to himself, regretting his earlier decisions. Silence. Long Zifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking in a measured tone. Circumstances are shaped by human actions. Furthermore, if one listens closely, discrepancies become evident. Surely, you cannot be so dazed as to overlook even this trivial ruse. At his words, Ji Ping's face registered shock. The fluctuations in sound suggested someone was deliberately orchestrating events. He remained seated, his expression unchanging, as he picked up the tea on the table and took a delicate sip. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps reached his ears. He quickly lifted his gaze, only to discover it was Ji Ping. The weight in his heart finally lifted. What on earth had transpired? Long Zefeng toyed with an object in his hand. Not long ago, Ji Ping had stealthily followed his instructions to the rear. Indeed, everything was unfolding just as they had anticipated. It was the villagers who were scheming against them. How could he have imagined they would toy with us like mere puppets? Ji Ping's words were laced with indignation as he kicked over the items on the table. Pick that up. Long Zefeng reminded him in a deliberately low voice. They were currently in a vulnerable position, precisely what those individuals desired. The rest of the team had not slept well through the night. The next day, Long Zefeng gradually awoke from his slumber, the sounds of chatter resonating outside. "Boss, should we not leave? Don't you remember what transpired last night?" One of them exclaimed. "I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I heard some strange noises. We cannot stay in this village any longer." They debated among themselves. Long Zefeng observed their every move. "Bring in the villagers," the chief muttered, recognizing the unfolding situation with a weary sigh and shaking his head. From now on, it would be best to prevent outsiders from entering the village to avoid malicious gossip. His murmurs were tinged with inscrutable emotions. Long Zefeng stepped forward and patted the chief on the shoulder, speaking softly into his ear so only the two of them could hear. "Chief, we have uncovered the identities of those behind this. All you need to do is watch tonight and assist us in completing this performance." The chief looked at him, a mix of astonishment in his gaze. After a long pause, he finally responded, tugging at Long Zefeng's sleeve as they discreetly entered the house. He made himself comfortable, sitting casually in a chair. "Is what you just said true? Have you genuinely found out who is behind all this?" The chief, brimming with excitement, appeared as though he wished to embrace him. This matter has troubled the village chief for many years, drawing considerable criticism and dissatisfaction from the villagers, who even at one point questioned his suitability for the role of village chief. Indeed, Long Zefeng responded. "However, there remains one thing that eludes his understanding. Why do the villagers desire the chief's resignation? Is there an unspoken truth buried beneath the surface?" With a deep sigh, the village elder reflected on the events of years past. The village had faced an unprecedented drought, a calamity not seen in a century. As the leader, the chief was expected to set an example, guiding the villagers to dig wells in search of water to sustain their last hope for survival. Yet unexpectedly, several villagers fell into the depths during the well-digging endeavor, and subsequently, the incident faded into obscurity. From that moment onward, the villagers' affection for their chief waned significantly. The chief recounted the past with a heavy heart, and Long Zefeng absorbed every word. Thus, it became clear to him why the villagers harbored such grievances against the chief. There was indeed a hidden story behind their discontent. "I think I understand, but what about your situation? Do you require any assistance from me?" He murmured softly. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Chapter 56. The puppet master in the stillness of the village at night. Devoid of the day's clamor, a serene quiet enveloped the surroundings. Long Zefeng, as was his custom, sat in his chair, poring over the book bestowed upon him by the village chief, which chronicled the village's history. He stumbled upon several intriguing issues. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He looked up sharply to find none other than Ji Ping entering. A weight lifted from his heart. What brings him here again? Could he still be afraid? This time, under no circumstances would he allow him to stay. "I suggest you speak your mind quickly. If there's nothing to say, don't linger," Long Zefeng stated bluntly, without a hint of politeness. Ji Ping's expression fluctuated between anger and resignation as he sighed and casually took a seat. "You seem to be enjoying yourself alone here," he remarked, tinged with a hint of reproach. Those old-timers were simply insufferable, each more difficult than the last, wishing only to expel them from the village immediately. Ji Ping had endured great trials to finally find some stability. Long Zefeng observed him with a scrutinizing gaze, appraising him thoroughly. After a considerable pause, he finally comprehended. "Ah, I've uncovered some fascinating information. Would you care to hear it? Ji Ping regarded him with curiosity. A subtle smile graced Long Zifeng's lips as he pushed the book the chief had given him forward, turning to a page with faded ink. He spoke slowly. This tome chronicles the village's past, including the unprecedented drought, a calamity during which the only remaining descendants of those who perished are those still residing in the village today. What do you think the connection might be? Upon hearing this, Ji Ping's face was etched with astonishment as he immediately slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. With a sudden jolt, he rose from his seat, maintaining a measured distance between them. Long Zifeng instinctively took a few steps back, rubbing his temples, pondering the true intentions concealed within this enigmatic figure. Are you suggesting that one among us is orchestrating this charade, seeking vengeance against the village chief from years past? Long Zifeng nodded, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Ji Ping recalled recent events, muttering a quiet curse. What are we waiting for? Let us seize the opportunity and apprehend that individual. He turned to leave, only to be halted at a crucial moment. If you proceed now, you will undoubtedly invite unnecessary troubles upon yourself. Trust me, by tonight, he will willingly reveal himself. Long Zifeng whispered, ensuring only they could hear. He had deliberately sent an invitation, indicating that the village chief would unveil the true mastermind behind it all this evening. Someone as astute as him, having grown up in such an environment, would surely take the bait with ease. That is precisely the point Long Zifeng was counting on. Shall we then ensnare him this evening? Ji Ping eagerly rubbed his hands together, but under Long Zifeng's counsel, he reluctantly dismissed his earlier thoughts. The village chief, following instructions, dispatched all invitations, feeling an inexplicable unease and quietly questioning whether this plan would truly succeed. Could this be a ruse? Trust me, it will certainly work, Long Zifeng responded, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented determination. Night fell quietly, and the true spectacle was just beginning. I never anticipated matters would unfold this way, Ji Ping remarked slowly. The village chief gathered everyone, and a cacophony of chatter ensued. Faces exchanged puzzled glances, each person at a loss. What transpired? Why were they summoned? Their voices intertwined, each vying to be heard, as they were gathered for this pivotal night. The perfect occasion to unearth the true culprit. The village chief proclaimed with righteous authority, his commanding presence silencing the crowd. Long Zifeng and Ji Ping sat patiently within the room, awaiting developments. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the air, causing everyone to hold their breath. It seemed he could no longer remain hidden. He was finally ready to reveal himself. Seizing the moment, Ji Ping stealthily approached him and tapped his shoulder. Are you excited to see me? He whispered. Upon noticing Ji Ping, the man instinctively recoiled, reflexively attempting to flee in another direction. To his astonishment, several figures emerged from the bushes, blocking his path. He appeared as though he had aged a decade, collapsing to the ground in a state of paralysis, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. You are plotting against me from behind. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure, pointing and cursing vehemently. Desiring to keep one's misdeeds concealed, must one still rely on others to resolve their problems? Ji Ping retorted sharply, causing the atmosphere to plummet to a freezing point. Long Zifeng emerged with a graceful stride, clad in dark attire that rendered him particularly enigmatic beneath the night sky. It seems the records speak of you. Upon catching sight of the book in his hand, a person's pupils constricted and their mouth fell agape, struggling to utter a few words. Who would have thought you would be discovered? He burst into hearty laughter. Ji Ping observed his every move, a chill creeping down his spine. Could he have lost his sanity? He murmured softly. Long Zifeng shook his head. The events of that bygone era had claimed his entire family, leaving him profoundly affected. Now, as old grievances resurfaced, they inevitably unearthed his past. It appeared that this matter inflicted more pain upon him than we had anticipated. Thus, there was no need for us to pursue him relentlessly. He turned to depart. Yet unexpectedly, the individual seated on the ground lost control, brandishing a dagger and lunging in his direction. Long Zifeng, possessing formidable strength, had sensed the impending danger and swiftly incapacitated the assailant's arm. Ah, you fool! We intended to grant you a chance at survival. Yet you chose to come forth and seek your own demise, dismissing us entirely. Do not blame us for our ruthless response." He growled. A vague sense of unease lingered in the air, evident in his gaze, laced with resignation. The person on the ground clutched their injured arm, wailing in agony. Long Zifeng sighed. "Why inflict such suffering upon yourself? Moreover, it is time to lay the past grievances to rest. There is no need for the villagers to remain burdened by the village chief's position." He keenly observed that it was indeed the young man from that fateful day who had pressured the chief to resign. Speaking with kindness, he sought to persuade. Chapter 57. The Harshness of Reality Enough. Suddenly, a voice shattered the prevailing silence. The village chief, accompanied by the villagers, emerged from behind. The incapacitated individual glared at the chief with intense hatred. The chief sighed in exasperation, never having anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone exchanging glances, surveying the scene. "Why must you persist in this manner?" One villager stepped forward, whispering softly as they approached. Gently placing a hand on the injured person's shoulder, realigning their wounded arm, and bowing before the onlookers. Long Zifeng discerned a unique bond between the individual and the young man on the ground. "There is no need for us to delve further. This was fundamentally a matter concerning your village. We are merely responsible for apprehending the mastermind behind the scenes. How you choose to handle it remains in your hands." Ji Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head as he spoke slowly. Clearing his throat several times, he finally managed to steady his nerves. The village chief appeared to age a decade in an instant, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. The events of that year were poorly managed, leaving him to live in solitude and fostering a deep resentment towards the village. It is truly unexpected how an unintentional act could yield such dire consequences. Since you do not wish for me to assume the role of village chief, I shall relinquish this position and entrust it to you." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment, utterly bewildered. The young man on the ground bore an expression of shock, his gaze filled with uncertainty. After enduring countless struggles to displace the chief, how could he so easily surrender the position? Was there a hidden agenda at play? The young man pondered silently. The chief suddenly crouched down, and the two exchanged a wordless stare. In a hushed tone, audible only to them, he whispered, "In truth, I have always known." The chief was more aware than anyone of the true instigator behind the scenes. However, he had refrained from uncovering the truth, unwilling to believe it was the young man's doing. Now, with the truth laid bare, he had no choice but to confront reality. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by those before him. Other villagers voiced their dissent. "How could someone like him be suitable as our chief? Only you're capable of leading us and managing our affairs. It would be best for you to reclaim your position," they urged one another, their demeanor drastically different from before. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of the chief's lips, her eyes inscrutable as she turned and walked away, disregarding them. Long Zifeng watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Bai Ping, unable to contain his frustration, called out to several villagers, "Why did you not voice such sentiments before? Now that you see the situation for what it truly is, you come together to persuade one another. How utterly hypocritical." With that, he stormed off. Sitting at the table, he angrily grasped the cup of tea, slamming it down onto the surface. Long Zifeng found the situation somewhat amusing. "Why be so incensed? What does it matter to you?" Bai Ping pressed his lips together, retorting. They had spent several days in the village with minimal interaction with the villagers. When others realized they could remain safely in the village, a great weight lifted from their hearts, attributing all their gratitude to Long Zifeng. Bai Ping lay on his bed, utterly perplexed. Long Zifeng seemed to sense his unease and inquired, "What is troubling you? You appear quite bewildered. How is it that you know so much about the chief?" Bai Ping spoke directly, without pretense. Long Zifeng picked up a book from the table, which chronicled various events and stories from the village, including a once-in-a-century drought that had unleashed chaos, resulting in the destruction of the youth. The villagers, feeling the weight of such loss, had urged the chief to find a suitable family for him, drawing considerable attention in the process. "If you truly wish to delve deeper, You may take the opportunity to fully comprehend the underlying illusions, rather than being unable to analyze even the simplest matters. Upon hearing this, Ji Ping could not help but admire his colleague's capabilities, which exceeded his expectations. Indeed, he stood out among the younger generation, earning more of Ji Ping's respect. Long Zifeng picked up the map from the table, carefully perusing it, and began to circle and annotate certain locations with his pen. He identified a place where they could reside in the village for a few days before proceeding to their next destination. Ji Ping observed his actions, falling into contemplation, ultimately pondering whether another location might prove to be more advantageous. After a considerable duration, he slowly voiced his thoughts. Why must we go here? We could venture to the opposite direction. Perhaps we might uncover new discoveries and in due course profit handsomely. Long Zifeng understood Ji Ping's sentiments. However, that particular locale was fraught with peril, and it would be wiser to explore it once stability was achieved. He meticulously weighed the pros and cons before him. Given their current navigational capabilities, they had yet to attain such accomplishments. It would be prudent to first explore other islands, where they might stumble upon the rumored treasures. I think you ought to reflect upon this carefully. One should not become so feeble. His words carried a hint of mockery. Ji Ping, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head, vaguely sensing something amiss. Are you mocking my lack of intellect? He retorted upon realization. Long Zifeng nodded, pleased that Ji Ping had finally demonstrated some insight. Very well. Let us heed your suggestion. We shall discuss this matter thoroughly with the others tomorrow to determine our next destination. Perhaps the group will have fresh perspectives. Ji Ping whispered to him, and although the outcome was not entirely satisfactory, it was only after the two had deliberated that they gradually succumbed to slumber. Long Zifeng carelessly stowed the map in the drawer, entirely unaware of the peril brewing beyond their immediate surroundings. For reasons unknown, news of their activities in the village had somehow spread outside. Although the villagers did not anticipate any significant incidents, unexpected events began to unfold. Consequently, many became increasingly concerned about occurrences near the village, leaving the villagers feeling somewhat helpless. Unable to dissuade the village chief, they had no choice but to issue a decree forbidding any outsiders from entering, thus averting a potential catastrophe. It seemed that the forthcoming events might not bode well. He murmured to himself. Chapter 58. Discussing important matters the following day, Long Zifeng awoke from his slumber. Outside, the air was filled with a cacophony of chatter. Ji Ping eagerly summoned everyone. What could possibly be afoot today? One individual whispered, their gaze tinged with curiosity. The atmosphere in the air grew tense, as discussions erupted from all directions, capturing the attention of numerous villagers and drawing their actions into focus. One could only speculate what ulterior motives lay behind this gathering. Perhaps they were convening to deliberate on their next destination. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Typically, their sojourn in the village lasted around 7 days, yet now only 3 days had elapsed. Why the sudden urgency? Had something transpired? Their words were laced with uncertainty. Ji Ping shook his head, retrieving a map from his pocket and laying it upon the table. I am merely following the instructions indicated here. Do you not wish to proceed to the next village? Ultimately, a palpable excitement coursed through them all. This village proved to be far more desolate than anticipated, lacking in resources and unable to provide them with ample supplies. It would be more prudent to venture forth in search of the rumored treasure. They cast their eyes around, peering ahead, and furrowed their brows upon observing the designated location within the circle. Why choose to settle here when a more favorable spot was nearby? Yiping, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and blinked. He recalled the words spoken by Long Zifeng the previous night. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. It is because we still lack sufficient understanding of that maritime area. We must first inquire into the surrounding villages to ascertain the situation, lest we find ourselves empty-handed. The group nodded in agreement, finding some merit in his reasoning. Long Zifeng, lurking in the shadows, observed with an enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As he turned to depart, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. I wish to have a serious conversation with you, if I may. It was the youth who had caused a ruckus the day before. Long Zifeng was perplexed by his intentions and followed closely behind, engaging in casual chatter. The boy, however, was consumed by resentment, clearly unable to let go of past grievances. If you continue to dwell in hatred, you shall never find happiness. Long Zifeng offered his well-meaning counsel, unaware that the boy, seizing the moment of inattention, launched an attack on him. The two engaged in a vigorous struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. When Long Zifeng met the boy's gaze, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself bound to a chair in a dilapidated temple. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The boy approached him slowly, declaring, "I may be in the process of letting go, but I harbor a deep disdain for you outsiders. Why do you refuse to leave?" He pressed relentlessly, prompting Long Zifeng to furrow his brow, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Ji Ping hurriedly returned with a map, bursting into the room only to find it devoid of Long Zifeng's presence. His face registered shock as he inquired around the village. Ultimately, in a state of despair, he approached the village chief, only to discover the chief collapsed and unconscious at home. Quick-witted, Ji Ping splashed water from the table onto the chief's face, gradually rousing him. "What on earth has happened? We must check the temple. He is likely there." The village chief inadvertently stumbled upon the secret of the youth. As he contemplated leaving, the young man noticed him and was unable to reconcile his feelings. Long Zifeng glared fiercely at the boy, who brandished a dagger, waving it gently in the air. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Living in such hatred, one is bound to miss any opportunity. He spoke slowly, looking down upon the boy with disdain. The youth seemed to be stimulated, shouting wildly in a frenzied manner. Jipping, accompanied by a group of followers, made his way toward the dilapidated temple. Before they could approach, familiar sounds reached their ears. Just as they prepared to rush in, a chill ran down their spines upon locking eyes with Long Zifeng. "Stay back for now. I have my own methods." Jipping nodded, reluctantly leading his group to retreat a few steps, sensing that something was amiss. "I have never known what to do," he exclaimed. "I never imagined you would discover me, but I assure you, I will not let you off easily. Someone like you never could," he declared, his tone increasingly unsettling. Long Zifeng observed all of his actions with a mix of resignation, unsure of the next course of action. Jipping, watching the unfolding situation, sensed an underlying tension and reluctantly set down what he held. At a critical moment, he suddenly stood up from his chair, maintaining a careful distance. The others exchanged glances, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. "I think you should consider this carefully. It shouldn't have come to such a dire state," he remarked, briefly summarizing the events at hand. Long Zifeng swiftly seized the dagger from the boy's grasp, just as Jipping and his followers burst in, subduing the youth to the ground. The village chief sighed in exasperation, realizing he had no choice but to confine the boy within the room. Perhaps the events of years past had dealt him a severe blow, and indeed, he bore a significant share of the blame. Reluctant to assume the role of village chief, he found that the resentment in the boy's heart remained unquenched. The chief spoke to them succinctly, offering a comforting pat on the shoulder to the youth, whose gaze reflected incredulity. The situation was fraught with duality. Long Zifeng felt that the historical accounts of those events were not as detailed as recorded in texts. It was likely that someone had deliberately concealed the truth. Inquiring subconsciously, he looked at the chief, who appeared taken aback, his face paling instantly, lips devoid of color. The expressions of the villagers shifted visibly and rapidly. "If you wish to know more, then follow me." The village chief let out a resigned sigh, taking a considerable amount of time before finally speaking. Chapter 59, The Aftermath. The scene shifted. He sat upon a chair, cradling a cup of tea in his hands, taking a gentle sip. In his gaze lingered a hint of helplessness, an inkling of something amiss. The subsequent events left them utterly astonished. It was unexpected to learn that the boy's parents had once been rescued. What remained perplexing was that the boy's parents had later descended once more, vanishing without a trace thereafter. In his desperation, the village chief had no choice but to place the boy in the care of another family, explaining the circumstances of those years past. Yet the boy remained unresponsive, and over time, his solitude had fostered a reclusive nature. Little did they anticipate that matters would unfold in such an unfortunate manner, far worse than I had imagined. Long Zifeng spoke slowly, noting that the boy had only shown emotional responses when encountering others since being confined to the room. Otherwise, he would merely toy with the dagger in his hand, presumably a keepsake from someone of great significance. The village chief sighed again, as though aging a decade in an instant. The atmosphere in the air became palpably tense. Ji Ping gently patted his shoulder, his mind drifting back to the last occurrence, his face reflecting more bewilderment than anything else, leaving him uncertain about what to do next. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligned. He briefly recounted to him the events he had shared with others during the day. Long Zifeng had already observed everything. Nodding in acknowledgement, he casually sought an excuse to depart. Ji Ping watched him leave, falling into contemplation, feeling a touch embarrassed as he scratched his head, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate it. The following day, Long Zifeng awoke from his slumber. Ji Ping, eager to meet him, could hardly contain his curiosity. What had transpired? Why was he so eager to see me? Upon entering, Long Zifeng appeared rather haggard, suggesting that the boy's situation had taken a toll on him. Of course, I wish to explore the outside world with you. We have yet to truly appreciate our surroundings since our arrival. Ji Ping earnestly clasped his hands, his spirited demeanor prompting Long Zifeng to reminisce about their previous adventures. They had stood resolutely by one another, fighting side by side against external forces. The events of that time were shrouded in many enigmas, leaving one bewildered about the true nature of the circumstances. With no other option, he relinquished the items in his grasp, murmuring to himself, his eyes betraying an inscrutable emotional state. In an instant, as he lifted his gaze, Ji Ping suddenly smiled and suggested, "Let us venture to the area ahead. There was a vast expanse we passed by yesterday." Long Zifeng momentarily lost his focus, captivated by the bright smile on the face before him. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, a warm touch enveloped his hand. Although they were both grown men, it stirred a subtle impact within him. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, maintaining a respectful distance. Ji Ping, sensing the shift, quickly withdrew his hand. "Let us hasten our steps. Otherwise, when the crowd swells, we may find ourselves unable to proceed," he murmured, occasionally glancing ahead, clad in dark garments. Long Zifeng observed her receding figure, a faint, elusive smile gracing his face, as if he had not felt such relaxation in an eternity. It was only then that he realized how much time had elapsed. Do behold the splendid scenery outside. Ji Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, as though she had never felt this liberated before. In contrast, Long Zifeng stood there like a block of wood, cold and unyielding. The atmosphere between them seemed somewhat off-kilter. What was the current state of that young man? Before Long Zifeng could finish his thought, Ji Ping interjected, "Let us refrain from discussing that young man today." The two engaged in playful banter in the garden, reminiscent of days gone by. He had previously sought information about the boy, only to discover the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Suddenly, an incongruous voice echoed from a distance, and a cacophony of chatter erupted among the crowd. Ji Ping instinctively positioned herself in front of them. In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, an alarm rang within Long Zifeng's mind, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. They all turned to see. Was that not the young man from earlier? How could he have emerged at this moment? Perhaps the current circumstances were not as straightforward as they had assumed. They exchanged murmurs, entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "This is precisely why you sought to restrain me today," Long Zifeng articulated with unwavering conviction in his eyes. The village chief's face bore trace of sorrow as he observed everyone's actions. No one had anticipated that the boy would seize the opportunity to sneak out and scale the wall when no one was watching. Abandoning his belongings on the ground before making his way toward the sea, Ji Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching her head, uncertain of how to proceed. As she watched him depart, she fell into deep contemplation, casually inquiring among the crowd. What on earth had happened? Why would he suddenly emerge like this? And if anything were to go awry, could you bear the responsibility? As he spoke with palpable agitation, the individual before him scrutinized him with a dismissive glance, snorting derisively before turning away. The village chief patted her shoulder from behind, shaking his head gently. It is quite possible that this is merely fate. His choices are his own, and none of us can intervene. Thus, we must allow him to act as he wishes, he explained calmly. Ji Ping furrowed her brow slightly and took off in the direction ahead. The atmosphere in the air became palpable, thick with tension. He sat in his chair, an imposing aura emanating from him, suffocating in its intensity. Ji Ping attempted to speak, but unexpectedly, she was harshly interrupted by the person before her. If there is nothing pressing, then let us venture out today and refrain from further disturbing me here. He simply articulated the current situation. It was evident that something was amiss, his tone betraying a hint of unease. In resignation, Ji Ping sighed and departed, while the others looked around curiously. One among them, mustering courage, approached to inquire, "What on earth is happening? The boss has been causing a ruckus outside all day. When will we proceed to the next destination?" Just as Ji Ping was prepared to shoo them away from his vexation, someone who had been seated inside suddenly rose. "We can head to the next stop by tomorrow." The crowd gazed at him in astonishment. Chapter 60. The next stop. Nightfall descended quietly. The true spectacle was only just beginning. He sat in a chair, his countenance illuminated as he perused a book, when suddenly, a commotion of footsteps reached his ears. They looked up to find Ji Ping. A weight finally lifted from their hearts. Long Zefeng occasionally recalled the silhouette of the young man, instinctively rubbing his brow. Ji Ping, sensing his discomfort, swiftly poured him a cup of floral fruit tea and nudged it forward. Their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "What has transpired? Why such a situation today?" he whispered, his gaze tinged with curiosity. Ji Ping pursed his lips, at a loss for words. He set down the items in his hands, intending to leave, but was suddenly halted by Long Zefeng, who seized his wrist. Just as tensions were about to escalate, an untimely knock resounded from outside. "It's the village chief," Ji Ping quietly warned. The chief's unexpected nocturnal visit surely signified pressing matters at hand. Reluctantly, the two momentarily ceased their conflict. The village chief scrutinized them intently, then reassuringly patted their shoulders. The entire village was aware of their impending departure the following day and had prepared an abundance of provisions for them. Though it may not be as substantial as before, this is the collective goodwill of our community, a customary gesture towards newcomers. We hope it reflects our gratitude for the assistance you have provided during your stay, the chief expressed delicately, bowing slightly. Long Zefeng felt a twinge of guilt within. He retrieved some notes he had written earlier and handed them to the chief, his eyes harboring inscrutable emotions. The village chief sighed softly, patting his shoulder. "You need not bear such guilt. Such decisions are his to make, and we must accept fate as it comes," he said slowly, his words laced with a touch of regret. An unnameable atmosphere enveloped the village, yet it was clear that several individuals were unsettled. Setting down his belongings, one among them murmured softly, "At last, we can depart from this village, which has long felt suffocating, though I could never articulate why. Now, I finally comprehend the underlying reason. The incessant chatter and gossip surround us from all directions." Ji Ping cast a fierce glare at them, his eyes signaling to his subordinate beside him. In a tone barely audible to two, he whispered instructions into his ear. "Ensure these people are kept at bay. It would be best if they refrain from wandering before our eyes during idle times." Long Zefeng observed this exchange with a hint of amusement on his face as he turned to another direction, retrieving a map from the table. Their next destination lay perilously close to a dangerous zone, with many unknown events quietly approaching. It remains uncertain what they are about to confront. "The previous village might have been my miscalculation, causing you some inconvenience. I hope you are not too troubled by it," he said with a sincere demeanor. The expressions on those around him reflected more astonishment than anything else, as they suppressed their surprise and nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Ping sensed something amiss, and the atmosphere thickened palpably. Watching her retreating figure, he fell into deep contemplation. A few individuals exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. "I believe it would be prudent for you to carefully consider the current circumstances," one of them murmured, utterly oblivious to the prevailing situation. In their helplessness, they resorted to discussing amongst themselves. Ji Ping instinctively followed suit. You need not blame yourself too harshly for that young man's predicament, he quietly reassured. Unexpectedly, he found himself perusing a selection of texts, which chronicled various tales and anecdotes. A particular page detailed the villages near the sea, revealing an array of peculiar stories linked to them. Moreover, the inhabitants here exhibited a distinct lack of warmth, far more desolate than those encountered in previous villages. It was no wonder that upon entering these waters, I felt an unsettling discomfort, he murmured, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. As the two shared a glance, they realized that the reality of the situation was not as they had envisioned. This region boasted many areas ripe for exploration. I believe we may very well uncover what we seek here, he slowly conveyed to her. Ji Ping nodded in understanding, contemplating the nature of the impending changes. Unsure of how to articulate it, he resolved to prepare himself nearby, striving to maintain composure amidst the unpredictability of their circumstances. Those observing them absorbed their actions intently. Tomorrow marks the day of departure. The following morning, villagers arrived, bearing various packages to bid them farewell. We are aware of your imminent departure today, so we have specially prepared some provisions for you, hoping they will serve you well. One individual cautiously handed a package to him, speaking in hushed tones. The person trembled, unable to meet her gaze. Long Zefeng's lips twitched slightly, his heart filled with a sense of helplessness. Observing the heavy package they were preparing, it was evident that it contained numerous supplies. This was all a deliberate arrangement by the village chief. It was indeed quite embarrassing. During this time, we have caused you much trouble, so we shall decline these provisions, hoping they may provide you with meaningful assistance. He spoke simply to them, his tone exceedingly polite as he rejected their goodwill. The villagers exchanged glances, seemingly caught off guard by this turn of events. They appeared somewhat bewildered, directing their gaze toward the village chief. With a resigned shake of his head, the chief responded, suggesting that it would be better for them to accept the villagers' heartfelt intentions, as refusing would leave them in an awkward position. Cheaping, having overheard, promptly stepped in to mediate. Ultimately, after much reluctance, they accepted the supplies. Their previously damaged boat had been restored to its former glory. Many things unfolded as they had envisioned. A faint sense of unease lingered, and it was unclear how to proceed. It seemed that the villagers held some affection for them. Long Zefeng instinctively clutched the letter in his hand. Chapter 61. A new nautical adventure. The sea at midnight possessed a tranquility that contrasted sharply with the daytime clamor. Cheaping casually settled into a chair, deliberately pouring a cup of tea. He pushed it forward, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. The journey thus far had been arduous. They had endured much. Cheaping spoke slowly, allowing the atmosphere to thicken. Long Zefeng, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. He never anticipated he could become so sentimental. Suddenly, a voice pierced the night, shattering the serene ambience aboard the ship. A few individuals rushed in haste, their chatter echoing from all directions. Who among them was so reckless as to intrude upon our sanctum and to arrive before us? One person stepped forward, indignantly expressing his frustration. In a fit of anger, he flung the tea from the table onto the floor. Cheaping shot him a fierce glare, causing the man to shudder involuntarily and take a step back. At that critical moment, Long Zefeng patted his shoulder and silently mouthed, "It's fine." Gradually, Cheaping's emotions stabilized. The group stood there bewildered, as if everything had unfolded beyond their expectations. Long Zefeng moved ahead, striding toward the situation. It appeared that the individual bore traces of blood. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, assaulting their senses. They exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. What are we still doing here? Hurry and bring the person aboard. Cheaping yelled angrily at those nearby, realizing that these old codgers were ungrateful wretches, always hesitant in his actions. It is high time they rectified this detrimental habit. They exerted considerable effort to finally bring the man ashore. A meticulous observation of his countenance revealed a pallid complexion, with lips devoid of color. He bore a wound the size of a palm, and at a critical moment, Long Zefeng stepped forward to administer a rudimentary bandage, barely stabilizing his spirit. From the previous scrutiny, it became evident that he had encountered an assault and the severity of his injuries necessitated medicinal treatment. Was there any available remedy for immediate use? After a brief analysis, he quietly inquired. Jipping opened the supply pack given by the previous village, discovering a scattering of medicines, including herbal remedies specifically for external injuries. He swiftly presented these items before Longsifeng. The two displayed remarkable synergy as onlookers observed in silence, reflecting on the unprecedented situation encountered during their maritime adventure. They had long heard of the perilous nature of these waters, yet never anticipated such a grave crisis would arise. What course of action should we take next? The group engaged in anxious discussions, their hearts filled with trepidation. After Longsifeng transferred the man to a bed, he strode with agility, quickly coming into the view of the others, and spoke in a tone imbued with an unprecedented resolve. As long as I remain on this vessel, I shall safeguard everyone's safety. It is late. We should return soon. The crowd, taken aback by his unwavering demeanor, refrained from further comment and turned to depart. Jipping, watching their retreating figures, silently cursed and rolled his eyes. He then turned and entered the study. Longsifeng sat in a chair, his expression serious, poring over texts on treating external wounds. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Looking up, he was relieved to find it was Jipping. The weight in his heart finally lifted. Why had he returned so soon after departing? What incident had transpired? With a scrutinizing gaze, she appraised him from head to toe. Jipping laid all the medicines from the ship upon the table. These are what I found earlier. They will prove useful for the time being. A subtle smile graced Longsifeng's lips, an unspoken bond between them. Jipping slumped into the chair like a deflated balloon. Are we truly going to the nearby village? Time passed slowly. After a significant interval, Longsifeng broke the silence, explaining that they indeed needed to wait a while before departing. However, rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation in due time. Jipping reassuringly patted his shoulder and, in a hushed tone only they could hear, advised. This newcomer is of uncertain origin. We must observe carefully before making long-term plans. Longsifeng silently nodded, shifting his gaze to the man on the bed. His face was masked, as if bound by a peculiar fate, impervious to removal. Clad in tattered rags, his skin exuded an unexpected smoothness, betraying no signs of a life spent by the sea. An air of uncertainty lingered as he murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting emotions that eluded comprehension. Sensing something amiss, he reluctantly set down the object in his hand. The following morning, as dawn broke, the man gradually emerged from his slumber, confused by the gazes directed towards him. He observed their movements with a growing sense of disquiet. You ought to contemplate the situation thoroughly, he mused. Longsifeng presented a vial of medicine before him, but instinctively, the man yearned to flee. Fortunately, he was restrained on the bed just in time. Your injuries are far too severe for vigorous movement. Once you have healed, you may leave at your discretion, Longsifeng articulated deliberately. The man furrowed his brow, catching the scent of the medication in her hands. Is this truly the most basic remedy you could provide? He questioned. Beside him, Jipping's fury surged, wishing to strike the man. His tone dripped with disdain, his actions equally scornful. This is the medicine we labored to prepare for you, and such supplies are rare at sea. Shouldn't you express gratitude? Jipping retorted succinctly, but was interrupted before he could finish. Leave for now. I have questions for him. You will be summoned should the need arise, Longsifeng instructed firmly. With no other choice, Jipping turned to depart. Their gazes locked momentarily in the air. The man on the bed absorbed their interaction, his heart heavy with confusion. Recalling the events that had transpired, he distinctly remembered not being on a vessel. Everything had been normal until a group of cloaked figures had forcibly taken him away. After that, consciousness faded, and he awoke aboard this dilapidated ship. Chapter 62. Self-identification. The atmosphere thickened, charged with unspoken tension as the two exchanged knowing glances. Longsifeng scrutinized him closely, sensing an underlying anomaly, and shook his head in resignation. Rest assured, our intentions are entirely benign. As long as you remain calm, matters will resolve themselves. Your injuries have already been tended to, he assured. Upon hearing this, the man took a considerable time to silently nod, observing his surroundings. He instinctively inquired, "Where exactly is this place?" "We are currently at sea, en route to the next village, awaiting new discoveries," Long Zufeng explained. Outside, Jipping observed their exchange. Enveloped in a palpable tension, uncertain how to proceed. Why involve him in this? He murmured, his eyes betraying a complexity of emotions. Long Zufeng seemed to sense the unease emanating from him. Gently patting his shoulder, a faint smile graced his face. The man seated on the bed finally began to grasp the reality of his situation. He had been quietly brought out to sea, completely unaware that he had drifted to a new location far from the shore he had known. "I wonder if you could return me to my original place," he implored, longing for the comfort of familiarity. The man's attire exuded an air of opulence, leading Ji Ping to suspect that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. How could someone of his stature find himself adrift on the sea? "Has something happened to you?" he blurted out. The man's complexion turned pale, devoid of color, and he remained unresponsive for a considerable time. Ji Ping, fearing he had misspoken, attempted to leave, but at that crucial moment, the man blocked his path. "I can share my story, but you must promise to keep it a secret." Long Zufeng and Ji Ping nodded and closed the door. From the man, they learned that he hailed from a wealthy family, yet had been embroiled in a web of conflict that led to numerous casualties. He had always preferred to remain uninvolved, never anticipating that he would become a target himself. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself gravely injured. With no other option, he had set sail, hoping to return home, only to encounter perilous circumstances at sea. Someone like you, devoid of any seafaring experience, would surely be at a loss when faced with danger. "And your injuries have only worsened," Ji Ping remarked simply. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. The man nodded slowly, fiddling with an object in his hand. Ji Ping redressed his wounds with fresh ointment. "Why not join us on our voyage? If that place is fraught with danger, there would be no need to return," he suggested. The man's face reflected confusion as he shook his head, then nodded hesitantly. Long Zufeng, unable to contain himself, interjected, "If you wish to accompany us, we welcome you at any time. Should you decide to return, I will ensure you are sent back at our next stop." The man fixed his gaze upon him, pondering deeply as he raised the herbal remedy from the table to sip. Though rudimentary, it was a rare find in such harsh conditions. "I am truly grateful. I never expected such kindness from you," he expressed sincerely. Days passed, and the man's condition gradually improved. The others would often check on him during their free time, and they quickly formed a bond through their conversations. Ji Ping would occasionally share tales of the thrilling encounters he had experienced at sea, igniting a passionate response from a man who eagerly grasped his sleeve. "I had no idea you had encountered such exhilarating adventures. They seem far more entertaining than my previous experiences," he exclaimed, his words laced with longing. Long Zufeng absorbed the emotions of those before him, a hint of a smile gracing his features. The sea was fraught with peril, after all. Born into a prominent family, he had been sheltered from such dangers and had little understanding of them. "You're always welcome to join us. Our next destination is a village in that area. Would you accompany us?" After a brief observation, the man noted that they were far kinder than those he had encountered previously, and he instinctively nodded in agreement. He was certain he would return home, though the time was not yet right. Little did he know that the events that would unfold later would deny him that opportunity forever. Of course, that is another story. The area we are heading to harbors some unknown dangers. Are you truly able to withstand them? Long Zufeng regarded her with a hint of skepticism, taking her every action to heart. After a moment of contemplation, the man's gaze shifted to one of unprecedented resolve. "If I wish to remain here, I must follow through on my words." His sincerity was palpable. Long Zufeng's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Ji Ping sensed that the person before her held a particular fondness for her, though confusion dominated her expression, leaving her to observe his actions closely. They exchanged a glance, barely grasping the gravity of the situation. "If this continues, we may never leave." He altered the map, realizing that the village ahead was not as leisurely as he had imagined. They had spent a full 3 days at sea and were nearing their destination. To his surprise, the man's emotions surged as he pointed toward the horizon. "Those clad in black are precisely who I remember." Following his gaze, Long Zifeng beheld the village they aimed to reach. "Remove your mask. We shall provide you with a new one, obscuring your identity from them." Upon hearing this, the man silently nodded, reluctantly removing his mask. To their astonishment, he possessed strikingly handsome features, marred only by a small scar on his forehead that did little to detract from his allure. "Why do you want a mask all this time? You look splendid without it," Ji Ping exclaimed, her words tinged with confusion as she bounced around. Long Zifeng timely extended his hand, pulling her back with an apologetic expression. "My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. He has always been a bit eccentric, making him hard to comprehend." He briefly explained the current predicament. Chapter 63, A Re-Examination. "I trust one am not a stranger to you all. I am a sailor from afar, seeking the village's acceptance," Long Zifeng articulated, each word imbued with newfound determination. A glance exchanged between the two individuals conveyed an unspoken understanding. The situation was far more complex than anticipated. The young man before him seemed to display an audacity beyond what he had envisioned. The village chief scrutinized him from head to toe, casually directing his gaze towards Jipping, a sense of inexplicable familiarity flooding his heart. Suddenly, he lunged forward, tugging at Jipping's sleeve, who instinctively recoiled a few steps back. Upon meeting the chief's familiar visage, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He had never expected to encounter him here. Their communication had been severed entirely long ago. In a voice only the two could hear, he whispered in Jipping's ear. The chief, noticing the hint of helplessness in Jipping's gaze, grasped his hand. But it took a while for him to comprehend the situation. Jipping's heart was brimming with indignation as he forcefully overturned the table. "You all entertain him here. I will handle the rest. No one is to disturb us." The village chief signaled to those behind him, and the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, while others chattered noisily around them. Long Zifeng took some time to realize that a masked man had approached him, bowing and apologizing profusely. "I truly apologize. I did not anticipate causing you any embarrassment. I must attend to some matters briefly. We shall discuss this later." The man gestured for him to proceed, and they both remained seated in the room. He casually lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a gentle sip, the earlier scene vividly replaying in his mind, leaving him uncertain about what would unfold next. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jipping sat in a chair, facing the village chief. Both an impasse. The tale was lengthy. He had traversed this region before, bound by an inexplicable fate with the chief, who had ultimately compelled him to leave and seek refuge elsewhere. The events of that time were no longer obscure, and there was no need to revisit them. Furthermore, they ought to devise a proper plan to prevent the current predicament. Jipping expressed his thoughts succinctly, his words laced with dissatisfaction, showing little regard for the chief. The village chief reached into his pocket and offered something forward. Indeed, there had been errors on their part, and despite their efforts to uncover the truth, they had failed to locate him, ultimately resigning to let the matter rest. Now that he had returned, it was evident that their destinies were intertwined once more. Before he could finish his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by the man before him. Jipping's gaze reflected his discontent as he turned to leave, only to be blocked in a crucial moment. The village chief, with a weighty tone, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You should remain here for now. When you come to your senses, I will ensure you are freed." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several burly men suddenly appeared within his line of sight, encircling him. Ji Ping's complexion shifted from ashen to furious as he suppressed his anger and clenched his fists, directly kicking a few of the men away in front of the village chief. He was no longer the Ji Ping of yesteryears. The village chief observed his actions with astonishment, stepping back a few paces and feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Could you truly bear to see your friends unable to remain in the village because of you? The neighboring villages are far more complex than one might imagine." Upon hearing this, Ji Ping gradually regained his composure, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he approached, whispering ominously, "Should you dare to act, your fate will be far worse than that of others." The words carried a hint of menace, and the village chief's expression darkened as he watched Ji Ping's departing figure. Lost in contemplation, those lurking behind slowly emerged, exchanging glances and convening within the dwelling. Their animated discussions were filled with confusion regarding Ji Ping's return. As someone once integral to the village, he had now returned with others. Was this mere coincidence or a deliberate act? What should we do next? Shall we simply wait idly, allowing him to watch us? He remarked simply, unsure of the next course of action. Reluctantly, he set down what he held, and the atmosphere plummeted to a new low. Long Zifeng observed Ji Ping's returning silhouette, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. The individuals behind the village chief likely surmised Ji Ping's identity and thoughtfully poured him a cup of fruit tea, pushing it forward. "I never expected you would return one day," he murmured, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable mix of emotions. Long Zifeng distinctly sensed the oddity in those around him, an unsettling intuition creeping in. Just moments ago, the village chief had led a group into his dwelling, relocating his belongings and assigning him an exquisite room, their demeanor starkly contrasting with earlier. "Have you struck a deal with them? Why the sudden kindness towards us?" Before he could finish, Ji Ping interrupted, sitting down with a cold snort, his body radiating anger. Though deep inside, he felt a greater sense of fury and uncertainty about the unfolding events, sensing something amiss. "Shouldn't you reflect on why the current situation has arisen? Our matters deserve resolution." A familiar voice echoed from outside. The village chief's actions were intended to dissuade him from pressing further. Their conversation meandered, and Ji Ping sighed helplessly, a trace of sorrow etched across his brow. Long Zifeng reassuringly patted his shoulder, affirming that regardless of what transpired, their bond was sufficient. The forthcoming circumstances were not as simple as they appeared, and with no other choice, Ji Ping resignedly set down his belongings. "Please, enlighten me about the situation at hand. Let us engage in a thorough discussion regarding the unfolding events," he said to him in a measured tone, barely perceiving the gaps in their conversation. Chapter 64. The past from him. He gleaned some previously undisclosed truths. Memories flooded into Ji Ping's mind, revealing that he had lived in this village since childhood, bound by an inexplicable connection to the village chief. Indeed, he was the chief's son, but tragically, he had been taken away at birth, subjected to disdainful gazes. The villagers held him in contempt, and when unusual circumstances arose, they hastily shifted all blame onto him. In front of the entire community, the chief callously abandoned him in a dilapidated hut, where he remained for several days. Once the dust settled, Ji Ping left for distant lands, never anticipating that he would return to this very region, suggesting that, in a short span, they had gained considerable control. "I cannot easily forgive them. This matter leaves no room for negotiation, nor do I wish to be entangled with them in any way," Ji Ping articulated, each word laced with a newfound resolve in his gaze. Long Zifeng nodded, patting him on the shoulder. Acknowledging the profound connection between the two, he reluctantly lifted the teacup from the table, taking a gentle sip while surveying his surroundings, lost in contemplation, uncertain of the path ahead. In the quietude of the village at midnight, stripped of the day's clamor, a sense of tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The village chief paid a late-night visit, bearing an array of fine offerings meant to appease them. Ji Ping observed his actions with a disdainful smile, regarding him with utter disregard. "I find your attempts to charm us with these culinary tricks utterly revolting. Spare me the insipid theatrics, lest I suspect your intentions are solely to repulse me," Ji Ping retorted, his words laced with sarcasm directed at those accompanying the chief. Their faces fell, struggling to suppress their ire, and one could no longer contain himself. Rising to speak, "Indeed, you were wrong back then, but there is no need to harbor resentment indefinitely. It has been so long. Cannot a modicum of reconciliation be sought?" he asserted with righteous indignation. Long Zifeng furrowed his brow, growing impatient as he rubbed his temples, sending the items on the table crashing to the ground, shattering the fragile silence. The chief shot them a fierce glare, while the others exchanged silent, bewildered glances. After all, Ji Ping was the chief's biological son, and during this time, the chief had been consumed by regret, often reminiscing about the past with a twinge of guilt. He had even sent people to watch over them, ensuring they were well fed and well provided for, lacking in nothing. "I have come to discuss certain matters with you. Let us set aside our previous topics for now," The chief said slowly as he placed his offerings elsewhere. Ji Ping regarded him with a hint of suspicion, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. Long Zifeng stood up with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, responding courteously to the village chief. A faint smile graced the chief's face as he realized that the young man before him exceeded his expectations in prowess, far surpassing his own capabilities, truly deserving of her selection. "I have a request for your assistance," the chief began. "I thought you sought us for something significant, only to find that it was this matter that prompted your thoughts of us." His words dripped with a hint of sarcasm. Long Zifeng patted his shoulder and turned toward another direction, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The village chief began recounting the troubles faced by the surrounding villages. Recently, numerous outsiders had arrived in the area, many from other regions, and these newcomers were decidedly unfriendly, plundering the village's resources and inciting growing resentment among the locals. In desperation, they had to seal off their borders, concealing all manner of possessions in hidden places. The only information they had was the rumor of treasures within the region, though they were, in truth, nowhere to be found in that vicinity. "I hope you can aid us in fending off these intruders," the chief implored, bowing deeply before Long Zifeng. "You have not been entirely forthright with me, and thus, I cannot wholeheartedly assist you. This is something you must be aware of," Long Zifeng replied succinctly, revealing his thoughts. The chief's expression faltered, taken aback that a young man could see through him, and he reluctantly sat down. "I have warned you before. It is best not to play your tricks before us. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly," Jipping stated, harboring no fondness for the man before him. He wished to put the past behind him, hoping only that the chief and his cohorts would refrain from provoking him. The chief turned to leave, and Long Zifeng watched his retreating figure, perplexed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps drew his attention, and he looked up to find the chief had returned. "What brings you back? Do you wish for us to do something for you?" he questioned, his voice tinged with confusion and incredulity. The chief set down his belongings. "This is our latest map. It confirms that the treasures are not in this area, but they are quite close. We anticipate significant disturbances in the near future, and we fear for the village's safety, which is why we must refuse entry to outsiders." Long Zifeng understood the urgency of the situation outside, intentionally keeping their vessel anchored far from the coast with a few smaller boats, leaving some individuals at sea to observe the approaching vessels. He noted the influx of people heading towards them. "I have a grasp of your circumstances, and should anything arise within the village, we will undoubtedly offer our assistance. However, I kindly request that you refrain from troubling us for the time being." Long Zifeng articulated with great tact, expressing his position while politely proposing conditions. The village chief was acutely aware of the implications behind his words. He cast a fleeting glance at Jipping, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze, and ultimately acquiesced. The atmosphere grew icy in an instant, and the two reached a silent accord before turning away completely. "I have already assisted you," Jipping nodded, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. As he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, intermittently reflecting on the events that had transpired earlier. Long Zifeng keenly observed his preoccupation and, with a sense of helplessness, began to offer counsel. "You might consider having an earnest conversation with him. Perhaps you could glean some information from his words." Chapter 65. The village chief's secret nightfall descended quietly. Jipping lay restless on his couch, unable to find slumber. Long Zifeng noted his restlessness and gently patted his shoulder, casually picking up a book from the table, extracting 2 invitation letters from within. "I have yet to find a time to tell you." He handed the invitations to Jipping, and their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Jipping felt a swell of emotion. The invitations were for the very person he had longed to meet, the elderly mariner who had once regaled him with tales of pirates during his seafaring days. A dream he had yearned for, but never had the opportunity to realize. Little did he expect that the person before him would help him fulfill this wish. The atmosphere became palpably tense. As Long Zifeng met that familiar gaze, he instinctively took a few steps back, somewhat flustered, scratching his head while whispering, "You should get up. Tomorrow we must bid farewell to the village chief and move to another village." The others, unaware of the underlying dynamics, had a vague understanding of the situation. Under the bright daylight, as darkness fell, they chattered animatedly, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, reaching her ears. Who would have thought he is the village chief's son? That means all the village's resources are his. Logically, that should be the case. If it were me, I would endure to stay here. Jipping's expression soured, struggling to suppress his rising anger. Long Zufeng, observing his retreating figure, stealthily approached him when others were distracted, patting his shoulder and articulating each word clearly. Is it enjoyable to speak ill of others behind their backs? The man quickly shook his head, hastily departing. At that critical moment, Long Zufeng blocked his path, stretching his limbs as if it had been ages since he had fought alone. Uncertain how much the slight figure before him could withstand, he declared, "Let us have a contest. No dilly-dallying." Before the man could react the next moment, the crowd saw him hurl the objects in his hands to the ground. With a speed visible to the naked eye, the man arced through the air, crashing against the wall behind him, blood spilling from his mouth. Long Zufeng looked down upon him, his foot pressing against the man's back, who lay face down, vociferously lamenting. "We were wrong. It was truly unintentional. I beg of you, Great One, have mercy." Long Zufeng spoke slowly, his gaze tinged with a hint of alarm. "In the future, refrain from uttering such words in my presence, lest you wish for me to show you no mercy." In a hushed tone, Long Zufeng spoke in a voice only discernible to two, casting a furtive glance at the onlookers beside him. "Just carry him back. He'll likely be confined to his bed for the next few days." Upon hearing this, the group quickly nodded in agreement. Renowned for his formidable strength and exceptional skills, Long Zufeng had always been a standout among the younger generation, never imagining he would encounter such a day. Reluctantly, he set aside what he held. "Enough. I have already dealt with those individuals for you." Upon returning indoors, he spotted Jipping seated in a chair, his expression grave and his body trembling. As he reached for the tea on the table, it slipped from his grasp, producing a sharp sound as it struck the surface. Long Zufeng seemed to sense something amiss. Following Jipping's gaze, he beheld a woman who appeared to be quite deranged. "What has happened?" he inquired. "Her," Jipping pointed, finally managing to utter, "She is still alive." Shock etched across Long Zufeng's face, but by the time he processed this revelation, the madwoman had vanished, leaving him to ponder the depths of Jipping's tragic past. "Who is she?" he questioned, noting the emotions swirling in Jipping's eyes, a mix of desperation and longing. Jipping tugged at Long Zufeng's sleeve. "You must help me find her. She is of utmost importance to me." Long Zufeng sought to calm his agitated companion. From Jipping's account, he learned that the deranged woman was indeed his birth mother. The secret surrounding Jipping and the village chief was a hidden tale, one where, after a night of drunken revelry, the chief had engaged with the woman, resulting in Jipping's unexpected birth. Throughout, the chief had shown nothing but disdain for him. This culminated in the woman's descent into madness, leading to her becoming a pariah and ultimately disappearing into the sea. Since then, Jipping's disdain for the chief had only intensified, prompting him to stealthily leave the village unnoticed. Years later, their paths crossed once more. The woman appeared somewhat healthier than Jipping had envisioned, her complexion flushed, suggesting that she had fared better during their separation. "Rest assured, once the dust settles tomorrow, I will ensure you meet the village chief and uncover the truth," Long Zufeng promised. Jipping nodded, fatigue overwhelming him as he soon slipped into a deep slumber. Long Zufeng regarded Jipping with a scrutinizing gaze, surveying him closely. Memories of the earlier village events flooded back to him, making sense of Jipping's intense reaction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the village chief sat in a chair, his demeanor grave. Those surrounding him urged caution. "Perhaps we should reconsider. There is no need to pursue this. It seems unlikely he will return to claim the chief's position." Enraged, the chief violently overturned the objects on the table. For years, he had been ensnared in a web of entanglements and guilt, unable to lead a normal life. Finally emerging from the shadows, the relationship between him and Jipping had deteriorated, reaching a point of irreconcilable discord. "Chief, we have placed the deranged woman outside his room." He saw her and reacted strongly, yet fell silent afterward. Upon hearing this, The chief nodded. The woman had required considerable effort on his part to have someone impersonate her likeness. It was perplexing. The two bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, with scarcely any discernible differences sufficient to deceive the untrained eye. Had the village chief ever contemplated that should this matter be uncovered, their relationship would be irreparably strained? A figure behind him spoke with righteous indignation. The village chief scoffed, picking up a book from the table and scrutinizing its pages. Your recent verbosity is rather excessive. Should you prove incapable of fulfilling your role, others will inevitably take your place. His words laced with an undercurrent of threat. Suppressing his rising ire, he strode towards the door, vanishing around the corner. Over the years, the transformation of the village chief had been starkly evident. Since the arrival of that group which bestowed immense wealth upon him, the chief had become increasingly avaricious, instigating changes within the village that, while initially beneficial, ultimately corrupted their ideals, leading to the village's current state of decay, neglected by the Grim Reaper, and gradually falling behind other villages. Chapter 66. The sea selection. A man sat upon the coastal shore, sighing in resignation, an air of desolation surrounding him. Longzifeng, unable to sleep, had ventured out for fresh air, only to collide with the man, plunging the atmosphere into immediate awkwardness. The man, momentarily at a loss, turned to leave, but was intercepted at a critical juncture, their gazes locking momentarily. They settled into nearby spots without further ceremony, engaging in casual conversation. What is the nature of the relationship between your village chief and him? The man sighed, shrugging his shoulders, a hint of sorrow etched on his brow. The village chief had not always been this way. In truth, he had harbored disdain for Jipping, viewing him as a source of loathing since childhood, nearly expelling him from the village in front of everyone, only to later send someone to bring him back, despite his disingenuous sentiments. If that is the case, why allow him to sneak away? From a man's account, it became evident that the day he had fled coincided with the village's triennial sea selection. What the chief truly coveted was the supreme power that came with it. Longzifeng regarded him with a look of confusion. In a fit of frustration, he felt compelled to confront the man directly. You need not blame the chief. His actions are all for the sake of the village's welfare. Otherwise, it might have vanished years ago. Years prior, the chief had inexplicably brought a group of peculiar individuals from the sea, whose strange attire had introduced them to an abundance of resources, resulting in a bountiful harvest in a short span. Subsequently, they taught the villagers the art of trade, leading to a substantial windfall. However, an influx of people in the waters had rendered their endeavors untenable. Being merely a village, defenseless and powerless, they had no choice but to retreat, culminating in the village's current state of decline, the man lamented. Given these circumstances, it cannot be solely his fault. Longzifeng articulated each word with newfound conviction, while the man bore a faint, enigmatic smile, patting his shoulder, jipping. He has watched him grow since childhood, and now there are others by his side, evoking a deeper sense of sentiment within him. It is his fervent wish for him to journey forth safely. However, the village chief harbors a genuine hope that he will inherit his position and continue to elevate the village to greater heights. In recent years, the village chief has failed to bring any prosperity to the community. Reluctant to relinquish his role, he has no choice but to place his aspirations on his son. Little did he foresee the capriciousness of fate. During a perilous sea voyage, the chief's son met with a tragic demise, leaving only the deranged woman you see before you as the sole survivor. Unfortunately, her condition deteriorated soon after, afflicted by a relentless illness, rendering her scarcely able to endure. So who, indeed, is this seemingly mad woman? Longzifeng instinctively inquired, his tone laced with confusion. The man recounted the events in detail, unable to bear the thought of the chief's misguided assumptions. It was a ruse orchestrated to deceive him. Jipping, who has always been loyal and sentimental, harbors deep feelings for his mother. The village chief, fully aware of this, attempted to wield a subtle threat. He must not allow Jipping to acquiesce. Longzifeng nodded, a chill creeping into his heart. Inform your village chief. I shall not easily let her go. Without further delay, Longzifeng turned to leave. never once casting a glance at the man. The village's corruption and the chief's ineptitude had led to various misfortunes. The blame could not rest solely on Jipping's shoulders. The following day, upon awakening from slumber, Jipping quickly scanned his surroundings, leisurely placing his belongings down. Upon meeting a familiar gaze, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. "Why are you up so early? There is something I wish to discuss with you." After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his brow furrowed with concern. A strong scent of the sea lingering about him. "Did you not linger by the seaside for too long last night?" Jipping asked bluntly, his words jolting Long Zufeng from his reverie. Long Zufeng nodded, remaining silent. Jipping shook his head and took a gentle sip of tea from the table, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What scheme could he possibly be concocting? "By the way, we encountered that madwoman last night. I am eager to see her again. It has been far too long since our last meeting." Jipping spoke with a dispassionate tone, and Long Zufeng ultimately could not summon the resolve to disagree, merely echoing his sentiments. In the morning, the village chief arrived bearing gifts, casually placing them on the ground. His gaze was laced with concern as he approached and grasped Jipping's sleeve. Instinctively, Jipping stepped back, maintaining a careful distance. "Our relationship has not yet reached such familiarity. Village chief, please conduct yourself accordingly. Furthermore, I intend to visit that woman today. You know this better than I." The village chief clenched his fists in agitation. Following closely behind, while the man accompanying him furrowed his brow and pulled him aside. "Why do you not reveal the truth to him?" he demanded. "If one were to know, what consequences would they face? Perhaps it is better to allow him to relish a moment of joy." Long Zufeng simply remarked to him, and the man seemed to grasp something profound, appearing somewhat dazed. The village chief shot him a fierce glare, leaning in to whisper in a voice only they could hear, "You best not divulge anything to them. If you ruin my plans, I shall hold you accountable." The threat lingered in the air. The man remained unperturbed. Jipping strode toward the house ahead, everything remaining unchanged from his recollections. Upon entering, he spotted a deranged woman seated on the bed, her demeanor bearing a resemblance to his memories. Alas, she was still not the one. Jipping discerned the truth at a glance. He had always been astute and observant. Recalling the events of the morning, they were vivid in his mind, and the individual before him seemed intent on discussing matters concerning the woman. "We have seen enough. We can leave now," Jipping declared decisively, turning to depart. The village chief's expression was one of astonishment, utterly confounded. How could this man, who had been close to the woman in his youth, now appear so distant in adulthood? What scheme were they concocting? "I have a general understanding of this matter. You need not concern yourself further," Long Zufeng stated coolly to the village chief, leaving him speechless and bewildered. Chapter 67. An unexpected visit as the quiet of night fell. The real drama was only just beginning. Seizing the opportunity while the man was distracted, Long Zufeng stealthily entered his room. The man regarded him with an expression laced with inscrutable emotions, and the atmosphere thickened palpably. Thoughtful, he casually took a seat, showing no signs of hesitation. The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "What did you mean by your words during the day? Speak plainly. I have never been fond of indirectness," he stated bluntly, cutting to the chase and awakening the man from his reverie. The corners of the man's mouth curled upwards as he busied himself with the tea. Holding the cup, he strode confidently towards him, pushing the tea forward. Long Zufeng's face was etched with confusion, yet both were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding between them. The man retrieved a map from the drawer, one he had surreptitiously pilfered from the village chief's quarters. It was marked with various annotations and inscriptions in an unfamiliar script. Long Zufeng accepted it, sensing an underlying disquiet, musing that perhaps everything was beyond his expectations. The map delineated numerous areas, resembling a network of routes. How could the village chief have such knowledge after years in the village? Long Zufeng pondered. He lifted the teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip. A glimmer of calculation flickered in the man's eyes, unaware that all his actions were under scrutiny. Jipping, stationed outside, observed the unfolding situation, preparing to detain the village chief. From him, he learned that the man's identity was indeed extraordinary. It was a life he had rescued from the sea, and the two bore an uncanny resemblance, their brows shadowed by a hint of sorrow. In recent days, his behavior had grown increasingly erratic. While she was distracted, he had turned their home into a chaotic mess, and many belongings had mysteriously vanished. The village chief, having stumbled upon this disarray, chose not to confront them directly. Yet the closeness they once shared had waned considerably. "Do you know why I summoned you here today?" After a prolonged silence, the man spoke leisurely. Long Zifeng's face was etched with astonishment. "Let me tell you a story," the man began to narrate slowly. From his words, it became apparent that he had not grown up in the village, sharing a strikingly similar background to hers. During a fateful voyage, he had met with disaster, drifting aimlessly with an empty ship until he encountered the shipwreck, plunging into the sea. Upon awakening, he found himself before the village, living within its confines. He later learned from the village chief about a young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and upon their meeting, he indeed sensed something amiss. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if Long Zifeng had aged a decade, slumping in his chair, weary and defeated. Ji Ping, growing impatient, burst through the door. "So this is the evidence of your unwarranted murder of a villager." The onlookers exchanged glances, taking a moment to comprehend the gravity of the revelation. The man had never anticipated being discovered. After a lengthy pause, Ji Ping finally spoke. "We found several corpses in your home, specifically those villagers who went missing days ago." This revelation sent a wave of dread through the crowd. The village chief had always been concerned for their safety, never suspecting a member of their own community. What could possibly be the motive behind the man's actions? Whispers of speculation filled the air as the villagers remarked. One can know a person's face, but never their heart. The man had always trailed behind the village chief, earning the villagers' respect and even consideration for future leadership. No one could have fathomed that he would commit such heinous acts. "I believe he should be expelled from the village." The man erupted in laughter, keenly observing their reactions. Drawing a dagger from his person, he lunged toward them. Long Zifeng, quick to react, subdued him. "You would do well to abandon your delusions." The crowd stumbled back in fear, some losing consciousness in the face of terror, while the village chief struggled to suppress his rising anger. "What is the reason behind your actions?" the chief demanded, his voice steady despite the chill creeping up his spine. "Had it been a mistake to save him in the first place?" "Indeed, you should never have saved me. But I did not wish to be looked down upon by you." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "You act out of a misguided sense of pride. Otherwise, you would not resort to murdering those villagers." Ji Ping had made a point to investigate the man's arrival in the village, discovering that upon his arrival, the chief had hastily arranged for him to stay, merely enough to survive, only for him to be bullied and subjected to scorn by those around him. The individuals who met their demise were precisely those who had tormented him in the past. In retribution, they received their just deserts. Indeed, they deserved to perish. Ji Ping sat in his chair, unable to quell the tumult within him. He offered a comforting pat on the shoulder. The village chief, resigned, closed his eyes. The events that had transpired left him feeling powerless. With no other recourse, he decided to send the man back, yet none dared to undertake this task. Long Zifeng and Ji Ping exchanged glances, then seized a rope, binding the man securely to the chair. The man struggled violently, trembling as he attempted to flee toward the outside, but fortunately, he was halted just in time. In the next moment, he spat blood, his lips turning black. "Futile," Long Zifeng bluntly stated, shaking the man from his stupor. The man had anticipated the impending disaster, deliberately sending someone to procure poison beforehand. Perhaps he should never have set foot in the village. Why did he choose such a path? His voice bore hints of confusion. Long Zifeng shook his head. The events within the village were inextricably linked to the village chief. In a brief span, the chief resolved all matters and promptly identified a new candidate, an exceptionally capable young man who had only recently reached adulthood, brimming with courage. The chief continuously guided him, hoping to impart his lifetime of wisdom to lead the village forward. As matters began to settle, it was time to consider departing the village for new horizons. However, I have no desire to revisit another village. Perhaps we should journey to that quaint town. Ji Ping articulated with newfound resolve shining in his eyes. After spending several days recuperating in the village, The chief gradually set aside his burdens, tending to the burial of others and engaging in casual conversations with them. The group exchanged knowing glances as they often did, uncertain of whether any intriguing events lay ahead. Ji Ping spoke to him. On the eve of their departure from the village, the chief intentionally approached with an assortment of packages, stating, "This is my token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Ji Ping instinctively wished to decline, but Long Zifeng promptly accepted on his behalf. The chief, slightly embarrassed, nodded and cast a sidelong glance at Ji Ping, who lingered in the corner. The atmosphere became palpable with tension, as many circumstances seemed to elude his expectations. Watching her retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. The heavy burden within Ji Ping's heart finally lifted. I no longer harbor such resentment toward him. The events of the past were unavoidable, and perhaps neither of us could have foreseen the outcome. He spoke casually, yet an air of melancholy enveloped him. Long Zifeng offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, while the others awaited nearby, organizing their supplies. Discovering they had amassed an abundance sufficient for their forthcoming voyage across the sea. On the day of their departure, numerous villagers gathered to bid farewell. I sincerely hope they can remain in the village forever. Moreover, were it not for his words, the village would never have known such tranquility. They engaged in lively discussions, the chatter resonating from all directions. The two exchanged knowing smiles and waved to the villagers as they set sail towards the southeast, deciding to head to a nearby town. From a distance, they beheld the thriving area. Seated in a chair, he wore a serious expression, picking up the map laid before him, scrutinizing it intently. Memories flooded his mind, vivid and clear. From the words of the two village chiefs, he learned that this region held none of the treasures they sought. The true riches had long departed, likely relocated by others. The situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. He sank into contemplation, pondering what course of action to take next. Long Zifeng spoke simply to him, while Ji Ping nodded in agreement, their frequent exchanges having forged an unspoken understanding that others could scarcely fathom. Upon reaching the town, they realized that beyond every horizon, there are always greater horizons. Yet, why the sudden desire to venture to the town? A hint of confusion lingered in their hearts. Because there may be more resources, perhaps even the treasure we seek. Ji Ping stated bluntly, expressing his stance. Initially, their next destination was a nearby bay, but seeing Ji Ping's resolute intention to visit the town, Long Zifeng reluctantly acquiesced. They shared a mutual understanding, yet confusion loomed larger. I think you should carefully consider what to do next. We ought to grasp the entirety of the situation. He articulated clearly, uncertain of what would unfold next. He replied, I believe I understand your meaning. They engaged in casual conversation, some of which served to gauge each other's sentiments. After what felt like an eternity, their vessel approached the town, revealing numerous boats converging towards a common destination. On another boat stood a stunning woman, her figure striking, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with a mix of disdain. How dare he even consider approaching the town? Such a remark stirred tumultuous waves within them. Long Zifeng was not well acquainted with the town, and upon examining the text before him, he was taken aback. The town was not as straightforward as he had presumed. Named Rose Town, it was supposed to embody tranquility, yet it bore a history of being occupied by pirates, resulting in a population where half bore pirate lineage. Many pirates would regularly visit the town to see their families. He had not anticipated such deep-rooted connections. He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable complexity. Legends spoke of pirates as ruthless and unyielding, and many matters were far from simple. Ji Ping harbored a modicum of concern. Perhaps we should consider venturing to another bay. Long Zifeng surveyed the surroundings. The area was currently teeming with ships, and it seemed unlikely they could return in the near future. If only I had known, I would have refrained from visiting this town. Long Zifeng shook his head in exasperation. A few pirates had already returned to the town, their faces adorned with an enigmatic smile. Fortunately, the mayor of the town was known for his amiable nature, designed to ensure that outsiders felt at ease. Now, we must contemplate our next course of action. Otherwise, the situation may prove more challenging than anticipated. He spoke briefly to the others. his words imbued with a sense of incredulity. The atmosphere thickened in an instant. A strikingly beautiful woman raised an eyebrow at them. Jipping instinctively took a few steps back, a chill creeping down his spine, sensing that the woman was not as simple as she appeared. You have guessed correctly. Long Zifeng harbored a bold notion in his mind, yet remained unconfirmed. As they approached, preparing to disembark, they noticed the crowd drawing closer to him. What do you intend to do? He regarded them coolly. The beautiful woman's lips curled into a smirk. You would do well to lower your guard. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tada, the daughter of the mayor of this town. You likely have no knowledge of previous events, for the current mayor has ties with pirates in this region. Jipping swallowed hard, feeling somewhat at a loss, rendered speechless. Long Zifeng's expression darkened. After a considerable pause, he finally grasped the implication. He successfully caught a fleeting smile in the woman's eyes. He is deceiving you. If you think to deter us with trivial tricks, I suggest you abandon all pretenses. For you are no match for us, he stated succinctly. The beautiful woman seemed taken aback by their insight into her intentions. With a resigned sigh, she shrugged. If that is the case, it demonstrates that you have passed our test. Recently, many outsiders have come to the town, including numerous pirates and some unknown youths, causing considerable alarm among the locals. Thus, the most rudimentary methods have been employed. Indeed, this is a town with a significant pirate presence, yet most have retired from plundering. He nonchalantly expressed his views, as if the matter were of little consequence. Chapter 69. Turning misfortune into fortune, the woman wore a subtle smile as she strode forward with brisk steps. Chattering and murmurs echoed from all directions. Why are there newcomers again? Have they not yet learned their lesson? This sparked discontent. Long Zifeng stood perplexed, observing the questioning glances directed at them. Jipping furrowed his brow beside him. The woman cast a fierce glare at them, causing the group to disperse unhappily. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, she remarked casually, seemingly indifferent to the need for cleaning the room. Long Zifeng, stealing a glance at the numerous ships dotting the coastline, fell into a contemplative state, sensing an underlying unease. The woman patted Long Zifeng's shoulder, snapping him back to reality. They exchanged a knowing look, their silent understanding palpable. It is already tidied up, she stated slowly. Long Zifeng nodded, and in the next moment, the woman approached him, lowering her voice conspiratorially. At times, it is prudent not to be overly clever. Her words laced with an implicit threat. Jipping observed their interaction, feeling perplexed as he watched the woman's departing figure. Why does this feel so peculiar? He muttered, a chill running down his spine. Long Zifeng's expression darkened. The town had an unsettling aura. Reluctantly, he led Jipping to explore the area, spotting the woman attending to guests from a distance. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. A man clad in black stood before them, neither subservient nor arrogant. Making a respectful gesture, "Please do not move," Jipping stated bluntly, cutting to the chase. The woman's face turned pale, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she began to explain. Recently, the town has been rather tumultuous, and we kindly request that you remain indoors to avoid any potential danger. It is imperative to heed this warning, she conveyed, her gaze imbued with unprecedented determination. Long Zifeng turned and walked away as the man surrounded the room. Jipping, filled with discontent, angrily overturned the items on the table. Why are we being treated like prisoners? Long Zifeng sat gravely in a chair, deep in thought. Upon entering, the peculiar behavior of the town was apparent. The woman appeared overly warm, while guards were stationed in various rooms nearby. Was this not a tad too conspicuous? He lifted a cup of tea from the table, taking a gentle sip. Jipping, restless on the couch, was unable to find solace, pondering the situation. Do you not think their actions suggest an intent to confine us? He sighed helplessly, noting the nightfall outside. The woman, carrying an exquisite meal, placed it at the door. It is too dangerous at night. Remember, do not wander about. She cautioned kindly. Long Zifeng glanced at the food on the floor and brought it back inside. Jipping, having gone a day without sustenance, was left speechless. Let's refrain from any hasty actions for now, Long Zifeng advised. Jipping, feeling lost and restless, questioned, why is it unsafe to go out at night? In his heart, He pondered the town's strange behaviors, particularly the pirates' odd conduct. Perhaps they are conspiring for something grand, Jipping asserted incisively. Long Zifeng immediately applauded this insight. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the stillness of the midnight town, the clamor and vibrancy of day had dissipated, replaced instead by a profound tranquility. Within her study, a woman perused her books, her countenance grave. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from outside, prompting her to look up sharply. To her astonishment, several pirates had arrived, leaving her momentarily bewildered. It took her a while to process. Hadn't they just departed? What brings you here? She inquired, placing her belongings down and scrutinizing them with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. After a prolonged silence, she lightly chuckled as she lifted a cup of floral fruit tea. Her eyes clouded with unspoken thoughts. It had been a long time since she had seen the townsfolk, and the former pirates had also become elusive figures, causing her to sigh internally. She set her items aside, her gaze toward them tinged with helplessness. The matter you asked us to investigate has yielded results, one of the pirates stated nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at her, dismissing her presence with an air of indifference. Yet, his casual words stirred a tempest within her heart. Abruptly, she sprang from her chair, fixing her eyes on him and softly inquiring, "Is that so?" Time seemed to stand still. Even now, he played coy, keeping her in suspense, causing her to clench her fists in frustration. "Enough," she retorted, pouting slightly, her tone laced with a protest she hadn't even realized she voiced, acting contrary to her usual demeanor. "It was them in the last village," the pirate remarked, tapping the edge of his teacup, speaking at a leisurely pace. Strange occurrences had been plaguing the town, compelling her to resort to her own skills. Both parties harbored ulterior motives. The pirate sighed, retrieving a portrait from his breast pocket. The image depicted none other than Long Zifeng. He had dispatched someone to inquire about him in the village, promising an elder he would care for their grandson in exchange for information, and the elder had indeed sketched the likeness. "I never anticipated it would truly be him," the woman murmured, her phoenix-like eyes clouded, obscuring her thoughts. "You may return. I shall deliberate on this matter further. Speak not a word to anyone." The pirate displayed little surprise, as though everything unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. As he prepared to leave, he cautioned, "Remember, do not let emotions guide your actions." The woman, her face a canvas of astonishment, nodded in agreement. The man from the previous village was her long-lost brother, who had tragically perished at sea years ago, leaving a handful of survivors adrift. She never expected that upon finding a glimmer of hope, she would instead receive news of his death. Clenching her fists, she cast all blame upon Long Zifeng, a calculating glimmer crossing her eyes as she gathered pirates for a meticulous plan set to unfold in a few days. "I shall not let him escape easily," she whispered fervently, her eyes brimming with unfathomable emotions. The atmosphere in the air plummeted to a chilling silence. The pirate, lost in thought, reflected on that man, sighing resignedly. The hunted souls would likely end up as mere remnants, and the thought of escaping his schemes unscathed seemed utterly implausible. The woman, known for her ruthlessness, smiled sweetly, a blend of pity and contempt in her expression. Everything had transpired beyond his expectations, leading them to act contrary to their instincts. What course of action should they now pursue? The group engaged in a flurry of discussions, their voices a cacophony echoing from all directions. He set down the object in his hand and turned to leave. "I think I understand," he said simply. Little did he know that everything lay beneath the surface of Long Zifeng's gaze. Chapter 70. Self-praise. Long Zifeng was perplexed. Upon returning to the house, Ji Ping had already drifted into the realm of dreams. The next day, as he awoke, a woman eagerly tugged at him, their eyes locking in mutual contemplation. Long Zifeng appeared significantly more haggard than before, evidently burdened by the events of the previous night. The woman observed his demeanor, seemingly oblivious to his unease, and instead greeted him warmly. "You've arrived." Her voice brimmed with excitement, yet Long Zifeng did not share in her joy. She had summoned him suddenly, but for what purpose? Long Zifeng bowed solemnly, exuding an air of determination that momentarily distracted the woman, prompting her to reminisce about the past, vivid memories flooding her mind. His brother had perished in a river, a consequence of his actions, leaving him solitary and desolate. To claim that he bore no resentment would be utterly disingenuous. And the atmosphere grew palpably tense. This fleeting thought was interrupted when the woman suddenly smiled and said, "I want to take you somewhere. In the town? At this time of year, the plum blossoms are abundant. Why not accompany me to see them?" Long Zifeng momentarily lost himself in her presence. She wore simple garments, her face adorned with a bright smile. Before he could fully comprehend, he felt a warm touch on his hand, prompting him to instinctively step back, maintaining a cautious distance. The woman, slightly embarrassed, scratched her head, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, concealed from others, yet her lips curled into a subtle smile. Long Zifeng furrowed his brow, an inkling of discomfort nagging at him. "Look at how vibrant the plum blossoms are," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had never felt such ease before. She tugged at his sleeve, chattering animatedly, while he remained as still as a statue, cold and unresponsive. "Why are you silent?" she asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Long Zifeng shook his head, feeling increasingly uneasy. As he attempted to turn away, the woman blocked his path. "I may not be too familiar with you," Long Zifeng began, but she interrupted him. "Consider this a gesture of gratitude for your assistance to the town," she casually offered. They both observed intently as she had someone gather fruits. She savored the fruits she had easily plucked from the tree, while Long Zifeng stood behind her, unsure of how to react, rendered speechless. "Would you be able to stay here a while longer? We truly need your help," she inquired softly, her head bowed, her demeanor exuding a pitiful charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Long Zifeng hesitated, unsure of how to respond. There was an oddity about her that had initially seemed minor, but had now become increasingly pronounced. "Do you not wish to help?" she continued to entice him. Observing his reluctance with a tightening grip, her frustration evident. Ultimately, Long Zifeng, out of sheer helplessness, nodded in acquiescence. The woman bore an ambiguous expression upon her face. "That is splendid. My friend is currently borrowing from your friend to play chess. I wonder what they are engaged in now." Long Zifeng, each lost in thought, paid no mind. The two exchanged casual banter, which was remarkably pleasant. Jipping, declining the other's kindness, allowed two pirates to play chess while he observed from the side. This scene happened to catch the attention of two pirates from afar. "What is the matter? Is something amiss?" Jipping, sensing the unusual atmosphere, deliberately poured a cup of fruit tea and glanced into the distance, instinctively retracting his gaze. Could there be something wrong? The woman attempted to extend her hospitality. These two pirates seemed rather peculiar. Jipping pondered. "No. Why haven't you left yet?" He replied with a smile. "I'm not watching you two play chess, so there is no reason for me to depart first." They both understood the unspoken intentions behind their games, each playing their own cunning strategies, merely engaging in a friendly exchange, all being in the same boat. The pirates initially intended to leverage each other as strength to undermine Long Zifeng, hoping to keep him in the town. With Jipping now present, their words were merely intended to dissuade the others. "What do you think I'm pondering?" The pirate conversed idly with him, yet his focus remained fixed on the chessboard. He held the black pieces, confronting the others while exchanging remarks. "As for the woman's affairs, you will naturally come to know in due time, but I advise you not to linger here too long. It would be wise to leave sooner rather than later." The pirate voiced his inner caution, leaving Jipping perplexed. No sooner had he spoken than he lost, unable to outmaneuver his opponent in strategy. The two pirates exchanged knowing glances. Simultaneously, the pirate contemplated that Long Zifeng might prove even more challenging than Jipping. He recognized the shadows of past adversaries in Jipping, prompting memories to resurface. Jipping observed their actions closely, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Is it acceptable for me to leave if there is nothing amiss?" he inquired. The pirate regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, appraising him thoroughly. Perhaps this was merely a lesson for them. Jipping sighed, his brow furrowed with worry. Having just exited the pavilion, he intended to avoid Long Zifeng and the woman. But fate proved unpredictable and contrary to his wishes. He unexpectedly encountered them. Jipping subtly indicated to Long Zifeng, whose complexion appeared pale, lips devoid of color. "What are you doing here?" He blurted out, his voice cold, as if caught off guard by the turn of events. The woman focused her gaze on Jipping, tugging at his sleeve, and spoke first with a faint smile. "I just asked him to play chess with those pirate uncles of mine. It seems he has just come out." Upon hearing this, Long Zifeng fell silent. The woman scratched her head, casually fabricating an excuse to depart, and he did not impede her. Watching her retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. Focusing his gaze upon him, he whispered in a tone audible only to the two, "Come with me. I sense something amiss. Perhaps we ought to engage in a more thorough conversation." Ji Ping nodded, having sensed the peculiar demeanor of several individuals who appear to harbor secrets. Long Zifeng had initially intended to depart the town within 3 days. Yet he found himself reflecting on the woman's earlier words, hoping they would linger a while longer. The unexpected turn of events, where such a significant occurrence transpired, yet they still sought to delay his departure, was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Chapter 71. A vast conspiracy. As a group of pirates emerged, the crowd faced them head-on. She offered an awkward smile, hastily concocting an excuse to take her leave. "We are feeling somewhat unwell and cannot accompany you any longer. We hope for your understanding on a future occasion," one of the pirates stated. Ji Ping observed their actions closely. He had anticipated the pirates to be fearsome and brutish, yet he was taken aback by their courteousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Zifeng nodded in agreement and allowed them to depart. Once they were gone, a smile graced Long Zifeng's eyes, his gaze taking on an enigmatic quality as he murmured to himself, "There must be some undisclosed matters between them." With newfound certainty in his eyes, he set aside the items in his hands. "You come with me. Perhaps we shall soon uncover the truth." With that declaration, Long Zifeng strode away, leaving Ji Ping bewildered, rooted in place, grappling with a sense of foreboding. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, his mind racing as he scrutinized Long Zifeng from head to toe. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a room, seated for an extensive discussion. "Long Zifeng, what on earth has transpired? Why do you exhibit such strange behavior?" Ji Ping broached the subject directly, his forthrightness jolting Long Zifeng from his reverie. "Have you perhaps surmised something?" Long Zifeng pondered, realizing that only Ji Ping could comprehend his thoughts so deeply. Recalling the recent events vividly, he felt an unsettling intuition and lowered his guard. "This is something I discreetly extracted from him while she was distracted, a letter that may conceal some secrets." Long Zifeng produced the letter from his sleeve and slid it across the table. Ji Ping patted his shoulder, acknowledging him as a true comrade who was ever reliable in critical moments. The group was a loss. Upon reading the letter, Ji Ping chuckled. "I never anticipated that there existed such deep-seated enmity between us." His words dripped with sarcasm, culminating in a tone of mockery. The man in question was vaguely familiar to Ji Ping. His fate was self-inflicted, culminating in an assassination attempt against them. Showing mercy, they had allowed him a chance at life. Yet he unexpectedly leaped into the river before the eyes of the village, ultimately meeting his demise. They had set aside past grievances and resolved numerous matters, only to be met with betrayal. I shall never allow them to escape unscathed. If they wish to play games, then let us engage. I would not mind indulging them in a spirited game, teaching them the ways of life. With a calm, yet slightly irate demeanor, he casually set aside the objects in his hand. The two exchanged a knowing glance, comprehending each other as thoughts. Long Zifeng absorbed the words on the envelope. The curious relationship between the woman and the man intrigued him, despite the apparent distance separating them. Why did the woman harbor such inexplicable feelings for the man? It was indeed perplexing. Let us observe the unfolding events without overtly displaying our emotions. He settled into a chair, delicately sipping the tea from the table. Meanwhile, on the other side, the woman returned to the room, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. In a fit of rage, she overturned the items on the table, drawing the attention of numerous pirates. "What are you all still doing there? You have been adrift at sea. It was out of pity that I allowed you to settle in this town, and yet you repay my kindness with ingratitude." The pirates exchanged uneasy glances, suppressing their rising anger, feeling an unsettling tension. Reluctantly, they turned to leave. The atmosphere plummeted to an all-time low, leaving several individuals at a loss for words. "We advise you to reconsider your actions. one of them boldly declared. The woman shot him a fierce glare, dismissing his counsel. The pirates wore expressions of exasperation. There was something amiss regarding the events of the past. Upon discreet investigation, it was discovered that the man had not been harmed by others, but had instead jumped into the river himself, causing quite a stir in the village. This situation was indeed his own fault. We earnestly urged him to tread carefully, for that young man possesses formidable strength. The pirates spoke nonchalantly, sitting comfortably in their chairs. I advise you not to persist in your counsel. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make you pay dearly. Her words carried an unmistakable threat. The pirates exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, unconvinced. The atmosphere thickened with tension, rendering them speechless. They set down the items they held, fully understanding one another. I believe you should seriously contemplate what course of action to take next. One of them spoke boldly, voicing his stance. The woman regarded them with a glimmer of sharp intelligence in her eyes. The pirates, unwilling to engage further, turned to leave. She pondered their departing figures, lost in thought. Why were so many people advocating on his behalf? There was a note of helplessness in her voice as she picked up the items from the table, placing them down with a sigh. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Long Zuffing and Jipping stealthily slipped out of the room, disguising themselves as villagers from the vicinity. They approached a local to inquire about any recent peculiar happenings. The villager spoke frankly. The authorities have invited all manner of pirates here, creating a blockade that prevents anyone from entering or leaving freely. The villagers have always harbored a certain dread of pirates, perceiving them as ruthless and dangerous. Why has no one come to intervene? According to the villagers, the woman is the daughter of the previous leader and is naturally expected to assume the role of heir. In a brief period, she managed affairs with remarkable order and garnered the affection of many villagers. However, for reasons unknown, she has recently summoned a multitude of pirates, even going so far as to deploy individuals to ensure the villagers' safety. Over time, the villagers have grown accustomed to this peculiar arrangement, inviting all the pirates while secretly assigning protectors. Ji Ping muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. In resignation, he set aside what he held, never expecting his behavior would appear so strange. He expressed his thoughts aloud, contemplating the situation. Long Zifeng, deep in thought, shifted his focus onto others. How unexpected! Why is the woman behaving so oddly? Several individuals exchanged guesses, prompting deeper reflection on the unfolding events. Resigned, they laid down their possessions, concluding that it was nothing extraordinary, casually remarking on the unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 72. A slip of the tongue in the quiet of the small town. The clamor of the day had faded, replaced by an unsettling serenity. The woman sat solemnly in a chair, perusing a book, sensing something amiss. She summoned several esteemed elders. As they sat, exchanging glances filled with confusion, one stood and spoke slowly, expressing their uncertainty regarding the late-night summons. Their demeanor was marked by respect. The woman regarded them with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. "I hope you can assist me in seeking vengeance," she articulated, her words imbued with an unprecedented resolve. They looked at each other, puzzled, memories of the past swirling in their minds. "There is no need for this. We have no grievances between us," she continued. "If you refuse to aid me, the nearby pirates will surely launch an attack on the town. Do you believe they would pass up such a golden opportunity?" Her tone carried an implicit threat. Their expressions faltered, suppressing the anger brewing within. The woman spoke with an earnestness that bordered on absurdity. One individual exchanged glances with the others and declared, "We are willing to help you." He spoke with a calm demeanor. A subtle smile danced on the woman's lips. "In a few days, we can organize a simple farewell gathering. Under the guise of a crowded event, we shall eliminate him once and for all." A glint of calculation flickered in her gaze, sending chills down the spines of her companions. As they turned to leave, she offered a cautionary reminder, "Do not betray me." Watching their departing figures, she fell into deep contemplation. The group began to discuss their next steps. "It seems we are blinded by hatred," one said vehemently. Another sighed in resignation, shrugging his shoulders. With swift strides, he departed hastily. Long Zifeng, seated, observed his actions keenly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, causing him to look up abruptly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. The individual seated himself in the chair without pretense. "We seek your assistance," he began slowly, neither submissive nor arrogant. A look of confusion spread across Long Zifeng's face as he surveyed his surroundings. "Jipping, stand guard outside. Should anything unusual occur, ensure you report promptly." Jipping nodded and closed the door behind him. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. The man gradually relaxed, striving to steady his mind. "You are in the presence of our town's mayor, the only daughter of the former mayor, who has naturally become the heir to the town. In a short span, the town has propelled its development, but recently, it has inexplicably attracted a multitude of pirates." He hesitated, faltering slightly. "It is to assassinate me, is it not?" Long Zifeng stated bluntly, cutting through the ambiguity. The man's pupils widened, his lips parted in shock, and after a moment, he pointed at Long Zifeng, struggling to process the revelation. He abruptly stood up. "Do you understand why you remain here?" he asked coldly, his agitation evident, leaving Long Zifeng utterly astonished. Realizing his overreaction, the man sheepishly scratched his head. "I apologize. My response was excessive. I failed to maintain control. I hope it did not affect you," he said simply. Long Zifeng shook his head, and the two exchanged a meaningful glance. The man shrugged dismissively. "He intends to eliminate you at the farewell party in a few days." Amidst the crowd, he disclosed. Long Zifeng pondered this information thoughtfully. Noticing the evening sky had darkened, he reassuringly patted the man's shoulder. "I shall handle this matter with discretion. Do not worry about anything else." His response was succinct. It seemed the two had reached a mutual understanding. Long Zifeng set down what he held, looking at the man before him, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Jipping watched from a distance as the hurried figure departed, left in a state of confusion, speechless. "Why would the town's mayor have any influence over you?" he inquired leisurely. Long Zifeng shook his head, perplexed. "Perhaps they truly intend to pin the blame of the murderer on me," he remarked, laced with irony. Jipping lay on the couch, tossing and turning, oblivious to the impending danger. The town's mayor had anticipated this from early on. Those old-timers would certainly not acquiesce easily. Following them stealthily, he happened to witness the scene unfold. "One must act decisively. There is no room for hesitation," he murmured, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. He placed the matter nearby, drawing the attention of several villagers, deliberately making noise. "I wonder what the scene will be like tomorrow morning when they see it," the woman remarked nonchalantly, her expression somewhat incredulous, tinged with surprise. Reluctantly, she set down the items in her hands. The two exchanged a knowing glance. A silent agreement forged between them. "We must ensure we fully comprehend this situation. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." In a simple declaration of the situation, he reluctantly set down the items in his hands. The following day, at dawn, he awoke from his slumber. Outside, a cacophony of chatter filled the air. What had transpired? The words were laced with a hint of confusion. Jipping shook his head, and the two ventured outside together. Before them lay the figure sprawled on the ground. Wasn't he this the person who sought them out the previous night? How could such a calamity occur without reason? He exclaimed. The villagers regarded them with wary eyes, instinctively retreating a few steps, maintaining a cautious distance. The village had once harbored pirates. Initially, they suspected the culprits to be those pirates, never anticipating that it would be two outsiders instead. How could such individuals be permitted to remain in the small town? Their words were tinged with indignation. The pirates observed the actions of a few, sensing that something was amiss. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, a woman approached stealthily. "I will never let him go easily," she whispered in a tone only the two could hear. The pirates suppressed the fury bubbling within. Jipping found himself at a loss. "Fear not, villagers. We shall unearth the evidence in a brief span of time." His words were abruptly interrupted by others. "Why should we place our trust in you? We have only just arrived in the town, knowing him not at all. Why would I act against him? Wouldn't that be sheer self-deception?" A casual remark thrust the others into the spotlight. The woman, in a fit of rage, overturned the table. Truly, one cannot fault her for being the target of his scrutiny. The villagers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Is this truly the case? Chapter 73. Unraveling the truth suddenly. A voice shattered the existing tranquility. The villagers turned their gaze to find it was none other than the mayor of the town, not deigning to be either humble or arrogant. "We did not expect your arrival, Mayor." A smile graced the woman's face as she nodded towards the others, her eyes revealing a flicker of disappointment. Jipping snorted dismissively, regarding him with utter disregard. If one were unaware of the true secret behind the woman, it was entirely possible to be deceived. Contemplation brewed within him. Indeed, he articulated each word with unprecedented resolve. The villagers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. "Mayor, what course of action should we take now?" The woman stood still, observing their movements. They claim to be able to find evidence. Yet, who can guarantee that events will unfold as hoped? One bold villager stepped forward to voice his concern. Many others followed suit in agreement. The woman's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. "Perhaps we should allow the pirates to observe us," Long Zifeng proposed from the side, prompting the villagers to exchange glances, followed by a vigorous discussion. The woman clenched her fists, suppressing the anger within. "Since everyone is in agreement, let those pirates keep watch over you." No sooner had she spoken than the person vanished without a trace. Long Zifeng gazed at the hasty, retreating figure of the woman. Lost in contemplation, Jipping returned indoors, casually seating himself upon a chair, his frustration leading him to inadvertently spill the tea that rested on the table. "What shall we do now?" he uttered, a hint of uncertainty lacing his words. Meanwhile, Long Zifeng perused the tome in his hands. "They will arrive shortly. The real drama is only just beginning." The group exchanged knowing glances, understanding one another without the need for words. "We cannot remain idle," Jipping kindly interjected. Long Zifeng nodded, recalling the text accounts. The small town harbored a meager number of pirates, yet an alarming influx had transpired in a brief span. This was all thanks to the woman's efforts. Her true intention was not merely to guide the town, but to signify something far more profound. A vague sense of unease settled in. Reluctantly, he set aside the object in his grasp. "We must deliberate carefully. Perhaps we could devise a long-term strategy," he suggested casually, offering a comforting pat on Jipping's shoulder. "I understand," Jipping responded coolly. Long Zifeng's mind wandered back to the past, memories vivid and clear. The relationship between the man and the woman was anything but simple. It seemed to transcend mere sibling ties, hinting at unspoken complexities. "I must observe closely," he murmured, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic blend of emotions. Jipping scratched his head, racking his brain without gaining clarity. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. It was undoubtedly the woman's doing. As for her intentions, they likely revolved around framing someone else. If they could successfully uncover evidence or provide an alibi for themselves, perhaps they could turn the villagers against her. He articulated each word with newfound resolve. Jipping immediately applauded his insight, preparing to venture outside. To their astonishment, they found themselves encircled by a throng of unfamiliar individuals, the space within the house rendered impassable. "We cannot allow you to leave. If you wish to exit, you must await orders from above," one individual declared, exuding an audacious demeanor. Jipping, poised to act, was halted at a critical moment. "Then we shall take our leave," Long Zifeng signaled with a glance. Meanwhile, on the other side, the woman sat in a chair, her expression grave. Several pirates stood nearby, visibly trembling. "This matter is of utmost importance. You must ensure he does not uncover even the slightest hint of our plans. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to exact severe consequences." Her words carried an unmistakable threat. The pirates sighed in resignation, shrugging their shoulders. Years prior, she had washed her hands of piracy, encountering the town's mayor, herself. She had vowed to retain them and regaled them with tales of the town's rich history. Reluctant to drift aimlessly, they had ultimately consented to settle there. Recently, however, an influx of heavily armed pirates had descended upon the town, instilling widespread terror. The woman had undergone a dramatic transformation. Must it truly come to this? If we do not cease our actions promptly, we may very well invite catastrophe. The pirates, with benevolent intentions, attempted to persuade her. The woman shot them a fierce glare. "If you do not leave, I will not let you off easily." The pirates turned to depart. As they were leaving, she stepped forward and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Remember, before he uncovers the truth, create some mischief if necessary. We have long established that the murderer is not him. It is he who leapt into the abyss himself." Before she could finish, she was abruptly interrupted by a harsh retort that was also forced upon him by these people. The woman affirmed with fervor. The pirate gently patted his shoulder, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, expressing concern for the lives of the innocent. A twinge of guilt washed over her, causing her to slump into her chair like a deflated balloon. The atmosphere thickened with tension. She rubbed her temples, feeling at a loss. "You may leave for now, but keep an eye on them and ensure they do not stir up trouble," she said resignedly. The pirates exchanged glances before turning away. As she watched their retreating figures, she fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that she was truly in the wrong? Innocent lives at stake. Memories flooded her mind, leading her to sigh in resignation. She picked up the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip. "Once the dust settles, I shall ensure they accompany me to the grave," she declared with unwavering resolve in her eyes. A chill ran down the spines of the pirates. Are we truly to wrong the innocent without cause? They had once vowed to abandon their perilous ways, never to engage in dangerous affairs again. Yet, the weight of the situation loomed ominously. They sensed something amiss, reluctantly placing down their burdens. They exchanged glances, striving to steady their nerves, uncertain if they could successfully aid him in his escape. They murmured, gradually turning to depart. Feeling quite lost, the pirates made their way toward his dwelling, only to find the surroundings shrouded in darkness. "You should leave first." Those who beheld their attire stepped back in trepidation, wiping the perspiration from their brows. "Then we shall take our leave." With that, they vanished without a trace. He lay on the couch, restless and unable to sleep. Chapter 74. Assistance from within. "Excuse us. May we enter?" The pirates maintained a demeanor of respectful assertiveness. Upon meeting Long Zufeng's gaze, a subtle smile graced his face. They exchanged a knowing look, surprised by the early arrival of their companions. "I didn't expect you to come so soon," he remarked, feeling an unsettling premonition. Reluctantly, he laid down his belongings, pondering what wind had so thoroughly brought them to his doorstep. He casually expressed his thoughts, sighing helplessly and shrugging his shoulders. Several individuals were seated upon chairs, while two engaged in a casual conversation, cautiously probing each other's sentiments. Ji Ping exchanged glances with several pirates, observing their expressions laced with confusion. "Do you truly wish for us to lament our grievances here?" he inquired coolly, showing no regard for them. The pirates sighed in resignation. The pressing matter at hand was to discreetly seek evidence while she remained unaware. One of them spoke candidly, cutting straight to the chase. Long Zufeng cast a sidelong glance at the woman in the corner, clearing his throat several times to shatter the room's prior tranquility. The pirates seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly enlightened, one of them attempted to mediate, suggesting, "Perhaps you should redirect your search elsewhere. You might stumble upon new revelations." He said it nonchalantly. Long Zufeng nodded in agreement. "I never anticipated your kindness towards us. It is all thanks to the town mayor. You ought to express your gratitude." The pirate spoke with a mock seriousness. Ji Ping, feeling perplexed yet maintaining his composure, concealed his inner turmoil. The weight upon the woman's heart finally lifted. She had feared that these pirates would behave similarly to that old man. She murmured to herself, her eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. She then turned to leave, intent on handling the evidence, erasing all traces. Long Zufeng regarded her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The pirate slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon, utterly baffled. "That influential elder sought me out that night. It is quite likely that encounter led to my downfall," he remarked casually. The others exchanged glances of discontent, clutching their belongings, vaguely sensing something amiss. "It seems we have misjudged the situation." The remaining individuals shared knowing looks, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Everything had deviated from their expectations. "We must depart promptly, otherwise we may fall into his trap." Ji Ping articulated each word with newfound resolve. The pirate shook his head. A look of helplessness etched upon his face. They all understood the implications. He will undoubtedly strive to frame you. The pirates have been summoned to investigate. Meanwhile, Long Zifeng pondered, a sudden flash of inspiration igniting a bold idea within him. He began to analyze the situation with the pirates, who exchanged glances of uncertainty. Let us proceed with this plan. The woman surveyed the scene, finding nothing out of the ordinary, only to be spotted by the villagers. Fortunately, she had disguised herself and hurriedly fled in another direction. The villagers shouted loudly, drawing attention. What transpired just now? The pirates emerged, inquiring softly. A villager, noticing the pirates' keen interest, pointed and said, "I just saw a man dressed in black pass by me." A few individuals exchanged glances, seemingly caught off guard by the unfolding events. The atmosphere in the air instantly solidified. The woman concealed her entire attire, a weight lifting from her heart. Observing the commotion outside, she strode forth with agile steps, moving swiftly. What had transpired moments ago? A gathering at this late hour. The woman, fully aware of the situation, suppressed her burgeoning fury. She intended to confront the matter, yet was intercepted at a critical juncture. It was highly likely that the true perpetrator had just appeared, only to vanish unexpectedly. That direction seemed to be where you stood. Long Zifeng effortlessly thrust her into the eye of the storm. The villagers fixed their gazes upon him in unison. Speaking slowly, he offered, "The night has grown late. It would be prudent for everyone to return home and rest. I shall ensure that vigilant watch is kept here." The woman reassuringly patted the shoulders of those around her. The villagers exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation, and reluctantly turned to leave. "I believe you ought to contemplate carefully what steps to take next," whispered the pirate in a tone barely audible to two. Long Zifeng sat gravely in his chair, perusing the book in hand. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, the woman stealthily approached the scene, intent on uncovering any trace of evidence. "Tomorrow, we shall venture forth together to seek proof. As long as we remain undetected, all will be well. You may patrol the vicinity," he instructed the pirate, articulating each word with precision. The pirate nodded, recognizing the gravity of the matter as he set down his belongings. A shared understanding passed between them as they exchanged knowing glances. It appeared everything unfolded as he had anticipated. "I begin to grasp the complexity of this situation." The two exchanged looks, quickly sensing something amiss. Ji Ping reclined on the couch, gradually drifting into slumber. Long Zifeng directed his gaze out the window. On the following morning, upon awakening from his dreams, the pirate feigned great indignation. "Weren't we supposed to seek evidence? Let's venture out now." The villagers kept their distance from him, retreating warily, wary of his intentions. How could such a person remain in the town, fearing he might target them next? Yet, having spotted familiar dark figures the previous night, could it be that the true culprits lay elsewhere? One murmured softly. Long Zifeng fixed his gaze upon the two individuals, instinctively retreating a few steps. "I implore you not to fear. We shall undoubtedly find the evidence to clear our names." The villagers observed his actions, silently nodding, their hearts swelling with secret delight. Little did they anticipate that the pirate, observing nearby, would indeed uncover some crucial clues. "It seems to be something belonging to the mayor. What are you all doing here?" Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the air. Chapter 75. The Secrets of the Pirates. A few individuals looked up, and there stood the woman. The pirates exchanged glances, stepping forward to smooth things over, whispering in tones barely audible to two. "We were patrolling nearby, and these fellows wanted to come over and deliberately put on a show." The woman furrowed her brow, taking in his actions. A subtle smile graced her lips as she gently patted the pirate's shoulder. The weight in the pirate's heart finally lifted. The woman strode with purpose, advancing swiftly. In the blink of an eye, she stood before him. Long Zifeng instinctively took a few steps back. "What do you want?" he slowly inquired, dismissing her entirely. The woman's expression darkened as she deliberately lowered her voice. From a distance, it appeared that the two were engaged in hushed conversation. "We shall see. With 2 days remaining until the deadline, I shall await your evidence." She articulated each word sharply, causing Jipping to frown in evident displeasure. Long Zifeng signaled to Jipping, who barely managed to steady himself. The atmosphere in the air became palpable. As her words hung in the air, the woman turned to leave. The pirates watched her retreating figure, feeling deflated as if a balloon had lost its air, collapsing to the ground. He attempted to approach, but Long Zifeng intercepted Jipping at a crucial moment. A glance at the woman in the corner caught his eye. "What are you doing?" "We haven't finished gathering our evidence," he exclaimed loudly. Jipping suddenly realized, letting out a resigned sigh. "It is impossible for us to find the evidence. It's best we return a rest." He feigned surrender. A glimmer of calculation flashed in the woman's eyes. Triumphant, once the woman departed, Long Zifeng patted his chest. The pirate, seizing the moment while the woman was distracted, stealthily slipped the concealed evidence into Long Zifeng's hands. Long Zifeng examined the item, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he recalled the woman's attire from that day. Indeed, it was that. Surely, it was she who had taken action. Jipping's gaze hardened, his words laced with indignation. The group exchanged looks. "What should we do now?" he whispered beside them. Long Zifeng seemed to sense the pirate's unease. There existed an inexplicable bond between the pirates and the woman. Years ago, they had drifted along the coast, driven away by various villages until the woman kindly took them in, providing them with a separate room in the small town, allowing them to settle down peacefully with little disturbance. He had merely been momentarily bewitched. "Is there any chance you could forgive him and grant him another opportunity?" hesitantly suggested one of the pirates, his face flushing. Jipping found this utterly absurd and was about to speak. Long Zifeng interjected first. "We simply seek a reasonable explanation for all. To err is human. Who is without fault? Perhaps we could have a private conversation with the woman." The pirates expressed their gratitude, bowing respectfully. Jipping reluctantly turned back. The woman, having committed numerous transgressions, carelessly splashed dirty water upon them. Now, after much difficulty, evidence has finally surfaced to vindicate their grievances. Yet they find themselves thrust into the eye of the storm with alarming ease. What is there to be angry about? Long Zifeng, with well-meaning intentions, attempted to reason with Ping, who, with a slight pout of dissatisfaction, spoke words tinged with a subtle accusation unbeknownst to him. The atmosphere in the air plummeted to a freezing point. Seated solemnly in his chair, he perused the book in his hands, while Ping, unceremoniously, reclined on the couch. Is it truly so effortless to forgive the woman? His heart was unwilling. Long Zifeng sighed in resignation, shrugging his shoulders. The events from the previous village bore a connection to the town, entirely unforeseen by him. The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Ping suddenly experienced a moment of clarity upon meeting a familiar gaze. "Very well, I shall agree to your request." He spoke leisurely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the woman sat rigidly in her chair, fixating her gaze upon the pirate before her. "What is the situation today?" she inquired. "Nothing much. They have yet to find any evidence." The pirate reported casually, his tone markedly indifferent. The woman harbored no doubts, patting her chest and regarding the pirates with a sense of relief. "I thank you for avenging my deep-seated grievances. I shall surely express my gratitude in the future." At her words, the pirate scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness evident. Noticing that the daylight was waning, an idea sparked in the woman's mind. "You may return now. After a long day, it is time to rest." As the pirates departed, an air of reluctance hung about them, yet in an instant, they vanished. The woman contemplated silencing them, eager to take flight under the cover of night. The pirates, however, did not return directly. "Have we gone too far?" one mused. "We cannot allow him to tread further down this dark path." They exchanged concerns, a chill creeping down their spines. Long Zifeng awaited the pirates, but they were still absent. Suddenly, recalling something, he sprang into action, his steps brisk. Ping instinctively followed. "We are heading to the pirates' location." The woman, armed with a dagger, meticulously observed from behind, keenly tracking the pirates' movements. Seizing an opportunity while they were distracted, she prepared to strike. At a critical moment, Long Zifeng appeared unexpectedly. The woman swiftly twisted the dagger, inadvertently nicking her own arm, drawing a sharp breath and forcing a smile. The pirates, alerted by the commotion, turned to witness the scene. "What are you doing here?" She pointed at him, finally managing to utter a word after a prolonged silence. The woman shook her head, whispering to them, "I had some free time and thought to take a stroll, perhaps chat with you. I was unaware of your presence." Casually shifting the conversation onto him, Ji Ping, brimming with suppressed anger, recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Long Zifeng scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, appraising him from head to toe. "We sought out the pirate and inquired whether I could visit the crime scene tomorrow." "No," the woman exclaimed without hesitation. A chorus of gazes fixed upon her, leaving her flustered. "What I meant to say is, of course you can," she clarified with urgency. He nodded in understanding. "In that case, you may converse amongst yourselves." The woman hurriedly departed, her steps betraying a palpable anxiety, faint traces of blood still evident upon her person, a detail the sharp-eyed pirate noted. "What transpired earlier?" he questioned coldly. Long Zifeng hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Ji Ping, growing somewhat impatient, spoke frankly and directly. "He intended to silence you, likely perceiving you as a threat." Chapter 76. Open provocation. The atmosphere thickened, the air heavy with tension. The pirate's expression darkened as he struggled to suppress his rising fury. Why would he do such a thing? After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Long Zifeng comfortingly patted his shoulder. Memories of the daylight flooding back, vivid recollections of the woman's taunting smile. "How did you discover this?" he inquired softly. Long Zifeng recounted the events of the day, the pirate's face contorting with discomfort as several others sighed in resignation. Seated in a chair, he appeared to age a decade. Ji Ping, at a loss for words, pondered. "Did I say something wrong?" "No," Long Zifeng replied firmly, word by word. As Ji Ping attempted to turn away, he intercepted him at a crucial moment. "You must be curious as to why the man jumped into the river, yes?" The pirate's collective gaze fell upon him, nodding in agreement. Several pirates learned from him that the man was the village chief, discovered near the shore, grievously injured with numerous scars upon his body. In a desperate bid to frame another, he had not anticipated being caught in the act. Initially intending to spare him, he had seized the opportunity to leap into the river and take his own life when no one was watching. "It is not your fault," the island concluded. Ji Ping and Long Zifeng exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "I initially hoped the woman would sincerely repent. Now, let it be made public before the villagers." One pirate clenched his fists, disappointment clouding his gaze, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Is that true?" Long Zifeng asked once more. "Indeed," several pirates affirmed in unison. He nodded, resigned, and turned to leave. The pirates watched her retreating figure, exchanging glances among themselves. Meanwhile, on another front, the woman rolled up her sleeves, the air thick with the scent of blood, an overwhelming presence. She inhaled sharply. "It's all that troublesome fellow's fault for appearing out of nowhere," she muttered to herself. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. She looked up, startled to find Long Zifeng, hastily concealing the items on the table, forcing a smile to greet the familiar face. Long Zifeng observed her actions with keen interest, casually taking a seat without pretense. "Have you had your fill of this charade?" he said slowly, sensing something amiss, his mind racing. The woman struggled to suppress her simmering anger. With an intense desire to seize the dagger in hand and thrust it towards the man, Long Zifeng deliberately diverted his attention. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, he stealthily approached the woman's dwelling. "You ought to tend to your wounds. They appear quite severe," he remarked slowly, his tone neither cold nor warm. The woman gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of shock. "You knew all along," she suddenly realized, recalling the events of the past. A sense of dissatisfaction brewed within her. Reluctantly, she relinquished what she held. "You reap what you sow. It's time to cease your actions," Long Zifeng kindly urged from the side, only to receive a fierce glare from her. "That is absolutely impossible. We shall see." Long Zifeng shrugged, sighing helplessly. Alarm bells rang in the woman's mind as she sensed something amiss. With a resigned sigh, she set down what she had been holding. A simple method of addressing the situation emerged as memories of a few pirates surfaced, intertwining with her furrowed brow. tinged with sorrow. The next day, upon awakening from his slumber, he was greeted by the incessant chatter of gossip from all directions. Jipping stepped forward, and there she sat at the center, gathering numerous villagers around her. Last night, they approached me, claiming they had prepared evidence. "Don't you all wish to know?" she began, her voice steady. The villagers exchanged glances, quickly nodding in agreement. Jipping stood frozen, at a loss for words, finally managing to stammer out, "We had clearly agreed," but was abruptly interrupted by the woman's cold voice. "You came to find me personally last night." Jipping attempted to retaliate, but was halted at a critical juncture. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with anticipation. "Stop. This is not the opportune moment to follow him," he carelessly remarked. The two exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other instinctively. Jipping took a few steps back, feeling a vague sense of wrongness. The woman's gaze towards them was laced with confusion. Are we to be kept in the dark about the true reality? Are we to wait indefinitely? The villagers murmured amongst themselves, their displeasure evident. The weight that had burdened the woman finally lifted, and she shot a taunting smile at Longsufeng. He remained silent, then spoke softly. A few pirates emerged into view, prompting the villagers to wipe the beads of sweat from their foreheads, caught off guard and speechless. "Rest assured, the pirates will not harm you." He seemed to sense the villagers' unease and was the first to reassure them. The villagers nodded helplessly in agreement. As the saying goes, one must bow one's head when sheltered under a roof. The sight of the pirates caused the woman to feel a pang of anger, her body trembling. "Have you all forgotten who took you in when you were in need?" she questioned, each word deliberate and pointed. The pirates remained silent. "Last night you attacked us, and now you still bear the wounds on your left arm. Do you dare to show everyone?" The woman's complexion turned pale, devoid of color. The villagers fixed their astonished gazes upon her, their faces etched with shock. After a considerable period of time, the woman remained silent. One individual stepped forward and spoke with righteous indignation. "Mayor, let everyone see your true self. You must not allow them to underestimate you," he proclaimed. The woman sighed helplessly. "Last night, I inadvertently sustained an injury and was spotted by a few pirates, which is why they have the audacity to slander me." Her seemingly light words stirred a tempest in the hearts of the villagers. In their eyes, pirates were ruthless, employing cruel methods, and were exceedingly ferocious. "Now I understand." The villagers clenched their fists, eager for action. The pirates, taken aback, could not have anticipated the turn of events. "Then you cannot refute this." Longsufeng revealed an object to the crowd's gaze. The villagers were rendered speechless, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy chill. The woman was taken aback. "How could this be in your possession?" she exclaimed instinctively. The villagers suddenly grasped the situation. Could it be that the mayor is indeed the culprit? How do we not consider this before? In the small town, the items belonging to the woman should never have been visible to the public. A few individuals exchanged glances, uncertain and at a loss. Reluctantly, they placed the object down, understanding without words. "I wonder if you could provide a reasonable explanation to everyone." Chapter 77. The downfall. Longsufeng slowly began to redirect the blame towards the woman. She shook her head vehemently, speechless. Pointing at the pirates, she coldly demanded, "Why you seek to frame me in the end? I have treated you well." The pirates fixed their gaze upon her and replied, "You are deluded. You should turn back quickly." The woman, deflated like a punctured balloon, slumped into her chair. The villagers, taken aback, took a moment to process, with those who had supported her becoming exceedingly agitated. Why deceive us all? After all, she is the mayor who has significantly contributed to the town's economy. They sensed something amiss, murmuring amongst themselves. "Do not listen to her fabrications." The woman attempted to turn the tide. The villagers looked at her with a tinge of disappointment. "You are unworthy of being our mayor," one shouted, with others echoing in agreement. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. The woman had harmed the villagers with extreme cruelty. How could someone like her hold the position of mayor? Moreover, the mayoral position was traditionally selected every few years. She should have relinquished her title long ago, having occupied it for years without merit. The villagers' faces were strained, suppressing their anger. The pirates, unfazed, sighed, "Thank you." They bowed to two individuals with utmost respect. They prepared to leave the town for a new area to settle and thrive. Having long shed the demeanor of their piratical past, Long Zifeng respected their choice and reassuringly patted one on the shoulder. The two exchanged a knowing glance. The woman was left in a daze. Once the crowd dispersed, Long Zifeng approached her assertively. "You come to mock me. Haven tea you?" She spoke coldly. Long Zifeng shook his head, returning the original evidence to the woman. Her face was etched with disbelief. Everything was beyond his expectations. She was not the biological daughter of the former town mayor. Her only relative was a man in the village she had never met, who had inexplicably vanished. The woman found it unbearable to be separated from her kin. Long Zifeng learned of this from the pirates, a hint of sorrow mingling in his brow, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Ji Ping gently patted his shoulder. "Let's head to Logia Bay. There, we shall find abundant freshwater resources that may prove invaluable in critical moments. We must avoid the nearby villages and towns, as they have left us with lingering psychological scars." Ji Ping spoke with a touch of resignation, to which Long Zifeng nodded in agreement. Several pirates were aware of their impending departure in a few days and began gathering supplies for them. In this region, there lay a place brimming with treasures. The recent influx of unfamiliar faces was merely to safeguard their own interests, relying solely on the fortuitous alignment of circumstances. The pirates kindly reminded him. Long Zifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. The woman stepped down from her position as mayor, retreating into the mountains. The pirates also departed from the town, setting forth towards new territories. The town resumed its usual appearance, and the villagers remained unchanged. He gazed at their departing figures, lost in contemplation. On the night of their departure, the woman made a special visit to bid farewell. The quiet town, devoid of the day's clamor, was imbued with tranquility. He sat in a chair, poring over a book, his expression grave. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and upon seeing the woman, his heart raced with uncertainty. Why had she returned so soon after leaving? Ji Ping's instincts were on high alert, keenly observing their actions. "What brings you here?" Long Zifeng asked, setting aside his belongings, his gaze reflecting surprise. He chuckled lightly as he picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a gentle sip. After a long absence, the person before him had become enigmatic, and he sighed inwardly. "I have come to bid you farewell," the woman replied leisurely, retrieving a valuable item from her bosom. It was a gem procured from this very region long ago. Despite the years, it had never truly been claimed, for it did not belong to the town. The gem was something the woman had worn since childhood. "It seems this area indeed harbors countless treasures," Ji Ping stated, his eyes shimmering with newfound determination. Long Zifeng instinctively recoiled. The gem held profound significance for the woman. "Please accept it. Let it be a gift for one who is destined to possess it. Such is the essence of a gem," she urged, pushing the gem towards him. Unable to refuse her earnestness, he reluctantly accepted. The woman casually settled into a chair, displaying no pretension, a smile gracing her face. "I have decided to leave the town and venture towards the newest village. Perhaps I shall uncover something novel," she slowly declared, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Long Zifeng nodded in agreement, pouring a cup of tea for her from the table. Outside, the sky had grown dark. Two individuals engaged in a casual exchange, cautiously probing one another. As the woman turned to depart, he gazed at her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. "It appears there truly is a treasure. Yet, I remain uncertain of its whereabouts," he murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable mix of emotions. "Your mind is likely filled with treasures," he replied leisurely. A few bystanders sensed something amiss. At last, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. The following day, upon awakening from slumber, he seized the opportunity before the villagers roused and departed with a group, steering towards Logia Bay. "So, you leave without a word. The pirates will surely find it hard to fathom upon learning this," he articulated emphatically. Long Zifeng sighed in resignation, shrugging his shoulders as vivid memories of the past flooded back. "We must heed a few crucial points as we approach Logia Bay. The bay possesses peculiarities and strict rules. Never engage with unfamiliar men. Avoid patrolling the shore after nightfall. During daylight, make every effort to head southeast. These conditions left them momentarily speechless. Why such oddities? Is there something hidden within? He inquired quietly, placing down the item in his hand. The waters near Logia Bay were remarkably tranquil when a large ship emerged, laden with numerous individuals, their attire suggesting they were pirates. A striking woman, endowed with a captivating figure, stood aboard the vessel. The two locked eyes, the woman frowning slightly as if displeased. Who are these people? It seems they too are headed to Logia Bay. Could there be others venturing there recently? He remarked casually. Ji Ping fell into deep thought, realizing this situation had surpassed their expectations. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Long Zifeng appeared somewhat flustered. Chapter 78. The enigmatic woman Long Zifeng and the woman exchanged glances as she steered the ship towards their direction. The expressions of the others were etched with astonishment, taking a moment to comprehend the unfolding situation. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. The group advanced towards the bay, the atmosphere thickening with tension. He lifted the tea from the table, taking a gentle sip. Everything felt beyond his anticipation. Between us, we understand each other. I hope you can comprehend. They exchanged knowing looks, silently acknowledging their shared awareness. Reluctantly, he set down the item in his grasp, a vague sense of unease lingering in the air, feeling somewhat incredulous. Ji Ping seemed to notice the subtle discord between the two. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Do you two know each other? Why does it seem as if you share a mutual understanding?" Long Zifeng sheepishly scratched his head, shaking his head in denial. In the next moment, the two vessels collided, sending him teetering precariously in the air. Ji Ping shot a fierce glare at the alluring woman, who merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, her gaze fixated on Long Zifeng. "Might I have the pleasure of visiting your ship?" A voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Long Zifeng observed the actions with a somber gaze, his expression darkening. The enchanting woman felt a chill run down her spine. "We are all heading towards the bay ahead, where it is said the one in charge possesses a most peculiar temperament. They only accept 2 batches of visitors in a single day. Thus, if we collaborate and enter together, would it not be splendid?" The woman, standing beside him, offered her counsel, suggesting this course of action. As the saying goes, kindness without reason often conceals ulterior motives. "What is your true intention?" Long Zifeng scoffed, his eyes reflecting incredulity. The captivating woman smiled subtly, a hint of mischief gracing her lips. "Perhaps we should simply embrace our fate. If we succeed, all the resources shall belong to us." Truly, such audacity is remarkable. Ji Ping, caught off guard, pointed at him but could not muster a single word. The alluring woman, emboldened, reminded him that their ship currently wielded the greatest power in this region. Backed by a notorious pirate, no one had ever dared to refuse their goodwill. Extending an olive branch was an act of elevation. Long Zifeng let out a cold snort, his formidable presence palpable. The woman felt a jolt of realization. She had not anticipated the man's superior strength, far beyond their own. Clenching her fists, she recognized her limited options and resolved to engage amicably. "When the time comes to divide the resources, we can split them equally, otherwise. None of us may enter that bay today," she asserted, her voice charged with frustration, tearing down the facade. Ji Ping, standing nearby, let out an "oh" of surprise, turning away without casting a glance in her direction. The captivating woman watched their departing figures, her expression darkening. A companion patted her shoulder, their eyes conveying an unspoken message. That was an elder aboard the ship, a person of considerable influence, specially accompanying them. The situation seemed to veer from their expectations. Setting down her belongings, she sensed something amiss, her thoughts racing. Did the elder intend for them to oversee the situation? The woman felt a surge of excitement as the elder nodded, acknowledging that the terrain of the upcoming waters appeared intricate, unsuitable for battle, and unlikely to be outsmarted. The peculiar nature of the coastal inhabitants might be linked to the treasure, and the sudden retreat of the group left him questioning. As we approached the forthcoming waters, Long Zifeng waved his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. The bay ahead was renowned, with young visitors arriving, each bearing a wealth of provisions. From a distance, he glimpsed the bounty they carried, suggesting a deep connection with the bay. The group engaged in casual chatter, soon departing with haste. A weight lifted from Long Zifeng's heart as he steered towards the horizon. However, before reaching the shore, the vessel halted abruptly. It seemed we had encountered something. One of the crew exclaimed, his voice resonating through the air. The atmosphere grew tense, and Long Zifeng lifted his gaze towards the front, puzzled. In the distance, a dark gathering awaited by the shore, led by an elderly man whose attire bore unfamiliar insignia, indicating that his identity was more complex than initially presumed. It appeared that their intentions were far from benign. Uncertain of their identities, he inquired, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path?" His words were articulated with an unprecedented resolve. The elder scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, sizing him up with a dismissive snort, clearly unconcerned. Such actions incited discontent within Ji Ping, who, in a fit of indignation, advanced to deliver a lesson. However, at that critical moment, Long Zifeng intervened. Although perceptive and forthright, he was often impulsive, his youthful vigor leading him to act without consideration for the consequences. "We are the custodians of these waters, and we regret to inform you that we are no longer accepting outsiders. We strongly advise you to depart promptly to avoid unnecessary complications," the elder stated, his voice imbued with an unusual firmness. "I have heard that you possess a commendable reputation for hospitality, yet today's encounter has been quite enlightening," he added, laced with a hint of derision. As he concluded, an ambiguous emotion lingered in the air. Long Zifeng spoke leisurely, but the elder, seemingly losing patience, prepared to act against them. Yet, the man paused, as if sensing the presence of another. Meanwhile, in a study across the bay, the true authority of the region, a young man named Su Yang, sat gravely in his chair, perusing documents that hinted at an unsettling reality, his mind racing with trepidation. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, prompting him to look up and discover it was one of his own men. Flustered and restless, he regarded the newcomer with uncertainty. Su Yang was acutely aware of the elder's influential stature, having recently garnered numerous guests from the sea, which significantly benefited the bay. Additionally, the elder had allied with others to undermine him, leaving him with little maneuverability, confined to merely signing documents. "What brings you here?" Su Yang demanded. The elder, unceremoniously taking a seat before him, showed no regard for formalities. Su Yang, suppressing his agitation, trembled slightly, his chest tightening with frustration as he gathered the items on his desk. "A group of newcomers has arrived on the waters today. I need you to expel them. Do not allow us to appear foolish. You must understand the gravity of the situation." The elder's tone carried an unmistakable threat. With a resigned sigh, Su Yang murmured, "Why must it be this way?" The elder shot him a fierce glare. Chapter 79. The moment of realization, a weight finally lifted from Ji Ping's heart. Su Yang cursed inwardly, alarms ringing in his mind. What a troublesome old man, creating chaos all around him. What ulterior motives lay hidden in his intentions? The elder's displeasure was palpable as he leaned closer, speaking in a tone only Su Yang could hear. "I did not inquire about your thoughts. I simply require you to ensure their complete removal." Reluctantly, Su Yang found himself trailing behind the elder, who exhibited an outrageous demeanor while engaging in casual banter with Long Zifeng. Upon hearing a commotion, he swiftly rose to his feet. The man's complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color. He was the steward of this bay, appearing remarkably youthful. It was rather surprising to see someone from the younger generation occupying such a position. Ji Ping wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Long Zifeng seemed to sense the unusual tension and addressed Su Yang with utmost respect, his demeanor poised and gracious. Su Yang felt a profound sense of emotion. The previous group of outsiders had been arrogant and overbearing, seizing numerous resources within the bay and even inquiring about the whereabouts of treasures, their attitude exceedingly unsatisfactory. Meanwhile, the elder had secretly colluded with them, claiming to bring endless supplies to the bay. Yet only the steward sitting in that position truly understood that it was all a fade, nothing but illusions. Suppressing the anger boiling within him, Su Yang's gaze darkened. He hesitated, unsure if they could remain here, fixating his attention on the elder. The elder's eyes subtly signaled to Su Yang, indicating an obvious discord between them. His demeanor was exceedingly sincere, while Ji Ping appeared troubled, feigning helplessness, not knowing how to proceed. The elder's audacity was intolerable. He had not once deigned to acknowledge them. Growing impatient, he urged from the side, asserting that those who did not belong here were not welcome and should leave promptly. Long Zhe Feng scoffed, questioning the elder's significance. Before the master had spoken, he felt compelled to interject. Long Zhe Feng was unperturbed by the thought of imparting a lesson to this presumptuous elder, wishing to make it clear that this bey was not yet under his dominion. He perceived the elder's sinister ambitions. Those present were acutely aware that the management had always required a capable young man, despite the elder's elevated status and power within the bey. He still aspired to usurp that position. Their expressions grew grave as they speculated among themselves. Long Zhe Feng, begrudgingly persistent, inquired once more whether they might be allowed to stay. The elder understood the necessity of providing a rationale, adopting a slightly softened tone. They were keenly aware that matters were not as straightforward as they had initially presumed. A sense of unease lingered as the two exchanged knowing glances. Su Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment, suppressing his fury as he finally set down what he held. The group sensed an unsettling atmosphere, and more than anything, they found the situation perplexing. Fortunately, they could always rely on their resources in crucial moments, for events often unfolded beyond their expectations. Careful contemplation was required to grasp the underlying truth. The ambience in the air plummeted to an icy chill. Long Zhe Feng sensed an underlying tension, while Ji Ping incisively articulated his thoughts, gradually responding with clarity. It appears that they have been conspiring behind this fellow's back, leading to the current predicament. His analysis is remarkably systematic. Long Zefeng, surprisingly, does not oppose this but rather nods in agreement. The crowd exchanges glances, and after a considerable pause, their unified gaze fixates on Su Yang. In that moment, Su Yang becomes the focal point of attention. You all should return now. Next time, I shall personally welcome you as guests. He begins, but is abruptly interrupted by Long Zefeng. If time permits, we can enjoy tea together at a later date. He is left bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Ji Ping, too, is perplexed about the nature of her intentions. A slight smile curves his lips. He is convinced that the man before him is not foolish and undoubtedly comprehends his meaning. Su Yang clenches his fists and turns to leave. The elder watches her departing figure, lost in contemplation, casting a fierce glare at those aboard the ship. With the group, they vanish without a trace. After the storm has passed, the captivating woman observes their actions closely. Fortunately, they have learned from past experiences. Early on, a few individuals stealthily arrived at the bay, exchanging knowing glances. They had already colluded with a powerful elder, scheming in secrecy. Their desire to uncover the secrets of the gemstones and the hidden treasures was palpable. Yet, these matters were to be disclosed only to the heir arriving at the bay. As an influential elder, he had no authority to participate. The alluring woman resolves to assist the elder in securing the heir's position in the upcoming election. They continue their journey across the waters, aiming to forge alliances. Had we known, we would not have drawn attention. Instead of entering, we were expelled. Ji Ping sighs helplessly, feeling deflated, as if a punctured balloon slumped in his chair. He pats his shoulder and turns to head indoors. Picking up a cup of tea from the table, he takes a delicate sip. Ji Ping, breaking from his usual demeanor, casually finds a seat. Their gazes drift toward another direction, where a vessel, the one belonging to the striking woman, is present, seemingly observing them clandestinely. Do not tell me he will arrive tonight. Should I lower the ladders from the ship? Ji Ping inquires uncertainly, feeling perplexed. Su Yang appears to be a soft target, easily manipulated. I have faith he will come. Rest assured, he asserts, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented determination as he speaks each word with conviction. Ji Ping has always trusted his instincts. He discreetly sends someone to lower the ladders on the ship, preparing for the man's arrival. The others, confused, wonder why they are taking advantage of the night. He surveys the surroundings, finding no vessels from the daylight, and finally, the weight upon his heart lifts. We undertake this endeavor to remain inconspicuous. Moreover, returning to the maritime realm under the cover of night will allow them to let down their guard. He spoke with a deliberate calmness. Those beside him suddenly grasped the gravity of the preparations made. Chapter 80. The arrival of nightfall as night quietly descended. Long Zifeng waited patiently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang lay restlessly on the couch, his mind clouded as he replayed the events of the day, rubbing his temples in contemplation. He reminisced about the occurrences that had transpired, sensing an underlying disquiet. The atmosphere thickened palpably, and several individuals exchanged knowing glances. The group of young men appeared far more composed than the previous visitors. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, and someone burst through the door. They looked up to find it was an elderly man. Alarm bells rang in their minds, prompting them to hastily rise from their seats and retreat a few steps. The old man strode purposefully towards Su Yang, his gaze laden with discontent. It was evident that the position he occupied rightfully belonged to the elder, and he felt a surge of indignation as he forcefully overturned the items on the table, muttering curses under his breath, echoing the same grievances as before. You, of all people, are unworthy of governing this maritime territory. It should be entrusted to me. Why on earth was it you who was chosen for this elevated position? His lack of respect was palpable, his eyes glinting with derision as he turned to claim the seat that was rightfully his. Tonight, I kindly ask you to vacate this study. Soon, it will belong to me, and there is no need to accommodate idle company. No sooner had he spoken than several men in black uniforms forcibly escorted the elder out. They offered Su Yang an alternative room, though it was in a state of disrepair. Su Yang's expression oscillated between fury and despair as he recalled the man's words from earlier that day. Perhaps that group was indeed waiting for him aboard the ship. Resolute, he decided to investigate. On board the vessel, a picturesque scene awaited. Perhaps I should retract the latter. Waiting like this does not seem prudent. It appears they will not be coming. We shall depart by tomorrow, Long Zifeng thought, his persistence unwavering. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Ji Ping, astonished, sprang from his chair, pointing at Su Yang, and after a prolonged silence, managed to utter, "Speak of the devil. And he shall appear, utterly surpassing his expectations. I never imagined you would truly be here waiting for me." He spoke slowly, tinged with a hint of melancholy, his gaze revealing emotions that were difficult for others to decipher. Upon arriving, he noticed the latter had already been prepared, and gratitude filled his heart. "I suspected you would come, so I dispatched someone to keep watch." He offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and the two engaged in light conversation, cautiously probing each other's sentiments before gradually addressing the matter at hand. This maritime region indeed lives up to its reputation, boasting an exceptionally favorable geographical location and an abundance of resources. The bay harbors numerous storages, inevitably attracting the attention of nearby pirates. However, it has been previously cleared of all inhabitants by predecessors, thus deterring any further incursions. From him, insights were gleaned. Long Zifeng sighed in resignation and nodded in acknowledgement, hoping to assist in reclaiming all authority from the elder. Su Yang trembled, clenching his fists, his emotions in a state of turmoil. He keenly observed the elder's actions. Who exactly was this old man? Long Zifeng, perplexed, spoke candidly, getting straight to the point. Su Yang was taken aback by their directness and, after a prolonged silence, began to elucidate. It turned out the elder was a high-ranking official governing the region, which adhered to some rather peculiar customs. Each year, the heir must be a young male, selected by the previous governor. For reasons unknown, the elder had served multiple consecutive terms and had once been the authority of this area. Subsequently, he was inexplicably dismissed from his position. Yet, out of a sense of mercy, he allowed the elder to redeem himself. Long Zifeng nodded, understanding implicitly. "I have certain reservations and hope you might offer your assistance." Su Yang paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. He grew increasingly impatient, tugging at Long Zifeng's sleeve. "Rest assured, we shall maintain your confidentiality and will not disclose these matters," Long Zifeng assured, sensing the tension in Su Yang's demeanor, subtly gesturing to those nearby. Ji Ping, quick on the uptake, poured a cup of tea and slid it forward, wearing an apologetic smile. The elder had indeed brought significant benefits to the bay, simultaneously attracting a host of unsavory characters. He had covertly observed their attire, which bore a striking resemblance to that of pirates. However, as a newly appointed official, he felt powerless to intervene. The group nodded in unison, instantly grasping the delicate balance of pros and cons. They sighed in resignation, shrugging off the oddity of the situation, having never encountered such a circumstance before. There is a remarkably beautiful woman among them, and I noticed her connection with those pirates is far from trivial. I once overheard their conversations. The more Ji Ping listened to this description, the more it resonated with him. Suddenly, he recalled the woman from earlier that day, along with those assorted individuals on the ship. Was she dressed in red? She appeared quite alluring. Su Yang stared at him, nodding without hesitation, feeling it was indeed peculiar. Had they encountered her before? Earlier that morning, she had approached them, seeking a partnership, insisting that all acquired resources be surrendered to them. It seemed the elder was orchestrating something sinister behind the scenes. Despite feeling a sense of unease, he reluctantly set down what he was holding, lifted the cup of tea from the table, and took a gentle sip. Even if cooperation is not forthcoming, it matters little. After all, that woman now resides by the bay and maintains a close rapport with the elder. All of us, from top to bottom, are under the elder's control, and those in positions of power refrain from engaging in conversation with me, while a select few have clandestinely convened for discussions. Su Yang's countenance was fraught with discomfort and helplessness, a trace of sorrow etched between his brows, as if everything unfolded beyond his expectations. Long Zifeng offered a comforting pat on his shoulder. This maritime region invariably stirs up tumultuous tides, never experiencing a moment of tranquility, which feels rather perplexing. One wonders if other intriguing events may soon transpire. At critical junctures, words are likely to emerge gradually, and she shall not be subjected to excessive peril. Ultimately, with a troubled expression, he relinquished the items in his grasp. Chapter 81. The Elder's Conspiracy. The atmosphere in the air abruptly solidified. Long Zifeng spoke candidly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, awakening those lost in reverie. The Elder's true aim, it seems, is the very position you currently occupy. Su Yang's face turned pale as he repressed his rising fury. A thought flashed through his mind, and he blurted it out. He had never anticipated the elder's ambitions could be so grand. His hands trembled, and his chest ached from the intensity of his anger. The atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Ji Ping took a sip of tea from the table, gently patted Su Yang's shoulder, and regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, appraising him from head to toe. What course of action should we pursue next? Su Yang, taken aback, set down what he held, momentarily frozen in place. At a loss for words, the sky outside had darkened. You should return for now, and by tomorrow, devise a plan to ensure our successful entry into the bay. Alarm bells rang in Su Yang's mind, prompting an instinctive rejection. Long Zifeng's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile, slowly realizing the implications. Su Yang nodded in comprehension and turned to leave. What does he mean? Ji Ping inquired in a low voice, his tone tinged with displeasure. Do not act impulsively. He is likely concerned that we may harbor intentions toward the bay. Long Zifeng observed his departing figure, lost in contemplation. So, it is. What if he chooses not to assist us? Would that not spell trouble? Ji Ping spoke slowly, a hint of resignation in his features, as he recalled the texts pertaining to this region. They made no mention of any treasures, leaving one perplexed. Long Zifeng's mind raced, and he sighed. Su Yang's reaction had determined everything. For now, it is prudent to take one step at a time. As for the identity of the enchanting woman, it is likely that the forces behind her are far from simple. The following morning, upon awakening from his slumber, he made his way to the ship. From a distance, he spotted a throng of people advancing towards him. Their chatter was incessant, accompanied by bursts of commotion. Ji Ping observed their actions closely. What is happening? Long Zifeng remained silent, following Ji Ping's gaze as he anxiously tugged at his sleeve. Finally, he spoke slowly. Are the two of them quarreling now? Could it be over us? The elderly man's expression was one of distress, leaving him perplexed about the true intentions concealed within the young man's demeanor. To his astonishment, The typically submissive Su Yang led a group of young men to disrupt the proceedings. Although he could not comprehend the necessity of accepting outsiders, he felt compelled to honor previous commitments, for integrity must be upheld. His words resonated with authority, echoing throughout the assembly. Several influential elders nodded in agreement. Yet the younger overseer, lacking experience, was prone to impulsive actions. It was expected that the ruler of the Gulf would prioritize the interests of the region. One individual rose to speak with righteous fervor. Su Yang, unfazed, regarded him calmly. After a night of contemplation, he resolved to thwart the elderly man's schemes. As the ruler of the Gulf, he understood the weight of his responsibilities, yet he had never encountered the guests he was to welcome. It would be prudent to meet them publicly. Each word he uttered was imbued with newfound determination, prompting puzzled glances from the villagers. How could the esteemed ruler of the Gulf not meet them in person? Various speculations circulated among the villagers, who easily pushed the situation to a boiling point. The elderly man's complexion fluctuated between pallor and anger, his fists clenched tightly. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he feigned calmness, maintaining a stoic expression before the crowd. I have always supported the rulers throughout generations, and I possess the right to directly assess those who will serve in their stead. The other villagers gradually came to this realization and nodded in understanding. Ji Ping observed the elderly man's actions, wishing to intervene and remove him from the scene. Long Zifeng's lips curled into a cryptic smile, for the cunning old man proved adept at manipulating everyone around him. The young men, having shared a significant bond with the elder, found it difficult to act decisively, especially with numerous elders backing him, leaving them feeling helpless. With gritted teeth, he declared, "Very well, if that is your stance, then I am eager to meet the guests you have chosen. Clarity is essential. I will not be kept in the dark." Su Yang's spirited demeanor momentarily reminded the elder of previous rulers. The elder's expression darkened as several influential figures urged him to reconsider, suggesting that he allow the meeting, hoping to extinguish Su Yang's ambitions. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the hall. A strikingly beautiful woman approached, her confident stride capturing the attention of all present. A group of imposing men accompanied her, their formidable presence starkly contrasting with the frail villagers, who instinctively stepped back. Long Zifeng, meeting the familiar gaze of the woman, felt momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated her arrival. Their last encounter had ended unfavorably for her, leaving her visibly displeased with the company around her. He picked up the already signed document and tossed it onto the table. "Do you intend to go back on your word?" The elder seized the opportunity, feigning concern for everyone, while deftly mediating the situation. "Do you wish to plunge the village into an unprecedented crisis? Are you unaware of the gravity of this matter, which could potentially incite unnecessary panic?" He whispered in a tone only two could hear. Su Yang's face turned pale, suppressing the anger that simmered within him. He took a gentle sip of tea from the table to steady his nerves. A few individuals murmured amongst themselves, while several high-ranking elders remained composed, seated calmly. "What exactly is the nature of this signed document?" The elder wiped the fine sweat from his brow and was the first to offer an explanation. Bewildered, the striking woman boldly produced the order, openly challenging the situation. "We had concerns about the agreement we previously made, hence both parties signed. In return for the benefits he provides us, we allow them to stay here, excluding outsiders." The esteemed elders instantly comprehended the implications, falling into a profound silence. The atmosphere in the room thickened instantly. Su Yang sat in his chair, looking down upon the assembly, his gaze toward the striking woman tinged with hostility. The woman sensed the intensity of his stare, pondering deeply, a chill running down her spine, feeling as if she had been discovered. The circumstances were often unforeseen, surpassing logic. Chapter 82. The plan in a place unseen by others. A glint of calculation flickered in the elder's eyes. Long Zifeng, fully aware, quickly caught on to the subtlety. They were deliberate. Ji Ping spoke candidly, awakening those lost in thought. His emotions surged with agitation. Gradually emerging from his shock, he pointed at them, struggling to respond for a while. He never expected the elder to be so despicable. "We merely need to observe quietly from the sidelines, intervening when necessary. Long Zifeng signaled to Ji Ping, who then realized the truth. Thereafter, he remained silent, standing quietly at the side, noticeably more subdued than usual. It seemed someone had detected his unusual demeanor, prompting a soft inquiry. "What has happened? Are you all right?" Ji Ping's body swayed precariously in the wind, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, Long Zifeng was quick enough to catch him. He carefully observed Ji Ping, finding little amiss, and finally felt a weight lift from his heart. It was likely that the prolonged time spent at sea had taken its toll. A bit of warm water would suffice for recovery. He nodded and, without hesitation, took the tea from the table and drank it down. Ji Ping gradually regained consciousness. Su Yang frowned. The man's appearance had shattered all his plans. That was a collaboration between the elder and you, not one between you and me. He cannot represent the entire bay. If responsibility is to be assigned, the elder can be approached directly for resolution. He articulated his words with precision, manipulating the object in his hand, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented resolve. The elder shot a fierce glare at his counterpart. The young man before him bore a stark contrast to his former self, having transformed into a formidable presence that left him somewhat disconcerted. The atmosphere in the air became palpable, thick with tension. Long Zifeng observed the actions of those around him with keen interest. The striking woman stood frozen in place, taken aback by his unexpected words, struggling to suppress her rising anger. She approached the elder, her voice cold and incisive. "Do not forget the promise you made to me." "Enough." The elder, finally grasping the situation, took a few steps back after a prolonged silence. Su Yang clenched his fists, maintaining a dignified composure as he met the woman's gaze. A smirk played on the lips of the alluring woman, who spoke candidly about the bay's development over the years. "I can bring economic benefits to the bay, and I can help you find what you seek. You would do well to cooperate. You will eventually be ousted from this position," the beautiful woman declared without hesitation. Su Yang remained silent, his expression grave, while Long Zifeng observed the unfolding drama with detached interest. Meanwhile, those nearby grew increasingly restless, and in the next moment, one rushed out impulsively. He instinctively sought to intervene, but realized it was too late. Just then, an incongruous sound of footsteps reached his ears, and the striking woman looked up, instantly understanding, and clapped her hands. Indeed, they were truly destined to cross paths. The elder watched as they stood at an impasse, refusing to yield to one another, and he, too, reacted with surprise. "I never expected it would be you," he exclaimed. "You are utterly intolerable." Kepping cursed vehemently, and the elder pointed angrily in the direction ahead. "We are discussing matters concerning the bay. You have no place here." Su Yang furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak, Long Zifeng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling for him to step back. "Let me handle this. You stay back for now," he advised firmly. The striking woman casually seated herself, engaging him in a seemingly relaxed conversation. "Do the individuals on your ship truly not wish for everyone to know their true identities?" Long Zifeng, sensing a vulnerability, noticed the woman's expression shift. "You are quite ruthless," she remarked before turning to leave. He watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The weight that had burdened Su Yang's heart finally lifted. He cleared his throat softly, disrupting the silence, and replied in a measured tone, "They are my guests now. It would be prudent to show them some respect." The esteemed elders listened, bewildered and struggling to comprehend. Before they could react, he hurriedly ushered his companions away. The elder, infuriated, pointed at his departing figure and remarked to the other elders, "Never has a leader been so dismissive of our council." The elders nodded thoughtfully, while the elder himself pushed Su Yang into the eye of the storm. Upon returning indoors, he angrily overturned everything on the table, leaving a scene of chaos awaiting someone to restore order. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two sat in silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances without uttering a word. Su Yang, filled with helplessness, found that the exquisite woman had indeed bestowed upon him treasures akin to gems, and the fragrant sandalwood was delivered within a brief span of time, earning him considerable recognition among the villagers. Long Zifeng seemed to sense his peculiar demeanor, pondering with an inkling of unease, murmuring softly to himself. He had not anticipated that the enchanting woman was engaged in some clandestine dealings behind the scenes. He murmured, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion that eluded others' understanding. Ji-ping noticed that the day had waned outside. Su-yang had intentionally arranged for the two of them to stay in the room adjacent to him. The tranquility of the night, devoid of the daytime clamor, brought an unexpected serenity. The alluring woman returned to the bay, allowing others to call her by her code name. Having resided in the bay for many years, the elder had firmly established his influence over the locals. Yet these young individuals harbored their own aspirations and were reluctant to adhere to the old ways. Thus, the elder convened all the elders to discuss the need for a change in leadership. The captivating woman sat idly, toying with trivial objects, reflecting on the items she had sent, feeling a pang of regret. She observed the elder with a gaze tinged with resentment, never granting him glance. The elder, bowing and scraping, pleaded earnestly. I truly did not anticipate how that troublesome fellow would stir up such chaos, he quickly added. I distinctly made him leave. The elder spoke in exasperation, a hint of sycophantic smile adorning his face as he sought to curry favor with the enchanting woman. The woman, unfazed, shrugged and sighed. Rest assured, if they wish to remain in this bay, let them stay. They won't amount to much, she remarked dismissively. There was no agreement reached between the two. Reflecting on past events brought clarity. She recognized his pride and resolved to temper his arrogance. The true peril was quietly approaching, and uncertainty loomed regarding their next steps, leaving an uncomfortable tension in the air. You should return for now. Do not concern yourself with other matters. We will find a way to resolve them. Chapter 83. The search the following day. Upon awakening from their slumber, the outside world was filled with the sound of chattering. Long Zifeng scratched his head and casually stepped outside. In the distance, he spotted the elder and the enchanting woman in discussion with several villagers, who displayed great affection towards them, their demeanor one of eager flattery. It contrasted starkly with their previous hostility when they had expelled them. It was as if they wore two different faces. Ji-ping, exasperated, took note of their behavior. These villagers changed their loyalties faster than one could turn a page in a book. Uncertain of the elder's intentions, he chose to observe the unfolding drama with a sense of leisure. Last night, the elder had urgently convened a meeting, gathering like-minded individuals to express their subjective opinions and seek new candidates for the bay's leadership. The youth, being too young, opted for a voting system, allowing the villagers to choose them as they, in turn, also selected the villagers. This was done to ensure the fairness of the competition, leaving them contemplative. A vague sense of unease settled in, murmuring within. Indeed, the next moment took them by surprise. The elder stood at the center, announcing a significant matter to the villagers, his words resonating with conviction. A strikingly beautiful woman shot a provocative smile in his direction, drawing the attention of many. Long Zifeng sighed in resignation, observing the scene with indifference, for it was merely a tedious charade. The enchanting woman was backed by the elder, granting her the freedom to act with impunity. The villagers exchanged glances, bewildered and uncertain. We must select a new leader for the bay, and this time the decision will be made by vote. Everyone can witness the candidate's abilities. Perhaps you could be the next leader of the bay, the elder proclaimed. Su-yang, seated upon a chair, sensed the stirrings outside and promptly gathered a group of young men to join him. The villagers were left speechless, frozen in place. The newly showcased talent for the bay had barely held his position for less than a year, which, by customary standards, seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, during this period, the elder had been diligently mentoring him. Would all that time and effort be for naught? One individual clenched his fists and stood in opposition. The elder cast a sidelong glance, causing the man to shiver with trepidation, prompting him to retract his words. I misinterpreted the situation earlier. I believe we should endorse the voting process. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by those before him. Su-yang remained composed and dignified, swaying slightly in the wind, yet unwavering. The aura he exuded even startled the elder. I shall respect any choice the villagers make, but I hope those who are presented possess capabilities far beyond my own, able to guide us toward a prosperous future. Others spoke casually, leaving the situation somewhat disoriented. Given the current circumstances, it was likely to unfold in ways none had anticipated, leaving him feeling bewildered. He sighed in resignation, laying down the items in his hands. I hope everyone understands and collaborates to resolve this matter without complicating it further, he remarked nonchalantly, finally feeling a weight lift from his heart. A sense of unease lingered, and he sighed softly, wishing for the best. The elder's face betrayed a hint of discomfort. Su Yang turned to leave, and the elder watched his departing figure, lost in contemplation. The villagers pondered thoughtfully, recognizing his remarkable fortitude, deeming him quite suitable to wield power over the bay. Long Zifeng trailed behind. The striking woman sensed the stirrings within the crowd, realizing that persuading the villagers would be a formidable challenge. Only by resorting to covert schemes could the outcome of the vote be altered. I hope you ascend to the position of authority. Then we can collaborate and form a formidable alliance. Are you truly afraid of the villagers' opinions? The beautiful woman spoke earnestly, while the elder clenched his fists, his ambitions laid bare. The other elders, merely out of respect for the elder who had diligently shouldered responsibilities for so many years, chose to extend this courtesy. Recently, however, an unsettling feeling has arisen, prompting them to convene. To their astonishment, it became apparent that some harbored ambitions to seize the position of authority, a prospect that, according to ancestral decrees, is utterly impossible. They resolved to thwart this endeavor. The newly appointed leader had been mentored closely by her since childhood. Fearing the prospect of relinquishing power to the elder, it is essential that we engage in a thorough discussion with him. Otherwise, how can we hope to quell this matter completely? The group exchanged solemn glances, their expressions heavy with concern. With a sigh of resignation, they bore the weight of anxiety, fearing that the century-old legacy of the Gulf might fall into the wrong hands, leading to unforeseen consequences. The situation often unfolded beyond their expectations, leaving them with no choice but to set aside their concerns. The absurdity of it all left him visibly perturbed. They hoped that a tacit understanding would prevail, preventing this issue from erupting into a public spectacle. He spoke simply from the sidelines, his words imbued with deeper meaning, which might just suffice to resolve the matter. In resignation, he lifted the teacup from the table and took a gentle sip, finally managing to quell the disturbance. Seated on a chair, Su Yang felt a painful tightness in his chest, trembling with rage. At that moment, footsteps approached, and, as they looked up, relief washed over them upon seeing him. The heavy stone in their hearts finally lifted. They had not expected his arrival. Could it be that he too had been swayed by the clever words of others, deeming him unfit for the position of authority? There was a hint of disappointment in his voice, his eyes reflecting inscrutable emotions. He casually took his seat and spoke unhurriedly. You may be young and inexperienced, but that does not mean you lack suitability for this role. I believe no one is more fitting than you. His words elicited an immediate response, gratitude illuminating Su Yang's face. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, yet uncertainty loomed about the next steps. Could you assist me in strategizing from the sidelines to resolve this matter definitively? Let us devise a prudent plan. He spoke candidly and with forthrightness, expressing his thoughts clearly. Long Zifeng nodded, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. It was imperative to keep a close watch on the movements of the alluring woman, for she would not rest easily. As for the influential elders, they could discern some of his ambitious tendencies. It would be wise to confront them together. Perhaps a resolution awaited them. After all, remaining idle would yield no results. Long Zifeng concurred,